You're watching the part 2 of the Blender Master course, which is a continuation of the part 1, whose link is available in the description of this video. And in this part, we'll continue with some more chapters on geometry nodes, compositing, shape keys, particle systems, physics and simulation, and then we'll even prepare the 3D model of a character. Then we'll understand about the character rigging and even create a character animation. So there's nothing to wait for, and let's continue our journey of the second part of Blender Master course. In this chapter, we'll be learning about all these topics in complete detail, and we'll be using them to create this simple scene with the landscape, the flowing rivers, and some boats. So to begin with, let's open the Geometry Nodes workspace. Now go to the Geometry Nodes editor and click on the new button. To get a plane instead of this cube, we'll be using the grid node. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in Primitives, select the grid node. Let's place it over here. Now to scale it up, I'll go to the size option in the X and Y axis, and let's increase it to something like 50. Let's also increase the number of vertices in both X and Y axis to something around 10 or 12. And now the first node that we are going to understand today is the edge paths to curve node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in Operations, here we have the edge paths to curve node. So let's select it and place it over here. Now what this node does is that it basically takes a mesh as an input and gives an output in the form of a curve. And to be more specific, it takes the edges of your mesh based on the start vertices and the next vertex index, and then it converts the path of those edges into curves. To understand it better, I'll take this node and drop it over here, and we observe that everything disappears, and that's because we have not yet connected anything to the start vertices and the next vertex index. In the start vertices socket, we basically have to connect information about that particular index from where the path should start. And suppose you want that the path should begin from the vertex having a particular index value, so for this we have to use the index node and the compare node. So press Shift plus A, go to Geometry, and in Read, select the index node. Let's place it over here. And now to add the compare node, press Shift plus A, go to Utilities, and in Math, select the compare node. Let's place it over here. And now since we'll be connecting the compare node to the index, so I'll change the input type from float to integer and the operation to equal. Now I'll connect the index socket to the value A and the result socket to the start vertices. Now this compare node is basically acting as an input to tell the edge paths to curve node that the starting vertex will be that particular vertex whose index value is equal to the value of B, which is 0. And now the next socket that you have here is the next vertex index, and basically here we have to tell this socket that how should it connect the next vertices after the starting vertex. And to use it, we have to connect it to another node, which is the shortest edge path node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in Read, here you will find the shortest edge paths node. So let's select it and place it over here. Now the shortest edge paths node will basically create the shortest path between the starting vertex and the ending vertex that will connect to the end vertex socket. So if I take the next vertex index and connect it over here, and for the end vertex, I'll select the index and the compare node, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, and place them over here. Now I'll connect the result socket to the end vertex, and let's change the value of B from here. And you will notice that as the value of B changes, this path in the 3D viewport is also changing. So to revise everything, we use the edge paths to curve node to create this path between any two vertices. Then we use the start vertices socket and connected it to the compare and the index node in order to select which particular vertex we want as the starting vertex. Then we use the short edge paths node in order to create the shortest path in between the two vertices. And for the ending vertex, we again use the index node and the compare node and connected it to the end vertex. And you can also change the length of the path or this curve by changing the ending vertex from here. Now to view the original plane along with this path, we'll be adding the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to Geometry, and select the join geometry. Let's place it over here and connect the mesh socket of the grid to the join geometry node. Now to view the path or basically the curve, we'll be connecting it to the curve to mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in Operations, select the curve to mesh node and drop it after the edge paths to curve node. To view it in the scene, we have to connect something to the profile curve node. And to extrude the path to look like a cylinder, we need to connect the profile curve socket to the curve circle node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in Primitives, select the curve circle node, place it over here, and connect it to the profile curve. Let's increase the radius from here, and now you can see here that the path between the two vertices is now converted into a mesh due to the curve to mesh node and is looking cylindrical because of the curve circle node. Now one thing to notice here is that this path or basically the cylinder is straight right now, but if I turn on the wireframe from here, then you can see that in this plane we have many vertices. So if I go to the end vertex and in the compare node, if I increase the value of B, then you will notice that in order to form a path between the 2 points or basically the two vertices, it turns like this and is no more straight. So basically it is forming the shortest path in between the vertex having the index value of 0 and the end vertex having the index value of 36. Now let's also reduce the size of the cylinder from here. So we'll be keeping it to something like 1.2 or 1.3. And now let's also turn off the wireframe display from here, and moving ahead, let's convert convert this plane into mountains, and for this we'll be displacing the vertices in the z-axis with the help of noise texture. So go to the geometry nodes editor and first add the set position node. So press shift plus A, go to geometry, and in right select the set position node. Since we'll be working on the plane, so we'll drop it in between the grid node and the join geometry node. Now for the noise texture, press shift plus A, go to texture, and here we have the noise texture. We'll place it over here and connect the factor socket to the offset. Now the reason why we can't see much effect here is that in the grid node the number of vertices is very low. So I'll select both of them and let's increase it to something like 100, and now the noise texture is applied. To make it look like mountain, I'll first reduce the scale value of the noise texture to a much lower number like 0.1 or 0.2, and to magnify this effect of the noise texture we'll be using the math node with the multiply operation. So press shift plus A, go to utilities, and in math select the math node, drop it over here and change the function to multiply, and if I increase the value from here, the effect of the noise texture will multiply in all the three axes. But since we are making the mountains or basically the hills, so we need this to be applied only in the z axis, and so we'll be using the combine xyz node. So press shift plus A, go to utilities, and in vector select the combine xyz node and drop it after the multiply node. It looks like this because by default it is connected to the x axis, but if I break this node connection by holding control, right clicking and dragging like this and connect it to the z axis, and now we have these mountain like structures. And now to define the shape of the mountains, we'll be using the RGB curves node. So press shift plus A, go to utilities, and in color select the RGB curves. We'll drop it after the noise texture node, and now it's connected over here. Now we have not yet studied about the RGB curve in the geometry nodes, and we'll be completely understanding it in one of the upcoming chapters of the course, but for now we'll be using it to define the shape of the mountains. So in the RGB curves node, if I left click on any part of the curve, a new handle will get created here, and from here we can change the type of this handle. So if I select the second one, which is the vector handle, and try to change the position of this handle, then you will notice that the way this texture was looking on the plane will also change. Similarly, if I select this handle over here and bring it down like this, then this is how the texture looks now. Similarly, if I bring the second handle close to the third one, then the effect of the texture will increase. So you can try to change the position of these handles and get different results each and every time. However, to make them look like mountains, we basically have to invert this effect of the texture, and for this I'll go to the multiply node here and take this value to a negative number. So I'll keep it to something like -35 or -40, and this is how it looks. Now the plane has also moved down because we added a negative value here, and to fix this we'll use the vector math node. So press shift plus A, go to utilities, and in vector select the vector math and place it before the offset socket. And now to move it upwards, I'll increase the vector value in the z axis like this. Let's keep it to something like 20, and now the plane has moved up in the z axis. Now one thing to notice in the geometry nodes editor is that the edge paths to curve node that we added here is connected to this grid socket. As a result, it will only consider the original plane which was not having the mountains. So to make sure that the path also considers the mountains that we created, we'll be connecting the geometry socket of the set position node, which is carrying all the information about the texture, to the mesh socket in the edge paths to curve node. So I'll take this geometry socket and connect it to the mesh, and now this path is also considering the mountains on the plane. To increase the length of this path, I'll go to the end vertex, and in the compare node connected to it, I'll increase the value of b from here. So let's keep it to something like 4000 or 6000, and this is how it looks now. We'll be using this path in order to make the river flowing through the landscape. And one more thing, let's also reduce the radius to something like 0.5, and now suppose we want that this path, or basically the river, doesn't flow over the mountains but instead change its path on the landscape whenever there is a mountain ahead. And for this we'll be using the edge vertices node. To add it here, press shift plus A, go to mesh, and in read select the edge vertices node. Let's place it over here, and in this node we are having 4 sockets. The first 2 are the vertex index and the last 2 are the position sockets. So it basically gives the information as output about the vertices that form an edge. So as we all know that an edge is formed by 2 vertices connected to each other. So from the vertex index 1 socket, it will basically give the output of the index of the first vertex. Similarly, the vertex index 2 will give the output of the index value of the second vertex forming the edge. Then you have the position sockets, which will tell you about the position of the 2 vertices through the position 1 and the position 2 node respectively. Now let's also understand how we are going to use the edge vertices node in order to place this path or the river only on the base of the landscape and not on the mountains. So if I turn on the wireframe display from here and zoom in, then you can clearly see that the edges at the base of the landscape are having a different length as compared to the edges of the mountains. If I take the annotate tool from here and select the annotate line, then here on the base of the landscape, a single edge is around this much long, and this length is constant throughout the base. However, the length of the edge in case of these mountains is much larger than compared to the base of the landscape. Moreover, unlike the edges of the base, these edges of the mountains are having different lengths lengths. Some of them are smaller and the others are longer. So with the edge vertices node, we'll be measuring the distance between the position 1 and the position 2, that is the position between each of the two vertices forming an edge, and we'll be connecting it to the shortest edge path node so that the path is placed only on the base of the landscape and not on the mountains. But before that, I'll select the annotate eraser tool from here and let's remove these annotations. Let's also go to the select tool again and turn off the wireframe display from here. Now we need to measure the distance between the position of the first vertex and the second vertex, and for this we'll be using the vector math node. So press shift plus A, go to utilities, and in vector select the vector math. Let's place it over here, and in the list of operations, one of the operations that we have here is the distance operation. So I'll select it, and if I connect the position 1 to the first vector socket and this one to the second vector socket, then now this vector math node with the distance operation will basically measure the distance between the position of the two vertices for each and every edge. And if we connect it to the edge cost socket in the shortest edge paths node, then the edge cost will only accept those vertices which have the minimum distance in between them. So if I take the value socket and connect it to the edge cost, then in this case the path, or basically the river, is present only on the base of the landscape and not on the mountains. Now let's revise this concept again. We use the edge vertices node in order to calculate the position of the two vertices of each and every edge. Then to calculate the difference between the two positions, we use the vector math node with the distance operation, and then we connected it to the edge cost socket, which only considers the minimum value as the input. And since we already discussed that the length of the edges of the base of the landscape are smaller than those of the mountains, as a result the shortest edge paths node will try to find the shortest path between the two vertices that we selected using the compare and the index node, and connected all of it to the edge paths to curve node in order to form this path. And now moving ahead, if I zoom in, then you can see here that this path is having a lot of turns, and since we'll be using it to create a river, so obviously we won't need so many turns in the river. So to fix this problem, we have to use the resample curve node. So press shift plus A, go to curve, and in operations select the resample curve and drop it in between the edge paths to curve node and the curve to mesh node. Now we can change the number of turns with the count value here. So let's keep it to something like 14, and this is how it looks. Now since we are making this path for the river, so let's also create a carving, or basically some space for the river to flow. So for this, we'll go to the set position node here, which is carrying all the information about the base of the landscape, such as the noise texture and the multiply effect applied to it. And then to create the carving, we'll basically displace the vertices according to this path, and for this we'll be using another set position node. So I'll select this one, press shift plus D to create a duplicate, and place it after the first set position node. And now we want that the displacement should be according to this curve or the path where the river will flow, and for this we'll be using the geometry proximity node. We learned about it in the chapter number 38 of the course, where we created a meteor apocalypse scene. And to add it over here, press shift plus A, go to geometry, and in sample select the geometry proximity node. Now this node is basically used to displace the position of vertices of any particular object based on some other geometry which we add as the input in the geometry socket. So I'll take the mesh socket of the curve to mesh, which is carrying the information about this path, and connect it to the geometry socket here, and to see the effect I'll connect the distance socket to the offset in the set position node. Now it looks like this because the effect of displacement is being applied in all the three axes, and to control this effect only in the Z axis, I'll be adding a vector math node here. So press shift plus A, go to utilities, and in vector select the vector math and place it after the geometry proximity node. To control the effect of the displacement, I'll change the operation from add to multiply, and now I'll increase this vector value in the Z axis. So if I increase it to something like +1, then here you can see that the effect of the displacement on this entire plane because of this path or the curve is too high. And to control this, we'll use the map range node. So press shift plus A, go to utilities, and in math select the map range node. We'll drop it before the multiply node here, and now we have the desired result. If I zoom in, you can see the carving for the river along this path, and you can even control its size by the from min parameter in the map range node. So if I slightly increase it, you will notice that the size and the appearance of the carving around the path is also changing. So I'll keep it to a value of something like 0.4, and this is how it looks. Now for the water of the river, we'll basically be adding a plane in the geometry nodes editor and connect it to the join geometry node. So press shift plus A, go to mesh, and in primitives select the grid. Let's place it over here, and we'll connect it to the join geometry node. Now a small plane is added at the same position as that of the original plane, and if I increase its size in the x and y axis like this, then at a particular value you will begin to notice that the plane is now visible on the carving that we created. So we'll scale it up to something like 50, and if you want to move this plane upwards or downwards, then for this you can use the transform node. To add it here, press shift plus A, go to geometry, and in operations select the transform geometry node and drop it after the grid node. Now with the help of the translation in the Z axis, we can control the position of the plane, or basically the water of the river, as per the carving been created due to the path. And now moving ahead, let's give some life to our scene by adding some material to it. So since we are making a scene of a mountain, so we'll be downloading some PBR textures for the cliffs or the mountains. So for this purpose, I have opened this website of polyheaven.com and I'll go to the browse textures. Then in the search bar, I'll type cliff, and here we'll get all the cliff or the mountain textures, and we can select any of these for the base of our landscape. So I think that we should go for this one, which is Coast Sandrocks 02. So I'll select this and click on the download button here. Now the zip folder will get downloaded, and do ensure to extract it in the file explorer before using it in Blender. Now we are back in the scene, and to apply the downloaded material, first we'll change this window to the shader editor. So click on this icon and select the shader editor. Now here we have the default principal BSTF applied, and to add the downloaded PBR material, first we'll select this principal BSTF by left clicking on it and then press Ctrl plus Shift plus T, and now this window will open from where you have to find that particular folder that we downloaded and extracted. So I'll open this folder, then open the texture folder, and here we have these 4 files. I'll select all of them and click on this principal texture setup. Now to apply this material to this base, we'll go to the geometry nodes editor from here, and we'll be adding the set material node. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node, and we'll place it after the set position node, which is having this information about the noise texture which we use to displace the vertices of this plane. And you can see here that all these nodes starting from the noise texture to this multiply node are connected to the set position node here. So I'll go to the set material, and from here we'll select this material. Now to view the material, let's go to the render view from here. Now to get some lighting in the scene, click here and we'll turn off the scene world. Now the reason why you can't see the texture properly is that if I go to the shader editor from here, then you can see in the texture coordinate that we have connected the UV socket to the vector. And to get the material properly applied here, I'll take the generated socket and connect it to the vector. And now we have this PBR material perfectly applied to the base. Now moving ahead, let's also create some material for the river that we created here. So for this, let's again go to the geometry nodes editor from here, and we'll be creating a duplicate of the set material node and connect it to this curve to mesh node which we use for creating the path. So I'll select the set material node from here, press Shift plus D, and I'll drop it here. Let's go to the material properties, and to create a new material, click on the plus button, then click on the new button, and to add this material in this set material node, click here and select the material.001. Now let's go to the shader editor to modify this material. Now let's zoom out, and here we have the default material applied for the material.001. And to make it look like water, I'll first change the base color from here. So let's keep it to dark blue color. Right now you can see that this blue material is only getting assigned to the paths that we created and not the entire river. So to fix this problem, I'll go back to the geometry nodes editor, and we'll be connecting the set material node to this grid and the transform geometry node, which are carrying the information about the plane that we added below it in order to make the river. So with this set material node selected, press Shift plus D and place it after the transform geometry node, and now we have this blue material applied to the entire river. To make it look like realistic water, I'll go back to the shader editor again, and now we'll be using the noise texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture. Let's place it over here, and we'll be connecting it to the bump node in order to give the water a 3D look. So press Shift plus A, go to vector and select the bump node. Let's place it over here. Take this factor socket and connect it to the height, and take this normal socket and connect it to the normal in the principal BSTF. To see the difference here, I will increase the scaling in the noise texture to something like 50 or even higher, and now this is how the texture of the river is looking right now. Now finally we will be modeling some boats to place on this river. So for this, press Shift plus A in the 3D viewport, go to mesh and select the cube. To focus only on the cube, press the forward slash button. Now to change this into a boat, tab into the edit mode. I'll first scale it up in the Y axis. So press S and Y and scale it up like this. Let's also scale it up slightly in the X axis. So press S and X and scale it up like this. Now press 3 for the face select mode, and now we'll be selecting this bottommost face and we'll extrude it to make it look like a boat. So press E to extrude it, and let's extrude it in the Z axis like this. Press S to scale it down, and this is how it looks now. We'll be keeping the model very simple and basic, but let's also create an inset on the top face and we'll extrude it downwards also. So with this face selected, press I to apply the inset, then left click to finalize, press E and extrude it downwards like this, then left click to finalize, and now this is how the structure of our boat is looking right now. Now if you want, you can even extrude these smaller faces at the side and scale them down. So to do this, I'll select this face, press E to extrude it like this, and let's scale it down, and left click to finalize. I think that we have extruded it too much, so press G and Y and let's bring it back in the Y axis. Similarly, I will select this face, press E to extrude it like this and S to scale it down. And with this, the basic structure of a boat is now ready. If you want to make it look even more complex, then for this you can add a cylinder with a flag over it. So for this, I'll press Shift plus A again, go to Mesh and add the cylinder, tab into the edit mode. To reduce its thickness, press S and Shift plus Z and scale it down like this. Now to increase its height, press S, Z and scale it up like this. Let's also move it slightly upwards in the Z axis, so press G and Z and move it over here. Now to add a simple flag at the top, we'll use the plane object. So let's come out of the edit mode, press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the plane, move it upwards in the Z axis and place it over here. Let's tab into the edit mode and to rotate it properly, press R, Y and type 90 to get a rotation like this. Let's also scale it up in the Y axis like this, and now we have a simple boat ready for the scene. So let's come out of the edit mode. To join all these separate parts together, I'll select all of them, press Ctrl plus J to join all these objects. Now to remove the focus from this boat and get back the entire scene, we'll press the forward slash button again, and this is how this boat is placed in the scene. To place it properly on the river, press 7 to go to the top view. Let's zoom out, press G and place it over here. Let's tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything and scale it down like this. Let's also rotate it in the Z axis, so press R, Z and rotate it like this. Now let's come out of the edit mode, press 0 on the numpad to go to the camera view. Let's enable the lock camera to view from here, and this is how this river scene with the boat is looking right now. Let's do one more thing, which is to move this boat slightly downwards in the Z axis. So we'll place it over here and left click to finalize. And now let's give this boat some simple materials. So for this, let's go to the material properties, click on the new button. Let's change the base color to the brown color by reducing the brightness from here, and you can see that this brown color is applied to the boat as well as the flag. To assign some separate color or material to the flag, simply go to the edit mode, deselect everything, and I'll select this face, go to the material properties, click on the plus button, create a new material, and to assign this material, click on the assign button. Let's change the base color to red color and come out of the edit mode. With this, we have the boat ready in the scene with this simple river and these mountains created with the help of geometry nodes. And with this, our scene is now completely ready. However, before ending this chapter, we'll be understanding one more geometry node which is not related to this scene, but it is still very important, and it is the edge neighbors node. So to understand this node, we'll be adding a plane in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the plane, press G and Y and place it over here. Now tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up like this, and let's move it over here. Now to increase the number of vertices, right click and select subdivide, and we'll increase the number of cuts from here to something like 3 or 4. Now what I'll do is that I'll turn on the edge select mode by pressing 2, then I'll select some random edges from here, create a duplicate of them by pressing Shift plus D and move it in the Y direction over here. Now let's come out of the edit mode, and here we have this plane with these duplicate edges placed over here. Now if we go to the geometry nodes editor from here and click on the new button, then we have this default setup of the geometry nodes. Now to change the position of this plane, I will add the set position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in right, select the set position node. Let's place it over here, and if I go to the offset value and try to change it in any of the 3 axes, you will notice that the change in the position is being observed on both the plane as well as the edges. Now let's also add the edge neighbors node and understand it. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in read, select the edge neighbors node. Let's place it over here, and you can see that in this node, we have this face count socket. So basically what it does is that it will count the faces that are adjacent to an edge. To understand this better, I'll go to the edit mode of this plane, and you can see here that if I select this particular vertex, then the number of faces adjacent to it is 2. The first one is this face and the second one is this face. However, if I select this edge at the corner, then this one is having only one adjacent or the neighboring face. So the face count for this edge will be 1 and the face count for this edge will be 2. In the same way, if I select any of these edges, then you can clearly see that there is no face adjacent to these edges. As a result, their face count will be equal to 0. So we can use the edge neighbors node in order to tell the set position node that we want the changes to be applied only on some particular edges having a specific number of face count. So if I come out of the edit mode and in the geometry nodes editor, if we add the compare node by pressing Shift plus A, going to the utilities, and in math select the compare node, and if I drop it over here, then now I can use it to create a connection between the edge neighbors node and the set position node. So first of all, since the number of faces is an integer, so I'll change the input type from float to integer, then I'll change the operation to equal, and now I'll connect the face count to the value A and connect the result to the selection socket in the set position node. Now what it will basically do is that it will check that which particular edge has a face count equal to the value of B, which is 0, and then whatever changes I do in the set position node will be applied to only those set of edges. Right now, since the value of B is 0, and as we already discussed that the duplicate edges that we created here are having a face count of 0, so if I go to the offset and try to change it, then you will notice that only the position of these edges is changing, which are having a face count equal to 0. Similarly, if I increase the value of B to 1, then in this case, the offset is being applied to all those edges who are having a face count equal to 1. And since we already observed that all the corner edges were having only one adjacent face, as a result they were having a face count equal to 1. Now if I increase the value of B from 1 to 2, then in this case, the edges except the one at the corner and the duplicates are now being affected due to the change in offset values. And this is how the edge neighbors node work. It will simply count the number of faces which are adjacent to any particular edge and then will allow you to make the changes accordingly. And now I'll delete this by pressing X, press 0 on the numpad to go to the camera view, and this brings us to the end of this chapter. In this chapter, we learned about a lot of different nodes and used them to create this hilly area along with this river. Then we even created this simple boat and placed it here. In this chapter and the upcoming chapter, we'll be learning about lots of new geometry nodes and we'll use them to create this amazing scene of a candy world in Blender. And for this chapter, we'll be starting with the understanding of all of these geometry nodes. So to begin with, let's first open the geometry nodes workspace from here, and with this cube selected, go to the geometry nodes editor and click on the new button. Now the first node that we'll be exploring today is the geometry to instances node. So to add it, press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the geometry to instance node. Let's place it over here. And one thing to keep in mind is that this geometry to instances node is very similar to the join geometry node. You can see that just like the join geometry node, this one is also having an oval shaped socket as the input, which means that you can connect multiple inputs to it. To understand it practically, I will add another mesh in the scene by using geometry nodes. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in primitives, you can randomly select any mesh primitive. For now, I'll be choosing the cone and place it over here. If I take this mesh socket and connect it to the geometry, then you will notice that we are now able to see both the original cube whose information is stored in this group input node as well as the cone that we added in the geometry nodes editor. But you might be thinking that the same function could be performed by join geometry node as well, because if I press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the join geometry from here, and then if I break the node connection in between these two nodes and the geometry to instance by holding Control, right clicking and dragging like this, and instead if I connect both of them to the join geometry node and then connect it to the output, then in this case also you are getting a similar result. However, there was one slight difference which you might have noticed here. With the join geometry node connected, both of these geometries, meaning the cube and the cone, are joined together into a single geometry. However, in case of the geometry to instance node, both the geometries are not converted into a single geometry, but instead they are converted into different instances. So if I press Ctrl plus Z to undo 6 to 7 times, then with this geometry to instance node connected to the geometries, you can see here that this cone is a separate instance object and the cube is a separate instance object. And this was not the case when we were using the join geometry node. For now, I'll delete this join geometry node from here, and since we are using the geometry to instance node, you can remember it in this way, that it takes these geometries as the input and the output is in the form of instance. Now moving ahead, I can use these instances to be placed at different points by using the instance on points node. So let's understand this also by pressing Shift plus A in the instance, select the instance on points, and we'll drop it after the geometry to instance node. Right now, this instance socket is connected to the points, but we'll disconnect it from here and connect it to the instance. Now suppose you want that these instances should be placed on the points of a plane, then for this we'll be connecting the grid node to the point socket. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in primitives select the grid node. Let's drop it over here and we'll connect it to the point socket. Now let's scale up the grid in the X and Y axis from here. So we'll change it to something like 7 or 8, and if I turn on the pick instance option here, then now you will notice that the different geometries, meaning the cube and the cone, are now being placed as separate instances on the points of the plane. And I turned on the pick instance so that no two objects are placed over each other. And see, this is the advantage of adding the geometry to instance node. If I would have used the join geometry node, then in that case it would have joined the two geometries into a single one, and we would obtain the result where all the points are having the same instance, which is the cube joined with the cone. Now moving ahead, let's create some candies for the candy world scene, and for this press X to delete all of this. And first we'll be making a lollipop, so let's add a cylinder by pressing Shift plus A, then in the mesh select the cylinder from here, tab into the edit mode, press S and Z and scale it down like this. Let's come out of the edit mode and turn on the render view from here. Now to give it some material, let's go to the material properties and create a new material. We'll change its name to lollipop and press enter to confirm. Now let's go to the shader editor from here, and we'll be creating a material like this one for the lollipop. And for this we'll be using a completely new node which we have not yet used for creating any material in this course, and it is the gradient texture node. To understand it, we'll first add it in the shader editor. So press Shift plus A, go to texture, and here we have the gradient texture. So let's select it and place it over here. Press Ctrl plus T to connect it to the texture coordinate and the mapping node. To view the texture on the cylinder, hold down Ctrl Shift and left click click on the gradient texture. Now just like always, I'll take the object socket and connect it to the vector, and here you can see that it's creating this gradient texture, and it looks like this because we have selected the linear gradient type here. If I change this gradient type to something else like diagonal or spherical, then you will notice that the gradient is being applied according to that specific type. You can understand it in this way, that with the help of gradient texture, it will basically show you the mixing of two colors, and by default the colors are black and white. So in this case, on the outer side of the face you are having this black color, and as you approach the middle, the color slowly turns into white. Similarly, if I change it to radial, then in this case it will take the z axis into consideration, and the change in color will be from black to white in a circle like this. Now one more thing to notice here is that in one of the previous chapters I told you that in Blender the black color is represented by 0 and the white color is represented by a value of 1. So you can also say that here the value is equal to 0, and as you complete the circle, then in the end the value is equal to 1. But suppose you want to change this ending value, like maybe you want to create a texture where the value changes from 0 to 0.5, and to achieve this result we'll be using a math node with a special operation known as ping pong operation. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the math node, drop it over here and change the operation from add to the ping pong here. So I'll select this, and now with the scale value I can choose that particular value of the color at the ending position. For example, if I change the scale to 1, then it's the same default result which shows the texture from a value of 0 to 1, and if I change the scale to 0, then now everything will turn black because the gradient texture will now operate from a value of 0, which is the black color, and will also end on 0, which is again the black color. So you can change the scale value to anything between 0 and 1, but for now I'll change it back to the default 1. Now to multiply this effect or basically get more of this texture here, we'll simply add another math node with the multiply operation. So with this one selected, I'll press Shift plus D and place it over here, change the function to multiply, and now I can increase this value to multiply the effect. So let's keep it to a value of 10, and this is how it looks now. The texture is basically going from 0 to 1, then because of the multiply node it again goes from 0 to 1, and similarly this happens 3 more times. Now moving ahead, let's also give some colors to this lollipop, and we'll be using the color ramp node for this. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here and change the interpolation type to constant. Now we'll be using this color ramp to set 3 different colors for the pattern of the lollipops in such a way that whenever I create a duplicate of it, we get a different color each time. So for this, I'll first change this black color by increasing the brightness, and let's keep it to the blue color. Now let's select the white pointer and change its color to the green color, and to add one more color in this color ramp, click on the plus icon and change the color to red color this time. Now let's properly place them so that all the 3 colors are evenly distributed in the color ramp node. And yes, there's also one shortcut by using which you can evenly distribute these pointers, which is to click on this drop down and select distribute stops from left, and now they will get distributed at equal positions from each other. Now I'll be adding another color ramp which we will be using in order to change the thickness of this pattern. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and add the color ramp. Let's place it in between this ping pong node and the material output and change the interpolation to constant. Now if I select the white pointer and move it like this, then you will notice that I can easily change the pattern of the lollipop. So we'll be using the first color ramp to give some colors to it, and the second color ramp to change the pattern of the lollipop. Now in order to mix both of them, we'll be using the mix color node. So press Shift plus A, go to color and select the mix color node. Let's drop it over here. We'll connect this color ramp with the different colors to the color B, and now we have this red color applied to this lollipop. However, if I create a duplicate of this object by pressing Shift plus D, then you will notice that this one is also having the same color. But to assign different colors to each of the duplicates, we'll be using the object info node. So press Shift plus A, go to input and select the object info node from here, and in this node you can see that we have a random socket. So if I connect it to the factor, then this will give a random color to the pattern each and every time we create a duplicate. So now if I press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, then this one is having a red color, and similarly if I do it one more time, then this one is having the green color. So this was the use of the random socket in the object info node. For now, I'll delete both of these duplicates by pressing X, and let us select this one. Now to give it a 3D bump effect, I'll first connect the principal BSTF here, and to add the bump node, press Shift plus A, go to vector and select the bump node. Let's place it over here and connect it to the normal in the principal BSTF. For the input, we'll be using the noise texture node. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture from here, and we'll be connecting it to the height socket of the bump node. Now I'll take the object socket in the texture coordinate node and connect it to the vector in the noise texture. Let's also change the scaling and the strength of the bump effect. So first of all, I'll increase the scaling to something like 14-15. Let's reduce the strength of the bump effect to a very low value like 0.1 or maybe 0.05. Let's go to the top view in order to see the material properly, and to make it look shinier, I'll go to the roughness option in the principal BSTF and let's reduce it to something like 0.1, and now it is having a very shiny surface. Now for the stick of the lollipop, go to the edit mode, press Shift plus A and add a cylinder let's scale it down in the X and Y axis simultaneously. So press S and Shift plus Z and scale it down like this. Left click to finalize, and to rotate it, press R, Y and type 90 in order to rotate it by 90 degrees in the Y axis. Press G and X and move it over here, then left click to finalize, and to assign it a specific material, go to the material properties, click on the plus button, and let's create a new material. So I'll change the base color to something like brown. Let's reduce the brightness from here and make the base color dark brown. Then click on the assign button, and now let's come out of the edit mode. Now if you want that the lollipop should be more curved or rounded, then for this you can use the bevel modifier. To apply it, go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the bevel modifier. Now I can use the amount value here in order to change the amount of bevel. So I'll keep it to something like 0.05, and now this is how this lollipop is looking in the scene. Now moving ahead, we'll also be creating a gumdrop candy. You must have seen it. It has these small sugar crystals over it, and to model it in Blender, we'll first add a cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cube, press G and Y and move it over here, and now we'll be applying the subdivision surface modifier. So go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in generate, select the subdivision surface. Let's increase the levels viewport to a value of 2, and this is how it looks. Now to make it look smooth, simply right click and select shade smooth, and to give it a shape like a gumdrop candy, tab into the edit mode, press Ctrl plus R to create a loop cut, then left click and move it down like this. And once you finalize the position, left click to confirm, and now let's create the material for it. So go to the shader editor again, click on the new button. Now to get random colors for each gumdrop candy, we'll be using a color ramp node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here and change the interpolation type to constant. Now I'll change the color of the black pointer by increasing the brightness from here, and for the first one, I'll be selecting the pink color. Then I'll select the second pointer, and for this one, we'll be choosing the green color. To add another color, click on the plus button and change its color to the yellow color this time. And yes, one more thing, you can select any random colors here. It's not mandatory that you have to select only these particular colors for the gumdrop. Now to distribute these pointers evenly, I'll click here and select distribute stops from left. Now I'll take this color socket and connect it to the base color, and to get a random color each time you create a duplicate, let's add the object info node. So press Shift plus A, go to input and select the object info node. Let's drop it over here and connect the random socket to the color ramp. Now if I create a duplicate of this, then we'll get different random colors. For now I'll delete the duplicate and select the original one again. Now to give it a 3D bump effect, go to the shader editor, press Shift plus A, go to vector and select the bump node. Let's drop it over here and connect it to the normal in the principal BSDF. For the input, we'll be using the noise texture node. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture. Let's drop it over here and connect the factor to the height socket. Now to make sure that the texture is properly applied, I'll select the noise texture, press Ctrl plus T in order to get the texture coordinate and the mapping node. Now just like always, connect the object socket to the vector, and this is how the bump effect looks now. I will reduce the strength in the bump node to something like 0.1 or 0.08. Let's also change the scaling in the noise texture in order to give it a random look. So we'll keep the scaling to something like 11, 12, and this is how it looks. It now has this slight bump effect applied to it. And now to distribute some sugar crystals all over this object, we'll go to the geometry nodes editor from here and click on the new button. Now press Shift plus A, go to point and select distribute points on faces. We'll drop it over here. Now to place sugar crystals as the instances in place of these points, we'll be using the instance on points node. So press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. Let's place it over here. Now everything will disappear because we have not connected anything to the instance. So let's make the sugar crystals to be used as the instance here. So in the 3D viewport, press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cube, press G and Y and move it over here. And to make it look like sugar crystals, we'll go to the material properties from here, click on the new material, and we'll be making it transparent. So go to the transmission and increase the weight to a value of 1. Now since we are in the Eevee render engine, so we need to do some more changes in order to get the material properly. So first of all, turn on the screen space reflections from here, and if I click on it, then here I have the option of refraction. So I'll turn this on as well. Now go to the material properties, scroll down and open the settings, change the blend mode from opaque to alpha blend and turn on the ray trace refraction. To view the sugar crystals on the candy, I'll select this cube from here, which is basically the gumdrop candy that we created, and to use the sugar crystal as the instance, I'll select this cube.001 and drag it into the geometry nodes editor. Now take this geometry socket and connect it to the instance. To view it properly, let's go to the solid mode, and you can see that the size of the instances is too high. So we'll change the scaling from here. So I'll select all the 3 axes and reduce it to something like 0.02, and to view the candy along with the crystals, we'll be adding the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the join geometry node. Let's place it over here. Now take the geometry socket in the group input node, which is carrying the information about the original candy, and drop it into the geometry socket of the join geometry node. Let's go to the render view again, and this is how this gumdrop candy along with the sugar crystals is looking right now. Let's also increase the number of these sugar crystals from the density option here. So let's keep it to something like 40 or 50, and this is is how it looks. If you want to get a better view of the candy, then go to the render properties and change the render engine to cycles. Now one more thing that you can see here is that the shadows of these sugar crystals are visible on the candy, and to solve this problem, simply select this bigger sugar crystal that we created, go to the object properties from here, then in the visibility, you have the ray visibility, and here one of the options is shadow. So if I turn it off, the shadows of sugar crystals will no more appear. However, to bring it into effect for these instances as well, simply select the candy and in the object info node carrying the sugar crystals, turn on the as instance option. And now you can see that the shadows of the sugar crystals are no more present on the candy. So basically, you can use the as instance option if you want that the change you did to the main object should also be applied to the instances. And with this, these two candies are now completely ready and we'll be placing them on different points of a plane. So for this, I will first select this sugar crystal and hide it in the viewport as well as the rendered version. Then I'll select both of these candies, press G and Y and place them over here. Now press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the plane, go to the Geometry Nodes editor and click on the new button. Now tab into the edit mode, right click and select subdivide, and let's also scale it up like this. Now come out of the edit mode. To place these candies as the instances on different points of the plane, we'll first add the instance to points node. So press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. Let's place it over here. Now we'll bring the object info node for both the candies. So I'll first select this cube, which is the gumdrop, and drop it over here. Similarly, I'll go for the cylinder, which is the lollipop, left click and drag it over here. Now, since we need to use both the objects as the instances, so we'll be using the geometry to instances node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the geometry to instance, drop it over here, connect this geometry socket to the geometry to instances. Similarly, connect this one also, and now take this instances socket and connect it to the instance here. Right now they are being placed over each other because we have turned on the pick instance option. So I'll turn it on, and now we have the two candies placed as instances on different points of the plane. Let's also reduce their size from the scale option slightly. So let's keep it to 0.9, and this is how it looks now. Now moving ahead, we'll be creating the base where we'll place all these candies. So for this, let's add a grid node here. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in primitives, select the grid node. Let's place it over here, and now we'll connect it to the point socket in the instance on points node. Let's also increase the size of the plane from here. So we'll keep it to something like 6 or 7. Now in order to view the plane along with these instances, or basically the candies, let's add the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the join geometry node, place it over here and connect the mesh socket of the grid node to the join geometry. Now here we have this plane in the scene. Now if you remember, when we were making mountains in some previous chapters, in order to convert a plane into a mountain, we were using the noise texture node in the geometry nodes editor. We used it to displace the vertices in a particular direction and make hill-like structures. So just like the noise texture, we can also use some other textures like the Warner texture in order to create some random pattern on this plane. So for this, we first need to add the set position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and in right, select the set position node. Let's place it over here, and now also connect this geometry socket to the point socket in the instance on points. Now we'll be using this offset socket and we'll connect it to the Warner texture in order to see its effect on this plane. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the Warner texture. Let's place it over here. Now I'll take the distance socket and connect it to the offset. And now if I change the angle, then you can see that the vertices of this plane are now slightly displaced. The reason why the effect of this Warner texture is very low is that the number of vertices in the grid is set to a very low number. So let's increase it to a much higher value like 24, and because the number of vertices has increased, as a result, the number of these instances, or basically these candies on different points of the plane, has also increased. To solve this problem, we will use the random value node and connect it to the selection socket. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities and select the random value node. Let's place it over here. We'll change the data type from float to boolean, and if I connect the value socket to the selection in the instance on points, the number of these instances or the candies will reduce, and that's because the probability value in the random value node is set to 0.5, meaning that for each point, the probability or the chances of having a candy placed at that vertex will be equal to 0.5. So to further reduce the number of these instances, I'll reduce the probability to a very low number like 0.05, and now we only have these few candies in the scene. In order to view and understand the Warner texture properly on the plane, I'll reduce this probability value again, and we'll keep it to something like 0.01 for now. Now you can see here that the effect of this Warner texture is too high right now. To reduce it, simply go to the scale value and let's bring it down to something like 0.5, and this is how it looks now. Right now, the effect of the Warner texture node is being applied in all the three axes. However, to get this effect only in the Z axis, we have to use the combine XYZ node. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, and in vector, select the combine XYZ node. Let's place it over here, and to connect this socket to the Z axis, first I'll break this node connection, and then I'll take the distance socket of the Warner texture and connect it to the Z axis. So with this, we have the effect of the Warner texture node applied to the vertices of this plane in only the Z axis. Now if you want to increase the size of this plane, first I'll select these two candies. Let's hide them by pressing H, and if you want to hide them even from the render view, then click on these camera buttons. Now to increase the size of this plane, go to the grid node and let's increase the size to something like 25, and let's also increase the number of vertices here. So I'll select the vertices in the X and Y axis and let's increase it to a much higher number like 70 or 80, and this is how it looks. The plane is having the walnut texture applied to it, and the number of candies have increased because we have increased the number of vertices from here. Now to improve the lighting in the scene, I'll select this lamp and we'll change its type from point to sun. Let's reduce the strength of this light from here. So let's keep it to a value of 10, or maybe let's reduce it to 5, and then to adjust the rotation of this light, press R and move your cursor like this. Then left click to finalize. Now one more problem that we have in the scene is that these candies are not placed properly, like all of them are passing through the plane. And to fix this problem, we first need to get the original candies back in the scene. So go to the scene collection, let's unhide them from here, and I'll be selecting both of them from the scene collection. So I'll select the cube, which is the gumdrop candy, hold down the control button and select this cylinder, which is the original lollipop. Now press G and Y and place it over here. And now to move these instances upwards, I'll select the gumdrop first, tab into the edit mode, press A to select all, then move it upwards by pressing G and Z, and in this way, when I move it in the edit mode, all the instances will also begin to move in the Z axis. So let's finalize this position by left clicking and then come out of the edit mode. Now I'll select this lollipop, tab into the edit mode, press A to select all, and we simply need to rotate it. But if I press R, Y and rotate it like this, then you can see that the texture that we applied on the lollipop is also getting changed. So to solve this problem, first I'll undo the rotation, come out of the edit mode, select this plane, and in the geometry nodes editor, you can see that we have this object info node with the cylinder selected, which is the lollipop. So to rotate it, we'll be using the transform geometry node and connect it after the object info node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in operations, select the transform geometry node. Let's place it over here, and now if I try to change the rotation like this, you will notice that the texture is still getting changed. So simply go to the object info node and turn on the as instance option, and after this, we'll get back the original texture. Now in the rotation, I'll change the value in the Y axis and round off it to minus 90 degrees, and let's also bring it upwards in the Z axis. So I'll keep it to something like 2.5, and this is how it looks. Now I think that there are too many candies in the scene, so I'll change the probability from the random value node and we'll reduce it to something like 0.005, and we now have lesser number of candies. Now moving ahead, at the center of this plane, we'll be making a cotton candy tornado, and to create the basic structure of the tornado, we'll be using a node which is the curve spiral node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in primitives, select the curve spiral. Let's place it over here. To view the curve spiral in the scene, hold on Ctrl Shift and left click on the curve spiral node. Let's also go to the solid mode for now, and here we have the simple curve spiral added in the scene. Now the first option that you have in this curve spiral node is the resolution, which is basically the number of points in the curve spiral node. Higher the resolution, smoother will be the curve spiral, and it will have a much better look. Then the next option that you have is the rotations, and it simply means the number of rotations in a fixed length of the spiral. Right now, let's increase it to something like 5. Then here you have the start radius option, which basically means the radius of the start of the curve, or simply the bottom area. Then you have the end radius, and it means the radius of the end of the curve spiral, or simply the radius of the top area. Then the next parameter is the height, and as the name suggests, it controls the height of the curve spiral. And now by default, the rotation of the curve spiral is clockwise from the beginning. However, if I turn on this reverse option, the direction of rotation will be reversed, and now it will be anti-clockwise from the beginning of the spiral. For now, let's turn off the reverse option, and to convert it into a tornado, we first need to give some thickness to it. As a result, we'll be adding the curve to mesh node here. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in operations, select the curve to mesh node. Let's place it over here, and for the profile curve, we'll be using the curve circle node and connect it over here. So press Shift plus A again, go to curve, and in primitives, select the curve circle node. Let's place it over here and connect it to the profile curve. Now to reduce the thickness, go to the curve circle node and reduce the value of radius from here. So we'll keep it to something like 0.4, and now let's view it with the rest of our scene. So for this, we'll be connecting this curve to mesh node to the join geometry, and let's also delete the viewer node from here. And now here we have the curve spiral placed at the center. Now to move it up and change the scaling of this tornado, we'll be using the transform geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in operations, select the transform geometry node. Connect it after the curve to mesh node, and by using the translation in the Z axis, we will change its position. So let's increase it and move it upwards like this. Let's also make it slightly bigger with the help of the scale values in the transform geometry node. So let's increase it to something like 2 or 3. Now to make it look like a real tornado, let's first reduce the start radius from here. So we'll keep it to something like 0.2 or 0.3. Let's also reduce the end radius value from here, and if you want to make it bigger in terms of height, then you can also increase the height parameter from here. And now we have the basic structure of the cotton candy tornado ready in the scene. Now let's also go to the render view, and right now only its shape is resembling the tornado. To make it look like a real tornado, we need to convert it from a mesh into volume. So for this we'll be using the mesh to volume node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in operations, select the mesh to volume node. Let's place it over here after the transform geometry node. Now this tornado is slightly visible in the scene. However, we need to increase the density and the number of rotations in order to make it properly visible. So first of all, go to the rotations and increase it to something like 10. So I'll change it to a value of 10. Now let's reduce the height to something like 2 meters. Let's also go to the scale parameter in the transform geometry node and slightly increase it to something close to a value of 3. Then to increase the density of the volume, you can go to the mesh to volume node here and increase the density to something like 2 or 3. And with this, the tornado almost looks ready. However, it's up to you how you want to change these values. You can keep the number of rotations to any value which you think will look the best. Similarly, you can change the start radius value from here or maybe the end radius value like this. You can even control the height of the spiral from here. Then you have the scaling options here, so you can adjust these values yourself. Now to make it look like a cotton candy tornado, we'll be giving it some material. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node. Let's drop it after the mesh to volume node. Then go to the material properties, click on the new button and let's change the name of this material to cotton candy. Go to the set material node and select the cotton candy material. Now in order to create the cotton candy material, we have to change the window to the shader editor, and now we'll be using the principal volume node. So I'll delete the principal BSDF, press Shift plus A, go to shader and select the principal volume shader. Let's place it over here, and now I'll connect the volume socket to the volume in the material output. Let us change the color from here. So let's change it to pink color, increase the brightness from here and adjust the color like this. Now go to the emission strength, and we'll be using this emission strength and the emission color in order to create a slight emission effect around the tornado. So I'll go to the emission strength and we have to give it a very small value like 0.01, and for the emission color, we'll set the same pink color that we assigned here. So with my cursor over this pink color, I'll press Ctrl plus C, and to paste this color in the emission color, I'll take my cursor over this white area and press Ctrl plus V. I think that we should reduce the emission strength to a much lower number like 0.005, and with this we have a simple tornado with slight pink emission effect added around it. Now the next thing that we'll do here is to distribute these candies on different points on the faces of tornado, and to achieve this result, we'll open the geometry nodes editor again, and first we'll be adding the distribute points on faces node. So press Shift plus A, go to point and select the distribute points on faces, place it over here, and since it takes only the mesh as an input, as a result we can't connect it using the volume node in the mesh to volume. So I'll take the geometry socket in the transform geometry node and connect it to the mesh. Now to view the points on the tornado, take the point socket and connect it to the geometry in the join geometry node. Now here we have these points distributed on the different faces of the tornado. To reduce the number of these points, you can reduce the value in the density parameter to something like 0.5 or 1, and now the number of these points has reduced. Now to replace these points with the candies, we'll be using the instance on points node. So press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. Let's place it over here after the distribute points on faces. Now if you remember, at the beginning of this chapter, we learned about the geometry to instance node, and we used it here in order to convert these candies into different instances. Then we used it on the instance on points node to place them at different points on the plane as instances. And for the tornado also, I'll be using the instance socket in the geometry to instance node and will connect it to the instance socket in this instance to points node. Now first of all, let's go to the density value and reduce it to something like 0.01. Now even though the density is reduced, however, you can clearly see that there are no candies placed around the tornado. All of them are appearing on the top of the tornado, and this is because we reduced the density in the distribute points on faces, and it is not the best way if you ever want to reduce the number of instances being placed on the points of faces. If you remember, we used the random value node with the boolean and connected it to the instance on points in order to fix the probability of these candies appearing on the plane. And similarly, we'll be using the same node in order to place these candies as the instances on different points of the tornado. So let's create its duplicate by pressing Shift plus D, and let's place it over here. We'll connect it to the selection socket in the instance on points. Let's also increase the density in the distribute points on faces node. So we'll increase it to a value of 10, and then to reduce the number of these instances, I'll go to the probability parameter in the random value node and let's keep it to something like 0.002, and this is how it looks. We now have these candies placed at different points on the faces of the tornado, but now the number of these instances is too high, so I'll directly go to the value of density and reduce it to something like 5, and let's also increase the probability to something like 0.003 or 0.004, and finally this is how the scene looks now. We have this tornado with the candies around it, and right now all of these candies are having the same rotation, which is their original rotation, and to give some random rotation to each one, we'll use the random value node. So I'll select this one, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place it over here, change the data type to vector and connect the value socket to the rotation in the instance on points. To increase the randomness, select all the 3 maximum values and let's increase it to something like 10. So you can try to change these values like the density, the probability and the amount of randomness in the rotation by using the maximum values. The higher the number in the maximum, more will be the randomness in the rotation of candies. Then to generate a different output with the same value of rotation, you can go to the seed option, and if I change it, then it will generate a different result. Now let's do one more thing, which is to improve the lighting in the scene. So I'll select this light in the scene collection, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and move it in the X direction like this. Let's also move it in the Y axis and place it over here. Now press R to rotate the light and left click to finalize. Let's reduce the strength of this light to something like 2 or 3, and now this is how our candy world is looking right now. Now moving ahead, the next topic of today's chapter is understanding the separate components node. So first let's add it in the geometry nodes editor. Press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in operations, here we have the separate components node. So I'll select it and place it over here. In this node, you can see that it takes geometry as an input and provides the output in the form of mesh, curve, point cloud, volume and instances. In simple words, it helps to separate the different components of geometry. So if I go to the join geometry node and place the separate components node after the join geometry node, then in this case, it will only display that component which is connected to the output. In this case, the mesh is selected. As a result, it is showing only the mesh component of the object. Similarly, if I connect the volume, then in this case, it will only show the volume component, which is the tornado. Then if I connect the instances to the output, then now here we have all the instances, or basically these candies, being displayed in the scene. So you can use the separate components node if you ever want to separate the different components of an object into mesh, instances, volume, etc. and then you can work on that specific component easily. However, for now, we'll remove the separate components node by pressing X, and let's connect the join geometry to the group output again. And now it's the time to understand the last concept of today's chapter, which is the sample index node. To understand it, we'll be adding a cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cube, press G and X and move it over here. Let's also turn on the solid mode from here, and now with this cube selected, go to the geometry nodes editor and click on the new button. Now to add the sample index node, press Shift plus A, go to geometry and in sample, select the sample index node. Let's place it over here. Now the sample index node has the geometry socket as the input, a value socket and the index parameter. So it basically takes a geometry as an input and then it will retrieve a particular value based on the index number. To understand it practically, let's connect it here. Now to view the cube, I'll take the geometry socket in the group input and connect it to the group output. And suppose you want to place a particular object on one of the vertex of this cube. Like if I go to the geometry nodes editor, press Shift plus A, go to mesh and in primitives, select a UV sphere. Let's place it over here. And now suppose I want this UV sphere to be placed at that position where a particular vertex of this cube is present. But for that, I need the exact position of that particular vertex. And this is where the sample index node can help us. Since by default, the point is selected as the domain, therefore, we can use this node to retrieve some information or some value about that point which has an index equal to 0. And since we need to calculate the position, so we also need to change the data type from float to vector. Now to tell this node that we want to retrieve the position, we'll be using the position node and connect it to the value socket. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and in the read category, select the position node. Let's place it over here and connect it to the value socket. So now this sample index node will retrieve the position of that point of the cube whose index value is equal to 0. And to use this value, in order to place the UV sphere at that specific point of vertex, we have to use the set position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and in right, select the set position node. Let's place it over here, connect the mesh socket to the geometry, and for the output, we'll be using the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the join geometry node. Let's place it over here, and to view the UV sphere, I'll take the geometry socket of the set position node and connect it here. Let's switch to the wireframe mode in order to see both the cube and the UV sphere. Right now, the offset values are set to 0 meters. As a result, the UV sphere is placed at the center of the cube. However, if I take the value socket of the sample index node, which has the information about the position of that vertex of the cube which has an index equal to 0, and connect it to the offset, then now you can see that the position of the UV sphere will change to that specific location where the vertex of the cube has an index value equal to 0. Similarly, if I change the index value to 1, then the position of the UV sphere will change accordingly. So this is the use of the sample index node. However, we won't be practically using it in this chapter. So for now, I'll delete this by pressing X, and let's go back to the scene. Let's also turn on the render view, and this is how the final scene looks now. Today we understood lots of new concepts in geometry nodes and even started with the creation of this candy world. And yes, with this, we come to the end of this chapter. In the previous chapter, we begin with the creation of this candy world in Blender with the help of geometry nodes. And in this chapter, we'll be understanding all these geometry nodes in complete detail and will also use them to finalize our scene. So we are back in the scene that we created in the last chapter, and in this one, we'll first start with understanding how the curves work in Blender, and that too by using geometry nodes. So first of all, I'll switch to the solid mode, and now you can add any object in the scene because we'll then convert it into a curve by using geometry nodes. So I will press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and we'll add a plane, press G and X and move it over here. To view it properly, let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and now here we have the plane. To understand the concept of curves in Blender, let's also add a curve object directly in the 3D viewport. So press Shift plus A, go to curve and select the Bezier curve. Press G and X and move it over here, and now we have this Bezier curve and this plane which we'll convert into a curve with the help of geometry nodes. So go to the geometry nodes editor and click on the new button. Now to get a curve instead of the plane, press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in primitives select the Bezier segment. Let's place it over here, and with this we have this default Bezier curve created with the help of geometry nodes. Now in this node we have many options which help us to control the curve. For example, the first one is the resolution, which determines the number of points in the curve. If I reduce it to a very low value, then the number of points will reduce, and as a result the curve looks straight. However, to make it look like a real curve, we'll increase the resolution. Now the next thing that you have here is the start, and using this you can control the position of the starting control point of the curve. To understand it in a better way, I'll select this Bezier curve, tab into the edit mode, and now here you can see that these are the two control points of the curve, and whenever I select any particular control point, these two handles will also appear, using which you can change the rotation of your curve. Similarly, if I select this curve which we created with this Bezier segment node and try to change the start values, then you will notice that the position of the first control point will change. Similarly, you have this end parameter which determines the position of the end control point of the curve. So if I change it, you will notice that the position of the end control point is changing. To understand it in a better way, I'll select this curve, tab into the edit mode, and this is the control point that we were talking about. So if I press G and X and move it like this, you will get similar results which you got by using the end parameter in the Bezier segment node. Now in this node we have two more options, the start handle and the end handle, and these will help to define the shape of the curve by changing the position of the handles of the curve. So if I go for the first one, which is the start handle, and try to change its position, then you will notice that the shape of the curve will change. Similarly, if I select this curve, tab into the edit mode, then with this control point selected, if I try to move this handle in the x-axis, then in this case you will get similar results. Then the next parameter that you have here is the end handle, and this one allows you to control the position of the end handle of the curve. So if I try to change the position like this in the y-axis, then the position of the end handle will change. Similarly, if I select this one, tab into the edit mode, select this end control point, then select this handle and move it upwards in the y-axis, then in this case also you will get a similar result. So in simple words, you have two options to control the position of the control points, which is the start and the end, and then you have two more options to control the position of the handles, which is the start handle and the end handle. Now one thing that you might notice here is that in the edit mode, for any control point we have two handles, one is on the left and the other one is on the right, and to control these handles individually we have another node which is the set handle position node. To add it in the geometry nodes editor, press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the right category select the set handle positions. We'll place it after the Bezier segment node, and now with this node I can control the left and the right handles of the control points of the curve separately. So from this option you can control that the changes should be applied to which particular handle, the left handle or the right handle. Then to make the changes, you can go to the offset socket and try to change the value. Right now by default the left handle is selected, so whatever changes I make in the offset will be applied to the left handles. So suppose I change the second value, which is the y-axis, to something like 3, and then to achieve the same result manually with this curve, I'll select it, tab into the edit mode, then first I'll select this control point, and this handle is the left handle of the control point. So to achieve the same result as this one, I'll move it upwards in the y-axis by 3 meters. Then I'll select this control point, select the left handle, and we'll move this one also by 3 meters in the y-axis. So press G, Y and 3 and then enter to confirm. Now we have moved both the left handles in the y-axis by 3 meters, and you can see that we got the same result which we created with the help of this geometry node. So by using the set handle positions node, you can simply control the structure of the curve by changing the offset of the left and right handles. And now let's come back to the scene. So I'll delete these two curves from here, and now we'll begin with the creation of a cupcake for our scene. So let's first add a cylinder and then we'll modify into a cupcake. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and add the cylinder, press G, X and place it over here. Now let's tab into the edit mode, then to scale it up in the X and Y axis, press S and Shift plus Z and scale it up like this. Then left click to finalize. Now to make it look better, I'll select the top edge loop by holding Alt and left clicking here, and will apply the bevel effect by pressing Ctrl plus B and moving my cursor away like this. Now press 3 for the face select mode, select the top face, press G and Z and move it down like this. Now for the top part, press I to insert the face, E to extrude it in the Z axis like this, press I to insert Z again, and let's move this face slightly upwards in the Z axis. So we'll keep it to something like this. Now let's apply the subdivision surface modifier to it. So let's come out of the edit mode, go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in generate, select the subdivision surface. Let's increase the levels viewport to something like 2, and to make it look realistic again, tab into the edit mode, press Ctrl plus R to add a loop cut here, then left click, and we'll place it downwards here. Let's add one more loop cut by pressing Ctrl plus R, then left click and place it over here. Now let's also scale up this part at the top. So for this, press 3 for the face select, then I'll select this top face, and to increase the selection, press Ctrl and the numpad plus button like this. Then press S and scale it up like this. Let's also move it slightly downwards. So press G, Z and move it down like this. Now let's also add some whipped cream at the top. And for this, we'll be using the spiral node in the geometry nodes editor. So click on the new button. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in primitives, select the curve spiral node. Let's place it over here, and to view the spiral in the scene, hold on Ctrl, Shift and left click on this node. Now to convert it into a mesh, we'll add the curve to mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in operations, select the curve to mesh node. Let's place it over here, and for the profile curve, we'll be using the curve circle node. So press Shift plus A again, go to curve, and in primitives, select the curve circle node, place it over here, and connect the curve socket to the profile curve. Now let's reduce the radius from here. So we'll keep it to something like 0.3 or 0.4. Then because we are making the whipped cream, so we need it to be inverted, and for this, I'll change the height from positive 2 meters to something like -1, and now we have inverted the height. Then to make it look like whipped cream, I'll go to the start radius value and try to change it. Similarly, we'll also change the end radius like this. So you can try to change these values like the height, the start and the end radius in the curve spiral node, and then the radius parameter in the curve circle node. Also, to fill this empty space at the starting and the end, you can turn on the fill caps from here. Now to place it on the top of the cupcake, we can use the distribute points on faces node. However, since we understood about the sample index node in the previous chapter, so we'll be using that node to place it on the top of the cupcake. And yes, it will be like a homework for you to tell in the comments how you would have used the distribute points on faces node to place this on the top of the cupcake. But for now, let's add the sample index node here. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in sample, select the sample index node. Let's place it over here. Now to view both the cupcake and this whipped cream in the scene, we'll be adding the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the join geometry node, place it over here, connect the geometry socket to the join geometry, then take the mesh socket of the curve to mesh node and connect it to the join geometry. To view the output, I'll take the geometry socket here and connect it to the group output. Then I'll delete the viewer nodes from here, and now here we have the cupcake and the whipped cream placed below it. And in order to place it on this top face, we'll be using the sample index node. Now we want to get the position of the top face. So first of all, I'll change the data type to vector. Then in the domain, I'll select the face, and to retrieve the information about the position of the face, I'll be connecting the value socket to the position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in read, select the position node, place it over here and connect it to the value socket. Then to place the whipped cream at that particular location, which it will give as the output, we'll first add the set position node after this. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the right category, select the set position node. Let's place it over here and connect the value socket of the sample index node to the offset in the set position. And now the whipped cream will get placed at the position of the face having the index value equal to 0. Now one way to know the index value of the top face is to keep on changing the index value from here and wait till you reach the top, but a better way is to go to the edit option here, then go to the preferences, then in interface, turn on the developer extras option. Now I'll close this window. Now tab into the edit mode, and here on the top you will find this icon which is the mesh edit mode. So if I select it, then here in the developer category I have this option of turning on the indices, and this will display the index number of any selected vertex, edge or face. So I'll turn it on, and now here you can see that since I have selected this top face, so it is also displaying the index number of the selected face. So I'll use this index number in the index parameter here, and it looks like this because this subdivision surface modifier is placed above the geometry nodes modifier. To fix this, click here, then drag it and place it below the geometry nodes modifier. And now the whipped cream is placed on the position of this top face. To get back the node system, select the geometry nodes modifier from here, and now to move it upwards, we'll be using the transform geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in operations, select the transform geometry node, place it after the set position node. And now if I go to the translation in the Z axis and try to increase it, you will notice that the position of the whipped cream is also changing. Now to place it perfectly, we'll do some changes in the parameters of the spiral node and also the transform geometry. So first of all, we'll move it slightly downwards in the Z axis so that this ending part of the whipped cream is not visible. So go to the translation in the Z axis and reduce it slightly to something like 0.6 meters. Then to increase the number of rotations, I'll go to the rotation value here and let's increase it to something like 4. And now because this part of the whipped cream is intersecting with the cupcake, so I'll go to the end radius and slightly reduce it to something like 1.05 or 1.06 006, and this is how it looks now. Let's also make it colorful by adding some material to it. So turn on the render view, then in the geometry nodes editor, we'll add the set material node. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node. We'll place it after the transform geometry node and we'll use it to assign the material to the whipped cream. So go to the material properties, click on the new button, and since we have selected the original cupcake, therefore this default material will get applied to the lower part of the cupcake. So if I go to the base color and try to change the color from here, then that specific color will get applied to this part of the cupcake. However, for the whipped cream part, we need to create a new material again and assign this material.004 with the help of the set material node. So I'll click here and select the material.004. Let us change the color of this material to something like pink, and for the lower part of the cupcake, I will change this window to the shader editor from here, and now for giving it some texture, we'll be using the magic texture node. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the magic texture. Let's place it over here and connect the color socket to the base color. Now you can change the texture with the help of the depth parameter from here, and if you want to reduce the colors or add only some specific color to the texture, then for this you can add the color ramp node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, place it over here, and now with the help of these pointers, we can adjust the color of the texture. So first of all, change the interpolation mode to constant, then I'll change the color of the first pointer by increasing the brightness and I'll change it to light blue color. Then for the second color, select this pointer, let's move it over here and I'll change its color to the yellow color. And if you want to change the scaling of the texture, then select the magic texture, press Ctrl plus T to add the texture coordinate and the mapping node, then take the object socket and connect it to the vector. And now if I reduce the scale to something like 1, then now the texture looks like this. So you can try to change the scale or the position of these pointers or their colors from here, and in this way you can make your texture look better. Right now it looks perfect, so we'll finalize this. However, one more thing to notice here is that the texture that we created for the outside part of the cupcake is also applied to this part below the whipped cream. And to fix this, tab into the edit mode and with this top face selected, press Ctrl and numpad plus to increase the selection. Then I'll go to the material properties, select this pink material and click on the sign button. And now you can see that we have all the materials perfectly applied to the cupcake. Now let us also finalize our scene. So go to the solid mode, press 7 to go to the top view, and we'll be placing this cupcake on different places of this candy world. So press G and move it over here, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, and let's place this one over here. Similarly, let's create one more duplicate, place it here, and one last duplicate at this point. Now we have placed these 4 cupcakes in our candy world, and let's also move them slightly upwards. So press GZ and move it up like this. Let's do the same with this one. So press GZ and move it over here. Then I'll select this one, press GZ and place it upwards, and in the end I'll select this cupcake, press G and Z and move it over here. And with this, our scene is now completely ready. So let's go to the render view and let us do one more thing, which is to give some simple material to the base. So I'll select it, go to the geometry nodes editor from here, and if you remember, we use this grid node connected to the set position to create this base. And to assign the material, I'll take the set material node over here, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and connect it after the set position node. Then go to the modify properties and create a new material. Let's assign this material.005 to the base of the candy world. So click here and select the material.005. Now to modify the material, we'll go to the shader editor from here, and now to give it some random texture, we'll add the noise texture here. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture from here. Now press Ctrl plus T to connect it to the texture coordinate and the mapping node, and now I'll take this factor socket and connect it to the base color. Also take the object socket and connect it to the vector, and now to give some color to the texture, we'll add the color ramp. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, place it after the noise texture, change the interpolation to constant, and now by using these pointers, we can change the color of this texture. So for the first color, we'll change it to the white color by increasing the brightness. Then for the second color, we'll change it to something like brown color. So let's take this over here, then reduce the brightness in order to make it look like chocolate brown. Now by changing the position of these pointers, we can adjust the look of the texture. Also, you can use the scale parameter in the noise texture in order to change the scaling of the texture. So if I reduce it to something like 1, then this is how the texture looks. Let's also bring the second pointer slightly here, and now the texture looks perfect. Now to render the final image, we'll first place our camera at this position. So for this, press Ctrl, Alt and 0 on the numpad, then turn on the lock camera to view. Let's adjust the camera properly, and now this is how our final scene looks. To render the image, click on the render button and select the render image. Now this is the final rendered version. If you want, you can do more changes in the scene, like try to increase the density of these candies, try to change the texture on the base, and in this way, you can make your scene look better. And with this, we come to the end of this chapter. Today we learned about some new geometry nodes, and we even finalized this scene. In this chapter and the upcoming chapter, we'll be completing this scene, and for today's chapter, we'll be learning all these topics in complete detail. So the first topic for today's chapter is understanding the scene time node. So for this, let's first go to the Geometry Nodes workspace, and in the Geometry Nodes editor, click on the new button. Now we'll be understanding the scene time node with the help of a UV sphere. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in Primitives, select the UV sphere. Let's place it over here. Now suppose we want to create an animation where this UV sphere scales up in the Z axis. So first of all, I'll be adding a transform geometry node by pressing Shift plus A, then in Geometry, go to Operations and select the transform geometry node. Let's place it over here, and now with the help of the scale values in this node, I can control the scaling of the UV sphere. Now even though I can insert a keyframe at the scale value in the Z axis and create the entire animation manually by using the timeline editor, but an easier way to do it is to use the scene time node. So first of all, let's add it here. So press Shift plus A, go to Input, and in Scene, select the scene time node. Let's place it over here. Now I can use this scene time node in order to create the animation of the UV sphere scaling down in the Z axis. But before that, let's also add the Combine XYZ node to control the scaling only in the Z axis. So press Shift plus A, go to Utilities, and in Vector, select the Combine XYZ node. Let's place it over here, and now I'll take the second socket of the scene time and connect it to the Z axis. Then I'll take the vector socket and connect it to the scale. Now what the scene time node does is that it simply creates an animation where the scaling in the Z axis will increase from a value of 0 to infinity. However, to view the UV sphere in the scene, I also need to change the values in the X and Y axis to 1. And now if I play the animation by pressing the space bar, then you can clearly see that the scaling of the UV sphere is increasing from a value of 0 in the Z axis. And this is because of the scene time node. And because I have connected the second socket in this node, the animation will be created as per the seconds. However, if I take the pointer to the frame number 1, and now if I take the frame socket and connect it over here and play the animation again, then you can clearly see that this time the animation is very fast, and that's because we have used the frame socket here. So in most of the cases, we'll be using the second socket in order to get a realistic animation. Now the next node to understand is the quadrilateral node. To add it over here, first I'll delete all these nodes by pressing X, then press Shift plus A, go to Curve, and in Primitives, select the quadrilateral node. Let's place it over here and connect it to the group output. Now let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and so the quadrilateral is simply any closed shape which has 4 sides. In fact, you can change the type of quadrilateral from the mode option here. So by default, the first one, which is the rectangle, is selected, and here you have the options like width and the height, and using these values, I can easily control the width and the height of the rectangle. Then the next available mode is the parallelogram, and again I have the width and the height option, and we have an additional option which is the offset parameter. So by using the width, I can control the width of the parallelogram. Then by using the height, we'll control the height of the parallelogram. Then from the offset value, we can control the offset, or basically the tilting of the parallelogram to the left or the right. Now the third mode available is the trapezoid, and for those of you who don't know what a trapezoid or a trapezium is, it is basically a quadrilateral which has at least one pair of opposite sides parallel to each other. Now by using the height value, we can control the height of the trapezoid in the Y axis. Then we have the bottom width, and if I change it, then basically the width of the bottom side will change like this. Then the next option is the top width, and by using it, we can control the width of the top side of the trapezoid. Then we have the offset, by which we can control the tilting of the trapezoid to the left or the right. Then we have the kite mode, where I can change the width like this, the bottom height, and similarly the top height of this quadrilateral. Then we have the last option, which is the points mode, and you can use it to create any type of parallelogram simply by changing the position of the points. For example, in the point 1, if I try to change the position in the X axis, then you can see that the position of the first point will begin to change like this. Then you can do the same with the Y axis or the Z axis, and yes, you also have the option to change the position of all the 4 points of the quadrilateral. Now we'll be creating this shield with the help of the quadrilateral node. So first of all, I'll change the mode of the quadrilateral to kite, and then to fill it, we'll be adding the fill curves node. So press Shift plus A, go to Curve, and in Operations, select the fill curve node. Let's place it over here, and I'll change it to ncons. Now in order to give some thickness to it, we'll be using the extrude mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in Operations, select the extrude mesh node. Let's place it over here. Now we'll reduce the offset scaling to something like 0.2 or 0.3, and this is how it looks now. We have applied the extrusion effect to the quadrilateral, and now suppose you want to scale down this top face, and for this we'll be using the scale elements node. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in Operations, here we have the scale elements node. Let's place it after the extrude mesh node, and now if I try to change the scale value, then the entire mesh object will begin to scale up and down. However, to apply the scaling only to the top face, I'll take the top socket and connect it to the selection in the scale elements node. And now if I try to reduce the scaling, then in this case, only the top face is getting scaled down. Now to give some interesting pattern to our shield, we'll be using the dual mesh node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in operations, select the dual mesh node. Let's place it over here. And as discussed in one of the previous chapters, the dual mesh node will convert the vertices into faces and the faces into vertices. However, to give it an interesting look, I'll split these edges and then scale down the faces. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in operations, select the split edges node, place it over here, and to scale down the faces, I'll take the scale elements node from here, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, and place it after the split edges node. Now let's also increase the scaling to something like 0.9 or 0.92, and now it looks like this. If you want to increase the number of vertices in the mesh and give it an even more realistic look, then for this we can use the subdivide mesh node before the dual mesh. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in operations, select the subdivide mesh. Let's place it over here, and with this, the number of vertices and the faces in the mesh has increased. Now to extrude these faces, I'll be adding the extrude mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in operations, select the extrude mesh node. Let's place it over here. Let's reduce the offset scaling to something like 0.1 or 0.2, and this is how the basic structure of the shield is looking right now. Now to add the original quadrilateral below the shield with the subdivision applied, we'll be using the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and select the join geometry node. Let's place it over here, and now I'll connect the subdivide mesh node to the join geometry. And now you can see here that we have this subdivided quadrilateral mesh placed below the shield. Now to ensure that the edges appear properly on the boundaries, turn on the key boundaries in the dual mesh node. Now one more thing, you can see here that the bottom is not covered, and to fix this problem, we'll simply connect the original quadrilateral with the fill effect because of the fill curve node to the join geometry. Now to give the shield some basic material, we'll be adding the set material node. So press Shift plus A, go to material, and select the set material node. We'll place it after the extrude mesh node, and to create the material, go to the material properties, and we have this default material added here. So let's select it from the list in the set material node. Now let's also do one more thing, which is to rotate the shield and move it upwards in the Z axis. So press R, X, and type 90. Let's also move it upwards like this. Now to create the shield material, I'll first turn on the render view from here. Now for a better lighting, I'll select the light, go to the object data properties, and change the type of light from point to sun. Let's also reduce the strength to something like 4 or 5. Then to move the light, press G, Y, and place it over here. Let's also move it in the X axis. And now to rotate the light, press R, then X, and rotate it like this. And with this, we have a proper lighting in the scene. Let's select the shield again, and for the material, I will change this window to the shader editor. So click on this icon and select the shader editor. Now if I zoom out, then here we have the default material applied to the shield. But to make it look like a realistic shield, I'll change the base color to grey by reducing the brightness from here. Let's also increase the metallic strength to a very high value like 0.9 or 1. Now to give the texture a 3D look, we'll be using the bump node. So press Shift plus A, go to vector, and select the bump. Let's place it over here and connect it to the normal of the principal BSDF. Then for the texture, we'll be using the noise texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture, and select the noise texture. Now we'll connect the factor socket to the height. Then to connect the noise texture to the texture coordinate and the mapping node, I'll select the noise texture and then press Ctrl plus T. Now just like always, I'll take the object socket and connect it to the vector. Let's also reduce the scaling in the noise texture to something like 0.5 or 0.7. Let's also reduce the bump effect to something like 0.1 or 0.2. Let's also increase the detailing to its maximum value of 15. And now this is how our shield looks right now. However, you can notice some minor issues at the side of the shield, and to fix them, we'll go back to the geometry nodes editor from here, and I'll change the extrusion value in this node to something like 0.13 or 0.14, and now the shield looks perfect. Now moving ahead, we'll also be adding some glow at the back of the shield by creating another material and assigning that material to the back face. So first of all, I'll go to the material properties and create a new material. Let's also create a duplicate of the set material node by pressing Shift plus D and drop it in between the subdivide mesh node and the join geometry. Let's also change the material to material.001, and to get a glowing effect, I'll go to the emission. Let's increase the emission strength to something like 10. Let's also change the color, and I will be assigning the green color. And now we have the glow effect applied to the back face. In order to view the glow properly, I'll go to the render properties and change the render engine to cycles. And this is how our shield is looking right now. You can see that it has the metal at the front, and from the back, the green light is emerging. For now, I'll change the render engine back to EV. Now moving ahead, let's also add a plane below it, which will be the base of the landscape. So press Shift A, go to mesh, and select the plane. And to control the scaling and the number of vertices of the plane from the geometry nodes editor, simply add the grid node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in primitives, select the grid node. Let's place it over here. Now let's increase the size to something like 30 meters. Let's also increase the number of vertices in the X and Y axis to a much higher number like 100. And now we'll be creating a path on the plane, and we'll be adding some flowers on that path of the plane. And for this, we'll be using the edge pass to selection node. If you remember, in this chapter, we learnt about the edge paths to curve node, and the node that we are going to explore today is also very similar to the edge paths to curve node. So to add it here, press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in Operations, select the edge paths to selection node. Let's place it over here. So by using the start vertices socket, we'll tell this node about that particular vertex from where the path should begin. So let's add a compare and the index node for this. So I'll press Shift plus A, go to Utilities, and in Math, select the compare node. Let's place it over here. Then to add the index node, press Shift plus A, go to Geometry, and in Read, select the index node. Let's place it over here. Now I'll change the input type to integer and the operation to equal. Now if I take the index socket and connect it to the value A and take the result socket and connect it to start vertices, then in this case, we are simply telling this edge path to selection node that the path should begin with the vertex having the index value equal to 0. Now to create a shortest path between any two vertices, we'll be using the shortest edge paths node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and in Read, select the shortest edge paths. Let's place it over here. Now I'll connect it to the next vertex index here, and for the end vertex, we'll be creating a duplicate of these two nodes by pressing Shift plus D and placing them over here. We'll be using them to define the index value of the end vertex. So I'll take the result socket and connect it over here. Now to view the path, we'll be distributing some points on that path. So press Shift plus A, go to Point, and select the distribute points on faces. Let's place it over here. And now if I take the selection socket of the edge path to selection node and connect it to the selection in the distribute points on faces, then it will distribute the points only on the shortest path between the vertices having the index value as per these nodes. Right now, the value of B in both the compare nodes is equal to 0, and that's why we can't see any points here. And now if I try to change the index of the end vertex, then you will begin to notice hardly any points in the scene. And this is because we need to connect something to the edge cost in order to define the path, and we'll be connecting it to the random value node. So press Shift plus A, go to Utilities, and select the random value. Let's place it over here and connect it to the edge cost. Now this random value node connected to the edge cost will give some random value between 0 and 1, and the edge cost will only consider the value which is lower, and then it will make the path accordingly. Now to increase the number of points, first I'll go to the density and let's increase it to something like 100. Let's also change the index value of the end vertex to something like 5000 or 6000. Let's also use the join geometry node in order to view the plane along with the points. So press Shift plus A, go to Geometry, and select the join geometry node, place it over here, and connect the grid node to the join geometry. Now these points are distributed on this path, and to modify it, let's again try to change the index value of the end vertex, and I'll keep it to something like 8000 or 9000, and this is how it looks now. Now let's also create the flowers to place at these points. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and select the plane, press G, X, and place it over here. Now first of all, we'll be using the geometry nodes to convert this plane into a star. So click on the new button, then press Shift plus A, go to Curve, and in Primitives, select the star node. Let's place it over here, and now you can see that the plane is converted into a star. You can control the number of points from here, then you can even control the inner radius or the outer radius, and you have the twist parameter to create this amazing twist effect on the star. Now the reason for adding the star node is that we'll be using it to make the flower by adding the petals at the different points of the flower. So for this, let's first make the flower petals. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and select the plane, press G, X, and move it over here. Then go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad. Now to convert it into a petal, tab into the edit mode, press G, Y, and let's place it upwards. Now press 2 for the face select mode. I'll select the top face, and to make the petal longer, press G, Y, and bring it up like this. Let's also add some loop cuts. So press Ctrl plus R, then left click and right click to finalize. Press 1 for the vertex select. I'll select this vertex, press G, Y, and move it up like this. Let's also add 2 more loop cuts on the sides. So press Ctrl plus R, make a loop cut over here, then again press Ctrl plus R, and we'll have another loop cut over here. Now I'll select these two vertices, press G, Y, and move them slightly upwards in order to give the tip of the petal a slightly curved or rounded look. Now you can see that the petal is completely flat, and to make it look curved, let's add some loop cuts. So press Ctrl plus R, use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts, then left click and right click to finalize. Now to give it a rounded look, turn on proportional editing by pressing O, then press G and Z and move it down like this. Let's also increase the size of the proportional editing tool by using the scroll wheel and then left click to finalize. Now let's come out of the edit mode. Now to make the petal look thicker, tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, O to turn off the proportional editing, and press E to extrude it like this. Now let's come out of the edit mode, right click and select shade smooth by angle. Now to place these petals as instances on different points of the star, I'll select it, go to the geometry nodes editor, press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. Let's place it over here. Now I'll take the plane.002, which is the flower petal, and drop it here. Then we'll connect the geometry socket to the instance. Now we need to fix the rotation properly, and for this we'll be using the align Euler to vector node. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, and in rotation select the align Euler to vector. Let's place it over here and connect it to the rotation in the instance on points. Then press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in read select the normal, and we'll connect it to the vector socket in the align Euler to vector node. Now I'll select the flower petal, tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, then we'll rotate it in the X axis by 90 degrees. So press R, X, and type like 90. I think that we should also reduce its thickness. So press S, Y and reduce the thickness like this. Now let's also rotate it in the Z axis by minus 90 degrees. Then go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad and see we basically need to place this flower petal at its origin point, which is the yellow point here. So press G, Y and let's place it over here. And now this is how the basic structure of the flower looks. Let's also do one more thing, which is to go to the X-ray mode by pressing Alt plus Z. Then select these vertices, press O to turn on the proportional editing, press G, X and make them look curved like this. Let's come out of the edit mode and now this is how the flower petals are looking right now. Let's also control the radius of the flower petals. So come back to the object mode, select this flower. And now with the help of the inner radius and the outer radius value in the star node, I can control the radius of the flower petals. So we'll increase the inner radius first and keep it to something like 2 meters. Then for the outer radius, we'll be keeping it to a value of somewhere near 2.5 meters. And so this is how the flower looks now. I'll do one more thing, which is to select the flower petal again, tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, turn off the proportional editing and let's scale it down in the Y axis. This will reduce their area like this and now the flower petals look perfect. Now if you want your flower petals to be like opened, then for this, in the edit mode, press R, Y and rotate the flower petal like this. So this is how you can modify the look of your flower, like changing the rotation or the radius values. Now for the remaining part of the flower, we'll be adding a UV sphere at the bottom, and for the stem, we'll be using the cylinder mesh. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and in primitives, select the UV sphere. Let's place it over here. Then to add the joint geometry node, press Shift plus A, in geometry, select the joint geometry node. Now we'll connect the UV sphere to the joint geometry, and to move it downwards, we'll be using the transform geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and in operations, select the transform geometry. Let's place it over here and we'll move it down in the Z axis like this. Now for the stem part, press Shift plus A again, go to mesh and in primitives, select the cylinder. Let's place it over here and connect it to the joint geometry. Now we have the cylinder placed over here, and to control its position and the thickness, I'll take the transform geometry node, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place it over here. First of all, I'll reduce the scaling in the X and Y axis. Let's also make it longer by increasing the scale in the Z axis, then move it down like this, and now this is how the flower looks. Now let's give some materials to the petals. So I'll go to the render view again, then I'll select the flower petal and change the window to the shader editor. Click on the new button and now here we have the default material applied. So for the material of the flower petal, we'll be using the emission and we'll assign different colors to the different flower petals. So first of all, let's increase the emission strength to something like 10, and to assign different colors, let's add the color ramp. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Now I'll take the color socket and connect it over here. Now to give a random color to each of the petals, we'll be using the object info node. So press Shift plus A, go to input and select the object info, place it over here and connect the random to the factor socket. Now for the colors, first of all, I'll change the interpolation to constant. Let us change the first color by increasing the brightness and I'll keeping the red color. Now for the second pointer, let's change the color to the pink color. Then for the third one, I'll click on the plus icon here and change the color to yellow color. Now to place these pointers at equal positions from each other, click here and select distribute stops from left. Now let's also make the material for the rest of the flower, like the UV sphere and the cylinder. So for this, let's go to the geometry nodes editor, select the flower, and before assigning the material, let's do one more thing, which is to slightly scale up the UV sphere. So we'll increase the scaling to something like 1.2 and now it looks perfect. Now for the material, press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material, place it over here. Now I'll go to the material properties and click on new material. Now I'll click here and select the material.003. Let's also change the base color to the yellow and increase the brightness from here. Similarly for the stem, we have the cylinder connected to the transform geometry node. So let's create a duplicate of the set material node and place it over here. Let's create a new material and I'll change the base color to green color. Let's assign the material.004 and now this is how the flower looks now. Now to place the flower at different points on the plane, I'll select the plane, press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. We'll drop it after the distribute points on faces. Then I'll select the plane.001, which is the flower, and bring it in the geometry nodes editor. Now to use it as the instance, I'll take the geometry socket and connect it over here. Let's reduce their size to something like 0.2 or maybe 0.1, and now this is how our scene is looking right now. Let's also place the flowers properly. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and in operations, select the transform geometry. Let's place it over here. Let's bring it slightly upwards in the Z axis like this. Let's also reduce the density to something like 25 and change the seed value to get a different result. Now I think that we should do one more thing, which is to change the color of these petals. Right now, the emission effect is not visible properly. So to solve this problem, I'll select the petal again, change the window to the shader editor, and instead of connecting the color ramp to the emission, we'll connect it to the base color. Let's also reduce the emission strength to 0, and finally this is how our scene is looking right now. We have these flowers placed on the path, which you can easily modify by going to the geometry nodes editor, selecting the plane. Then in the end vertex, you can change the value in the compare node. Then you can increase or reduce its density from here. And with this, we arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learnt about lots of geometry nodes, created this simple flower, placed it on the path. We even created this shield by using geometry nodes and also added the glow effect to the back face. In the next chapter, we'll be learning about some more geometry nodes and we'll also be finishing our scene completely. In the previous chapter, we begin with the creation of this scene where we created this shield with the help of geometry nodes and even added some simple flowers around it. And in this chapter, we'll be understanding about all these topics in complete detail and we'll use them to finish our scene. Now we are back in our scene and the first topic for today's chapter is understanding the merge by distance node. So for this, let's first go to the solid mode and now I'll be adding a UV sphere in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the UV sphere, press G and Z and move it upwards, go to the geometry nodes editor and click on the new button. Now let's add the merge by distance node and understand how it works. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and in operations, select the merge by distance node. Let's place it over here. Now this node will basically merge the vertices of your geometry according to the distance value here. If the distance between any two vertices is less than or equal to the distance value which we add here, it will simply merge those vertices together and the structure of the geometry will change accordingly. For example, if I change the distance to a value of 0.5 meters, then it simply merged all the vertices who were having a distance of less than or equal to 0.5 meters in between them. So when I reduce the distance, we'll have all the vertices, and when I increase it, the vertices will begin to merge with each other according to the distance value. And this is the use of the merge by distance node. Now if I tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, then press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, move it in the x-axis like this, then you can notice that as I increase the value of distance, the vertices of both the UV spheres are merging with each other. However, if you want that the vertices of each UV sphere should be merged individually, then for this you can change the mode from all to connected. And now if I try to change the distance, then the vertices of the UV sphere will now be merging individually. Now this node can also be used to merge different points together, and to understand it practically, we'll be creating some snow particles in the scene. So first of all, I'll delete this, then press Shift plus A, go to mesh, select the cube. Now we'll be scaling it up according to that area where we want the snow to be added in the scene. So tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up like this. Let's also scale it down in the Z axis, move it upwards in the Z axis and place it over here. Now let's come out of the edit mode. Now in order to add the snow in this volume of the cube, we'll first convert it from mesh to volume. Then we'll be distributing the points in the volume by using the distribute points in volume node, and in the end we'll replace the points with the snowballs. So let's go to the geometry nodes editor, click on the new button. To convert it into volume, we'll use the mesh to volume node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and in operations, select the mesh to volume node. Let's place it over here, and now to distribute the points in the volume, we'll use the distribute points in volume node. So press Shift plus A, go to point and select the distribute points in volume. We'll place it over here, and now we have these points here, and suppose you want to merge them, then for this you can use the merge by distance node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to geometry and in operations, select the merge by distance node. Let's place it over here, and now I can merge these points together by controlling the distance from here. So we'll keep it to something like 1.4 or 1.5 meters, and in this way the number of the points have reduced because all the points that were having a distance of 1.5 meters or less were merged together. Now to replace the points with the snowball, we'll be adding the instance on points node. So press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. Let's place it over here. Then for the snowballs, we'll be using the icosphere. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and in primitives, select the icosphere. Let's place it over here and connect it to the instance. Let's reduce the scale to something like 0.2 or maybe 0.3. Let's also increase the distance to something like 2 meters, and now this is how these snowballs are looking in the scene. Now let's also create some material. So go to the render view. Let's also slightly reduce the scaling of the snowballs. So we'll keep it to something like 0.25 and the distance to something like 2.2 meters, and now it looks perfect. So for the material, I'll go to the material properties, click on the new button, then let's go to the emission and increase the emission strength to a value of something like 5. And to apply this material.005 to the snow particles, go to the geometry nodes editor, press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node. Let's place it over here and select the material which is the material.005. Now if you want, you can even change the color of this icosphere to something like yellow or maybe red if you don't want them to look like real snowballs. So you can try to change the colors. Right now, I'll be assigning the red color. Now moving ahead, let's understand the next topic of this chapter, which is the separate XYZ node. So for this, first of all, let's add some random object in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and let's add a cube, press G, X and place it over here. Let's also change the render engine from cycles to EV, and now we'll be understanding the separate XYZ node first in the shader editor and then in the geometry nodes editor. So click here and select shader editor, click on new material. Now to add the separate XYZ node, press Shift plus A, go to converter and select separate XYZ. Let's place it over here. Now the separate separate XYZ node is exactly opposite to the combine XYZ node that we understood earlier. So if I add it by pressing Shift plus A, going to converter and selecting the combine XYZ, then you can see that this combine XYZ node takes the input in the form of X, Y and Z axis and combines it into a single vector. On the other hand, the separate XYZ node takes the input in the form of a vector and separates it into X, Y and Z axis. Let's also understand it practically. So with this node selected, if I press Ctrl plus T, then now I'll have the texture coordinate and the mapping node added in the shader editor. Let's delete the image texture from here and connect the vector of the mapping node to the separate XYZ node. Let's also take the object socket and connect it to the vector. And now to view the result, hold down Ctrl Shift and left click on the separate XYZ node. Now the separate XYZ node is taking the vector and separating it in the X, Y and Z axis. Right now we are using the X axis socket, and as a result you can see this black and white color on the cube which is changing in the X axis. So basically in the X axis the vector is changing from -1 to +1. In the beginning the value is -1, and as I told you in one of the previous chapters, whenever the value is anything less than or equal to 0, in that case the color will always be black. Then the value increases to 0 in the middle, and then as it reaches the end the value will be equal to 1. Now in a similar way, if I take the Y axis and connect it to the output, then in this case the change in color is being observed on the Y axis. Like initially the value is -1, then in the middle it's 0, and in the end the value is equal to 1. Similarly, if I take the Z axis and connect it over here, then the same thing happens in the Z axis also. At the bottommost point the value is equal to -1, then it increases to 0 in the middle, and at the top the value is equal to 1. So in simple words we can say that the separate XYZ node simply separates the vector into the X, Y and Z axis. Now let's try the same with the geometry nodes also. So I'll select the plane, go to the geometry nodes editor from here, and now to add the separate XYZ node, press Shift plus A, go to utilities, and in vector select the separate XYZ node. Let's place it over here. Now I'll be adding the position node to be used as a vector to be separated. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in read select the position node. Let's place it over here and connect it to the vector. And now if I take the X axis socket and connect it to the selection in the merge by distance node, then in this case the vector will get separated in the X axis, and we'll be getting a result where in the beginning the value will be -1, then in the middle the value will be 0, and in the end the value will increase to +1. As a result, the merge by distance node will only get applied on that part where the value is greater than 0. This concept is exactly similar to that in the shader editor which we understood with the help of this cube. For example, if I take the X axis and connect it to the output, then initially the value was -1, then it became 0, and then it increased to +1. Similarly, in the geometry nodes also, here the value is -1, here it is 0, and in the end the value is equal to 1. Now let's go to the geometry nodes editor again, and so this was the concept of the separate XYZ node. For now, I'll delete it from here. Let's also delete this position node. Now let's move to the next topic of this chapter, which is the value node. And to understand it, let's first select the plane, then in the geometry nodes editor, press Shift plus A, go to input, and in constant, select the value node. Let's place it over here. Now the value node is the simplest node which helps to give an input of a value, and the benefit of using the value node is that you can connect the same value to the multiple sockets. For example, you can see here that in the grid node, the size in the X and Y axis is equal to 30 meters. So if I take the value socket and connect it to the size in the X and Y axis like this, and increase the value to 30 and press enter, then in this case this value of 30 is being assigned to the size sockets here. So this node is simply used to assign a single value to multiple nodes or sockets. In fact, in the density option here, you can see that the density is equal to 38.6. So if I take the value socket which is carrying the value equal to 30 and connect it to the density, then in this case the density is reduced to a value of 30. Now moving ahead, we'll be adding some mushrooms in the scene, and for this let's first add a UV sphere. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the UV sphere, press G, X and place it over here. Go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and now here we have this UV sphere added in the scene. Tab into the edit mode, and to model the mushroom, we'll be deleting the bottom half of the vertices. So first let's turn on the X-ray mode by pressing Alt plus Z, then select these vertices, press X and select delete vertices. Now press A to select everything, and let's scale them down in the Z axis like this. Now I'll select this edge loop at the bottom by holding Alt and left clicking here. Then let's zoom out and change the view. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and now to make the bottom part of the mushroom, press E to extrude, right click to cancel the movement, S to scale it down like this. Also press Ctrl plus R to add some edge loops over here. Use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts, and then left click and right click to cancel the movement. Now let's move them slightly upwards by pressing GZ and place them over here. Now for the bottom part, I'll select this inner edge loop by holding Alt and left clicking here. Now let's extrude it by pressing E and Z and extrude it like this. Let's also scale it up at the bottom by pressing S, and now it looks perfect. we have this simple mushroom ready in the scene. Now for the material on the top of the mushroom, go to the material properties, create a new material, and to assign this material to the top, we'll select this vertex in the middle, this one, and to increase the selection, hold down Ctrl and numpad plus, and let's do it a few more times till the entire area on the top is covered. And yes, one more thing, this material.007 is the first material and so it's the default material that automatically gets applied to the entire object. However, to create a material that will only get applied to the top, I'll create a new material from here and click on the assign button. Now let's come out of the edit mode. Let's also change this window to the shader editor. Now for the spotlight texture, we'll be using the Voronoi texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select Voronoi. Let's place it over here. Press Ctrl plus T to connect it to the texture coordinate and the mapping node, and to view the output, hold on Ctrl Shift and left click on the Voronoi texture. Now here we have these spots on the top, and to control their appearance, let's add a color ramp node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, place it over here. Let's change the interpolation to constant, and now if I take the second pointer and move it like this, you can clearly see that now I can easily control the looks of the spots from here. Also, let's reduce the scale value to something like 2.5 or maybe 2.4, and this is how the texture is looking now. Now to give some color to the mushroom, let's first select the principal BSTF node and place it over here, and now I'll be adding another color ramp node which we'll be using to give some colors to the mushroom. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, place it over here. Let's select the white pointer and we'll change the color to something like red. Let's also change the black color by increasing the brightness, and now we have this white color on the spots. Let's also apply shade smooth by right clicking and selecting shade smooth, and with this, the top of our mushroom is now completely ready. For the bottom part, I'll select this material.007 and we won't be doing much changes here. We'll only apply a simple noise texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select noise texture, place it over here, connect the color socket to the base color. Let's also increase the scale value to something like 20 or 15, and now we have this simple material for the base. With this, the mushroom looks perfect to be added in the scene. So to distribute it on the plane, let's select the plane, switch to the geometry nodes editor from here, and just like we placed the flowers, let's also place the mushrooms on the plane. But yes, we added these flowers only on this path that we created using the edge pass to selection node, which we won't be doing in case of the mushrooms. So first of all, I'll select both of these nodes, which is the distribute points on faces and the instance on points. Press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place it over here. Now let's reduce the density to something like 5. Take the mesh socket of the grid node and connect it over here, and for the instance, let's add the mushroom that we created. So I'll select this sphere, left click and drag it into the geometry nodes editor. Take the geometry socket and connect it to the instance socket. Now I'll connect it to the join geometry node, and now you can see here that we have so many tiny mushrooms distributed in the plane. So first of all, I'll reduce the density to something like 0.5. Let's also increase their scaling to something like 0.3 or 0.4, and to move them upwards, we'll be using the transform geometry node. So for this, press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in operations, select the transform geometry node. Let's place it over here. Now with the translation value in the z-axis, we'll move the mushrooms upwards. Also, I think that we should reduce the density further to a value of 0.25, and now to give some random rotation to each of the mushrooms, we'll be connecting the random value node to the rotation socket. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities and select random value. Let's place it over here. Change the data type to vector, connect the value socket to the rotation. Now to ensure that the randomness of the rotation is only applied in the z-axis, I'll change the maximum values in the x and y axis to 0, and now we have the randomness in the rotation only in the z-axis. Now the scene looks perfect, so let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad. To adjust the camera, click on this lock icon, which is the lock camera to view, and now let's adjust the view like this. Let's also zoom out. Also, I think that we should reduce the size of these snowballs, so I'll select them, and in the geometry nodes editor, let's reduce the scale value to something like 0.15. To place the camera properly, you can do one more thing, which is to select the camera from the scene collection, press end, then by using these values of the location and the rotation, you can adjust the camera view perfectly. So first of all, I'll change the rotation in the y and z axis to exact 0, or maybe let's slightly change the rotation in the z axis. Let's also move it in the x axis like this. Then to move it upwards, increase the location in the z axis like this, and so by simply adjusting these values, you can easily control the camera view. For now, I think that this position looks perfect, so let's finalize it. Also, I'll change the render engine back to cycles, and this is how our scene looks now. If you want, you can even download some texture for the base from websites like polyheaven.com and apply them on this plane. But for now, I will only be adding a simple green color to the base. So let's select the base, go to the material properties and create a new material. Let's change the base color to green, and to apply this material to this base, we'll be adding a set material node in between this grid node and the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node. Let's place it over here and then select this material.009 from the list. And now we have the simple green material applied to the base. Also with this, we arrived to the end of the chapter number 45. In today's chapter, chapter, we learnt about some new geometry nodes, some new Blender concepts, and we even finalized this magical shield scene. In this chapter and the upcoming chapter, we'll be learning about lots of new geometry nodes, and by using them, we'll be creating a beautiful scene with some dragons. And in today's chapter, we'll be understanding all these topics in complete detail. So to begin with, let's first go to the geometry nodes workspace, and now we'll be making some flying dragons like this one using geometry nodes. Now for making the dragons, I'll delete this cube by pressing X. Now let's add a curve in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to curve and select the Bezier curve. Let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and to give it some thickness, go to the geometry nodes editor, click on the new button, and now we'll be adding the curve to mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in operations, select the curve to mesh node. We'll place it over here, and for the profile curve, we'll be using the curve circle node. So I will press Shift plus A, go to curve, then in primitives, select the curve circle node. Now we'll connect it to the profile curve. Now to fix the radius of the curve, we'll be using the set curve radius node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the right category, select the set curve radius. Let's place it over here, and by using the radius value, we can control the radius of the curve. Now to make the radius look like it's smaller at one end and bigger at the other end, we'll be using the spline parameter node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the read category, select the spline parameter node. We'll place it over here and connect the factor socket to the radius. Now if I tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, then press X to delete and select delete segments. And then if we try to draw a curve by selecting the draw tool from here, and now if I try to draw a curve like this, then you can see here that the same thing is being applied to this curve also. Now this curve is created, which will be used as the body of the dragon, and to fill this face of the curve, simply turn on the fill caps option here. Now we'll be placing the dragon's head on this face of the mesh, but first of all, we'll convert this mesh into points, and for this we'll be using the mesh to points node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in operations, select the mesh to points node. Let's place it over here. Now this mesh to points node converted the vertices of the mesh into points. However, if I change the mode to faces, then in this case, each face of the mesh will be converted into a point. Now to get the point only on that face where we wanted to add the dragon's head, we'll be using another node, which is the face area node. So to add it here, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the read category, select the face area. Let's place it over here. Now this face area node is simply used to compare the area of different faces. However, to use it practically, we also need to add the compare node. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, and in math, select the compare node. We'll place it over here. Now I'll connect the area socket to the value A. Let's also come out of the edit mode, and now you can see here that with the mesh to points node and the faces selected here, we are having these points in place of the different faces of the mesh. And by using the face area node, we'll be comparing the area of each of the faces in order to get only that point where we want to place the head of the dragon. So if I take the result socket and connect it to the selection, then in this case, this compare node with the greater than operation selected will only give the result of those faces who are having a face area greater than the value of B, which is 0. And if I begin to slightly increase this value, then you will notice that the number of these points are reducing, and that's because those particular faces where these points were placed were not having a face area greater than this value of B. So if I further increase it to something like 0.05 or 0.06, then you will now notice that we have only one point left in the scene, and this is exactly that point where we need to place the head of the dragon. Now to view the rest of the body along with this point, we'll be using the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and select the join geometry node. Let's place it over here and connect the mesh socket of the curve to mesh node to the join geometry. Now we have this body of the dragon along with this point on that face where we'll be placing the dragon's head. Now to make the head of the dragon, let's add a cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and select the cube, press G, X, and move it over here. Now to apply the subdivision to it, go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate category, select the subdivision surface modifier. Let's increase the levels viewport to a value of 2. Let's also apply this modifier from here, and now to convert it into a dragon head, we'll be doing the changes in the edit mode. First of all, on the top right side, you can see this butterfly icon, which is the mesh symmetry option. And suppose I click on the Y axis, now whatever changes I'll do on any one side of the mesh, it will also get reflected on the other side in the Y axis. So it's basically used to create symmetry in the mesh while editing. Now let's undo it, and we'll be keeping this Y axis turned on. Now let's make a simple dragon head. So I'll select a vertex at the top right side, then press O to turn on the proportional editing, then press G to move it like this. Let's also reduce the size of the proportional editing tool by using the scroll wheel. Let's move this point over here slightly upwards, and then left click to finalize. Also I select this point, press G, Z and move it slightly down like this. And yes, we will be making only a basic structure of the dragon's head. We won't be going into too much detail. And now for the front part, I'll select this vertex, press G, X and move it forward like this. Let's also go to the back of the head, select any vertex, press G, X and let's make it flat like this. Let's also increase the proportional size and then left click to finalize. Now let's make the eyes of the dragon. So first of all, turn off the mesh symmetry in the Y axis. Also turn off the proportional editing. Press 3 for the face select mode. Now for the eyes, I'll be selecting these two faces by holding the shift button. Let's extrude them inwards by pressing E and then move your cursor like this and left click to finalize. Now the basic structure of the head is almost ready. So let's come out of the edit mode, select the body, and to place the head as an instance on this point, we'll be using the instance on points node. So press shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points, place it after the mesh to points node, and for the instance object, we'll be using this head that we created here. So go to the scene collection, we have this cube here which is the head of the dragon. We'll drag it into the geometry nodes editor, then I'll take the geometry socket and connect it to the instance. Now first of all, let's adjust the position properly. So I'll select the head, tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything. Let's move it in the X axis like this and then left click to finalize. Now let's also reduce the radius of this body, or basically its size. So I'll go to the curve circle node, let's reduce the radius from here and we'll be keeping it to something like 0.5, and this is how it looks now. Now moving ahead, we'll be adding some spikes on the head of the dragon. So for this, I'll select the original dragon head, then if I press shift plus A, then go to curve, then here we can see that we have a curve object which is named as empty here. So I'll select it, and now in the geometry nodes editor, you can see here that we are having a completely new node which is the deform curves on surface node. Now if I go to the scene collection, then you can see here that in front of the cube object, we are having this empty hair icon, and if I expand it, then here we are having the curves object which is simply the empty hair that we added. Now the deform curves on surface node simply allows you to deform the hair curves which are added on the surface of an object. In this case, this head of the dragon will be the surface and we'll be using the hair curves in order to make the spikes on the head of dragon. Now with the curves object selected, if I try to change the mode from here, then we have three options available: the object mode, edit mode and the sculpt mode. You can even press Ctrl plus tab and select any of these three modes, and yes, in order to modify the hair, we need to open the sculpt mode. Now in the sculpt mode, we are having a completely different layout. On the top, we have the option to control the radius or the strength of the brush. Then here on the left hand side, we have lots of different tools, and to view them properly, we'll close this spreadsheet window. So I'll take my cursor over here, right click and select join areas. Let's close this window, and now to expand this menu, I'll left click and drag like this, and in this way, we can clearly see all the tools along with the names. Now to add the hair particles, we'll go to the brush settings or this toolbar and select this add tool, and now if I left click and drag my cursor like this, then these hair particles will get added on the surface of the mesh. So you can use the hair node system when you're making a 3D character and want to give some hair to it. In fact, you have many other options too, like if I select the comb and then left click and drag like this, then you can see here that it kind of combs the hair. Similarly, if I select the snake hook and then left click and drag like this, then this is how it will modify the hair. But suppose you want to remove this hair, then select the delete and left click and drag like this. Now we'll be using this hair in order to create the spikes on the head of the dragon. So first of all, let's select the add. Then for the symmetry, I'll turn on the mesh symmetry in the Y axis, and now let's draw some hair on the surface. So I'll left click over here, let's add some more hair. And yes, one more thing, if I simply left click one time, then only one hair particle will get added. However, if I left click and drag like this, then multiple hair particles will get added on the surface. So in this case, we won't be creating too many hair particles, like we'll only require about 10 or 15 hair particles on both the sides, something like this. Now after drawing the hair particles, let's go back to the object mode, and now to give them some thickness, or basically to convert them into a mesh, we'll be using the curve to mesh node. So press shift plus A, go to curve, and in operations, select the curve to mesh node. Let's place it over here, and now for the profile curve, we'll be using the curve circle node. So press shift plus A, go to curve, and in primitives, select the curve circle node. Let's connect it to the profile curve like this. Let's reduce the radius to something like 0.1 or 0.2. Let's also add the set curve radius node. So press shift plus A, go to curve, then in the right category, select the set curve radius node. Let's place it over here, and then for the radius, we'll again be using the spline parameter node. So press shift plus A, go to curve, and in the read category, select the spline parameter node. Let's place it over here and connect the factor socket to the radius. Now since we are making the spikes, as a result, we need to invert the radius, and for this we'll be using the map range node. So press shift plus A, go to Utilities, and in Math, select the Map Range node. We'll place it after the spline parameter node, and now to invert the effect, simply change the 2 min value to 1 and the 2 max value to 0. And with this we have these simple spikes ready on the dragon's head. To give them some more detail, we'll go to the sculpt mode again. So press Ctrl plus Tab, select the sculpt mode. Now with the add option selected, if I left click anywhere on the surface, then these spikes will get added there. And for the detailing, we'll be using the snake hook tool. So let's select it. Also let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, or maybe Ctrl plus 1 to view the opposite side. Now if I left click and drag my cursor like this, then you can see here that it's creating this amazing effect on the hair particles. Let's do the same with the remaining ones also, and in this way we'll be making the spikes for the head of the dragon. So we'll complete it like this, and yes, do ensure that the mesh symmetry in the y-axis is turned on so that whatever changes you do on one of the sides also gets applied to the other side. I think that we should also delete some of the hair particles, so I'll select the delete tool. Let's remove some of them by left clicking, and this is how it looks now. We have this simple looking dragon head where we added some hair particles and then also converted them into these spikes. Now let's also go back to the object mode again, and one thing that you might have noticed here is that these hair particles that we created are not visible on the head of this dragon. So to solve this problem, I'll select it, and here we have added the instance on points node, and we connected it to this object info node, which is having this cube object, or basically the original dragon head. Now to have the hair curves also, we'll be using the geometry to instance node. So press shift plus A, go to geometry and select the geometry to instance. We'll place it over here. Let's also bring in the hair particles or this curves object by dragging it like this. We'll connect it to the geometry to instance node, and with this we have these hair particles or these spikes added on the dragon's head. Now moving ahead, if I select the dragon, go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, turn on the edit mode, and with the draw tool turned on, if I try to draw a curve like this, then you can see here that I can easily draw as many dragons as I want. However, we have another issue here, which is that the rotation of the head is not properly aligned, and to solve this we'll be using the align Euler to vector node, and we'll also be capturing the attribute of the face normals. So let's do it practically. First of all, let's add the align Euler to vector node by pressing shift plus A, then in the utilities, select this one and select the align Euler to vector node. Let's place it over here, connect it to the rotation, and now for the proper alignment, we need to capture the attribute of each of the face normals, and for this we'll be using the capture attribute node. If you remember, in one of the previous chapters, we discussed about the capture attribute node in complete detail. However, in the latest Blender version, it's slightly updated, so let's add it and understand how it works now. So press shift plus A, go to attribute and select the capture attribute node. We'll place it after the curve to mesh node where it is connecting with the mesh to points node. Previously, this capture attribute node used to have a value socket for the input and an attribute socket for the output. But now, in the updated version, it allows you to do the same thing but on your own. So first of all, I'll change the domain to the face, and to calculate the face normal, we need the input in the capture attribute node to be the normal. So press shift plus A, then in geometry and in the read category, select the normal node. We'll place it over here and connect the normal socket to this input socket in the capture attribute node. And by doing this, it is now capturing the attribute of the face normal, and for the output, we have this socket over here. So let's take this socket and connect it to the vector in the align Euler to vector node. And now you can see here that the rotation is now properly fixed and all the dragon heads are properly aligned. And yes, one more thing, even after doing all these steps, if the rotation is still not properly aligned, then you can try to change the axis in the align Euler to vector node. But in my case, the x-axis is working with the pivot set to auto. So you can try to change the axis or the pivot until you obtain the perfect alignment. Now moving ahead, let's also give some wings to the dragon. So come out of the edit mode, press 7 to go to the top view, and to make the wings, let's add a plane. So press shift plus A, go to mesh and select the plane, press G, X and move it over here. Let's tab into the edit mode, press 2 for edge select mode, select this edge, let's scale it down in the Y axis. So press S, Y and scale it down like this. Now let's add some loop cuts. So press Ctrl plus R, left click and move it over here. Let's add another one by pressing Ctrl plus R, then left click and move it over here. Let's add 2 more loop cuts for the center. So press Ctrl plus R, left click and move it slightly upwards. Let's add one last loop cut by pressing Ctrl plus R, left click and move it over here. Or maybe I think that we should add 2 more loop cuts, one of them on the top side here and the other one at the bottom. So press Ctrl plus R, add a loop cut over here, then press Ctrl plus R again and add another loop cut over here. Now press 1 for the vertex select mode. I'll select this vertex, press G, X and move it like this. Let's do the same with this one also. Move it in the X axis like this. And now if I change the angle, then you can see that the wing is completely flat right now. To give it a 3D look, press 3 for the face select mode. I'll select this face, then with the shift key hold it, select the middle face and this one also. Let's extrude them in the Z axis by pressing E and extrude it like this. Now let's come out of the edit mode, and to give it a better final look, we'll be using the subdivision surface modifier. So go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate category, select the subdivision surface. Let's increase the levels viewport to a value of 2, and with this, we have this simple wing ready for the dragon. Let's also apply the shade smooth, and it now looks perfect. So we created this wing just by using a plane, scaling down one of its edge, then we added some loop cuts and extruded up some of the faces in the Z axis. Then we applied the subdivision surface modifier, and this is the final result. Now to complete the pair of wings, tap into the edit mode, press A to select everything, move it in the X axis like this, and do ensure that this origin point is visible here and it will be at the center of both the wings. So let's create a duplicate of this wing by pressing Shift plus D, move it in the X axis like this, and to rotate it, press RZ and type 180 and enter to confirm. And now we have both the wings ready. Now let's place these wings on the dragons. So I'll select the dragon, and now we'll be adding an instance on points node. For this, I'll select this one which we use for the dragon and the dragon head. Press Shift plus D to create a duplicate. Let's place it over here. Then for the points, we'll take the geometry socket in the group input node and connect it to the points. Let's connect the output to the join geometry node, and for the instance, we'll be using the wings. So in the scene collection, these wings are saved as plane. So let's select the dragon. Then in the scene collection, left click and drag the plane into the geometry nodes editor. Now I'll connect the geometry socket to the instance, and with this we have these wings added as the instance on different points of the curve or the dragon. Now first of all, let's fix the scaling of these wings. In the beginning, near the head of the dragon, the size of the wing should be bigger, and then it should reduce as it approaches the end. So to achieve this result, we'll be using this spline parameter node. So I'll take the factor socket and connect it to the scale, and this is how it looks now. And moving ahead, let's also fix the rotation of the wings, and for this purpose, we'll again be using the align Euler to vector node along with the capture attribute node. So first of all, I'll select the align Euler to vector node, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate. Let's place it over here. I'll connect it to the rotation in the instance on points. Then for the attribute, let's select the capture attribute node, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place it in between the group input node and the instance on points. Now if you remember, while fixing the rotation of the dragon's head, we used the capture attribute node and connected it to the normal in order to calculate the face normal. However, in this case, we have added these wings on the points of the curve, and as a result, for the capture attribute node, the input that we're going to use will be the curve tangent node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the read category, select the curve tangent node. Let's place it over here and connect it to the empty socket in the capture attribute node. Now let's also change the domain to point, and then I'll connect the output to the align Euler to vector node. Now to get the proper alignment, we need to change the axis to align the vector and this pivot axis. However, right now, with the Y axis selected here and the pivot set to auto, I'm getting the perfect alignment. However, it might be possible in your case that you want to change the axis or maybe the pivot point to something else depending upon how your scene is set up. But for now, I'll change the pivot back to auto, and this is how it looks. Now one more thing to notice here is that the first wing is placed at the beginning of the curve where we have the head of the dragon, and to solve this problem, we'll be using the trim curve node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in operations, select the trim curve node. Place it after the capture attribute node and before the instance on points, and by using this node, we can basically cut or trim the curve depending upon the starting and the ending value. For example, if I try to increase the starting value, then you will notice that the wings on this side of the curve will begin to disappear because we have trimmed the curve. However, if I change the start value back to 0 and try to reduce the end value, then in this case, the same effect is seen from this side of the curve. So for now, I'll keep the end value to something like 0.96 or 0.97, and this is how it looks now. Now let's also give some material to the dragon, and for this, let's go to the material properties and create a new material. Let's change its name to dragon and enter to confirm. Now let's also add the set material node in the geometry nodes editor. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node. We'll place it after this curve to mesh node which is connecting to the join geometry node. Let's select the dragon material, and now to modify the material, let's go to the shader editor from here and also turn on the render view. Now to improve the lighting in the scene, I'll select this light in the scene collection. In the object data properties, change the type of light to sun, reduce the brightness to something like 4 or 5. Now let's select the dragons again, and in the shader editor, let's add the Warner texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the Warner texture, place it over here, press Ctrl plus T to connect it to the texture coordinate and the mapping node. Now just like always, I'll take the object socket and connect it to the vector. Then for the output, I'll connect the distance socket to the base color, and now we have this texture with the spots on the dragon. Now to get the scale texture that we do see on the bodies of snakes and dragons, simply go go to the Warner texture. Then in the second option, which is the feature output, select the distance to edge. And now you can see that we are having this scaled pattern applied on the dragon's body. Now to give some color to the texture, let's add a color ramp. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here. Let's change the first color and we'll be keeping the dark green color. Similarly, for the second color, let's change it to the light green color. And now this is how the texture looks. Let's also increase the roughness to a value of 1, and to give it a 3D look, we'll be using the bump node. So press Shift plus A, go to vector and select the bump node, place it over here, connect the normal to the normal in the principal BSTF, and for the input, take the distance socket of the Warner texture and connect it to the height in the bump node. Let's reduce the strength to something like 0.3 or 0.4, and now the texture looks like this. Now let's also give the material to the wings. So let's select the original wings. Now go to the shader editor and click on the new button. Let's also change the name of this material to wings, and now let's add the Warner texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the Warner texture. Let's place it over here. Press Ctrl plus T to connect the texture coordinate and the mapping node. Now take the object socket and connect it to the vector. Let's also connect the distance socket of the Warner texture to the base color. Now just like the texture on the dragon's body, I'll change the feature output from F1 to distance to edge, and now to give it some colors, we'll be adding the color ramp node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, place it over here. Now I'll select the second pointer. Let's change the color to something like red, and this is how the wings look. If you want, you can set any other color that you like, maybe green color, maybe yellow or blue color, but for now I'll be assigning the red color. Let's also increase the roughness to a value of 1. Now let's also give some material to the dragon's head. So for this, I'll select the original dragon head, which is this cube in the scene collection, and we'll give it the same material that we have assigned to the body of the dragon. So in the shader editor, click here and select the dragon material, and now this is how the dragon head looks now. And yes, if you want to do some changes in this material which is specifically applied to the dragon's head, then you can click on this icon, which will create a duplicate of this material. And now if I do any changes in the material, then it will only get applied to the dragon's head. However, I think that the original material looks perfect, so I won't do any changes. But for the eyes, we'll be creating a new material and will increase the emission strength in it. So with the original head of the dragon selected, tab into the edit mode. Now select those two faces which we extruded in for the eyes. So I'll select this face, and with the shift key hold it, select this face, go to the material properties, and let's create a new material and click on the assign button. Let's go to the emission and increase the emission strength to something like 10, and I'll change the emission color to yellow. Now let's come out of the edit mode, and this is how the dragon is looking right now. We created this simple texture for the dragon's body and the head, then we created this red texture for the wings, and for the eyes we have used this material with the yellow emission. If you want, you can even change the color of this emission to something else like red or blue. And to see the emission effect properly, I'll change the render engine from EV to cycles, and this is how our scene looks. Finally, let's also give some material to these hair particles or the spikes that we created. So I'll select them, go to the shader editor and create a new material. Also, to assign this material to these particles, go to the geometry nodes editor from here. Let's add a set material node. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node, place it after the curve to mesh, and from here I'll select the material node 001. Now let's go back to the shader editor again, and for the texture we'll be using the noise texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture, place it over here, press Ctrl plus T for the texture coordinate and the mapping node, connect the object to the vector, and for the output I'll connect the factor socket to the base color. Now to give some colors to it, we'll use the color ramp. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here. Now I'll take this black pointer of the color ramp and move it like this. In this way, we'll add some more black color to these horns or the spikes. I'll also change the render engine back to EV for now, and right now I think that the texture looks fine, so I'll be finalizing this one. However, if you want, you can change the color of this texture to something else like red, green or blue or anything else which you think would look the best for your scene. But for now, I'll change it back to the black color, and with this we come to the end of this chapter. In today's chapter, we learnt about some new geometry nodes, created some amazing dragons, then we even understood about the hair nodes which we use for creating these spikes. We even created these wings and also created these amazing textures. And the best part about using geometry nodes is that if I select these dragons and tab into the edit mode, then with the draw tool enabled, if I draw a curve like this, then I can easily make a dragon out of it. So try to play around with these things, try to give some more details to the geometry of the wings or the head of the dragon, or maybe you can try to give some different colors to the dragon, and in this way you will be able to create a scene of your own. And yes, in the next chapter we'll be learning about some more geometry nodes, and we'll also use them in order to finalize our scene. In the previous chapter, we started with the creation of this scene where we used the geometry nodes to create these dragons, and in today's chapter, we'll be learning about all these topics in complete detail and we'll also be finishing this scene. Now we are back in the scene, and the first thing that we are going to do today is to create a sun for the background along with the sun rays, and for this we'll be using the quadratic Bezier node. So first of all, in the 3D viewport, let's add some object. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and let's add a cube. Let's move it in the y-axis like this. Now let's open the geometry nodes editor from here and click on the new button. To add the quadratic Bezier node, press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the primitives, select the quadratic Bezier node. Let's place it over here and connect the curve socket to the group output. Now this will create a quadratic Bezier curve in the scene. Let's go to the top view to see it properly. Now here we have this quadratic Bezier curve added because of this node, and the first option that we have here is the resolution, which basically controls the number of points or the number of edges of the curve. Then we have three more options using which we can control the appearance of the curve. The first option is the start, and this one will control the position of the first control point that is present over here. So if I try to change the position like this, then the changes will be seen on the first control point. In a similar way, here we have the middle option, which will be controlling the position of the control point present at the middle of the curve. So if I try to change the position like this, then that particular point is getting displaced. Then finally we have this end option, using which we can control the position of the last control point which is present over here. So by using the quadratic Bezier node, you can easily modify your curve by changing the positions of the start, middle, and the end control point. Now the next topic of this chapter is understanding the curve to points node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in operations, select the curve to points node. Let's place it over here, and as the name suggests, the curve to points node simply converts the curve into points. Then from the count option here, you can control the number of these points by changing the value like this. So it's a very simple node which you can use to convert your curve into points, and it has three modes: the evaluated mode, the count mode, and the length mode. We just discovered the count, where we can easily change the number of these points, but let's also discover the other two. So I'll first select the evaluated mode, and in this option, the number of points will basically depend on the resolution of the curve. So if I increase the resolution from here, the number of these points will increase, and if I reduce it, the number of points will also reduce. Then the third option that we have is the length, and in this method, the number of points is controlled by the length value. So if I increase it, the number of the points will reduce, and that is because the length value added here is the minimum distance between any two points. So as the distance or the length will increase, the number of points will reduce. For now, I'll change it back to the count mode. Now suppose you want to convert these points into vertices. Then for this we have the points to vertices node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to point, and select the points to vertices node. Let's place it over here, and this node will simply convert the points that we received as the input into vertices. And yes, because now we have converted the points into vertices, as a result, the output that we are getting here is also in the form of a mesh. Previously, by using the quadratic Bezier node, the output was in the form of a curve. Then by using the curve to points node, the output was in the form of points, and then by using the points to vertices node, the points got converted into vertices, and we are now getting the output in the form of a mesh. Now to extrude these vertices, let's use the extrude mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the extrude mesh node. Let's place it over here, change the mode from faces to vertices, and now all of the vertices have now been extruded into edges. In fact, because of using the extrude mesh node, the number of vertices will also have been doubled, because previously we were having the vertices only on the inner side, but now after extruding the vertices into these edges, we are now also having the vertices on this outer side. To check this, let's add the mesh to points node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the mesh to points node. Let's place it over here, and now you can check that previously we were having only these points, but after using the extrude mesh node, we are now having these extruded points. Now suppose you want more points to be added in the area between each of these 2 points. Then for this you can use the subdivide mesh node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the subdivide mesh node. Place it after the extrude mesh node, and now as they increase the level from here, the number of subdivisions will increase, and due to this the number of points will also increase. Now to add some other object like a UV sphere or an icosphere as instances on these points, we'll be using the instance on points node. So press Shift plus A, go to instances, and select the instance on points, place it over here. Now for the instance object, I'll be using an icosphere. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the primitives, select the icosphere node, place it over here, and connect it to the instance socket. Let's also reduce the radius of this icosphere to something like 0.1. Now these will be used as the sun rays, and for the main sun object, let's add a UV sphere. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the primitives, select the UV sphere. Let's place it over here. Let's also add the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and select the join geometry node. Now I'll connect the mesh socket to the join geometry node. Let's also reduce the radius to something like 0.6 or 0.7, and now it looks perfect. object. Now to give it some material, let's go to the material properties, click on the new button, then in the emission, I'll change the color to yellow or orange and the emission strength to something like 10 or 11. And now to use this material in the geometry nodes editor, let's add the set material node. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node, place it over here, and the name of this material is material.002. So let's select this material from this list, and we now have this emission material applied to the sun. However, to view the emission effect properly, we need to change the render settings. In the previous versions of Blender with the EV render engine, we used to have a bloom settings here, using which you could have made the emission look better. However, in the latest version, which is Blender 4.2, the bloom settings have been removed from here, and to get the same results, we now have to use the compositing in Blender. But in reality, it's a completely different topic which we'll be covering later on in this course. But for now, we'll be using the compositing in order to fix the emission material. So to open the compositing workspace, click on this compositing workspace option, and this window will appear where we can do all the works related to compositing. So for those of you who don't know, compositing is basically used to change the way your final renders look. It's more like an image editing tool, and to understand it practically, first of all, turn on the use nodes option from here, and since we need to view the changes in the 3D viewport, so for this, I'll change this dope sheet editor into the 3D viewport. So click on this icon and select the 3D viewport. Let's also expand this window like this, turn on the render view. Now here we have the sun that we created, and to view the changes that we make in the compositor, click on this icon and change the option of the compositor from disabled to always. Now to get the bloom effect, go to the compositor, press Shift plus A, then in the filter, select the glare node, place it in between the render layers and the composite, and from here, change the glare type to bloom. Now from here, change the quality to high, and let's reduce the size to something like 6. Also slightly increase the threshold, and we'll be keeping it to a value of something close to 10. And with this, the emission on the material is now looking perfect. And yes, one more thing, it might be possible that you were not able to understand even a single thing that we did in the compositor. So you don't need to worry about that, because we'll be learning the compositors in full detail in the upcoming chapters. But for now, simply use this glare node, change the glare type to bloom, reduce the size, increase the threshold, and set the quality to high. And now let's go back to the geometry nodes editor. To view the same results over here, click on this icon and change the selection from disabled in the compositor to always. Now let's also fix the rotation and the position of this sun, and for this we'll be using the transform geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the operations, select the transform geometry node, place it after the set material node. Now first of all, I'll change the rotation in the x-axis to 90. Let's move it slightly upwards in the z-axis also, and place it over here. One more thing to notice in the scene is that the bloom effect is applied not only to the sun but also to the eyes of the dragon. And the reason for this is that whatever changes you make in the compositing always get applied to the entire scene and not just a single object. Now let's also scale it up. So go to the transform geometry node, let's increase the scaling in all the 3 axes to something like 2, and now it looks like this. We have these dragons and this simple sun at the back, and with this we are now ready to finalize our scene. So let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, turn on the lock camera to view from here. I'll change the view like this. Let's also zoom out so that we can have both the dragons as well as the sun in the scene. If you want, you can even add some more dragons by selecting them, tabbing into the edit mode. Let's also go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and you can easily draw your dragons like this. Let's do one more thing. We'll be creating a dragon in front of the sun also. So let's draw the curve, and you might also get some errors like this, but simply press Ctrl plus Z to undo and draw the curve again. Let's create one more dragon, and now it looks perfect. Let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, and this is how our scene is looking now. We have so many dragons in the scene along with the glowing sun at the back. If you want, you can even change the color of the emission by going to the material properties, and you can change the color from yellow to something like orange or red. Then you can also go to the compositing and change the bloom effect from the different settings here, like the threshold value or the size. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 47. Today we understood about some new geometry nodes and used them to finalize this scene. In this chapter and the upcoming chapter, we'll be understanding lots of new geometry nodes, and we'll also be creating this amazing portal scene in Blender. So in today's chapter, let's understand all these topics in complete detail. Now first of all, let's go to the geometry nodes workspace, click on the new button here, and the first thing that I'm gonna do is to change this cube into a UV sphere. So go to the geometry nodes editor, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the primitives, select the UV sphere, place it over here, and connect the mesh socket to the group output. Now we'll be using this UV sphere to create a scene with some some lighting emerging out of it, and for this we'll be using some curves placed as instances on the points of the UV sphere. So let's understand it practically. So first of all, let's add the instance on points node. So press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. Place it over here. Then for the instance object, we'll be using the curve line node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the primitives, select the curve line. Place it over here and connect it to the instance socket. Now these are the curve lines that are placed as instances on the different points of the UV sphere, and we'll be using them to create some lighting emerging out of the portal or the UV sphere, and it will be connecting to the area outside the portal. So for this, let's first add a set position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the right category, select the set position node. Place it over here. Now we want that only the endpoints of this curve line to be connected to the world outside this portal, and for this, we'll be connecting this selection socket to a new node which is called the endpoint selection node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to curve, then in the read category, select the endpoint selection. Place it over here and connect it to the selection socket in the set position node. Now here we have two options, the start size and the end size, and since we want to affect only the endpoints of the curve line, we'll keep the end size to 1, but we'll change the start size to 0. Now we'll go to the 3D viewport and let's add some random objects around the Sci-fi portal. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and I'll select a UV sphere, move it in the Y axis like this. Press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, place it over here. Let's create two more copies and place them around the portal. Now moving ahead, the next node that we're going to discover is the sample nearest node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the sample, select the sample nearest node. Let's place it over here. Now this node is very similar to the geometry proximity node. It takes a geometry as an input, and in the output, it gives the nearest indices to the geometry. Now suppose you want to use these UV spheres added in the scene as the geometry input in the sample nearest node. So for this, I'll select all these 4 UV spheres and we'll join them together by pressing Ctrl plus J. Now they're converted into a single object with the name sphere in the scene collection. So I'll select the portal again. Let's drag the sphere into the geometry nodes editor, connect the geometry socket to the geometry in the sample nearest node, and now the sample nearest node will take these UV spheres as the input, or basically as the sample, and in the index output socket, it will give the nearest indices. Now to use this index socket somewhere, we'll be using the sample index node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, then in the sample, select the sample index node, place it over here. Then I'll take the geometry socket and connect it to the geometry in the sample index node. Now we'll be using the sample index node to calculate the position at that particular index. So first of all, change the data type to vector. Then for the value socket, we'll be using the position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the read category, select the position node. Let's place it over here and connect it to the value socket. Then I'll connect the index socket of the sample nearest to the index socket in the sample index node. Now I'll connect the output to the position socket in the set position node. Now let's also understand what all we did here again. First of all, we used this object info node which is carrying the information about these UV spheres. Then we connected it to the sample nearest node and the sample index node. This sample nearest node was calculating the index value of the points nearest to the geometry of the UV spheres, and we used this index value as the input in the sample index node in order to calculate the position of those indices. Then we connected it to the set position node in order to see the changes. However, to actually see the changes in the scene, we have to use the realize instances node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the realize instances node, place it in between the instance on points and the set position node, and now we notice some changes here. If I go to the object info node and turn on the relative from here, then this is how the endpoints of the curve line get connected to the spheres. Also, if I try to move the UV spheres, then you can see here that these curve lines were also changing. And now moving ahead, you can see that these curve lines are very straight, and to give them some randomness, we'll be using some texture. So first of all, I'll create a duplicate of this set position node by pressing Shift plus D. Let's place it over here. Then I'll add the noise texture node. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture, place it over here. Now I'll take the factor socket and connect it to the offset in the set position node. Also turn off the normalize, and now the curve lines are having this random pattern. Now to increase the randomness even more, we need to increase the number of control points of the curve. Right now, since the curve line is completely straight, as a result there are only 2 control points, one at the beginning, another at the end. And to increase the number of control points, we'll be using the resample curve node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the operations, select the resample curve node, place it in between the 2 set position nodes, and now with the help of the count value, you can control the number of these control points. So we'll keep it to something like 8 or 10. Let's also reduce the scaling. So we'll keep the scaling to something like 1 or 1.5, and then to reduce their number, I'll go to the UV sphere node, change the number of segments to something like 6. Let's also change the number of rings to something like 5 or 6, or maybe I'll keep both of the values to 8, and this is how it looks now. And yes, if I select these curve lines, press G to move it, that it creates a very interesting thunder lighting type of pattern which we needed for the Sci-fi portal. But to give it some thickness, we'll be using the curve to mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the operations, select the curve to mesh node. Place it over here. Then as usual, we'll connect the profile curve to the curve circle node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the primitives, select the curve circle node. We'll connect it to the profile curve socket. Let's reduce the radius to something like 0.1. Then suppose we want that the radius should be bigger at one end and smaller at the other end. Then for this we have the spline parameter node. To use it, we first need to add the set curve radius node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the right category, select the set curve radius. Place it over here, and to add the spline parameter, press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the read category, select the spline parameter node. Place it over here, connect the factor socket to the radius, and to control the effect, let's add the map range node. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, and in the math, select the map range node. Place it over here. Now to have the bigger radius on this end and the smaller radius at the opposite end, simply go to the map range node, change the 2 min to a value of 1 and the 2 max to a value of 0. Now let's also reduce the number of these curve lines again. So go to the UV sphere node, let's change the number of segments and the rings to something like 5. Then to view the UV sphere along with these curve lines at the center, let's add a join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the join geometry node. Place it over here, and to add the UV sphere, if I try to connect the original UV sphere to the join geometry node, then the reason why it looks like this is that we have reduced the number of segments and the rings here. So for now, I'll first undo and add a new UV sphere node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the primitives, select the UV sphere. Let's place it over here and connect the mesh socket to the join geometry node. Also, you can see here that some of these curves are emerging out of this UV sphere. So to fix this, select the original UV sphere node, reduce the radius to something like 0.5 or 0.4, and this is how it looks now. If I press G to move it, then you can see that it's creating this interesting pattern. Let's also do one more thing. I'll select these UV spheres, tab into the edit mode, and we'll be placing them properly because right now they are not properly placed in the X, Y, and Z axis. So first of all, I'll go to the top view by pressing 0 on the numpad. Then to select a particular UV sphere, first I'll deselect all of them. Then with my mouse over one of the UV spheres, if I press L, then that particular UV sphere will get connected. Press G to move it and place it over here. Similarly, I'll deselect everything again by left clicking anywhere else in the 3D viewport. Take the mouse cursor to another UV sphere, press L to select it, press G, X, and move it over here. Let's also move it in the Y axis like this. Let's do the same with the third one. Press G and move it over here. Now I'll select the fourth one by first deselecting, then press L and move it slightly close to this UV sphere. Now this is how our scene is looking. Let's select this one also, press G, Y, and let's move it over here. And now the scene looks perfect. Now let's come out of the edit mode, and if you want, you can even create an animation of it where the central UV sphere will be rotating like this. So to create this animation, press N to open the toolbar, and in the item category, right now the rotation in all the 3 axes is set to 0. So let's insert a keyframe for these rotation values at the frame number 1. Then I'll take this pointer to the frame number 120, change the rotation in all the 3 axes to something like 1800 degrees, press I to insert a keyframe, and now if I take the pointer to the frame number 1 and play the animation, then this is how the animation looks with the rotating UV sphere. Now the next topic for today's chapter is understanding the edge angle node. So for this, first I'll add a plane in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select a plane, press G, X, and move it over here. Tab into the edit mode, press 2 for the edge select mode, select this edge. Now let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Now with that edge selected, press E to extrude it like this, and now we have a plane in the scene with one of the edges extruded like this. Now I'll go to the geometry nodes editor, click on the new button, and to add the edge angle node, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the read category, select the edge angle node. Let's place it over here. Now this edge angle node will simply calculate the angle in between any two faces separated by an edge. Now since it will give the output in the form of angle, so we'll also need some input sockets to accept these values. So let's add the extrude mesh node by pressing Shift plus A, then in the mesh, go to operations and select the extrude mesh node. Let's place it over here, and now both the faces of the plane are extruded. Now let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, or maybe Ctrl plus 1, and now if I take the unsigned angle socket and connect it to the offset scaling in the extrude mesh node, then now the offset scaling will be controlled on the basis of the angle that we are receiving from this node. So if I tab into the edit mode, and with this edge selected over here, if I try to change the angle by pressing G, then you will notice that the amount of offset scaling, or basically the extrusion, is also changing. If I bring both the planes in the same line, then the offset scaling will reduce to 0. However, if I change the angle like this, then this unsigned angle socket will consider the shortest angle in between both the faces, and in this way we'll control the offset scale value also. But if I take the signed angle socket and connect it to the offset scale, then this one also will calculate the angle in between both the faces, and if that angle is less than 180 degrees, then the value will be negative, and as a result, the extrusion gets applied to the opposite side. And if I press G to move the edge and place it over here, then you can see that this angle over here is less than 180 degrees, and as a result the extrusion is being applied to the opposite side. However, if I take the unsigned angle socket and connect it again to the offset scale, then in this case the extrusion will get applied on this side only. So with the unsigned angle, it will simply take the shortest angle between the two faces and will apply the extrusion accordingly. However, if I take the signed angle socket, then in this case it will check whether the angle is less than or equal to 180 degrees, and if the condition is true, then the extrusion will get applied to the opposite side, and this is how the edge angle node works. Now we'll be using this plane in order to make a portal around these UV spheres, and for this I'll go back to the front view by pressing Ctrl+1 on the numpad, then take the unsigned angle in the edge angle node and connect it to the offset scale. After that, press G to move the edge and place it over here. Now press A to select everything, then press G, X and move it over here in such a way that this yellow origin point just touches this edge over here. Then to create the portal, select this edge, then go back to the front view again. Now press G to move it like this, and to make the first half of the portal, we'll be extruding this edge, so hold on Ctrl, and if I right click anywhere, then the edge will get extruded like this. Let's do it one more time. Hold on Ctrl and right click over here. Now this is how the first half of the portal is looking right now. Let's also come out of the edit mode, and to add the faces on this inner side of the portal also, we'll be using the join geometry node. So press Shift+A, go to geometry and select the join geometry node, place it over here and connect the group input to the join geometry. Now we also need to extrude this back part of the portal, and for this we'll be adding an extrude mesh node at the end. So I'll select this one, press Shift+D to create a duplicate and place it after the join geometry node. Now because of applying the extrusion, the inside faces here have again disappeared, and to fix this we'll again be adding a join geometry node over here. So I'll select this one, press Shift+D to create a duplicate and place it over here. Take this geometry socket and connect it to the join geometry node. Now one part of the portal is completely ready, and to make the other part, I'll be adding another join geometry node. So I'll select this one, create a duplicate, place it over here. Then for the duplicate part, we'll be adding a transform geometry node. So press Shift+A, go to geometry and in the operations, select the transform geometry node, place it over here. Now we'll connect the geometry socket in the join geometry node to this geometry socket in the transform geometry. Then for the output, I'll connect this socket to this join geometry node. And now let's understand what exactly we did here. See, the original join geometry node was carrying the information about this part of the fence. However, if you notice here closely, we have connected it to this join geometry node two times. First we connected it directly, and second time we connected it using the transform geometry node. And this transform geometry node will basically be controlling the duplicate that we created. So if I go to the scaling value in the x-axis and try to change it, then you will notice that at a value of -1, the portal looks completely perfect. Also, let's move it in the x-axis like this. Let's keep it to something like 1 meters or 1.5 meters. Now we'll be placing this portal in place of these UV spheres surrounding the main UV sphere. So I'll select this, press X to delete, and to place this portal, press 7 to go to the top view. Let's move it in the x-axis and place it over here. Let's go to the front view also and move it upwards in the z-axis. Now to get the effect of these curved lines according to this portal, I'll select the UV sphere. Then in the object info node that we added here, I'll change the object from sphere to plane. Now to ensure that this effect is visible all over the portal, I'll select it and move it down like this, and then left click to finalize. Now let's also give some material to the objects in the scene. So I'll go to the render view, then to improve the lighting, I'll select the lamp, go to the object data properties, change the type of light to sun, reduce the strength to something like 5 or 4. Let's move it in the y-axis like this. Now rotate the light by pressing R and rotate it like this. Let's create a duplicate of this light. So press Shift+D, move it in the y-axis and place it over here. Then press R to rotate it and keep the rotation like this. So first I'll select the center object, then go to the material properties. Now this default material is added here. So let's add a set material node in the geometry nodes editor with this default material. So press Shift+A, go to material and select the set material node, place it over here, and in the list of materials, we'll be selecting this material. Now let's go to the shader editor from here, and here we have the default principle BSDF applied. Now to give it some texture, we'll be using the Musgrave texture. So press Shift+A, go to texture and select the noise texture, place it over here, and as I already told you in the previous chapters, Blender has merged the Musgrave texture with this noise texture, and to get the same effect as the Musgrave texture here, we simply need to turn off the normalize option here. Now press Ctrl+T to get the texture coordinate and the mapping node, take the object socket and connect it to the vector, and to view the output, I'll take the factor socket and connect it to the base color. Now in the noise texture, first of all, I'll reduce the scaling to something like 1 or 2, then I'll increase the detailing to a value of 15. Let's also increase the roughness, and I'll keep it to something like 0.7 or 0.8. Let's also increase the distortion to a value of something like 0.8 or maybe 1. Now for the colors, let's add a color ramp. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, place it over here. Now I'll select the second pointer and change the color from white to red. Then I'll take the factor socket and connect it to the alpha in the principal BSDF. The reason for doing this is that I wanted to make the black part slightly transparent. Also, let's go to the render properties and I'll change the render engine to cycles. Then open the material properties again, scroll down, and in the viewport display settings, do ensure that the blend mode is selected to alpha hash or alpha blend. For now, I'll be selecting the alpha blend. Now let's also work on the emission. So for the emission color, we'll be keeping the same color that we get from the color ramp. So I'll take this color socket and connect it to the emission color. Then I'll increase the strength to something like 10. And to see the effect properly, we also need to turn on the bloom setting. So for this, go to the compositing workspace, click on the use nodes, and to add the bloom effect, press Shift plus A, go to filter and select the glare node, place it over here, change the glare type to bloom and set the quality to high. Then I'll keep the size to something like 6, and now I'll go to the geometry nodes editor again, and to view the effects here, click on this icon and set the compositor to always, and now the bloom effect is properly applied. The reason why this portal is also glowing is that the strength of the light in the scene is very high. So I'll go to the object data properties and reduce the strength to something like 1. Let's do the same with the other light also. I'll reduce the strength to a value of 1, and now this is how this material is looking right now. If you want, you can reduce the emission strength to something like 5 or 6, but I think that right now 10 looks perfect, so I'll finalize it. And if you want, you can even go to the render properties and change the render engine back to Eevee, and now this is how the scene looks. You can also try to change the scale value here to something else, or maybe the roughness, and you can create a different type of material for this object at the center. Also, let's add a plane below this. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the plane, tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything and scale it up 20 times. Let's come out of the edit mode, press G, Z and move it down like this. Now one thing that you can notice here after adding the plane is that in the material that we created, here we are having some transparent parts in the middle, and that is because we connected the factor socket to the alpha. If I remove it from here, then previously it was completely black colored. However, by connecting the factor socket to the alpha, this black color changed to transparent, and as a result, you can easily see through it. Now moving ahead, let's also modify this plane. So I'll go to the solid mode, then click here and open the geometry nodes editor. Click on the new button, and to control the size and the number of vertices of the plane, let's add a grid node in the geometry nodes editor. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the primitives, select the grid, place it over here and connect it to the group output. Let's increase the size to something like 20, or maybe let's keep it to 50, and the number of vertices to something like 100. And now let's add the split edges node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the split edges node, place it over here, and to view its effect, let's also add the scale elements node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the scale elements node, place it after the split edges node and reduce the scale to something like 0.9. And now you can see here that because of the split edges node, we are now having these separate faces scaled down due to the scale elements node. Now moving ahead, the next topic for today's chapter is understanding the face group boundaries node. To add it here, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the read category, select the face group boundaries node. Let's place it over here. Now this node simply finds the edges or the boundaries lying in a specific region. To understand it in a better way, I'll take this boundary edges socket and connect it to the selection in the split edges node, and now it will split the edges according to the face group ID that we input here. Now suppose you want some random edges, so for the face group ID socket, let's use the noise texture node along with the compare node. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture, place it over here, turn off the normalize. Then to add the compare node, press Shift plus A, go to utilities, and in the math category, select the compare node. Let's place it over here, connect the factor socket to the value A and the result to the face group ID. Now let's reduce the scale value to something like 0.1, and now let's understand what all we did here. Hold down Ctrl Shift and left click on the noise texture. Similarly, with the Ctrl and Shift key holded, left click on the grid node also, and in this way we are able to see this plane that we added along with the noise texture. You can see that because of adding this texture, we are having this black and white area, and at the region where this black and white part mixes together, or basically where we have this gray area, this is the boundary which we used in the face group boundaries node. If I delete the viewer node from here, then you can see that now only those edges have disappeared which were present at the boundary in the noise texture. To understand this concept in a better way, let's remove the split edges and the scale elements node, then press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, let's add the extrude mesh node. Place it over here, connect the mesh socket of the grid node to the extrude mesh, and then connect the extrude mesh node to the group output. Now I'll connect the face group boundaries node to the selection. Let's also increase the scaling of the texture to something like 0.5, then go to the extrude mesh and increase the offset scaling. scaling, then only these edges are getting extruded that were present at the boundary in the noise texture. And so this is the use of the face group boundaries node. Also, to view the effect in a much better way, I'll change the mode to edges and reduce the offset scaling like this, and now it's very clearly visible that the extrusion is being applied to only those edges where we are having this boundary in the noise texture. So for now, I'll delete this viewer node. Let's increase the offset scaling to something like 2 or maybe 1.8. Let's also reduce the scaling in the noise texture to something like 0.06, and this is how our scene looks now. Now moving ahead, let's also give some material to this plane. So go to the material properties, click on the new button, and to set this material, go to the geometry nodes editor, press shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node. Place it over here. Now I'll select the material.001. Let's go to the render view, and to modify the material, let's go to the shader editor from here. Now in the shader editor, press shift plus A, go to texture and add the noise texture. Let's place it over here. Press Ctrl plus T to connect it to the texture coordinate and the mapping node. Now just like always, take the object socket and connect it to the vector, and to view the results, take the factor socket of the noise texture and connect it to the base color. Also turn off the normalize from here, and we'll be keeping the texture to exactly the same scaling as we did in the geometry nodes. So let's open the geometry nodes editor from here, and in the noise texture that we added here, we set the scale to a value of 0.06. So in the shader editor also, I'll change the scaling to a value of 0.06, and this is how it looks now. Also, if you want, you can set the detailing to something like 15. Let's also change the roughness, and we'll keep it to something like 0.6 or 0.7, and now it looks perfect. To give some color to it, let's add a color ramp. So press shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, place it over here. Now I'll select this white pointer, and we'll keep it to something like green color, and if you want, you can even assign this color to the emission color here. So I'll take the socket and connect it to the color in the emission section. Let's also increase the emission strength to something like 5 or 10. Then to make this black area slightly transparent, I'll take this factor socket in the noise texture and connect it to the alpha in the principal BSDF. Now do ensure that all the parameters that you have set here in the noise texture are exactly same as the noise texture in the geometry nodes editor. In this one, we have set the detailing to 15 and the roughness to 0.642. So let's go to the geometry nodes editor again, and in the noise texture, I'll change the detailing to 15 and roughness to a value of 0.642. Now moving ahead, let's also give some material to the edges that we extruded here. So for this, let's create a duplicate of the set material node. So press shift plus D and place it over here. Then I'll take this side socket of the extrude mesh node and connect it to the selection. This side socket is carrying the information about the extruded edges on the plane. Now let's create a new material by clicking on the plus icon and then clicking on the new material button. And to assign this material to the extruded edges, click here and select the material.002. Now to modify this material, go to the shader editor from here. Let's delete both of these nodes by pressing X, and for the texture, I will bring in the same nodes that we used in this material.001. So press A to select everything, Ctrl plus C to copy all the nodes, then I'll go to the material.002 and press Ctrl plus V to paste them. Now in the color ramp, I'll select the second pointer and change the color to something like blue, and this is how it looks now. Also, let's increase the scaling in the noise texture something like 0.15. Let's do the same with the material.001 also. Go to the noise texture, change the scaling to 0.15. Let's also do the same in the geometry nodes editor. So I'll go to the scaling in the noise texture again and increase it to 0.15. And with this, the material for the base, or basically the plane, is now completely ready. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 48. In today's chapter, we learnt about the understanding of lots of new geometry nodes, and we used them to create this portal scene with this object and the portal. Then we even created a base where we used the face group boundaries node in order to extrude only the edges at the boundaries. Then we applied this beautiful looking material to it. And in the next chapter, we'll be learning about some new geometry nodes, and we'll also be continuing with this sci-fi portal scene. In the previous chapter, we begin with the creation of this sci-fi portal scene, and in this chapter, we'll be learning about all these topics in complete detail, and we'll also continue with the scene. And the first thing that we are going to do today is to give some basic material to this portal. So to create the material, go to the material properties and click on the new button. Also, switch to the shader editor from here, and to view only the portal in the 3D viewport, press the / button. Let's also add a light in the scene. So press shift plus A, go to light and select the sunlight. Let's move it in the Z axis like this. Press R to rotate the light and rotate it like this. Also, let's increase the strength of light to something like 3 or 4. And now let's create the material. So I'll select the portal. Then in the shader editor, let's add the noise texture. So press shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture. Place it over here. Press Ctrl plus T to connect it to the texture coordinate and the mapping node. Now just like always, take the object socket and connect it to the vector. Now I'll connect the factor socket of the noise texture to the base color in the principal BSDF, And for the colors, let's add the color ramp. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, place it over here. Now I'll select this white pointer and change the color to the purple color. Let's also reduce the brightness, and this is how it looks now. Let's also do some changes in the noise texture. So let's increase the detailing to 15. Let's also increase the scale value to something like 12 or 15. Then in the principal BSTF, let's reduce the roughness to something like 0.1 in order to add some reflection to it. Now to view the rest of the objects, press the forward slash button again, and this is how our scene looks now. Let's go to the solid mode. Now moving ahead, the first topic for today's chapter is understanding the face neighbors node. So for this, let's add a plane in the scene by pressing Shift plus A. Then in the mesh, select the plane. Let's move it in the x-axis over here. Now tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, and to subdivide, right click and select the subdivide option. Let's increase the number of cuts to a value of 3. Let's also scale it up, and with this we have a subdivided plane in the scene. Now let's come out of the edit mode. Now let's open the geometry nodes editor from here and click on the new button. To understand the face neighbors node, I'll first add the extrude mesh node here. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, then in the operations, select the extrude mesh node. Let's place it over here. Now to add the face neighbor node, press Shift plus A, then go to mesh, and in the read category, select the face neighbors node. We'll place it over here. Now we can connect this face neighbors node to the extrude mesh in order to extrude only some particular faces. Like we have two sockets, the vertex count and the face count, and so if I need that, only those particular faces should get extruded who are having a particular number of vertices or faces neighboring that face, then for this we can use this node. To connect it to the extrude mesh node, let's also add the compare node in between. So press Shift plus A again, go to utilities, and in the math category, select the compare node. Place it over here. Since the vertex and the face count is an integer value, so I'll change the input type to integer. Then to set a value equal to the vertex count or the face count, I'll change the operation from greater than to equal. And now if I connect the vertex count to the value A and the result socket to the selection in the extrude mesh node, then now you can see here that no extrusion is being applied to any of the faces. And that's because due to the face neighbors node, the extrusion will get applied only to that particular face which is having the number of vertices around it equal to the value of B, which is 0. So if I tab into the edit mode, press 1 for the vertex select, then now you can see that each of these faces is having 4 vertices surrounding it. So in order to extrude these faces, I need to change the value of B to 4, and with this, all of the faces are now getting extruded. Let's understand it with the help of one more example. So I'll change the value of B back to 0, then I'll select these two vertices over here, and if I right click and select subdivide, and now we have this one extra vertex added in between these two vertices. Also, this particular face is now having 5 vertices surrounding it, while the rest of them are still having 4 adjacent vertices. So now if I go to the compare node and increase the value of B to 4, then you can see that all of these faces except this one will get extruded, and if I change the value of B to 5, then in this case only this particular face will get extruded. Now the next socket that you have here is the face count, and if I connect this socket to the value A and change the value of B to 1, then now nothing will get extruded, and that's because by using the face count node, the comparison is made on the basis of the number of faces surrounding a particular face. For example, this selected face has exactly 2 faces adjacent to it. One is this face and the second one is this face. Similarly, this thing is true for all of these corner faces because each one of them has exactly 2 faces neighboring it. As a result, if I go to the compare node and increase the value of B from 1 to 2, then now the extrusion will get applied to only these corner faces. Then if I select this face, then this one has 3 faces surrounding it. The first face is over here, the second face is this one, and the third face is this face. So in simple words, you simply need to check the number of faces that are adjusted to a particular face with the help of the edge. And just like this face, all of these faces that are present on the sides but are not the corner faces are having a face count equal to 3. So if I change the value of B in the compare node to 3, then in this case, all of these faces will get extruded. And so this is the use of the face neighbors node. Now just like the face neighbors node, we also have a vertex neighbors node. To add it over here, first I'll delete this node by pressing X. Then to add the vertex neighbors node, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the read category, here we have the vertex neighbors node. Let's place it over here, and just like the face neighbors node, this one also has the vertex count and the face count. And as the name suggests, this node will work on the vertices. So if I tab into the edit mode, press 1 for the vertex select, then you can see that each of these vertices is being surrounded by a particular number of vertices and faces. For example, this vertex that I selected over here is surrounded by 2 vertices. The first is this one and the second is this vertex. So in this case, the vertex count for this one will be equal to a value of 2. So if I go to the vertex count and connect it to the value A, also I'll change the value of B from 3 to 2. And now to extrude these vertices, having the vertex count equal to a value of 2, go to the extrude mesh node and change the mode from faces to vertices. Now if I come out of the edit mode, then you will notice that all these vertices having having a vertex count equal to value of 2 are getting extruded like this. Then you also have the face count socket, which is used for comparing the number of faces surrounding a particular vertex. For example, if I select this vertex, then it is being shared with two faces. The first is this one and the second is this face. Similarly, if I select this vertex, then this is being surrounded by these 4 faces. So for this vertex, the face count will be equal to a value of 4. Therefore, if I take the face count socket and connect it to the value A, then if I change the value of B to 4 and go to the object mode again, then in this case, all these vertices are getting extruded, which are having the face count equal to the value of B, which is 4. Now moving ahead, let's understand the next topic of this chapter, which is the face is planar node. So for this, let's first remove these two nodes from here. Let's also remove the extrude mesh node and connect the group input to the group output. To add the face is planar node, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the read category, select the is face planar node. Let's place it over here. Now the is face planar node or the face is planar node is simply used to check whether the triangles of the quad or the n-gon are planar or not. See, quad means any figure that has 4 sides and n-gon means any figure having n number of sides. Now to understand this node in detail, I'll go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad. I'll also turn on the annotate tool from here and select the annotate line. And yes, one more thing, whatever changes I am doing in the scene right now are only for making you understand the usage of this node, so you don't need to repeat these steps in your Blender file. Now if I draw a line like this, then now you can see that this quad is broken into 2 triangles, this one and this triangle. Now in the geometry nodes editor, if I press Shift plus A, then go to material and add the set material node, place it over here. Then to create the material, I'll go to the material properties and create a new material. Also, let's open the material preview mode, and now if I try to change the base color from here, and then if I remove the set material node from here by holding the Alt button and dragging it like this, then you can see that even though we are not using the set material node, but still we are having the material.004 applied, and this is because it is the first default material that we created in the material properties for this plane object. However, if I create another new material and change the base color to the blue color this time, then now to assign this particular material, we need to use the set material node. So I'll place it over here, select the material.005, and now the material will get applied. Now if I connect the planar socket to the selection in the set material node, then now this material.005 will only get applied to those faces which are planar, or in simple words, the is face planar node will check if the triangle of the quad or the n-gon is in the same plane as others or not. Now if I tab into the edit mode and select this half of the plane by selecting all these vertices like this, let's select these also, and now if I move them down by pressing G, Z and place it over here, then now you will notice that some of these faces are not having this material.005, but instead the default original material, which was this original material, is applied to these faces, and this is because of the is planar node. By connecting it to the selection socket, we now got this material.005 or the blue material applied to only those faces which were lying in a plane, or simply those faces which were having the same normal. In this case, all of these blue faces are having their normal in the positive Z axis for the top faces also, which are blue colored. However, for these orange faces, the normal or the perpendicular will be something like this, which is not in the same axis as compared to the other faces. Now this is face planar node also has this threshold value which controls the threshold after which the face will no longer be considered to be planar. To understand it in a better way, if I slightly increase the threshold, then at a particular value, you will notice that this node is now considering these faces also to be planar and therefore applying the material.005 to them. So you can simply control the threshold to control the distance after which the face will not be considered as planar. For now, I'll remove these annotations from here. Now let's come out of the edit mode and delete this plane. Now moving ahead, we'll be creating a kind of path or a bridge that will take us to the portal. For this, let's add a plane in the scene. Also, let's switch to the solid mode. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and add the plane, move it in the Y axis and place it over here. Also, let's move it slightly upwards in the Z axis, and then to change its scaling using the geometry nodes, click on the new button. Let's add the grid node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and in the primitives, select the grid node, place it over here, connect the mesh socket to the group output, and let's increase the size in the Y axis to something like 20 meters. Let's also increase the size in the X axis to something like 2 meters. Now to extrude the plane, let's add the extrude mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, then in the operations, select the extrude mesh node, place it over here after the grid node, and now suppose you want to scale down the top face, then for this, we'll be using the scale elements node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the scale elements node. We'll place it over here. To scale down only the top face, I'll connect the top socket to the selection. Let's reduce the scale, and also in the extrude mesh node, turn off the individual. Now suppose you want to apply some distortion to the sides, then for this we'll add the set position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in in the right category, select the set position node. Place it over here. Then to create the distortion, we'll connect the offset to the noise texture. So let's add it by pressing Shift plus A. Then in the texture, select the noise texture. Place it over here. Connect the factor socket to the offset. To view the distortion effect properly, we also need to subdivide the mesh. So let's add the subdivide mesh node. So I'll press Shift plus A. Then in the mesh, go to operations and select the subdivide mesh node. We'll place it over here. Let's also increase the levels. Now the distortion is being applied to all of the faces. However, we needed the distortion effect on all the faces except the top. For this, we'll be connecting the compare node to the selection socket in the set position node, and we'll be using it to control the faces where the noise texture is applied. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, then in the math category, select the compare node. We'll place it over here, change the input type to vector, connect the result socket to the selection, and now to select all the faces except this top face, I'll change the operation to not equal. Then as we know that the normal of this top face is in the positive z axis, so I'll go to the value of vector B and change the z axis to 1. Then for the vector A, we'll be using the normal node, so let's add it over here. Go to the geometry and in the read category, select the normal node. We'll place it over here, connect it to the vector A, and now the distortion is being applied to all of the faces whose normal is not in the positive z axis. Also, right now the noise texture is being applied in all the three axes, meaning the x, y, and z axis, and in order to apply the noise texture only in the x and y axis, we'll be using the combine xyz node. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, then in the vector, select the combine xyz node. We'll place it over here. Let's also connect the factor socket to the y axis. Now let's reduce the scaling in the noise texture. So we'll reduce it to something like 1 or 1.5. Now moving ahead, suppose you want that this path or the bridge should have two materials. For the top, the material should be same as that of this portal, and the bottom, it should have the material that we added to the floor. Then for this, we'll be using the set material node along with the is face planar node. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node, place it over here. First of all, let's apply this material.003, which is the same material that we applied to this portal. Then for the distorted part, we'll create a duplicate of this node, place it over here and change the material to the material.001, which we use for the floor. Now in order to get this material.003, which is the purple colored material only on the top face, we'll be using the is face planar node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and in the read category, select the is face planar node, place it over here, connect the planar socket to the selection, and now if I hide this floor by pressing H, then you can see that this green material which we applied to the floor is now applied to the sides of the portal. Now even though this green material is applied to the sides and the bottom, however, we still have some of the faces with this purple material of the portal. So to increase or decrease it, you can try to change the value of threshold. So if I increase it, the portal material will increase, and if I reduce it, the portal material will begin to disappear. Also, you can increase the levels in the subdivide mesh to 5 in order to get a much better look on the bridge. Now let's go to the solid mode again. Let's unhide the floor, and to place it properly in the scene, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, press G to move it and place it over here. Let's go to the side view now, move it in the Y axis like this, and now this is how our scene is looking right now. Now it's time to finalize the scene. So first of all, let's add the camera view at this position. So press Ctrl Alt 0 on the numpad, and we now have the camera over here. Then turn on the lock camera to view, and let's change the position like this. Let's also zoom in. Now we'll be doing some changes in the scene to make it ready for rendering. So first of all, go to the render view, and now we'll be creating a sky texture for the background. So for this, go to the shader editor from here, and with any of the objects selected, simply click here and change the shader type to world. Now we have this node system over here, using which we can control the materials applied to the world. To get the sky as the background, let's add the sky texture over here. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the sky texture, place it over here, connect the color socket to the color in the background. Now to make it look like realistic sky, first I'll increase the ozone value to 10, then we need to change the sun elevation to either a value close to 0 degrees or 180 degrees. Right now, I think that the sun elevation of something like 180 or 181 looks perfect. It's giving this look of a sunset at the background. Then coming back to the scene, now we'll be creating some fire drops, and for this, let's add a UV sphere in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, select the UV sphere, let's move it in the Z axis and place it over here. To focus only on the UV sphere, press the forward slash button. Now tab into the edit mode to make it look like a droplet. First I'll select this top vertex, then press O to turn on the proportional editing, and if I press G to move it in the Z axis and move it like this, then now we have a shape which kind of looks like a droplet. To make it look even better, I'll turn off the proportional editing, and with only the top vertex selected, I'll move it in the Z axis like this, and now it looks perfect. So we'll come out of the edit mode. Also, to give it some material, I'll change the the shader type to object and we'll be assigning this material.001 which we assign to the floor. However, in this case, we need to make it look like fire drops, so we need to do some changes in the material also. So we'll create a duplicate of this material by clicking on this icon. So first of all, I'll increase the scaling in the noise texture to something like 6 or 7. Let's also change the color. So I'll select the second pointer, which is green color right now, and change the color to something like orange. And now this is how the fire drop looks now. Also, I think that we should reduce the scaling in the noise texture to something like 7 or maybe 7.5, and now it looks perfect. Now to use it as the raindrops throughout the scene, I'll first go to the solid mode, then press the forward slash button to remove the focus from the raindrop, and now we'll be adding a cube in the scene, then we'll convert it into volume and distribute these raindrops inside that volume. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and add the cube, tab into the edit mode, let's scale it up 20 times. Now come out of the edit mode and let's go to the geometry nodes editor from here. Click on the new button, and to convert it into volume, let's add the mesh to volume node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the mesh to volume node. We'll place it over here. Now to distribute some points in the volume, let's add the distribute points in volume node. So press Shift plus A, go to point and select the distribute points in volume, place it over here. Let's reduce the density to something like 0.1. Then to add the raindrop as an instance on these points, we'll be using the instance on points node. So press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. We'll place it over here, and for the instance object, we'll be using this raindrop which is saved with the name sphere in the scene collection. So let's select the cube again and drag the sphere into the geometry nodes editor. Now I'll take the geometry socket and connect it to the instance. Let's reduce their scaling to something like 0.2. Also, let's reduce the density even further. So we'll keep it to something like 0.03, and now I think that it looks perfect. So let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad. Let's also turn on the render view, and now this is how our scene is looking. However, as you can clearly see, the number of these raindrops is still very high. So for this, I'll try to reduce this density in the mesh to volume node. So let's keep it to something like 0.1, or maybe let's slightly increase it to 0.3. Let's also increase the scaling in all the 3 axes to a value of something like 0.35. Let's also change the rotation in the y axis in order to give the raindrops a slightly tilted look. Now let's also do some changes in the material by going to the shader editor. Let's select the original raindrop from the scene collection, and in the shader editor, first of all, I'll break this node connection in between the factor socket and the alpha in the principal BSDF. So hold down the control button, right click and drag like this. Let's also increase the scaling in the noise texture to something like 14 or 15. Then to give it a glowing effect, we'll increase the roughness to a value of something close to 0.8 or 0.9. Now our scene almost looks ready. However, we also need to fix the rotation of this path or the bridge that we created. So go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad. Let's move it in the y axis like this. Then go to the side view and we need to bring it down as well. So press G, Z and move it down like this. Let's go to the camera view again. Let's select the portal along with this fireball that we created, and let's move them in the Z axis upwards like this, and then left click to finalize. Let's go to the render view again, and now this is how the final scene is looking. If you want, you can do some changes in the material of the central fireball that we created. For example, I think that we should remove the connection between the factor socket and the alpha. So let's remove it. Previously we connected both of them together in order to replace the black color in the texture with a transparent look, but right now this material is giving a much better look. Then if you want, you can also try to change the material of the floor. For example, in this green material, we can change the color to something else like the red color or any other color of your choice. So try to do these changes in the materials. Also try to change the parameters in the geometry nodes editor like the extrusion, the noise texture. Also, if you remember, in the previous chapter, we animated this fireball from the frame number 1 to the frame number 120. So you can try to create an animation with this, and this brings us to the end of chapter number 49 of the Blender Master course. In this chapter and the upcoming chapter, we'll be learning about lots of new geometry nodes and we'll be using them in order to create this lighting scene. For today's chapter, our target will be to understand all these topics in complete detail and begin with the creation of this lighting scene. Now, first of all, let's go to the geometry nodes workspace, and the first topic for today's chapter is understanding the gradient texture node. So for this, first I'll delete this cube by pressing X. Then press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and let's add a plane object in the scene. Now to understand about the gradient texture node in the geometry nodes, we first need to understand about the same gradient texture node in the shader editor. So for this, click here and select the shader editor from this list. Click on the new button, and to add the gradient texture, simply press Shift plus A, then go to texture, and from here, select the gradient texture. We'll place it over here, then press Ctrl plus T to add the texture coordinate and the mapping node. Then as usual, take the object socket and connect it to the vector. And to view the output, first of all, let's go to the render view, and to apply the gradient texture, hold down Ctrl Shift and left click on the gradient texture node. Let's also go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and just like the name suggests, the gradient texture node simply gives a gradient as the material. Now instead of understanding it in terms of the colors, let's also try to understand in terms of mathematical values. So with this gradient texture applied, the value will change from -1 to 1 in the same direction where the color changes. Initially, at this position, the value is -1, and I have explained it to you a lot of times that whenever the value is less than or equal to 0, then the color which is assigned is always the black color. As a result, at this position, we see that the color is black, then the value increases from -1 to 0. So even at the value of 0, which is at the center, the color is black, and then the value begins to increase from 0 to 1. And since the value is getting increased from 0, as a result, we see a shift in the color from complete black to the white color. Now let's also understand the gradient texture node in the geometry nodes editor. So for this, click on this icon again and select the geometry nodes editor. Click on the new button. To control the size or the number of vertices of this plane, press Shift plus A, go to mesh, then in the primitives, select the grid node, place it over here, connect the mesh socket to the group output, and you can also see that by adding the grid node, the material that we applied, which is the gradient texture, has also disappeared. And that's because whenever we add any object using the geometry nodes, then in that case, we need to use the set material node in order to assign the same material. But for now, we won't be assigning any material to this plane. Let's also go to the solid mode, and now before adding the gradient texture node in the geometry nodes editor, let's also add an extrude mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, then in the operations, select the extrude mesh node, place it over here. It looks like a cube because it has extruded the face depending upon this offset scaling value. But suppose you want that instead of adding any particular number here, the offset scaling should instead depend upon the gradient texture. So let's try to do it. So press Shift plus A, then go to texture and select the gradient texture. Place it over here, connect the color socket to the offset scaling, and you can see that we got some unexpected result. Also, let's do one more thing, which is to increase the number of vertices of this grid to something like 50. I'll also increase the size in order to view it properly. So I'll change it to a value of 5 meters, and now this is how our plane is looking after connecting the gradient texture to the extrude mesh node. Now to understand what exactly is happening here, hold on Ctrl Shift and left click on the gradient texture, and then similarly left click on the grid node. Now you can see here that the viewer node is only connected to the grid node and the gradient texture, and as a result you get the same result that we saw while understanding the gradient texture in the shader editor. Now just like before, the value at this part is equal to -1, then in the middle it is 0, and in the end the value is equal to 1. Also, if I again hold the Ctrl and the Shift button and left click on the extrude mesh node, then now this viewer node is connected to the extrude mesh and the gradient texture node, and you can see here that the color is changing from complete black to the white color. As a result, in this case also, the value on this part which is touching the bottom is equal to -1, then as it approaches the middle, the value increases to 0, but since the value is still less than or equal to 0, as a result it is still black colored, and as soon as the value becomes positive, the color again changes to white. Similarly, this gradient texture connected to the offset scale initially gives a value of -1 to this part. As a result, the extrusion gets applied in the opposite direction, then as it approaches the middle, the gradient texture sends the value of 0 to the offset scale, and therefore this middle part is not extruded, and then again as it approaches the end, the value increases to +1, and therefore the offset scale will be positive, and therefore the extrusion is seen in this upward direction. So in simple words, the gradient texture changes the value of the offset scale from -1 to a value of +1. Now you can also see that this gradient texture node has some gradient types. For example, the linear, quadratic, easing, and with each one we get a different type of result. For example, if I select the radial, then now you can see that the value changes from this point in the radial direction. In simple words, if I go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, then over here the value is equal to 0, then it increases like this, and in the end the value is again equal to +1. Also, if you look closely, then the extrusion is also getting applied in a similar way. On this part over here, there is no extrusion, and so it is completely flat. Then as we approach this end, we notice some slight extrusion. Similarly, on this part, there is some more extrusion, and as it approaches the end, the extrusion effect even increases more. So in this case, with the radial gradient type selected, the value changes from this point in a radial direction, and in a similar way, the offset scaling in the extrude mesh node is also changing. Now if I go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and suppose you want that instead of the gradient texture being applied only once, it should be repeating itself. Then for this, we need to use the math node with some specific operations. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, and in the math category, select the math node. Place it over here. Let's also connect it to the offset scale. And now if I click on the operations list, then over here, we have this ping pong operation. So I'll select it, and by using this operation, I can control the value at which the gradient texture ends. So initially, the value will still be equal to 0. However, whatever value I insert in the scale here will get applied as the ending value. For example, if I change the scale to 1, then in this case, the value is changing from from 0 to +1, that is from the black color to complete white color. However, if I reduce the scale to something like 0.5, then in this case, the value will change from 0, which is black, to a value of 0.5, which is a mix of black and white, or simply the gray color. So for now, I'll change the scale back to 1, then create a duplicate of this node and place it over here, and we'll be using this node in order to multiply this effect. So from the function, I'll select the multiply, and then if I try to increase the value from here, then you can see that the effect of gradient texture is getting multiplied. So if I keep it to a value of 10, then in this case, the effect of gradient texture is applied 10 times. For example, here the value will be equal to 0, then somewhere over here, the color is completely white, and as a result, the value will be equal to 1, then again the value decreases to 0, and the color changes to white, and it continues in a similar way. Also, if I try to change the view like this, then you can see that because of multiplying the gradient texture effect, the extrusion is also getting affected. So for now, I'll delete the viewer node from here, and now this is how our plane looks right now. Now moving ahead, the next topic for today's chapter is understanding the RGB curves node. So for this, I'll add a plane in the scene. So press Shift+A, go to Mesh and select the plane. Let's move it in the X-axis over here. And just like the gradient texture node, we'll be understanding the RGB curves node first in the shader editor and then in the geometry nodes editor. So click here and select the shader editor. Let's also go to the render view. And now for understanding the RGB curves node, I'll also need the gradient texture node. So let's do one thing. I'll apply the same material that we previously used to understand the gradient texture node. So click here and select this material.001. In your Blender file, it might be possible that this material gets saved simply with the name material instead of material.001. Now just like we did in the geometry nodes editor, we'll be adding the math node with the multiply and the ping pong function. So press Shift+A, go to converter and select the math node. Place it over here, change the operation to ping pong, change the scale value to +1. Then for the multiply, I'll create a duplicate of this math node and place it over here. Let's also change the function to multiply and change the value to 10. Let's also change the gradient type from the linear to the radial, and now it looks like this. Let's also go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and now finally we can add the RGB curves node. So press Shift+A, go to color and select the RGB curves node. We'll place it over here. Now this RGB curves node is used to control the way the RGB channels look. For those of you who don't know what RGB is, it basically means red, green and blue color, and these three colors are the primary colors of light. By using different values in the RGB channels, you can create any type of colors. To understand it in a better way, let's add a color ramp node. So press Shift+A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Place it over here, and you can see that over here the color mode is selected as RGB. Also, if I click over here and change it to RGB, then it allows you to input any value in the red, green and the blue channels, and depending upon these values, you will be getting a unique color each and every time. So for example, if I take this color to the red color, then you can see that the other two values have changed to 0 and the value in the red channel is equal to 0.81. If I increase it to a value of 1, then in this case the brightness will increase. Similarly, if I select the second pointer and change the color to the blue color, then now you can see that the other two values, which is of the red and the green channels, is 0 or approximately equal to 0. You can try to change the position of this pointer in order to change the value to exact 0, and in the blue channel the value is equal to +1. Now if I take the RGB curves node and drop it after the color ramp, then in this case I can use this node to control the RGB channels. Over here you can see that we have 4 options: CRGB. C stands for the combined channels, meaning that if this one is selected, then we'll be controlling all the 3 channels collectively. Then the next one is the R, and this one will control the red channel. Similarly, G controls the green channel and B controls the blue channel. Now if I click anywhere on the curve, a point or basically a handle will get created, and if I left click and drag like this, then the position of the handle will change and we'll notice some differences in the color. By moving this handle in the upwards direction like this, the brightness has increased. Similarly, if I take this handle and bring it down, then in this case the brightness will reduce, and this is how the colors are looking right now. So by changing the way this curve looks, you can control the way how the colors look on your object. Also, if I click anywhere else on the curve, then another point or another handle will get created, and I can use both the handles in order to modify the way the colors look in the material. If you want to reset all the things that you did here, simply click on this icon and select reset curve. So basically this is how the RGB curves node works in the shader editor. For now, I'll delete this plane from here by pressing X. Let's select this plane again, and now let's understand the RGB curves in the geometry nodes. So click here and select the geometry nodes editor. To add the RGB curves node, press Shift+A, go to utilities, then in the color, select the RGB curves node. Now we'll drop it after the math node with the ping pong operation. Just like before, if I click anywhere on the curve, a handle will get created, and if I try to move the handle, then you will notice that it manipulates the way the gradient texture was looking. So it completely depends upon you about how you want the texture to look on the object. Also, you can select the end handles over here by left clicking, and if I drag it like this, then the position of this handle will also change. So try to adjust the different handles in order to change the way the gradient texture, or basically the extrusion value looks because of connecting the offset scale to the gradient texture. So for now, we'll be keeping it very simple. I'll bring down this endpoint over here, and by doing this, you can see that the height is also reduced. So there is no right or wrong curve which needs to be there in the RGB curves node. It completely depends upon you about how you want your scene to look like. So try to play with the different handles of the curve. Also, you can try to change the values in the math node and get different types of results. We can also do the same with this math node with the multiply operation, and we'll be getting some different results. But for now, I think that it looks perfect, so I'll finalize this. Now moving ahead, we'll now be creating some lighting in our scene. So for this, let's first go to the solid mode, and to create the lighting, let's add some random object in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and I'll select the plane. Let's move it in the Z axis over here, then go to the geometry nodes editor and click on the new button. Now to control the scaling of the plane from the geometry nodes, let's add a grid node over here. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, then in the primitives, select the grid node, place it over here, connect the mesh socket to the group output. Let's increase the size to something like 2 meters or maybe 2.5 meters. Now to make the lighting, we'll be using some curve lines as the instances. So press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instance on points. Place it over here, and for the instance object, let's add a curve line node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, then in the primitives, select the curve line node, place it over here, connect the curve socket to the instance. Now we have these curve lines placed as the instances on different points of the grid, and suppose you want that the end points of the curve line should be touching the nearest surface of this plane. Then for this, we have the sample nearest surface node. But to use it, we also need to add the set position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, then in the right category, select the set position node. We'll place it over here, then press Shift plus A again, go to mesh, and in the sample, select the sample nearest surface node. We'll place it over here. Now the sample nearest surface node will sample any value of the surface which is nearest to the points of the curve line. Also, in the data type, you have many options like the float, integer, vector, and whatever you will select here, that particular data type will be sampled by the sample nearest surface node. Now we also have the mesh socket in this node where we need to connect the target mesh object, or in this case, this plane that we have added here. So go to the scene collection, left click and drag the plane into the geometry nodes editor, take the geometry socket and connect it to the mesh socket in the sample nearest surface node. Also, in the object info node, select the relative option, and now suppose you want that this value socket in the output should sample or basically generate the position of the nearest surface. Then for this, first of all, change the data type to vector, and then we'll connect the value socket to the position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the read category, select the position node, place it over here, connect it to the value. Now for the output, I'll connect this value socket to the position in the set position node. Now you can see here that the position of these curve lines placed as the instances has changed. However, it is still not perfect. If I select these curve lines and press G to move it, you will notice that we can't move them upwards. To fix this problem, we need to use the realize instances node. So press Shift plus A, go to instances, and from here, select the realize instances node. Place it in between the instance on points and the set position node. And also, if you remember, I told you that we needed only the end points of the curve lines to touch the surface of the plane. To achieve this result, we need to connect the selection socket in the set position node to the endpoint selection node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, and in the read category, select the endpoint selection node. Place it over here, take the selection socket and connect it to the selection in the set position node. Since we need only the endpoint to be selected, so change the start size to 0, and now you can see that we have these curve lines added over here with the endpoints snapped to the nearest surface of this plane. Also, if I press G to move them, then they're also changing in the Z axis this time, and this is because of the realize instances node that we added after the instance on points node. Now since we'll be using these curve lines to make some thunder lighting in the scene, so we also need to add some distortion to it. Right now they're completely straight, and to add some distortion, we need to add another set position node. So I'll select this one, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place it over here. Now for the distortion, we'll be using the noise texture added to the position node. So for this, press Shift plus A, go to utilities, and in the vector, select the vector math node, place it over here. Now we need to connect this node to the position socket in the set position node. So we'll connect it like this. Then for the two vector values, we'll be using a position node and the noise texture node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the read category, select the position node, place it over here, connect it to any of the two vectors. Then for the other one, let's add the noise texture node. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture, place it over here, connect the factor socket to the vector. Now to apply the distortion effect properly, we also need to increase the number of control points in the curve lines. By default, they have only two control points, one at the beginning, another at the end. So to add more control points, we'll be using the resample curve node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, then in the operations, select the resample curve node, place it over here. Now we finally have something which looks like the thunder lighting. However, if I try to move it down by pressing G, then you can notice that it's still not perfect. So to solve this problem, you simply need to change the value in the offset. So let's reduce it to something like -0.8 or maybe -0.5. And now if I try to move it by pressing pressing G, then in this case, the lighting looks much better than before. Now to make it look real, we also need to convert it into a mesh. So let's add a curve to mesh node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, then in the operations, select the curve to mesh node, place it over here. For the profile curve, we'll be using the curve circle node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, then in the primitives, select the curve circle node, place it over here, connect the curve socket to the profile curve. Also, let's change the radius to something like 0.1, and now to make it look like it has bigger radius over one end and smaller at the other, we'll be using the set curve radius node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, then in the right category, select the set curve radius node, place it over here. For the radius, we'll be using the spline parameter node. So press Shift plus A, go to curve, then in the read category, select the spline parameter node. Let's place it over here, take the factor socket and connect it to the radius in the set curve radius node. Now since we need the bigger radius on the top and the smaller radius at the bottom, we need to invert the radius, and for this, we'll be using a map range node. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, then in the math, select the map range node. We'll place it after the spline parameter node, and to invert the radius, simply change the 2 min value to 1 and the 2 max value to 0. Now to fill these top faces, go to the curve to mesh node and turn on the fill gaps. Also, let's further reduce the radius in the curve circle node, so we'll keep it to something like 0.05, and now this is how the lighting scene is looking right now. Also, if you want to increase their number, then simply go to the grid node that we added initially, and by increasing the number of vertices here, we can increase the number of curve lines that we used as the instance here. So let's go to the vertices option in the X and Y axis and increase it to something like 5. To place them apart, we can increase the size from here. So let's keep it to something like 3.2 or 3.3 meters. Let's also keep the number of vertices to 4 instead of 5, and this is how it looks now. And also, if you want the lighting to look a bit different, then you can try to change the scale value in the noise texture that we added over here. So if I reduce it to something like 2.5 or maybe 2, then it looks like this. Also, to increase the number of points, you can go to the resample curve node and increase the count value from here. Also, to make the turns more sharp, you can go to the roughness value in the noise texture and try to increase it like this. And finally, I think that the thunder lighting in the scene looks perfect. We also arrived to the end of the chapter number 50. Today we learnt about some new geometry nodes and used them to create this simple scene. In the next chapter, we'll be using some more new geometry nodes to create some clouds in the scene and to finalize our lighting scene. In the previous chapter, we begin with the creation of this lighting scene, and in today's chapter, we'll be understanding all these concepts in complete detail and we'll be using them to finalize our scene. So we are back in the scene where we created this plane with the help of gradient texture and the RGB curves node. Then we created this thunder lighting with the help of all these geometry nodes. And now the first topic for today's chapter is understanding the instance to points node. Now the instance to points node is different from this instance on points node that we have used a lot in this course. We use this instance on points node in order to place a particular object as the instance on different points of another object, and in the output we used to get these instances. But let's also understand the instance to points node by adding it in the geometry nodes editor. So press Shift plus A, go to instances and select the instances to points node. Let's place it over here, and now this node basically takes the instances as the input and converts them into points. So here, if I take the instances socket in the instance on points node and connect it to the instances in the instance to points node, and then to see the result, if I hold on Ctrl Shift and left click on the instances to points node, then you can see here that at the position of the instances, we now have these points added. Now suppose you want to place a particular object as the instance on these points, then for this we can add an instance on points node after the instance to points node. So I'll select this one, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place it over here. Then for the instance, I'll be adding a simple cube. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the primitives, select the cube object. We'll place it over here, connect the mesh socket to the instance. Now before moving ahead, let's also place all these nodes properly in the scene so that there is no confusion. So I'll move these nodes that were connected to the set position node over here. Similarly, let's select these nodes and move them up like this. Now suppose you want to change the position of these cubes that we added here, then you can do it directly from the position socket in the instance to points node. So to give them a random position, let's first add a vector match node. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities, then in the vector, select the vector match node. Let's place it over here, connect the vector socket to the position. Then for the first vector socket, let's add a position node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the read, select the position node. Place it over here, connect it to the first vector. Then to add some randomness to the position, we'll be connecting the random value node in the second vector. So press Shift plus A, go to utilities and select the random value node. We'll place it over here, change the data type from float to vector and connect the value socket to the vector socket. And now because of the vector math node with the add operation connected to the position and the random value, some random value between 0 and 1 is being added to the position of all of these cubes placed as the instances. Also, you can control the amount of randomness from the minimum and the maximum values here. So if I go for the minimum minimum values, select all the three, that is the X, Y and Z axis, and try to change them like this, then the amount of randomness will also change. Basically, higher the difference between the minimum and the maximum values, more will be the amount of randomness. Let's also go to the max values and change it to something like 0.4 or maybe 0.5. And now, for each of these cubes, a random value between minus 0.3 and positive 0.4 will get added to their position. Now we'll be using these cubes that we added here in order to make some clouds in the scene. So for this, we also need to add some distortion to the cubes that we have placed as instances over here. So for this, we'll first add a set position node after the cube node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, then in the right category, select the set position node, place it over here. And if you remember, we did the same process in the thunder lighting that we created in the last chapter. We used the set position node over here, connected it to the vector match node with the add operation, and connected the two vector sockets to the position and the noise texture. So for this one also, we'll be connecting the vector match node to the position socket, and this vector match node with the add operation will be connected to the position socket and the noise texture. So I'll select all the three nodes, let's create a duplicate of them and place them over here. Now I'll take the vector socket and connect it to the position. To increase the distortion, let's first go to the noise texture and increase the scaling to something like 5. Let's also increase the number of vertices. So go to the cube node, select the number of vertices in all the three axes and increase it to something like 4 or 5. Now to make these cubes look like clouds, we need to convert the mesh into volume. So for this, we'll be adding the mesh to volume node after the instance on points. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the mesh to volume node. We'll place it over here, and now you can see that the mesh is converted into volume. Let's also increase the density from here in order to see it properly. Now even though the cubes are converted from mesh to volume, but to make them look like real clouds, we need the volume to be distributed all over this area without any empty spaces in between. And for this, we need to distribute some points in the volume. So for this, we'll be using the distribute points in volume node. So press Shift plus A, go to point and select the distribute points in volume node. Place it over here. We have all these points distributed throughout the volume, and to again convert it into volume or make it look like cloud, we need to convert these points into volume. So let's add the points to volume node. So press Shift plus A, go to point and select the points to volume node. We'll place it over here, and now if I change the view again, you will notice that we still have these empty spaces, but to fill them up with the clouds, simply go to the distribute points in volume node and increase the density from here. This will increase the number of points, and as a result, the volume will also begin to increase. Let's also increase the density in the mesh to volume node like this, and now this is how the clouds are looking in the scene. To view the thunder lighting along with these clouds, we'll be using a join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the join geometry node. We'll place it before the group output. Now I'll take the volume socket and connect it to the geometry in the join geometry node. To view the result here, first I need to remove the viewer node from here. So I'll select it and press X, and now you can see that we are having the clouds along with the thunder lighting. However, we also need to change the position of the clouds in order to place them properly in the scene. So for this, I'll go to the set position node that we added over here and try to change the offset in the X axis like this. So we'll keep it to something like -1, and to be more accurate, let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and we can now see everything properly. So we'll move it in the X axis like this. Let's also move it in the Y axis like this. Also, if you want to increase the size of the clouds, you can go to the size option in the cube and try to increase it like this. However, for now, I think that the scene looks perfect, so we'll finalize this. And yes, if I select the clouds and try to move them by pressing G, then you can see that it's creating this amazing effect along with the thunder lighting. And with this, our scene is now ready to finalize. So first of all, let's go to the render view. To improve the lighting in the scene, I'll select this lamp, go to the object data properties and change the type of light to sun. Let's also reduce the strength to something like 4 or 5. Let's also create a duplicate of this light. So press Shift plus D, move it in the X axis over here, press R to rotate the light. Let's also rotate it in the X axis like this, and now it looks perfect. So first of all, we'll be creating a material for this plane, and if you remember, we made a material using the RGB curves node and the gradient texture in the shader editor. You can even check it from the material properties. We have this material.001 that we created in the last chapter. So to add this material over here, press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node. We'll place it over here, and from the list of the materials, I'll select the material.001, and you can see that we have this gradient texture with the red and the blue color that we created in the shader editor. So if you want, you can try to change the things like the handles in the RGB curves to give it a different look like this, or maybe the colors in the color ramp, like you can set any other color, maybe yellow or the green color, but for now I'll go with the blue color only, but we'll reduce the brightness to change it to the dark blue color. Now the plane looks perfect, and now we can create the material for the clouds and the thunder lighting. So first of all, let's go to the geometry nodes editor again, select the cloud, and now we have to create two separate separate materials, one for the cloud and the other for the thunder lighting. So go to the material properties, click on new material, we'll change the name of this material to cloud, and let's create one more material, click on the new button and change its name to lighting. To apply these materials, I'll go to the geometry nodes editor, and we have two nodes connecting to the join geometry node. One of them is the curve to mesh node, which is carrying the information about these thunder lightings, and the other one is the points to volume node, which is carrying the information about these clouds. So let's add two set materials node. So press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node, place it over here. Let's create a duplicate and place it after the curve to mesh node. Now for the first one, I'll select the cloud material, and for the second one, I'll be selecting the lighting material. To modify the material, let's go to the shader editor from here. Also, since we'll be making the material for the clouds, let's also change the render engine from EV to cycles. Now do ensure that in the material properties, this cloud material is selected. Now since the cloud is not a mesh but a volume, so instead of the principal BSDF node, we'll be using the principal volume node. So I'll select this, press X to delete, then to add the principal volume node, press Shift plus A, go to shader and select the principal volume node. Place it over here, connect the volume socket to the volume in the material output. Now we have the clouds in the scene. To change their color, go to the color option, and to make them darker, I'll reduce the brightness from here. Then you have the option to control the density. So if I increase it, the density of the volume will increase. Then you have the option to control the emission strength and the emission color, but we won't require these things right now. However, if I try to increase the black body intensity to something like 0.1 or maybe 0.2, then you will notice a slight glow of red color around the clouds in the scene. But I think that we should reduce it to a value of approximately 0.15, and now it looks perfect. Moving ahead, let's also create the material for the lighting. So I'll select it from the material properties, and for this one, we'll be using the noise texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture, and from here, I'll select the noise texture. Then to add the vector mapping and the texture coordinate node, press Ctrl plus T. Then just like always, take the object socket and connect it to the vector. Now to view the output here, I'll take the factor socket and connect it to the base color. If you want, you can increase the scaling from the scale parameter over here, but for now, we'll be focusing on giving some color to the lighting. So for this, we'll be using the color ramp node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here. Now we'll be changing the first color, which is black, to white color by increasing the brightness from here. Then I'll select the second pointer, and for this one, we'll be choosing the light blue color. So I'll take my pointer over here. Then to increase the amount of blue color, I'll move this pointer in this direction. Also, we'll go to the emission. Let's increase the emission strength to something like 2. And for the color, we'll be using the same color that we get from the color ramp. So I'll take this socket and connect it to the emission color. To view the emission effect properly, we need to do some changes in the composting. So I'll open the composting workspace from here, then click on the use nodes. To see the changes that we do in the 3D viewport also, I'll change this window, which is the dope sheet editor, to the 3D viewport. So click on this icon and select the 3D viewport. Also, I'll enable the render view by clicking over here. And now to improve the effect of emission, we'll be using the glare node in the compositor. So press Shift plus A, go to filter and select the glare node. We'll place it over here. To ensure that you see the changes in the 3D viewport also, click on this icon and change the option in compositor from disable to always. Then to get the bloom effect, which is required for the emission, I'll change the glare type from streaks to bloom. Also change the quality from medium to high, and now with the help of these parameters, I can easily control the bloom settings in the scene. So first of all, I'll reduce the size to something like 7. Then if you want, you can even try to change the threshold value, but for now, I think that the scene looks perfect. We have this amazing bloom effect applied in the 3D viewport, which is giving a realistic look to the emission material that we added to the lighting in the scene. Let's go to the geometry nodes workspace again, and to view the same changes over here also, click on this icon again, and in the compositor, select the always option. And now I think that the scene is completely ready, and it's totally up to you if you want to change the color of your clouds, or maybe the color of lighting to something else like the dark blue color or maybe the red color. So you can do the changes accordingly. But for now, let's also go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad. Let's enable the lock camera to view from here. I'll zoom out. If you want, you can also change the color of the background to a specific color, and to do this, go to the world properties by clicking on this globe icon. Then in the color, if I set any particular color, then that color will be applied as the background in the 3D viewport. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 51. In this chapter, we used a lot of geometry nodes in order to finalize this amazing lighting scene. In today's chapter, we'll be understanding about the simulation nodes or the simulation zone. Also, we'll be creating an amazing animation with the help of these geometry nodes. So first of all, let's go to the geometry nodes workspace by clicking here. Then to add the geometry node system, click on the new button in the geometry nodes editor. Now, if I press Shift plus A, then here we have a category which is known as simulation, and in this, we have the simulation zone. So let's add it over here, and now you can see that we have a system of 2 nodes, and each of them is having the name simulation. So in simple words, we have one simulation input node and one simulation output node. By using these two nodes, we can create some simulations or some animations in the scene, and that too by using the geometry nodes only. Now the way the simulation zone works is that it takes an input, then performs some operation in the middle which depends upon the nodes that we use, and then it gives the result from the simulation output node, and the simulation or the animation that it creates changes from one frame to the next frame. So let's understand this practically. First of all, I'll take the geometry socket of the group input node and connect it to the geometry socket in this simulation input node. Then for the output, I'll connect this socket in the simulation output to the geometry socket in the group output node. So now that all of the nodes are connected with each other, you might be expecting that it would have created an animation, but if I press the space bar to play the animation, then you will notice that no animation is created till now. Let's take the pointer in the timeline editor back to the frame number 1. So to create the animation, we need to add some nodes in between the simulation input and the simulation output node. So suppose you want to create an animation where the position of this cube changes by a particular distance in a particular axis. So for this, let's first add the transform geometry node, using which we'll control the position of the cube. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the operations, select the transform geometry node. We'll place it over here, and now if I go to the translation in the y axis and change it to a value of 0.1 meters, then now what will happen is that the simulation nodes will create an animation where the position of this cube will change by 0.1 meters in the y axis, and this will happen each and every time the frame changes. So if I press the space bar to play the animation this time, then now you notice that we have this animation where the position of the cube is changing in the y axis by 0.1 meters frame by frame. Also, you can try the same thing with the other parameters in the transform geometry node. For example, if I take the pointer to the frame number 1 again, and suppose I change the rotation in the y axis to 5 degrees, and if I again play the space bar, then this time we have an animation created where the position as well as the rotation of the cube is changing with each and every frame. Now suppose you want to create an animation where we can see each of these cubes frame by frame, and it should be like the scaling will also reduce as the number of cubes will increase. So let's try to create it practically. First of all, I'll change the rotation value back to 0. Then to view the cube each and every time the frame changes, let's add the join geometry node. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry and select the join geometry node. We'll place it after the simulation input node and connect the group input to the geometry socket in the join geometry node. Let's also increase the translation to 1 meters, and now if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation again, then you can see here that it creates an animation where we can see each and every cube separately in the 3D viewport whose position is being changed by a value of 1 meters. And this is because we added the join geometry node and connected it to the original cube. Also, if you want to create the animation where with each passing frame the scale value also reduces, then for this you can either go to the scale parameter in the transform geometry node, or you can add the scale elements node. But for now, I'll be using only these values to create the animation where these cubes will scale down. So if I change the value in all the 3 axes to 0.95, then in this case the scaling of each of these cubes will reduce to 0.95 times the cube on the previous frame. So if I take the pointer to the frame number 1, press the space bar to play the animation, then you will notice that the position as well as the scaling of the cubes is changing with each and every frame. So this is how the simulation zone works in the geometry nodes editor. It creates the animation depending upon the nodes that you add in between the simulation zone, and the change with each frame will depend upon the values that we add in the different parameters of these nodes. Now moving ahead, we'll be creating an animation where we'll be controlling the position of the cube or any object by using another object like an empty object in the scene. So for this, first of all, I'll remove the transform geometry node from here by pressing X. Let's connect the geometry socket in the join geometry node to this geometry socket in the simulation output node. Let's also take the pointer back to the frame number 1. Now since we want to create the animation where the position of this cube will depend upon some other object like the empty object or something else, so in the 3D viewport, press Shift plus A, then go to empty and select the plane axis. Let's scale it up by pressing S, and now you can see that an empty object is created which does not have any mesh or volume. It is simply existing in the scene. So I'll select the cube again. To control the position with respect to the empty axis that we added, we need to add the transform geometry node after the group input. So press Shift plus A, go to geometry, and in the operations, select the transform geometry node. We'll place it over here, and one thing to notice here is that we have not added this transform geometry node in the simulation zone. Whichever nodes we add in between the simulation input and the simulation output will only be considered the part of the simulation zone. Now I'll go to the scene collection. Let's drag the empty object into the geometry nodes editor, and to use the empty axis to control the position of the cube, first I'll change this to relative and control the location socket to the translation in the transform geometry node. Now before playing the animation, if I go to the 3D viewport and select the empty axis and try to move it, then you will notice that a copy of the cube is also moving along with it. So for now, I'll right click. Now with this empty axis selected, if I press the space bar to play the animation and try to move the empty axis like this, then you will notice that we have these multiple cubes being added in the scene depending upon the position of the empty axis. To make it look better, better, let's select the cube again, go to the frame number 1. Let's also bring the empty axis back to the original position. So I'll select it, press Alt plus G to clear the location of the empty axis. Now with the cube selected, I'll go to the geometry nodes editor. Let's scale down the cube to something like 0.7, and suppose we want that in the animation, the scaling of the cubes should also change. Then for this, let's add the scale elements node in the simulation zone. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the operations, select the scale elements node. Let's place it over here. Now if I change the scale value to a value of 0.9 or maybe 0.91, then this time with each of the passing frame, the scaling of the cube will also reduce to 0.91 each time. So to play the animation, I'll select the empty axis again, press the space bar, and if I press G to move it like this, then you will notice that it's creating this amazing animation where the scaling of the cubes is also reducing. Now I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1. Let's also clear the location of the empty axis by pressing Alt plus G, select the cube again, and in the geometry nodes editor, we'll do some changes in the scaling in order to make the animation look much better. So first of all, I'll increase the scaling in the scale elements to something like 0.96. Let's also change the scale in the transform geometry node from 0.7 to a value of 0.8. Now let's select the empty axis again, press the space bar to play the animation and move it like this. And with this we have a beautiful animation created where we have so many different cubes and their size is also changing, and we are able to control all of this just by moving the empty axis. Now I'll go to the frame number 1 again. Let's also clear the location of the empty axis one more time by pressing Alt plus G, select the cube, and now suppose you want to save this animation in the timeline editor, and for this we need to insert different keyframes at the different frames of the different positions of the empty axis in the timeline editor. So first of all, I'll go to the side view by pressing 1 on the numpad, select this empty axis, and with this empty axis placed on the 3D cursor, I'll press I to insert the keyframe. Now we have a keyframe inserted at the frame number 1. Let's take the pointer to the frame number 40. Let's also change the position of this empty axis by pressing G, and I'll place it over here. Let's insert a keyframe at this position also. So press I, and we have another keyframe inserted over here. Now if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation, then you will notice that we have an animation like this being created in the 3D viewport. To make it look better, I'll select the cube again, and we should change the scaling in order to give it a much better look. So I'll go to the transform geometry node, and in the scale value, I'll enter the value equal to 1. This will scale up the cubes, and for the animation, I'll change the value of scale in the scale elements node to something like 0.92. Also, if you want, we can create this animation with some other object like maybe a UV sphere, and to do this, instead of the group input node, we'll be using the UV sphere node. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh, and in the primitives, select the UV sphere node. We'll place it over here, connect the mesh socket to the geometry in the simulation input. Let's also connect the mesh socket to the geometry in the transform geometry node. Let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation again. Now we have this UV sphere being animated, and just like this, you can replace the UV sphere with any object that you like. For today's chapter, we'll be creating a simple star in the scene and replacing the UV sphere with that star. So to model the star, let's first add a plane in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and add the plane, tab into the edit mode. To focus only on the plane, press the forward slash button. Let's also go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and we'll need some more vertices. So right click and select subdivide. Now to model the star, I'll select this vertex. Let's move it up in the Y axis like this and place it over here. Then I'll select this vertex. Let's move it in the X axis like this. Then select this vertex, move it up in the Y axis and place it over here. Let's do the same with this one also. We'll move it in the X axis like this. And now we need to change some position of the vertices in order to finalize the star. So first of all, I'll select these top 3 vertices and we'll move them down in the Y axis like this. Also, we need some more points in between these two edges. I'll right click and select subdivide again. Then I'll select these two vertices, move them down in the Y axis and place them over here. Let's also scale them down in the X axis. So press S, then X and scale it down like this. To make it look symmetrical, I'll select this vertex and move it down slightly in the Y axis. Let's also select these two vertices at the bottom and scale them down in the X axis like this. Now our star looks completely ready. To give it some thickness, press A to select everything and extrude it in the Z axis. Now let's come out of the edit mode, and this is how the star is looking in the scene. Now to give it a realistic look, let's apply the bevel modifier to it. So go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the bevel modifier. Let's increase the number of segments to a value of 3, and now it looks perfect. To give it a smooth look, I'll right click and select shade smooth. Now to create the animation by using this star instead of the UV sphere, I'll first press the forward slash button to view the rest of the objects. Then I'll select this UV sphere and we'll copy all these geometry nodes from here and paste them in the geometry nodes of the star that we created. So press A to select everything, Ctrl plus C to copy. Now let's also delete this from the scene. So press X to delete, select the star, go to the geometry nodes editor and click on the new button. Now I'll select these two nodes, press X to delete, and to paste the nodes that we copied, simply press Ctrl plus V. The reason why we see a UV sphere is that in the geometry nodes editor, we added this UV sphere to be used as the input. So I'll delete it from here, then I'll take the group input and connect it to the simulation input and also to the transform geometry node. Now to create the animation again, I'll go to the top view this time by pressing 7 on the numpad. Let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1, select the empty axis. Let's also delete all the keyframes that we previously inserted over here. So in the timeline editor, press A to select everything, X, and click on delete keyframes. Now at the frame number 1, the position will be at the 3D cursor. So press I to insert the keyframe. Let's take the pointer to somewhere near frame number 20. Let's give it a random position. So press G to move it and place it at any random position. Let's insert a keyframe by pressing I, and we'll do the same thing a few more times in order to create the complete animation. So let's take the pointer to the frame number 40, and this time I'll change the position of this empty axis to over here. Press I to insert the keyframe. Take the pointer to the frame number 60. Let's move it down like this. Press I to insert the keyframe again, then I'll go to the frame number 80, and this time I'll move it over here. Let's insert a keyframe again, and let's do the same thing one more time at the frame number 100. Let's place the empty axis over here, press I to insert the keyframe, and now the animation is ready to be seen. So I'll go to the frame number 1, press the space bar to play the animation, and now we have this animation created with these stars that are moving and scaling down. Now let's also give it some glowing material. So for this, let's first go to the render view, then I'll select the stars and change the window to the shader editor. Click on the new button, and since we need to make the glowing material, so in the principal BSDF, I'll go to the emission. Let's change the color from here, and let's keep it to something like pink color. And yes, it completely depends on you that which specific color you need as the emission color for these stars. Let's also increase the strength to something like 2 or maybe 3. And to apply this material, let's go to the geometry nodes editor again, then press Shift plus A, go to material and select the set material node. We'll place it over here, and from the list of the materials, I'll choose this material.001. To view the emission effect properly, go to the compositing, turn on the use nodes, then press Shift plus A, go to filter and select the clear node. Place it over here, change the clear type from streaks to bloom, change the quality to high. Let's reduce the size to something like 6, and to view the result, let's go to the geometry nodes workspace, and from here, change the compositor settings from disabled to always. With this, we now have these glowing stars in the scene, and if you want, you can even control the amount of this glow from the compositing workspace, like you can try changing the bloom size, and in this way, you will be able to modify the scene. So try to play around with these settings, try to change the color of the stars or the emission strength or maybe the position of the empty axis in order to create a different type of animation. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learnt about the simulation zone and even created a simple animation using it. For those of you who do not know anything about compositing, it is basically a tool in which you simply use the node system in Blender in order to enhance an image or a sequence of images. It also includes the things like changing some specific colors in the image, the glowing effect in the image, and many more interesting things which can easily be done simply by adding a node in the editor, and all this will give your renders a completely different and a unique look. So in this chapter, we'll be understanding about how this compositing works in Blender, and we'll also be learning about some compositing nodes. So we have opened a new Blender file, and to begin with working with the compositing, we first need to open the compositing workspace. So on the top, you have this workspace named as compositing. So I'll select this, and in this workspace, here we have the compositor editor, then below this, we have the dope sheet editor, and in the end, we also have a timeline editor. Now the dope sheet editor and the timeline editor will be used only if we are working on a sequence of images, or in simple words, an animation. But if we are working on still images, then we won't require the dope sheet editor and the timeline editor. Now to work on the compositing, we first need to bring in some nodes. So for this, first click on the use nodes option, and this will enable the compositing nodes in the workspace. Now we have these two nodes. One is the render layers, which is the input, and then we have the composite node, which is the output. So the render layers node will give the input of the image on which the compositing is to be done, and it will give the most recent rendered image of that particular file as the input. Then that image will be used as an input by the composite node or any other node which is connected in between the render layers and the composite node. So suppose I go to the layout workspace again, and we have this default cube in the scene. Now if I want the rendered image of this simple default cube in the compositing workspace, then for this, simply click on render, and from here, select the render image. Now we have this rendered image. Let's close it for now. Let's go to the compositing workspace again, and right now, this render layers is not having the image that we rendered, and that's because we added this node before rendering our image. So to fix this problem, click on this cross icon, then click here and select the scene. Now you will notice that on the top of this render layers node, we are now having the image that we rendered. Also, whatever changes we'll do in the compositing will get applied to this rendered image. Now in order to view the changes that we do here directly in the compositing workspace, we have to use a node which is called the viewer node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to output, and here we have the viewer node. So let's select it and place it over here. Now if I take the image socket in the render layers and connect it to the image socket in the viewer node, then now we have this rendered image of the default cube added at the back of the editor. Also, do ensure that this backdrop option is turned on in order to view the image in the compositing editor. Now suppose you want to change the size of the image at the back, then for this we can use the scale node. So press Shift plus A, go to transform, and here we have the options like the rotate, scale and transform, and we can use any of these in order to change the rotation, scale or the transformation of the image at the back. So if I select the scale and drop it in between the render layers and the viewer node, then with the help of the X and Y values, I can control the scaling of this image. So let's keep it to something like 0.6 or 0.4. Then suppose you want the image to be rotated, then for this we have the rotate node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to transform and select the rotate. Let's place it over here, and yes, you can also place it after the scale node as it won't make any such difference. Now if I go to the degree and try to increase it, then you will notice that the image at the back is getting rotated. So with the help of the rotate node, you can easily control the rotation of this image. Now moving ahead, suppose you want to control the position of this image, then for this we have the translate node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to transform and select the translate node. We'll place it over here, and by changing the values in the X and Y axis, we can easily control the position of this image. Now moving ahead, we also have a node which serves the purpose of these three nodes, the translate, rotate and the scale node, and this is the transform node. So first of all, let's delete the three nodes by pressing X. Let's also connect the image socket in the render layers back to the image socket in the viewer node. Now to add the transform node, press Shift plus A, go to the transform category, and here you will find the transform node. So I'll select this and place it over here, and now you will notice that we have four parameters. The first two are the X and Y values, which simply controls the position of the image. Then we have the angle, which will be controlling the rotation of the image. Then in the end, we have the scale value, which as the name suggests will be controlling the scaling of the image. Now let's try to do some very simple things with this image at the back, and by doing this we'll also be understanding about a very simple compositing node, which is the brightness contrast node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to color, and in the adjust, here we are having the brightness contrast node. So I'll select this and place it over here. Now this brightness contrast node is connected in between the render layers and the composite node. However, to see the changes at the back, we also need to connect it to the viewer node. So if I take the image socket and connect it over here, then you will notice that the transform geometry node will get disconnected, and that's because the viewer node can only take one input at a time. So let's undo this, and now instead of connecting the transform geometry node directly to the input, we'll be connecting it to the brightness contrast node. So I'll take the image socket in the brightness contrast node and connect it to the image socket in the transform node, and now you can see then the image will be received from the render layers by the brightness contrast node, and the result will be transferred to the composite node as well as the viewer node. Now in the brightness contrast node, we are having two options. The first one is the brightness and the second one is the contrast, and just like the name suggests, the brightness parameter will control the brightness, or basically the amount of white color in the scene. So if I increase this value, you will notice that the scene is now looking very bright. Also, if I take the brightness value to a negative number, then you will notice that the amount of black color will increase. So the brightness value can be used in both the ways. If you take it to a positive value, the brightness will begin to increase, and if you take it to a negative value, the brightness will reduce and the amount of darkness or the black color will increase. Now the second option that you have is the contrast, and contrast basically means making the brighter pixels even more brighter and the darker pixels even more darker. So if I increase the contrast from here, you will notice that we are now having two contrast colors in the image. One of them is complete white color and the other one is complete black color. And now suppose you want that this image at the back should get rendered. So for this, simply click on render and select render image, and here you will notice that the image that is finally rendered will also have the compositing effects applied to it. If you want to save the final image, then simply click on the image option, and from here you can save the image at your desired location. Now let's close this window. Now with this we have learnt about the basics of compositing in Blender, and now suppose you want to use the same compositing nodes for some external image and not for the one that you render in the Blender file. And to do this, go to the compositing workspace again, and now we need to open the image editor in the workspace. So for this, I'll be converting this dope sheet into the image editor. So for this, simply click here and from the list of the editors, select the image editor. Now for this chapter, I'll be adding that image which I rendered in the chapter number 51 of this course, where we created this lighting scene by using geometry nodes. And yes, if you have not yet completed that chapter, then you can get the same rendered image in the description below. Now I hope that you have downloaded that image. Now to open that image, click on the open button. Then open that particular folder where you have saved that particular file, then select it and click on open image. Now we have this image added in the image editor. Let's zoom out, and to use this image in the compositor editor, we need to use the image node. So to add it, press Shift plus A, go to input, and here we have the image node. So I'll select it and place it over here. We'll be using this image node which will act as an input for the rest of the nodes. We can also delete the render layers nodes from here. So I'll select it and press X to delete. Now let's take the image socket and connect it to the image in the brightness contrast node. And to add this image in the image node, click on this icon and from this list, select that particular image. Now we have the image added at the back, and if you notice closely, the contrast effect that we applied with the help of this brightness contrast node can also be seen on the image at the back. So whatever changes I do in the compositor nodes now will simply get applied to the image that we are receiving as the input. Now moving ahead, we'll be using the RGB curves node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, then go to color, and in the adjust, select the RGB curves node. Let's place it over here. Now if you remember, we understood about the RGB curves node in one of the previous chapters also while understanding the geometry nodes. We explored that this C stands for the combined channels, R stands for the red channel, then G stands for the green channel, and B stands for the blue channel. So for those of you who don't know, RGB means red, green and blue channels, and these are the three primary colors which can be used in order to create any particular color. Then in the middle of the RGB curves node, we have this graph using which we'll be controlling the red channel or the green channel or the blue channel or all three of them by selecting the combined channel. Now to modify this curve, simply left click on any point on the curve and this point will get created, and then if I left click and drag it like this, the position of this point will change in the curve and you will also notice some differences in the image. In simple words, if I try to move the pointer in the upwards direction, then in this case the brightness of the image as a whole will increase, and on the other hand, if I take this pointer downwards, then in this case the brightness of the image will reduce. If you want to reset the curve back to the original, then simply click here and from this drop down menu, select the reset curve. Now if you notice closely, we have two more pointers in the RGB curve which are present by default. One of them is this pointer on the top and the other one is this pointer at the bottom. Now both of them have some specific function. Now with this bottom pointer selected, if I try to move up, then in this case the brightness of all the black pixels will increase, and that is because this particular pointer controls the black or basically the dark pixels, and this one at the top controls the white pixels. So by moving this pointer upwards, the brightness of the black pixels will increase, and if I try to move it down, then in this case the brightness of the black or the dark pixels will reduce. Similarly, if I select this pointer at the top which is controlling the white pixels and bring it down like this, then in this case the brightness level of the white pixels will begin to reduce, and if I move it upwards, then the brightness of the white pixels will be increased. So you can use the RGB curves node in order to control the brightness of the image, whether you want to increase it or if you want to reduce it. So you can use the RGB curves node for this. Also, there's one more use of the RGB curves node, which is to control the contrasting in the image. If you remember, we understood about the contrast option in the brightness contrast node, and you can achieve the same result by using the RGB curves node also. So for this, you simply need to create a point over here and move it up, then create another point over here and we'll move it down. So we need to make a curve which has an S-like shape, and by using the position of these pointers, you can control the amount of contrasting and the way your image looks. So to add the contrast effect in the image, you simply have to create a curve like this one, and then you won't even need the brightness contrast node. Also, if I change the value in the contrast back to 0, then you can see the effect in a much better way, that if I try to move these pointers, then the contrast of the image colors changes like this. Also, if you want to see the final image in this image editor, then simply click here and select the viewer node. Now this is the image that is generated after compositing is applied, and if you want to save this image, then go to the image option and you can save the image from here. Now one more thing, if you want to close this side toolbar, then simply press the N key and now you have more space to work in the compositor. Now we just discovered the combined channels in the RGB curves node, but as I already told you, we have three more options: the red channel, the green channel and the blue channel. So let's discover each one, and we'll first start with the red channel. So I'll select it, and now I can use this curve to basically increase or reduce the amount of red color in the image. So if I select a point in the middle and move it up like this, then in this case the amount of red color in the image will increase. To see the result properly, let's increase the size of this image editor, and now we can see the result properly. So by moving this this pointer in the upwards direction, you will increase the amount of red color, and by moving this pointer down, the amount of red color will reduce, and now the image looks like this. So when the pointer is in the middle, there will be a balance in the red color. By moving it up, the amount of red color will increase, and yes, it will also depend on which particular position you are placing your pointer. For example, if I move it in the right also, then in this case, the image will look slightly different from the previous result. But again, in simple words, the amount of color will depend on the position of this pointer. Now moving ahead, let's also discover the green channel, and in this one also, if I left click in the middle, then a pointer will get added, and if I move it upwards, then in this case the amount of green color will increase, and if I move it down, then we'll hardly see any green color in the image. Similarly, if I select the blue channel, then create a point in the middle and move it up, then in this case the amount of blue color will increase, and if I move it down, then we'll hardly see any blue color in the image. Now moving ahead, let's also discover the color balance node. So first of all, I'll remove the brightness contrast node. So hold down the Alt key, left click and drag it like this. Press X to delete it. Then if you want, you can also remove the RGB curves node from here. So hold down the Alt key again, left click and drag it away, and press X to delete it. Then to add the color balance node, press Shift plus A, then go to color, and in the adjust, select the color balance node. Let's place it over here and also connect it to the transform node that is connected to the viewer node. Now in the color balance node, we have three different options. First one is the lift, second is the gamma, and the third is the gain. And for each of these three options, we have this color wheel and a brightness controller. So this node is used to balance the colors in the image according to these three options. So the first one, which is the lift, controls the dark areas or the shadows in the image. Then the second one, which is the gamma, controls the mid-tone areas, and the last one, which is the gain, controls the brighter areas, or basically the highlights in the image. So in the thunder lighting image that we have here, the lift will control this darker area, which is the background and the clouds. The gain will control this thunder lighting, and the gamma will control the mid-tone areas where we are having a balance of the highlights and the shadows. Now if I go to the first option, which is the lift, and try to change the color in this color wheel to something like the green color, then you will notice that the maximum effect of this color correction will be seen on this background and the clouds, and that's because they were more like the shadow regions or the darker regions in the image. You won't be able to see much difference in the lighting of the image. You can try the same with other colors also, like the blue color or maybe the red color. The change in the color will be observed much more on the darker areas like the background and the clouds. If you want to reset the color back to the white color, then simply place your cursor on this color wheel and press the backspace button. In a similar way, if I go to the brightness bar and try to reduce the brightness, then you will notice that the effect of the reduction in brightness is mostly visible on the background and the clouds, but not on the lighting and the shadows or the reflections created by it. Now moving ahead, let's also discover the gain option, which controls the lighting in the scene. Let's also press Ctrl plus Z to undo and press the backspace to reset the color. Now we have the original image, and in the gain option, if I increase the brightness from this brightness slider, then you will notice that the brightness of this thunder lighting region has increased much more in comparison to the rest of the image. Similarly, if I go to the color wheel and try to change it to the red color, let's also reduce the brightness, and now you can notice that the color of thunder lighting is now changing according to the color wheel. You will also notice that the color of the clouds is also changing, and see, that's because the majority of light in the scene is coming from this thunder lighting, which is being controlled by the gain parameter here. Let's also change it back to the default color, and now let's move to the gamma. So this one will control the color balance in the mid-tone regions of the image, and if I try to change the color, then you will notice that the color change is visible on almost all the regions of the image, be it the clouds or the thunder lighting or even the plane. So by using this option, you can try to do the color correction of the mid-tones, or in most of the cases, the entire image. For now, let's reset the color to the default value. Let's also reduce the brightness, and yes, in most of the cases, you will be using the lift or the gain, because these two will help you to control the colors in the darkest and the brightest regions respectively. Now moving ahead, we'll be exploring the hue saturation value node. So first of all, let's remove the color balance node from here. So hold down the Alt button, then left click and drag this away. Press X to delete, and now to add the hue saturation value node, press Shift plus A, go to color, and in adjust, here we have the hue saturation value. Let's place it over here and connect the image socket to the transform node. Now this node is based on a color model which is HSV, which obviously stands for hue, saturation and value. By using these three parameters, we can create any type of color, and to understand it in a better way, you can look at this image and understand how each of these three parameters control the different things in colors. Now let's also understand this concept in a practical way in the compositing editor. So first we'll go to the value parameter, and if I reduce it, you will notice that the image will become darker darker, and if I increase it, the brightness of the image will increase. So the value parameter controls the amount of brightness in the image, because if I reduce this value to 0, then we'll have no brightness, and if I increase it to its maximum value of 2, then in this case we'll be having the maximum brightness. However, if you want to increase the brightness even further, then you can click on this value, and suppose I enter 5, then in this case it will now be controlling the value from 0 to 5. Previously, if I press Ctrl plus Z, the value was between 0 and 2, but after I type any particular number here, for example if I type 7, then in this case the amount by which you can control the value, or basically the brightness, will increase like this. So now it is giving us the option to control the value from 0 to a value of 10. But for now, I'll reduce this value to something like 2 or 1.5. Now the next parameter that we have is the saturation, and this one will control how colorful our image looks. So if I reduce the saturation to 0, then in this case there will be no colors in the image and it looks like a black and white image. However, if I begin to increase this value, you'll start to notice some colors in the image, and if I take it to the maximum value of 2, then in this case the image becomes very much colorful. By default, at a saturation value of 1, the image looks like this with a higher brightness. However, if I increase the saturation value to its maximum, then now the image looks much more colorful than before. And now the last one that we have is the hue parameter, and in this image you can see that the hue basically controls the colors that you'll see in the image. So if I try to change this value, then you will notice that the colors in the image will begin to change. So with each different value in the hue parameter, we'll be having some different colors. At the default value equal to 0.5, we'll be having the original image. However, if I try to increase or reduce the value, then in this case we'll be having some different colors depending upon the value in the hue parameter. Now moving ahead, the next node that we are going to discover will be the blur node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, go to filter, then in the blur category, select the blur node. We'll place it over here, and now this is a very simple node which can be used to create the blur effect in the image. And to do this, you simply have to change the values in the X and Y parameters over here. So if I try to increase the value in the X to something like 40 or 50, then you will notice that the image is getting blurred in the X axis, or basically the horizontal direction. Similarly, if I take this value back to 0 and change the value in the Y axis to something like 60, then in this case the blur effect is being applied in the Y axis or the vertical direction. However, in most of the cases you will need a blur effect which is uniform throughout, and to achieve such a result you need to ensure that the values in the X and the Y axis are equal. So if I enter 60 in both the X and Y parameters, then you will notice that we are now having an equal blur effect applied in both the directions. And now moving ahead, we'll be discovering the glare node. So for this, let's first go back to the layout workspace, and now to understand the glare node, we first need to make something in the scene which has some emission material applied to it. So to understand it in a better way, I'll first delete the cube from here by pressing X, then press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the monkey object. Let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad. Let's rotate the monkey object in the Z axis by pressing R and Z and rotate it like this. Let's also change the camera's position by clicking on this lock button, and let's keep the camera view to something like this. Now moving ahead, we need to create some material for the monkey object. So first of all, let's go to the render view. Now to create the material, I'll change this window of the timeline editor into the shader editor. So for this, click on this icon and select the shader editor. To create a new material, click on the new button, and now we'll be creating a material with some noise texture and the emission applied to it. So for this, press Shift plus A, then go to texture and select the noise texture. We'll place it over here, and to connect it to the texture coordinate and the mapping node, press Ctrl plus T, and just like always, I'll take the object socket and connect it to the vector. I'll take the factor socket and connect it to the base color, and to add some colors, let's add the color ramp node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. We'll place it over here with the first pointer selected. I'll change the color by increasing the brightness, and I'll be keeping the red color. Then for the second pointer, I'll select it and change the color to something like yellow. I'll select the first pointer again and change the color to blue instead of red. Also, I'll change the interpolation type from linear to constant. Let's select the yellow pointer and change the position like this. Now to control the scaling, go to the noise texture and we'll increase the scaling like this. Let's also increase the detailing and the roughness also to something like 0.8. And now to use the same material for the emission also, I'll go to the principal BSDF. Then in the emission, I'll first increase the emission strength to something like 4 or 5. And for the color, I'll take this color socket in the color ramp node and connect it to the emission color. Now you can see here that we are not able to see the effect of emission properly on this material. And to solve this problem, we have to use the glare node in the compositing editor. So first of all, go to the compositing workspace, and right now we are having this image that we added. However, to get the image that we'll render in the 3D viewport, we first need to remove this image node. So I'll select it and press X to delete, then press Shift plus plus A, go to input, and from the scene, select the render layers. Let's place it over here, connect the image socket to the image in the blur node. Now let's go to the layout workspace again, then go to render and select render image. This image is now rendered, but it looks like this because all the changes that we did in the compositor are now being applied to this rendered image. So I'll close this window, then go to the compositing workspace. Now first of all, I'll remove this blur node. So I'll select it and delete it by pressing X. Let's also remove this hue saturation value node. So I'll select this and press X to delete. Now I'll take the image socket and connect it to the image in the transform node. Then I'll take the image socket and connect it to this composite node. Now finally we can add the clear node and see how it works. So press Shift plus A, go to filter and select the glare node. Let's place it over here. To view the result over here, take the image socket and connect it to the transform node. And now you will notice some changes in the rendered image. Now in the glare node, by default, the glare type is selected as streaks, and as a result, in the rendered image, you can see these streaks added at each and every place where we were having the emission material. Then from here, you can control the quality of the glare. In most of the cases, the best option is to select the high quality. Then the iteration means the number of times to run a particular filter through the algorithm. The higher the value of iterations, the better will be the result, but it will take some more render time. So mostly you will be keeping the iteration value to something like 3 or 4. Then if you want to control the number of these streaks, then you can use the streaks parameter from here. So if I reduce it, the number of streaks will reduce in the streaks effect. And if I increase this value, then the number of streaks in the effect will increase. Then the next thing that you have is the angle offset, and by using this parameter, you can control the angle of these streaks. For example, if I keep this value to 0, then the angle offset is equal to 0 degrees and the streaks look like this. However, if I change the angle offset to 45 degrees, then in this case, the angle of the streaks will change like this. Then the next thing that you have is the mix parameter, and the mix parameter takes the value from -1 to +1. If I take the value of mix to its minimum value of -1, then in this case the effect won't be applied at all and you will be seeing the original image. Then if I increase this value and take it to a value of 0, then in this case we get this streaks effect applied, and then if I increase the value of mix to its maximum value of 1, then in this case we'll be seeing only the streaks effect and not the rest of the surroundings. So to get a realistic result, we'll be keeping the mix value to 0, and now it looks perfect. Also, if I go to the glare type option, then you have 4 more glare types, and the first one is the most important, which is the bloom. So I'll select this, and with the bloom you can basically control the glow of the emission. First of all, let's reduce the size from here, and we'll be keeping it to something like 4 or 5, and right now the glow effect is being applied to all the parts that had the emission material. But to give it a realistic look, we need the glow effect to be applied only to certain regions and not to all the regions, and for this we have to use the threshold value. So if I begin to increase it, you will notice that the glow effect has reduced, or in simple words, it's only being applied to some specific regions as per the threshold value. So if I increase it, it will only apply the glare effect to the pixels that have a value greater than the threshold value, and if I reduce it, then the glare filter will get applied to many more pixels. For now, I'll keep the threshold to something like 3.5 or 4. Now to understand the remaining glare types, I'll be creating a duplicate of this node. So press Shift plus V and move it over here. Then I'll take the image socket and connect it to the image in the transform node. And now we are having 2 glare nodes with the bloom type selected, and as a result, the amount of glow in the rendered result has also increased. But if I change the glare type to the ghosts, then this specific type will create a haze over the image and create this special dispersion effect. Just like the other types, you can control the iteration value from here, or the mix value, and similarly the threshold value. Moving ahead, the next type that you have is the fog glow, and this one will basically stimulate some glow around the bright objects in the image. It's very similar to the bloom effect that we added over here. To see the effect in a better way, simply increase the size from here, and you will notice that the glow effect has now increased. Now the next one that you have is the simple star. Now the simple star is very similar to the streaks type that we saw initially. The only difference between the two is that the simple star will create the streaks which look like a simple star. So you can try to change the different glare types and these parameters, and in this way you can give your emission material a unique look. However, in most of the cases, we only use the bloom effect along with the streaks glare type. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 53. Today we learnt about how the compositor works in Blender, and also about a wide range of important compositor nodes. In the previous chapter, we began with the introduction of the compositor and used it to create some changes in the rendered images. And in today's chapter, we'll be moving one step ahead in the Blender compositor and we'll be understanding about the concept of layers, masks. So to begin with, I've opened this file that we created in the last chapter where we made this simple material for this monkey object and worked on the compositing. Now since we need to work on the compositing in this chapter also, so first of all, we need to render this image of the monkey model. So click on render and select render image. image. Now this image is rendered with the compositing effects applied. Now let's close this window and open the compositing workspace from here. Now the concept of layers and masks are basically used to define a region where the effect of the compositing is to be applied. Layer basically means a separate image or a separate video which is to be used as the source. Then we have the mask, which is used to create a specific region in the image where you want the effect to be seen. Now first of all, I'll remove this clear node with the ghost type, so hold down the Alt button, left click and drag it away. Press X to delete, and with this we are having only the rendered image with the bloom effect applied to it. Now in the compositor, you can see that we have the render layers node, and that's because it is acting as a source of this rendered image. Also, if I press Shift plus A, then go to input and select the image node and drop it over here, then this node will also act as a layer because it will also be a source of an image in the compositor. So this one will be one of the layers and this image node will be the other layer. Now to open an image, click on this open button, then open any image that you wish to add in the compositor. So for now, I'll be selecting this image which we created in one of the previous chapters of the course. You can find the link of this image from the description of this video. Now click on the open image. Now suppose you want to combine this rendered image as well as the image that we added. So to view both of them together, we need to add the mix node. So press Shift plus A, go to color, and in the mix, select the mix color node. We'll place it over here. Let's also connect it to the transform node using the image socket. And now the reason why you see a white image is that in the mix node, we are having three parameters. The first one is the factor and the other two are the images. In the first image, we use this rendered image of the monkey object. But since we have not connected anything to the second image, it gives us the option to select any particular color. Then by using the factor value, we can control the mixing of the two images. If I change the factor value to 0, then you will be seeing only the original image, or in other words, only the first image will be visible. If I begin to increase this factor value and take it to a value of 0.5, then in this case, there will be an equal mixing of both the images with each other. Also, you can try to change the color from here to maybe blue or green, and you will notice the same change in color in the final image also. However, if I increase the factor value further to something like 1, then in this case, only the second image will be visible, which in this case is the orange color. Now to use this image that we added over here as the second image, I'll take the image socket and connect it over here. With the factor value of 1, it is showing us only the second image and not the first one. However, if I reduce the factor value to something like 0.5, then in this case, we are able to see both the images mixed with each other. In this case also, if I reduce the factor value to 0, then we'll be seeing only the first image. Then if I begin to increase this value, we'll begin to see a mix of both the images. And if I further increase the value of factor to something like 1, then only the second image will be visible. So for now, let's reduce this value of factor to something like 0.8 or 0.9, and this is how it looks now. Also, if I click over here, then you have several blending modes, and with each one, you will be getting a different type of result. For example, if I select the darken blending mode, then in this case, for each of the color components, it will take the smallest of the two values being blended, and as a result, the result will look like this. Similarly, if I select the multiply, then it will look like this. And now moving ahead, we'll be understanding about the concept of masks in compositing. So to add a mask over here, press Shift plus A. Here we have a category known as the mask, and in this category, we have two options, the box mask and the ellipse mask. So if I select the box mask and place it over here, and to view the result, I'll connect the mask socket to the viewer node, and with this we have this simple box added over here. Similarly, if I press Shift plus A again, then in the mask, if I select the ellipse mask, place it over here, connect it to the viewer node, then now we are having the shape of an ellipse added over here. Now suppose I have to use this ellipse mask to control the region where this multiply effect will be applied. So first of all, I'll break the node connection in between the glare node and the multiply node. So hold down the control button, right click and drag your cursor like this. Let's also connect the image socket in the transform node back to the viewer node. Now I have removed the image of this monkey from the multiply node. As a result, we now have the option to control the color in place of the first image. For now, I'll be keeping the gray color, and to use this ellipse mask node in the multiply node, simply take the mask socket and connect it to the factor. Now this node will control that particular area where the effect of the multiply node will be applied. So to change this area, we need to change the settings in the ellipse mask node, such as the width or the height. So first of all, I'll increase the width like this. Let's also increase the height. Also, we can create a vignette effect in this image. To achieve this result, first I need to break the node connection in between this image node and the multiply node. So hold down the control button, right click and drag your cursor like this. Then I'll take the image socket and connect it to the image 1. Then for the second color, I'll change this to the gray color. Let's also bring down the brightness from here, and we want this gray color to be applied not in this region inside, but instead on the outside region. For this we have to use the invert color node. To add it over here, press Shift plus A, then go to color And from here, select the invert color node. We'll place it after the ellipse mask node. Let's also reduce the factor value to something like 0.6 or maybe 0.7. And now you will notice that we are having a kind of vignette effect applied to this image. I'll also delete the box mask node from here. So I'll select this and press X to delete. Now first of all, I have this ellipse mask node which we use to create this mask in the form of an ellipse. Then we use the multiply node in order to create a multiply effect on this original image. Then in the option of adding the second image, we use the gray color for creating this simple vignette effect around the image. However, when we directly connected the ellipse mask to the factor in the multiply node, this multiply effect was being applied to the inner region, and to invert this effect on the outer region, we have to use the invert color node. So we connected it to the factor socket in the multiply node, and with this we have the simple vignette effect. Also, you can make this effect softer by using the blur node. So for this, go to the compositor, press Shift plus A, then in the filter, go to blur and select the blur node. Place it after the invert color, and now if I select the X and Y axis and increase the value to something like 100, then here you will notice that the vignette effect is looking much better than before. If I remove it from here, then previously the effect looked like this. However, after using the blur node, this is how the final result looks. Also, if you want, you can try to change the factor value in the invert color node to change the multiply effect. But for now, we'll be keeping it to the value of somewhere near 0.75 or 0.8. Similarly, you can also try to change the values of the width or the height in the ellipse mask node, and in this way, you will be able to change the region where the effect is being applied. And with this, we have now understood about the concept of the layers and the masks in the compositor. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. In the previous two chapters, we begin with the introduction of compositors in Blender, then we studied about the concept of layers and masks in Blender, and in today's chapter, we'll be understanding about the Cryptomatte. Now we have the default Blender scene, and to begin with the understanding of the Cryptomatte, we first need to create 3 Suzanne models in the scene. So first of all, I will delete this cube by pressing X, then press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the monkey model. Let's also go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad. Let's rotate it in the Z axis like this. Let's turn on the lock camera to view from here and change the view like this. Let's also create a duplicate of the Suzanne model by pressing Shift plus D. Let's place it over here. Let's also rotate it in the Z axis like this. Let's create another duplicate. So press Shift plus D again and place it over here. Let's rotate this one also in the Z axis like this, and now the scene looks perfect. For the background, we'll be adding a plane in the scene. So let's turn off the lock camera to view. Now press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the plane. Let's move it downwards in the Z axis and place it over here. Now tap into the edit mode. Let's scale it up to maybe 20 or 30 times. Let's go to the camera view again. Now for the back side, first I'll enable the edge select mode by pressing 2. Then I'll select these two edges. Let's extrude them in the Z axis like this. Then left click to finalize. Let's go to the camera view again. Now to give the corners a smooth look, I'll select these 3 edges. Let's apply the bevel to it. So press Ctrl plus B. Increase the number of segments with the help of your scroll wheel. Then left click to finalize. Now let's come out of the edit mode, right click and select shade auto smooth. Now if you remember, in the previous chapter, we understood about the concept of masks, where we discussed that the masks in the compositor are used to define a particular region where the effect of the compositor will be seen. And today's topic, which is the Cryptomatte, is an amazing feature that will automatically generate the mask for each of the objects or any materials in the scene. Now to practically understand about the Cryptomatte, let's first give some material to the scene. So go to the render view. Let's also improve the lighting in the scene. So press 7 on the numpad to go to the top view. Select this light, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place it over here. Let's create one more duplicate by pressing Shift plus D, and we'll place it at the back of the 3 monkey models. Let's place it over here. Then I'll select this light. Let's move it over here so that it is slightly away from the objects in the scene. Similarly this one also. Let's move it over here. Now let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, and this is how the scene looks. Then if you want to give some material to the light, then go to the object data properties with the light selected and change the color from here. For now, I'll change the color of the selected light to something like pink or maybe blue. Let's select the other light from the scene collection. Let's change the color of this light also. So let's keep the color to light blue color. Now I'll select the plane. Go to the material properties, and to create a new material, click on the new button. Now go to the base color and let's change the color to something like red. Then I'll select the monkey object, go to the material properties, click on the new button, and for this one, I'll be assigning the green color. Let's apply the same material to the other monkey objects also. So I'll select this one, go to the material properties, click on this icon and select the material.002. Let's do the same with this one also. I'll select it, go to the material properties, click here, select the material.002. Also, if you want to give them a slightly smooth smoother look, then you can right click and select Shade Auto Smooth. Let's do the same with the other two also by right clicking and selecting the Shade Auto Smooth. Now in order to use the Cryptomatte feature in the compositor, we first need to enable the Cryptomatte in the properties editor. So for this, go to the view layer properties from here, then scroll down, and here you will have a category known as the Cryptomatte. From here, enable the Cryptomatte in object, material, and the asset. Now before moving to the compositor, we first need to render this image. So click on render and select the render image. Now here we have the rendered image. So let's close this window, and now we are ready to go to the compositing workspace. So click here, and to add the nodes, enable the use nodes option. Now you can see here that in the render layers node, we are having many more outputs related to the Cryptomatte. I'll change the dope sheet editor into the image editor in order to see the output. So click here and select the image editor. Let's also add the viewer node over here. So hold down the Ctrl and Shift button and left click on the render layers node. Now the viewer node is added over here. Let's also close this side toolbar by pressing the N key. Now in the previous versions of Blender, these sockets in the render layers node related to the Cryptomatte were very useful. But in the recent versions of Blender, we can understand about the Cryptomatte without even using these sockets. Also, in the image editor, click here and select the viewer node. Now we are having the final image both in the compositor as well as the image editor. Coming back to the concept of Cryptomatte, we need to add the Cryptomatte node. So press Shift plus A, go to Mask, and here you have two options, the Cryptomatte and the Cryptomatte Legacy node. The Cryptomatte Legacy node is that node that was previously used in the older versions of Blender. However, in the recent versions, Blender added this normal Cryptomatte node which we need to use right now. So I'll select it and place it over here. Now in this, the scene is selected where we have these monkeys, and if I click over here, then it gives you the option to select the Cryptomatte layer. So we have three options, the Crypto Object, the Crypto Asset, and the Crypto Material. So with the Crypto Object selected, it will enable us to create a separate mask for any of the objects, and whatever changes we do in the compositor will only get applied to that specific object. So to assign a particular object, we need to click this plus icon, and now we need to select that particular object from the image at the back where we want to create the mask. So for now, I'll be selecting this first monkey object which has the name Suzanne.002. So I'll left click, and here you can see that the Suzanne.002 is added as the matte object. Also, let's add the scale node in order to scale down the image at the back so that it's properly visible. So press Shift plus A, go to transform, and select the scale image. We'll place it over here. Let's reduce the scaling in the X and Y axis to something like 0.5 or 0.6, and now it looks perfect. Moving ahead, if you want to view the mask that the Cryptomatte node created, then simply take the image socket in the Cryptomatte node and connect it to the viewer node. Now you can see this image at the back, or this image in the image editor, that a mask has been created in that area where we had this Suzanne.002 object. Similarly, if I take the matte socket and connect it to the viewer node, then you will notice that only the area of this monkey object, which is the Suzanne.002, is colored as white because of the Cryptomatte, and the entire region around it is colored as black. Now this also means that I can do any changes in the compositor and apply it only to this specific mask region. So for this, I'll again connect the scale node to the viewer node, and just for understanding this concept, I'll be adding the hue saturation value node. So press Shift plus A, go to color, and in the adjust, select the hue saturation value node. We'll place it over here. Let's also connect the hue saturation value node to the scale node. And now suppose I do any changes in any of the parameters of this node, like the hue value or the saturation value, then the change will be visible on the entire image. However, by using the Cryptomatte node, we can apply this effect only on a particular object. So for this, I'll take the matte socket and connect it to the factor in the hue saturation value node. And now you can see in this image that the compositing effect, because of the hue saturation value node, is now being applied only to this monkey object, which is the Suzanne.002. Similarly, if you want to select any other object also, then click on this plus icon again, and now you can select that particular object by simply left clicking on it. It's also displaying the name of the objects where the cursor is placed. So if I select this monkey object also, then the same changes will get applied to this Suzanne.001. So this is the use of the Cryptomatte node, which allows you to create a mask for a specific object or a material or an asset, and by using it, you can apply the compositing effect to only some selected objects in the scene. Also, suppose I need to remove a specific object from the Cryptomatte node, then for this, click on this minus icon and select that object that you want to remove. So if I select this Suzanne.002, then in this case, the Cryptomatte node will no longer work on this object, and you can also see this over here in the matte objects where it shows the name of only the Suzanne.001, which is this monkey object. Now moving ahead, the next option that we have is the crypto asset. So I'll select it. Let's also remove this Suzanne.001 by clicking on this minus icon, select the Suzanne model, and now the crypto asset allows you to apply the compositing effects to some selected objects which have a specific relation in between them. To understand it in a better way, let's go to the layout workspace, and suppose I select this monkey object, and with the shift key holded, if I select the plane plane at the bottom, then both of them are selected and we'll be making this plane the parent of the Suzanne model. So let's understand it by doing it practically. First of all, press Ctrl plus P and the parent menu will appear. Now select the object, and with this we have assigned the plane to be the parent of the Suzanne model, which means that if I select the plane at the back and try to move it, then in this case, even if we have not selected the Suzanne model, it will still move with the plane. Now before going to the compositing workspace, we first need to render this image again. So click on render and select the render image. Now the image is rendered, so let's close this window and open the compositing workspace again. Now in the Cryptomatte node, if I click this plus button and take this pointer to the plane, then as expected, it shows the name plane. However, if I take the pointer over this monkey object, then in this case, instead of showing the Suzanne.002 name, it is still showing plane. And that is because we made this plane the parent object of the Suzanne model. This means that if I left click either on the plane or on this Suzanne model, then in this case, the compositing effect will be applied to both the parent and the child object, which in this case is the plane and the Suzanne.002. And this is how the crypto asset works in the Cryptomatte node. Moving ahead, let's also understand the crypto material, but before that, let's also remove this plane object from here. So click on this minus icon and select the plane. Now click here and select the crypto material. Now by using the crypto material, I can select a particular material in the scene and add it over here, and then all the objects having that particular material will get the compositing effect applied to them. So if I click on this plus button and take this pointer over any of the Suzanne model and left click, then in this case, all the objects having the same material as this Suzanne model will be having the compositing effects applied to them. So in simple words, you are having three options in the Cryptomatte layer. The first one is the crypto object, which will apply the effect according to a specific object that we select. Then by using the crypto asset, it will consider the parent and the child object as one, and as a result, if I select any one of the two, then the compositing effects will be seen on both the objects. And then the last one that we have is the crypto material, and with this, the compositing effect will be applied to all the objects in the scene having a specific material. Now moving ahead in this chapter, we'll also be understanding about the posterize node. So first of all, I'll remove this hue saturation value node by holding the alt button, left clicking on the hue saturation value node and drag it away like this. Press X to delete it, and to add the posterize node, press Shift plus A, go to filter and select the posterize. We'll place it over here. Let's also connect it to the image socket of the scale node. Now this posterize node reduces the number of colors in the image and also converts the smoother gradients into sharp transitions. In this node, you have the steps parameter, and by using this, you can control the intensity of this effect. Now suppose I want to use the Cryptomatte along with this node. However, unlike the hue saturation value node, this one is not having any factor socket in it. So in such cases, where a specific node does not have any factor socket to connect the Cryptomatte node, we have to use the mix node along with it. So press Shift plus A, go to color, and in the mix, select the mix color node. Place it over here. Now take the image socket in the render layers node and connect it to the first image. Then take the image socket in the posterize node and connect it to the second image. And with the factor socket in the mix node, we can create a connection with the Cryptomatte node. So first of all, I'll remove this matte ID by clicking on this minus icon and selecting the material on the Suzanne. Now I'll change the layer in the Cryptomatte layer option and select the crypto object. Let's also connect the matte socket to the factor in the mix node. Now suppose I want that this posterize effect should be applied only to a specific object, for example this Suzanne model. So to achieve this result, click on the plus button and select the Suzanne.002. To view the result, take the image socket and connect it to the scale socket also. And now you can see that this posterize effect is being applied only to the Suzanne.002 object. Similarly, if you want to select any particular object, then click on the plus button again and select that particular object. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 55. Today we understood the concept of Cryptomatte, like its usage in the compositor. We also understood about the different Cryptomatte layers, and in the end, we also explored the simple posterize node. In this chapter, we'll be understanding about the concepts of constraints in Blender. Now the first question which arises is that what exactly are the constraints? So in Blender, constraint basically means to control the properties of an object. For example, the properties of this cube, like its location or the rotation or the scaling, by targeting this object to a secondary object in the scene. For example, if I press Shift plus A, then go to Mesh and select any other object, for example a cylinder, let's also move it in the y-axis over here, then now by using the constraints of Blender, I can control the properties of this cube object by targeting this object to the secondary object which is the cylinder, or in simple words you can also say that the constraints help you to define a relationship between different objects in the scene. To access the constraints, click on this icon which is the object constraint properties, and if I click on add object constraint, constraint, then here you will see a list of all the constraints available in Blender. Now each one of these has a specific function which we'll be learning in this chapter and the upcoming 2 chapters. Now in today's chapter we'll be covering all these transform constraints, then in the next chapter we'll be covering the tracking constraints, and in the following chapter we'll be discussing about the relationship constraints. We won't be discussing about the motion tracking constraints because they are not practically used much in Blender. So to begin with, the first constraint that we are going to explore today is the copy location constraint. So with this cube object selected, I'll go to the constraint properties, click on add object constraint, and in the transform select the copy location. Now as the name suggests, this copy location constraint will force the object on which it is applied to take up the location of the target object. So in the copy location constraint, if I go to target and click on this eyedropper, and with this if I select the cylinder object, then you will notice that the position of this cube will change. Moreover, if I try to move this cube by pressing G, then you will notice that we are not able to change the location of this cube, and this is because of the copy location constraint. Due to this constraint, this cube will now have the same position as that of the cylinder that we added. So if I select the cylinder, let's also scale it up by going to the edit mode so that we can see it properly in the scene. Now if I try to move this cylinder by pressing G, then you will notice that the same change in location will also get applied to the cube object. So this is the use of the copy location constraint. And if I select the cube again, then you will notice that we have two more options, the axis and the invert. So with the axis, we can control that in which axis should the location be copied. For example, if I turn off the Y and the Z axis, then in this case, the copy location constraint will only work in the X axis. So if I select the cylinder and try to move it in the X axis, then you will notice that the same change in position will also get applied to the cube. However, if I try to move it in the Y axis, then the position of the cube is not changing. Similarly, if I try to move it in the Z axis, then in this case also, only the position of the cylinder is changing and not that of cube. So in this way, you can control that particular axis whose location you want to be copied. Then you have the invert option, and if I select the invert in the X axis, then in this case, if I try to move the cylinder in the X axis, then you will notice that both of them are now moving in the opposite directions of the X axis. One of them is moving in the negative X axis and the other one is moving in the positive X axis. Similarly, if I turn on the Y axis and also the invert in the Y axis, then in this case, if I try to move the cylinder in the Y axis, then now also their positions in the Y axis are opposite to each other. So this is the use of the axis and the invert in the copy location constraint. Now moving ahead, just like the copy location constraint, you also have another constraint which is known as the copy rotation. So I'll select this one. Let's also remove the copy location constraint from here. So click on this cross button, and now just like the previous one, the copy rotation constraint will control the rotation of an object with respect to the other object. So if I go to the target and with this eyedropper, I'll select the cylinder. Now in the axis, all the three, that is the X, Y and Z, are turned on, and so if I select the cylinder and try to rotate it in the X axis by pressing R, X, then you will notice that the same rotation is being applied to the cube as well. Similarly, in the Y axis also and the Z axis as well. Then if I select the cube again and turn on the invert in all the three axes and select the cylinder again, with this, if I try to rotate the cylinder in the X axis, then you will notice that even if they are both rotating in the X axis, but their directions are opposite. Similarly, if I press Y for the rotation in the Y axis, then in this case also the direction of rotation is inverted, and in the Z axis also the rotation of both the objects is in the opposite direction. Now moving ahead, the next constraint that we are going to see is the copy scale constraint. So first of all, I'll remove this constraint by clicking on this cross icon, then go to add object constraint, and in the transform select the copy scale. Now for the target object, I'll click on the eyedropper and select the cylinder. Now just like the previous two constraints, the copy scale constraint is used to control the scaling of one of the objects with respect to the other object. So with all the three axes turned on, if I select the cylinder and try to scale it in the X axis, then you will notice that the same scaling effect is being applied to the cube also. Similarly, if I scale it in the Y axis, then the cube will also scale in the Y axis like this. Similarly, in the Z axis also, if I change the scale of the cylinder, the scaling of the cube will also change. Now if I select the cube again, then in the copy scale constraint, we have one more option, which is the power. And with this, we can control the intensity, or basically the power with which the scale effect is to be applied. For example, if I increase the power to a value of 2 and select the cylinder again and try to scale it up in the Z axis, then you will notice that in this case, the factor by which the scaling changes in the cube is much greater than before. So to summarize, we studied about three constraints: the copy location, the copy rotation, and the copy scale. And now the fourth one that we have is the copy transforms. So I'll select this. Let's also remove the copy scale. Now the copy transforms constraint will control the entire transformation of the object, meaning the location, the rotation, as well as the scaling with respect to some target object. So if I go to the target option and select the eyedropper, then I'll select the cylinder. Now you will notice that the position of this cube is now changed to the position of the cylinder. Also, if I select the cylinder and try to move it, then the cube will also get the same location. Similarly, if I try to rotate the cylinder, then in this case also, the same rotation will get applied to the cube as well. And similarly, if I try to change the scale of the cylinder, then now also the same scaling effect will get applied to the cube in the scene. We'll be discussing about another constraint, which is the limit distance constraint. So first of all, I'll remove this copy transforms constraint by clicking on this cross button, then go to add object constraint, and from the transform, select the limit distance constraint. Now this constraint controls the maximum distance between the object on which it is applied and the target object. So let's understand it practically. First of all, I'll go to the target object, click on the eyedropper and select the cylinder. Now in the distance, if I type 6 meters, then in this case, the maximum distance between the cylinder and the cube object will always be 6 meters. So if I try to move the cylinder in the x-axis, then you will notice that its location is getting restricted, and this is because of the limit distance constraint. Similarly, if I try to move it in the y-axis, then in this case also, the change in the location is being restricted because of the distance value of 6 meters in the limit distance constraint. Similarly, if I try to move it in the z-axis, then now also the limit distance constraint will work, and this is how the position of the cube is being controlled. Now moving ahead, the next object constraint that we'll explore is the limit location. So I'll select this. Let's also remove the limit distance. Now this constraint will control the limit by which you can change the location of your object. For example, if I turn on the minimum x and keep the value to 0 meters, also I'll go to the maximum. Let's turn it on in the x-axis and change the value to something like 8 or 10 meters. Now if I try to move the cube in the x-axis, then you will notice that I won't be able to move it in the negative x-axis. However, if I try to move it in the positive x-axis, then in this case, even if the cube will move, but the location will get restricted to that particular value which we'll input in the maximum parameter. Similarly, if I input 5 meters in the minimum and try to move the cube in the x-axis, then in this case, the change in location of the cube is only possible from a distance of 5 meters to a maximum of 10 meters in the x-axis. Just like this, you can also try this with the y or the z-axis. So for example, if I change the maximum in the z-axis to something like 15 meters and try to move the cube in the z-axis, then in this case, the position of the cube will only go to a maximum of 15 meters in the z-axis and not beyond it. So this is the use of the limit location constraint. Now moving ahead, the next one that we'll explore will be the limit rotation. So I'll select this. Let's also remove the limit location. Also, to move the cube back to the 3D cursor, press Alt plus G in order to clear the location. Now just like the limit location controlled the location of the cube in the different axes, this particular constraint, which is the limit rotation, will control the rotation of the cube in the different axes. For example, if I turn on the y-axis and with the minimum value set to 0 degrees, I'll change the maximum to something like 45. Then in the 3D viewport, if I try to rotate the cube in the y-axis like this, then you will notice that its rotation in the y-axis is now locked from 0 to 45 degrees. Similarly, if I go to the x-axis and in the maximum, if I type 90 degrees and try to rotate the cube in the x-axis, then you will notice that the rotation of the cube is now limited from only 0 degrees to 90 degrees in the x-axis. Similarly, we have another object constraint, which is the limit scale. So first of all, I'll remove this limit rotation, then go to add object constraint, and in the transform category, select the limit scale. With this constraint, we can control the minimum and the maximum values to change the scale of this cube. For example, if I turn on the maximum in the x-axis and change the value to 1.5, then in this case, if I try to scale up the cube in the x-axis, then you will notice that the maximum value by which we can scale the cube is now restricted to 1.5. Similarly, you can try the same with the other axis also and with the minimum also. Like if I turn on the minimum x and change the value to 0.5, then in this case, the scaling in the x-axis is now locked from a minimum value of 0.5 to the maximum value of 1.5. So if I try to scale it down in the x-axis like this, then it will only get scaled down to 0.5, and if I try to scale it up, then it will scale up by 1.5. Now moving ahead, the next object constraint that we'll discover is the maintain volume constraint. But before that, I'll first remove the limit scale from here, and before adding this maintain volume constraint, I need to explain one simple concept to you. See, by default, each side of the cube, meaning the length, breadth and the height, is equal to 1 meters, and therefore the mathematical volume of this cube will be equal to length multiplied by breadth multiplied by the height, which equals to 1 meter cube, or if I tell you in terms of unit, then the volume will be equal to 1 cubic units. Now if I go to the add object constraint and select the maintain volume, then this constraint will allow you to change the volume of your object with this volume parameter, and because the volume will change, so the length of the side should also change, which we can control with the free axis. For example, if I change the volume to something like 3, then now it will try to maintain the volume of 3 by changing the length of the sides according according to the free axis. Similarly, if I change it to the x-axis, then in this case, the length of the different sides will change like this. And if I change the free axis to the z, then in this case, the length of the different sides changes like this. In simple words, whichever axis is selected over here, the length of the object will not change in that particular axis. You can also confirm it by changing the volume from here. Even if I reduce it or increase it, the length of the side in the z-axis is not changing at all. And this is the use of the maintain volume constraint. Now let's move to the last topic for today's chapter, which is the transformation constraint. Now you might think that we also have the transform cache in the transform category. However, this transform cache constraint is not commonly used in Blender. So for now, I'll be selecting the transformation constraint. Let's also remove the maintain volume constraint. And now this transformation constraint allows you to control the location, rotation and the scale of the object with respect to some other object which will act as the target. So first of all, I'll go to the target, and with the eyedropper tool, I'll select the cylinder. Now I'll open the map from and the map to, and here you will notice that we are having so many options in both of them. So let's understand each thing one by one. First of all, you have the option to control the location or the rotation or the scale, and by using any of these, you can control that specific parameter of one of these two objects. So if you have opened the map from, then whatever changes you will do over here will be for the target object, which is the cylinder, and whatever changes you will do in the map to, these will get applied to the object on which the constraint is applied, or in this case, the cube object. Now by using the transformation constraint, if I go to the map from and in the location, I'll change the maximum value in the x-axis to 10 meters, and in the map to, if I go to the rotation and change the value of maximum in the x-axis to 90 degrees, then in this case, when I'll move the target object, which is the cylinder, in the x-axis from 0 to 10 meters, the rotation of the constrained object, which is the cube, will change in the x-axis from 0 to 90 degrees. So if I select the cylinder and try to move it in the x-axis like this, then here you see that with the change in location of the cylinder, the rotation of the cube is also getting changed from a value of 0 degrees to 90 degrees. Similarly, if I select the cube again, then you can do the same thing with the other parameters also, like the scaling or the rotation. Then you can also change the parameter in the map to, which is controlling the cube, like the location, rotation and the scale parameter. So basically with the transformation constraint, you will use the map from to control the transformation of the target object, and that change in transformation will be used to control any one of the three transformations of the constrained object, which is the cube. Also, one more thing to notice here is that if I select the location in the map from and the rotation in the map to and try to move the cylinder in the x-axis, then you can clearly see that the change in the transformation is working only at a particular value of location which we have set in the transformation constraint, which is 0 to 10 meters in the x-axis. However, to make this process infinite, you simply need to turn on the extrapolate option over here. So if I turn it on and try to move the cylinder in the x-axis, then in this case, the rotation of the cube will keep on changing every time the position of the cylinder changes in the x-axis. So this is how the transformation constraint and the other constraints in the transform category work in Blender. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 56. In the previous chapter, we discussed about the basics of constraints and also covered all the transform constraints. And in today's chapter, we'll be understanding about the working of all the tracking constraints. Now we have opened this Blender file, and to access the tracking constraints, go to the object constraint properties, then click on add object constraint, and for the objects in the scene, we have these 5 kinds of tracking constraints. So the first one that we have is the clamp2 constraint. So let's add this. Now this clamp2 constraint simply clamps or locks the position of the object on which it is applied to another object, which will be the target object. For example, if I go to the 3D viewport, press Shift plus A, then go to curve and select the Bezier curve. Let's tab into the edit mode, scale it up like this. Let's also go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and to control the way this curve looks, we need to add some more points. So right click and select subdivide. We'll repeat this step 2 to 3 times so that we have a high number of points. Then to change the position of these points, I'll simply select them and press G to move their position. I'll place it over here. Let's also select this one, move it over here, and if you want to change the way how your curve looks, then you can select any of these handles and press G to move them. Now the curve looks perfect, so we'll come out of the edit mode. Now if I select the cube again, and in the object constraint, I'll go to the target object, and with this eyedropper tool, I'll select the Bezier curve. And now you will notice that if I try to move this cube, then we can't move it freely because its position is now locked according to the target object or the Bezier curve. And this is the use of the clamp2 constraint. This object constraint will simply clamp the position of your object as per the target object selected over here, which is the Bezier curve in this case. Also in the clamp2 constraint, you have an option which is the cyclic, and if I turn it on and try to move the curve like this, then you will notice that after it reaches the end, it will again appear at the beginning of the curve. So if you want, you can try to create an animation with it where the position of a particular object will depend on a Bezier curve simply by using the clamp 2 constraint. Now we'll move to the next object constraint, which is the track 2 constraint. So first of all, I'll delete this cube and also the curve that we added over here. So press X to delete, press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the monkey object. Go to the object constraint properties and in the add object constraint, select the track 2 constraint. Now by using the track 2 constraint, you can make the local axis of an object always point towards another object which we as the target. To understand it in a better way, we first need to understand what exactly are the local axes of an object. So for this, first go to the object data properties, then in the viewport display, turn on the show axis. Now you will notice that on the selected object, we are having 3 axes, the X axis, the Y axis and the Z axis. However, these 3 axes are different from the global axis present in the scene by default. And this is because if I try to rotate this monkey in the Z axis like this, then you will now notice that it is pointing the Y axis in this direction. However, in the scene, the global Y axis is represented by this green line. Similarly, the local X axis of this object is also in this direction, which is different from the direction of this red line in the scene representing the global X axis. So each of the object has its own local axis, the local X axis, the local Y axis and the local Z axis. Now let's go to the object constraint properties again, and now for the target object, I'll be selecting this lamp. So click on this eyedropper and select the lamp, and now by using the track axis, you can define that which particular local axis should be pointing towards the light or the lamp. By default, the minus Z axis is selected, and as a result, you can see here that the local minus Z axis is pointing towards the light. Similarly, if I select the X axis, then in this case, you can see here that this local X axis is now pointing towards the light. Then over here, you also have an option which is known as the up, and this one will control that which particular local axis should be in the upwards direction. For example, with the Y axis selected by default, you can see here that the Y axis is pointing towards up. Similarly, if I select the Z axis, then the Z axis is pointing towards up. And now suppose you want that the face of the monkey object should always be pointing towards the light. And for this you need to identify that on which particular local axis the face of the monkey lies. And if I look closely, then the local Y axis is present at the back of the head, and as a result, the front face of the monkey object must be present on the local minus Y axis. So in the track axis, if I select minus Y, then now you will notice that the face of the monkey is now pointing towards the light. Also, if I try to move it in any direction, then you can see here that the track 2 constraint is causing the minus Y local axis of this particular monkey object to always point towards the target object, which is the light in this case. Now the track 2 constraint is very important because in most of the cases, you will either be using the clamp 2 if you want to lock the position of your object to a target object, or this track 2 constraint if you want the local axis of your object to point towards the target object. Also, the other 3 constraints that are left, which are the damp track, the lock track and the stretch 2, are also very similar to the track 2 constraint. And now we'll be moving towards the next type of object constraint, which is the lock track constraint. So first of all, I'll remove the track 2 constraint from here by clicking on this cross icon, then go to add object constraint and in the tracking category, select the lock track. Now this one is also very similar to the track 2 constraint, and the only difference is that it will make the object on which it is applied to point towards the target object only along a particular axis. To understand it practically, I'll go to the target object, click on the eyedropper and select this light. Now in the track axis, the Y is selected, and as a result, you can see here that the local axis which is pointing towards the light is always the Y axis, and similarly, if you want the face of the monkey to point towards the light, you can select the minus Y axis in the track axis option. However, you can see here that whenever I try to move it, it is not looking up and down and not even tilting its head, and this is because of the locked axis over here. By default, the Z axis is selected, and it basically means that the only axis in which the monkey will rotate will be the Z axis, and so this is the use of the lock track constraint. However, as I already told you, in most of the cases you won't be using this, but instead the track 2 constraint that we previously discussed. Now moving ahead, we'll be understanding about the next type of object constraint, which is the stretch 2 constraint. To add it over here, first I'll remove the lock track by clicking on this cross button, then click on add object constraint, and in the tracking category, select the stretch 2 constraint. Now the stretch 2 constraint also works in a very similar way to the track 2 constraint, and the only difference between the two is that in case of the stretch 2, the object will begin to stretch or show some contraction action depending upon the distance between the constrained object, which is the monkey, and the target object, which will be this light. So first of all, I'll go to the target object, click on this eyedropper and select the light object. And now you can see here that if I try to increase the distance between the two objects, then the monkey object will show the stretching. And if I try to bring them closer, then in this case, the monkey object will show the contraction like this. And yes, by default, it takes the original distance between the two objects to determine the stretching effect. However, if you want to input any particular distance value, then you can go to the original length and change the distance from here. Also, if I click on this cross button, then it will take that particular value as the distance which is originally present between the two objects. Now the next constraint that we'll understand is the damp track constraint. So to add it, first we need to remove the stretch to constraint, then go to add object constraint, and in the tracking category, select the damp track constraint. Now as I already told you, now just like the other two, this constraint is also very similar to the track to constraint that we previously studied. The only different thing in this particular constraint is that it does not give you the option to control the up axis over here, because if I go to the add object constraint and select the track to, then here you can see that we were having the option to control the up axis, and this particular option is not present in the damp track constraint. For now, I'll remove the track to constraint, and in this one, I'll click on the eyedropper for the target object, and with this, I'll be selecting the light in the scene. Now since the track axis is selected as Y, as a result, the local Y axis of this monkey object is pointing towards the light. If you want the face of the monkey object to point towards the light, then simply select the minus Y axis over here. And now if I try to move this monkey, then you can see here that the damp track constraint will basically take the minimum amount of rotation which is required, such that the local negative Y axis of your object will keep pointing towards the target object. So this is the use of the damp track constraint, but again I'll be repeating this, that in the entire list of the tracking constraint, you should only focus on the clamp to and the track to constraint, because these are the ones which are practically used in Blender. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 57. Today we understood about all the 5 types of tracking constraints, and in the next chapter, we'll be understanding about the relationship constraints. In the previous 2 chapters, we begin with the introduction of constraints, then we covered all the transform constraints and also the tracking constraints. And in this chapter, we'll be understanding about all of the relationship constraints present in Blender. So to begin with, we first need to add a Suzanne or the monkey object in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the monkey object. Let's move it in the x-axis and place it over here. Now the first type of constraint that we'll be understanding in this chapter is the action constraint. So with this monkey object selected, go to the object constraints properties, click on add object constraint, and in the relationship category, select the action constraint. Now this action constraint allows you to control an action created in the action editor, and that too by using another object which will be the target object in the scene. To understand it in a better way, first we need to open the action editor. So for this, go to this timeline editor, click here, and in the animation category, select the dope sheet editor, then click over here, and from the mode, you have to select the action editor. Now to create an action, I'll first select this monkey object, and suppose you want to create an action of around 50 frames where this monkey will rotate in the x-axis. So first of all, we need to insert a keyframe at the frame number 1. So press I and a keyframe is inserted over here. Then I'll take the pointer to the frame number 50. Now let's rotate it in the x-axis like this and left click to finalize. To insert a keyframe at this rotation, press I, and now you can see that we have created this simple action in this action editor. Also you can see here that this action is saved with the name Suzanne action, and now by using the action constraint, we'll be using this cube in order to control this action even when we have removed it from the action editor. But before removing this action, first we need to save it. So for this, click on this fake user button. Now I'll click on this cross icon to remove this action, and if I now try to move this pointer, then you will see that the monkey object is no longer getting rotated. Now in the action constraint, go to the action, and from here, select the Suzanne action. Since we need to control this action with the help of this cube, so we need to set it as the target object. So go to target, click on this eyedropper and select the cube. Now suppose I want that whenever I move this cube in the y-axis, only then this monkey object will show the Suzanne action. Then for this, go to the target settings, and in the channel, select the Y location. Now if I go to the max value and set it to something like 10, then what it basically means is that this particular action of the Suzanne or the monkey model will be controlled by the target object, which is the cube, according to the location in the y-axis, and to see the action, the location should be between 0 and 10 in the y-axis. Also, in the action settings, we need to turn on the object action, and we also need to set the frame settings in order to view the action. So in the frame ending, I'll enter 50, and now if I select the cube and try to move it in the y-axis, then you can see here here that we are able to see the action or the animation of the monkey object simply by moving the target object, and this is the use of the action constraint. It allows you to control the action of the constrained object simply by changing the location, rotation or the scaling of the target object in any of the three axes. Now moving ahead, the next constraint that we have over here is the armature constraint. However, to understand this, we'll also need the knowledge of character modeling and character rigging, which we'll be covering later on in this course. So we'll not be discussing about this constraint right now. And now the next one that we have here is the child of constraint. So I'll select this. Let's also remove the action constraint. Now the child of constraint allows you to define a parent-child relationship in between any two objects in the scene. If you remember, we studied about the concept of parenting an object in some of the previous chapters also, but we'll again revise it by using the child of constraint. Now because I am using the child of constraint on this monkey object, as a result, it will make the monkey object the child of the object which we set as the target over here. For example, if I click on this eyedropper and select the cube object, then now we can say that this cube is the parent object and this monkey or the Suzanne model is the child object. Now the concept of parent object basically means that whatever changes I'll do in the location, rotation and the scale of the parent object, which is the cube, will also get applied to the child object, which is the monkey in this case. So if I select the cube and try to move it, then you will notice that the same change in the location is also being applied to the monkey object. Similarly, if I try to rotate it, then in this case also the same rotation effect is being applied to the monkey object. Similarly, if I try to scale it up or scale it down, then the same effect of scaling will be applied to both the parent object as well as the child object. So basically this is how the concept of parenting works in Blender. Also, if I select the monkey object again, then in the child of constraint you have some more options to control the specific changes which should be applied to the child object. For example, in the location, rotation and the scale parameters, all the three axes are turned on by default, which means that the changes in these three parameters in any of the three axes that we'll do to the parent object will also get applied to the child object. But suppose you want that only the location in the x and the z axis should be applied to the child object, then for this, go to the location and we'll turn off the y axis. Now if I select the cube and try to move it in the x axis, then you can see here that the same change in location will get applied to the monkey object. Similarly, if I try to move it in the z axis, then the same change in location is applied in this case also. However, if I try to move the cube in the y axis, then now you will notice that the change in the location is no more affecting the monkey object, and this is because we have turned off the y axis in the location in the child of constraint. And yes, you can also try this with the rotation or the scale. Now let's move to the next topic for today's chapter, which is the follow path constraint. So for this, first we need to remove the child of constraint. So click on this cross icon, then go to add object constraint and select the follow path constraint. Now this follow path constraint simply makes the object on which it is applied to follow the path of a curve in the scene. For example, if I press Shift plus A, then go to curve and select the Bezier curve. Let's tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up. Now let's come out of the edit mode. Let's also hide this cube object. So I'll select it and press H to hide. And now suppose I want that this monkey object should follow the path of this curve. So to achieve this result, go to the follow path constraint, then in the target, click on this eyedropper tool and select the curve object. Also, to place it properly on the curve, we need to ensure that its location values in all the three axes should be 0 meters. And to do this, simply press Alt plus G in order to clear the location. And now you can see here in the object data properties that the location in all the three axes for this monkey object is equal to 0 meters. And also, because of this follow path constraint, the monkey object is now placed at one of the ends of the curve. And to make it follow the complete path, first we need to fix the position over here. So go to the follow path constraint and click on fix position. Then because we need the monkey object to follow the curve, so enable the follow curve, and by doing this, the rotation of the monkey object is also fixed according to the curve. Now if I click on the animate path, then an animation will get created where this monkey object will follow the path of this curve. And to view the animation, simply go to the offset factor and try to change the value like this. So by using the follow path constraint, you can make any object in the scene follow a specific curve object. Then over here, you also have the options like the forward axis, which basically defines which particular local axis of the object will point along the curve. To view the local axis of this monkey object, simply go to the object properties, then in the viewport display, turn on the show axis. Now you can see here that this y axis of this monkey object is pointing along the curve, and this is because the forward axis over here is set as the y axis. Similarly, if I choose the x axis over here, then in this case, x axis is pointing forward along the curve. Similarly, you also have the up axis option, which simply defines that particular axis which is pointing towards the upwards direction. So if I choose the y axis over here, then now you can see that the local axis which is pointing towards the up is the y axis. And so this is how the follow path constraint works in Blender. And now moving ahead, the next type of constraint that we'll explore is the pivot constraint. So first of all, I'll remove the follow path constraint. Let's also delete the curve. So I'll select this, press X to delete. Let's also unhide the cube object in the scene and move it in the X-axis. Now to add the pivot constraint, go to the constraint properties, click on add object constraint, and in the relationship, select the pivot constraint. Now this pivot constraint basically allows you to change the position of the pivot point according to a specific target object. For those of you who don't know what exactly a pivot point is, it simply means that point along which a particular object rotates. You can also see that whenever we select any object, we have this tiny yellow dot present, and this is actually the pivot point of the object. Similarly, if I select the Suzanne model, then you can see this yellow dot, which is the pivot point of the monkey or the Suzanne object. Now suppose I want that instead of having a pivot point at the center of the object, it should rather be present at the position of this Suzanne model. Then to do this, go to the pivot constraint, then in the target, click on the eyedropper tool, and with this, select the Suzanne object. And now if I try to rotate this cube in the y-axis, then you can see here that it is taking the monkey object as the pivot point since it is rotating around it. So the pivot constraint is a simple constraint which allows you to set the pivot point at any target object in the scene. Now moving ahead, the next type of constraint that we'll explore is the floor constraint. So first of all, we'll remove the pivot constraint from here, then click on add object constraint, and in the relationship category, select the floor constraint. Now this particular constraint uses the position of a target object, and it kind of makes a wall beyond which the main object on which the constraint is applied cannot go. To understand it in a practical way, go to the target object, and with the eyedropper tool, select the Suzanne or the monkey model. Now this monkey model will act as a wall which will not permit this cube object to pass through it, and that particular axis where this will be applied can be changed from here. So you can choose the x-axis or the y-axis or the z-axis or the negative directions of any of the three. So for example, if I select the x-axis and try to move this cube in the x-axis towards the monkey object, then you will notice that we are not able to take this cube beyond this monkey object in the x-axis. Similarly, if I select the y-axis over here and try to move the cube in the y-axis, then you will notice that we are not able to change its position in the y-axis beyond the y-axis position of the Suzanne model. So this is how the floor constraint works in Blender. It simply allows you to create a wall which works in a particular axis, and the object on which it is applied will not be able to pass through that position value in a particular axis. Now moving ahead, the last type of object constraint that we'll explore today is the shrink wrap constraint. So first of all, I'll remove the floor constraint, then go to add object constraint, and in the relationship, select the shrink wrap constraint. Now to understand this constraint, I will remove this monkey object from the scene. So press X to delete it. Let's also clear the location of this cube object. So I'll select it and press Alt plus G, and now we'll be adding a UV sphere in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and select the UV sphere. Let's place it over here. To view everything properly, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Now select the cube on which we applied the shrink wrap constraint, tab into the edit mode, let's scale it down like this, and now we are ready to understand the shrink wrap constraint. So this is a very simple constraint which restricts the movement of the object on which it is applied to the surface of the target object. To understand it practically, first I'll go to the target, then with the help of this eyedropper, I'll select the UV sphere, and now you can see here that this cube object is now attached to the surface of the UV sphere. Also, if I try to move it by pressing G, then you will notice that we are not able to move it beyond the surface of this UV sphere, and this is the use of the shrink wrap constraint. Over here, you also have an option of distance, and by increasing this value, we can control the distance between the constrained object, which is the cube, and the target object, which is the UV sphere. Also, with the distance set to a value of 1.9, if I try to move it, then you can see here that it is still moving in a similar way, or basically in a circular way, just like it did around the surface of the UV sphere. The only difference is that the distance between the UV sphere surface and the cube object has now increased. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 58. Today we learnt about the relationship constraints in Blender and their practical usage in complete detail. In today's chapter, we'll be understanding about the working of the drivers, their practical usage, the driver editor, and a lot more. So the first question which arises is that what exactly are the drivers? So in simple words, the drivers are the functions or the scripts which use the properties or the values to affect some other properties. In most of the cases, the drivers are used to control the animation of one property like the location, rotation, scale, etc. based on the value of some other property. Now to understand all this practically, let's first add a monkey object in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and select the monkey object. Let's move it in the x-axis over here. Now we'll be creating a driver that will make this monkey object rotate in the z-axis according to the position of the cube in the y-axis. So for this, with this monkey object selected, go to the object data properties, and since we need to rotate it in the z-axis, so go to the rotation in the z, right click, and here you will find an option which is add driver. So I'll select this. Now it shows some settings, but we'll be exploring them later on. So I'll take my mouse cursor away, and now you can see here that the rotation parameter in the z z-axis is now turned into purple color, and this thing basically indicates that we have added a driver for this specific parameter. Now for the drivers in Blender, we also have a separate type of editor which is called the driver editor, and to open it, let's expand this timeline editor, click here, and in the animation category, select the drivers. Now if I select the monkey object, then you can see here that first of all, we have the name of the object, then we have the list of drivers where we have the Z Euler rotation, which simply represents that we have added a driver for the rotation in the Z axis. Now if I left click on the Z Euler rotation, then now we have some more options in this side toolbar, and if I select the drivers over here and scroll down, then these are the same settings that we saw when we added the driver over here. You can even check it again by taking the cursor to the rotation Z in the properties editor, then right click and select the edit driver, and now you can see over here that all of these properties are exactly the same as in the side toolbar in the driver editor. Now in the end, you have the option to select an object, and suppose I left click over here, then it gives us the list of the object to be selected. So if I select the cube object, then what it basically means is that this particular parameter, which is the rotation in the Z axis where we added the driver, will now be controlled by the cube object, and since the X location is selected in the type by default, as a result, if I select the cube and try to move it in the X axis, then by doing this, the rotation of the Suzanne or the monkey object is also changing in the Z axis. And basically this is the use of the drivers. They simply allow you to control any specific parameter of an object simply by controlling some other parameter of another object in the scene. Now moving ahead, we can also view the curve in the driver editor, and to do this, you simply need to press the home button in the keyboard, and now this is the graph which is also known as the F curve. Now this horizontal axis will represent the position of the target object in the X axis, and this vertical axis will be representing the rotation of the Suzanne object in the Z axis. Now in this side toolbar, we have an option which is called the driver type, and by default, the scripted expression type is selected over here, which basically means that it will allow us to control the driver with the help of an expression. Now in the expression, the VAR means the variable, meaning that the rotation of this Suzanne model is dependent upon the position of this cube object. Then after variable, we have +0, which simply indicates the initial rotation of the monkey object. Now to understand it with the help of an example, I'll go to the expression and we'll change this from variable +0 to variable +10 and press enter, and now you can see here that the initial rotation of the Suzanne model has now changed. And if I still select this cube object and try to move it in the X axis, then in this case also, the Suzanne or the monkey object is rotating in the Z axis. So whenever it's written variable plus any number in the expression, it basically means that the number is representing the initial value of the parameter which is being controlled by the driver. Also, you can see in the driver value that it shows 10 right now. However, if I change it back to variable +0, then in this case, the driver value is now equal to 0. Now you can also use this expression in order to make the rotation of this monkey object faster. And to do this, we have to change this to variable multiply, which will be represented by this asterisk symbol. And then if I type any number, for example 2, and try to move the cube in the X axis, then you will notice that the rotation of the Suzanne model is much faster than before. To see the effect in a much better way, I'll select the Suzanne object again. Let's multiply this by a much higher number, like 10, and now if I select the cube and move it in the X axis, then the change in speed of rotation is properly visible now. So in this way, you can use this expression to control the initial value of the parameter, for example the rotation in this case, and also the speed of change in that parameter. Now moving ahead, the next type that we have over here is the average value, and to understand this, we first need to do some changes in the scene. First of all, select the cube, create a duplicate of this cube by pressing Shift+D and move it over here. Now select the Suzanne object or the monkey object again, and now we'll be removing this driver in the Z rotation. So right click and select the delete drivers, and we'll be creating another driver for the location in the Z axis. So go to the object properties, and in the Z location, right click and select add driver. Now go to the driver editor, left click on the Z location, and in the driver type, select the average value. Now by using the average value, we'll basically be considering the average change in parameters of both of these cube objects in order to define the change in location of the Suzanne model. To understand it in a practical way, first we need to add both of these cube objects in the driver properties. So for the first cube object, go to this input variable, and in the object, select the cube object. Also, we'll be using its location in the Z axis in order to control the location of this Suzanne model in the Z axis. So in the input variable, change the type to Z location, and now to add the other cube, click on add input variable, and you can see here that this input variable which was added by default has the transform channel type. So in this new one also, I'll click here, and in the type, select the transform channel. Now in the object, select the cube.001, and in the type, select the Z location. Now suppose I select both of these cubes and move them in the Z axis, then the same change in location will also get applied to this monkey object. However, if I select any one of them and try to move it up in the z-axis, then you will notice that this monkey object is still moving up in the z-axis, but almost by about half the value of the cube. And this is because in the driver type, we have selected the average value. As a result, it is taking the average value of the z location of both of these cubes in order to set the z location for this monkey object. You can also view this in this side toolbar that for the first cube, the value is equal to approximately 12, and for the other cube, the z location value is set to 0. As a result, the average of both of them will be 12.313 plus 0 divided by 2, which is equal to approximately 6.15. And if I scroll up, then the driver value, which is affecting this Suzanne model, is equal to 6.157, which is nothing but the average value of the z locations of both of these cubes. Now moving ahead, the next type that we have here is the sum values. And if I select this, then in this case, it will take a sum of both of these values which are representing the z location, and as a result, the Suzanne or the monkey object will move up in the z-axis by that added value. For example, for this first cube, the value is equal to 12.313, and suppose I select the other cube also and move it up in the z-axis by 5 meters, then now you can see that in the driver's property, the value for the first cube is equal to 12.313, and for the second cube, the value is equal to 5, which means that the driver value for the monkey object is equal to the sum of both the values, which is equal to 17.313, and you can also see this in the 3D viewport that the z location of the Suzanne or the monkey model is having a value which is equal to the sum of locations in the z-axis for both of these cubes. Then the next type that we have here is the minimum value, and if I select this, then now it will take the minimum of both the values, or in simple words, it will take the minimum value of the location in the z-axis of both of these cubes. In this case, this first cube has the location in the z-axis equal to 12.313 meters, and the second cube has a value of location in the z-axis equal to 5 meters. As a result, the minimum value is equal to 5 meters, and therefore this monkey model is also taking the minimum value which is equal to 5 meters. Now just the opposite of minimum value, we also have a maximum value type, and if I select this, then now it basically takes the maximum value of the z location. So for the first cube, the location in the z-axis is equal to 12.313, and for the second cube, the location in z-axis is equal to 5 meters. As a result, the maximum of both the values is equal to 12.313, and as a result, the location in the z-axis for the Suzanne object is also equal to 12.313 meters. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we understood about the fundamentals of drivers in Blender, their practical usage, then we understood about the input variable, and in the end, we also explored all of these 5 types in the driver's properties. In today's chapter, we'll be understanding about a simple yet interesting topic in Blender, which is the shape keys. Now to begin with, let's first delete this cube object, so press X to delete, and to understand the concept of shape keys, we'll need a slightly complex object, so let's add the Suzanne or the monkey object in the scene. So press Shift plus A, then go to Mesh and select the monkey object. Let's also apply the subdivision surface modifier to it, so you can either press Ctrl plus 2 or you can go to the modifier properties and add the subdivision surface modifier. Now suppose I ask you to create an animation where this cube object moves in the x-axis. So you will think that it's very simple because you will insert a keyframe at this position for the frame number 1 by pressing I, then you will take the pointer to the frame number 40 or 50, move the monkey object like this and press I to insert another keyframe, and just by doing this, the simple animation of this monkey object moving in the x-axis will be created. However, if I tab into the edit mode and select any particular face by first enabling the face select mode by pressing 3, then if I select this face and move it in the z-axis like this, then now the question that I'll ask you is that how will you create an animation where this particular face of the monkey object will be moving in the z-axis? Because if I return back to the object mode and try to move this pointer, then you can see here that whatever changes we'll do in the edit mode of an object are not animated in the timeline editor, and as a result, only the final edited object is seen throughout the animation. Also, if I go to the edit mode again and try to press I to insert a keyframe for this particular face, then you will see that the insert faces is turned on and it is not performing the function of inserting a keyframe. And the reason for this is very simple. When you are in the object mode, pressing the I key will insert a keyframe. However, in the edit mode, pressing the I key will turn on the insert faces. So returning back to the question of how exactly can you animate any particular faces or the edges or the vertices of an object in the edit mode, then for all of these things things, Blender has given us the feature to use the shape keys. So to understand this practically, let's first undo all the changes we did to the monkey object. Let's also come out of the edit mode. Now to use the shape keys, we first need to go to the object data properties. So click on this green color triangular icon, which is the object data properties, and here you have a section known as the shape keys. Now if I click on this plus icon, then a basis shape key will be added, which simply carries the information about the original and the unmodified state of a 3D object. So it's basically like a reference point for all the other shape keys that we add over here. So if I click on the plus button again, then now we are having a shape key with the name of key1. So practically this is the first shape key that we have added for the Suzanne or the monkey object. Now with the key1 selected and this value parameter set to 0, if I go to the edit mode of this monkey object, select a particular face and move it in the Z axis like this. Let's also get back to the object mode. Then you will see that when the value is equal to 0, we are able to see the original and the unmodified object. However, if I begin to increase this value, then you will see that the changes that we did in the edit mode are now being applied to the monkey object. So when the value is set to 0, you will see the original object, and by increasing the value, you will begin to see the changes. Now if you want, you can even create an animation with the help of shape keys. To do this, go to the timeline editor. For the frame number 1, I'll change this value to 0, and to insert a keyframe, you can either click on this white dot or else you can right click and select insert keyframe. And another way to insert the keyframe is to take the cursor over this value parameter, then press I, and a keyframe is inserted. Now I'll take the pointer to somewhere near frame number 60, then in the value parameter, enter 1 and insert a keyframe again. Then if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, then you can see that the monkey object is moving in the x-axis, and the animation that we created by using the shape key can also be seen in the animation timeline. And so basically this is the use of the shape keys. Also you can create more than one shape keys, and to do this, simply go to the object data properties again, and in the shape keys category, click on this plus button. Now the key 2 is added, which means that a second shape key has been created. And to make the changes, tab into the edit mode. Let's also go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Let's zoom in, press 1 for vertex select. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode by pressing Alt plus Z, and I'll be selecting some random vertices over here. Let's move it in the Z axis like this and return back to the object mode. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode. And now if I go to the shape keys and with the key 2 selected, if I try to increase the value, then you will now see that this monkey object changes from the original state to something like this. Now if you want, you can even create a similar effect on the other side of the Suzanne model also by using the shape keys. And to do this, with the second key selected, click on this icon, and from here select the new shape from mix. Now a new shape key is created, and since we need to get the same effect that we got from the key number 2 on this other side also, so we basically need to mirror the shape key. And to do this, click on this icon again, and from here select the mirror shape key. Now if I increase the value, then you will see that we are getting the same result on this side of the monkey object that we previously got by using the second key. And so this is how the shape keys are used to create the animations in Blender. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. In this chapter, we'll be exploring some of the amazing add-ons that can be used in Blender. We'll also be understanding about their installation process, and we'll be using them in the Blender software in order to understand how they work. So first of all, in Blender, you have two types of add-ons. The first type is the pre-installed add-ons that Blender already provides you on downloading its software. And the second type is the downloadable add-ons, which we basically need to download from some external websites, and then we can install them in Blender. And the first add-on that we'll be exploring today is the Blender Kit add-on. The reason for placing this Blender Kit add-on on the rank number 1 is that it's a very useful tool for anyone who is using Blender, because it gives you the access to a wide range of high quality models, materials and brushes. And the best part is that you can directly install this add-on in your Blender software and directly add any model, material, HDRI, etc. in your Blender file. Now to download the Blender Kit add-on, you simply need to visit this website blenderkit.com, and I've dropped its link in the description of this video. The Blender Kit add-on provides you an extensive library of 3D models, materials, HDRIs, a variety of 3D scenes, brushes, and many more things. Now Blender Kit offers you both the free as well as the premium plans. The free version is for those of you who are just starting out and require some basic assets. But if you're looking for more advanced features with more than 36,000 models, 13,000 plus different materials, over 1500 scenes, and around 2800 HDRIs in a single package, then you can try the Blender Kit full plan. It starts at just $4 a month if you take the yearly plan, and if you take the 30-day plan, then this will cost you $6 for a single month. And the best part is that you can get an additional 10% discount on all the Blender Kit plans by using the link that I have dropped in the description of this video. So if you decide to purchase the premium or the the full version, then you can check that link and get an additional 10% discount from JB3D Studio. So whether you decide to choose the free version or the premium version, Blender Kit is definitely the best add-on which is available for Blender. And to download this add-on, you can click on the download Blender Kit button, and then if I click on the download button, then now the zipped file having the free Blender Kit version will get downloaded on your PC. Now to install the Blender Kit add-on in the Blender software, go to Edit, then select the Preferences, and in the Add-ons category, click on this drop down and select the Install from Disk. Then open that particular folder where you have downloaded the Blender Kit zipped folder, then left click to select the zipped folder and click on the Install from Disk. Now in the Add-ons category, you will find this Blender Kit Online Asset Library, and do ensure that this particular box is checked. Now let's close this window, and in the Blender file, you can see here that we have an additional toolbar at the top which is due to the Blender Kit add-on. Now over here, you have some icons where the first one is the Find Models, the second one is for finding the materials, the next is for finding the scenes, then you have the Find HDRIs, and the last one is the Find Brushes. Now with the Find Model selected, if I go to the search bar and type any model's name, for example car, and press enter, then you can see here that it provides us a wide range of car 3D models to add in our scene. However, not all of these are available for free because all these models which are having this lock icon at the bottom can only be accessed in the premium or the paid version of the Blender Kit add-on. However, the 3D models without this lock icon, for example this car, can be used in the free version. Now suppose I want to add this car in my 3D scene, then to do this, simply left click on the car and drag it into the 3D viewport. Similarly, you can try the same with the materials also. So click on the Find Materials icon and you can apply any of these materials to any object in your scene. Also, you can go to the search bar and type any material's name. For example, if I type wood, then this will display a list of all the materials which resemble with the wood. Now suppose I want to apply any of these materials to this cube object, then for this, simply left click on any of the materials, drag it into the 3D viewport and release it on any object in the scene. And now you can see here that the wood material is applied to this cube object in the scene. Similarly, you can try this with other materials also, and so it's a very convenient way to add any 3D models or apply any materials. And moreover, you also have some more options like the Find Scenes, and this will allow you to add any of these scenes in your Blender projects, and out of these, some of them are available for free and the others which have this lock icon at the bottom are only available in the premium version. Then you also have the option of finding the HDRIs. So by using these, you can directly add any HDRI or environment in your Blender file. For example, suppose I select this one, so I simply need to left click and drag it into the 3D viewport, then select the resolution to download and click on the OK button. Now if I go to the render view, then you can see here that we are having this HDRI added as the environment that we downloaded from the Blender Kit add-on. And now moving ahead, the number 2 add-on that we have on our list is the Self Fracture add-on. This particular add-on helps you to break apart the objects just with a few clicks. And the best thing about this add-on is that it is already available in Blender, which means that we don't need to download the Self Fracture add-on from any external website. Now to get the Self Fracture add-on, go to Edit, then select the Preferences. Now click on Get Extensions, then search for Self Fracture, and then this Self Fracture extension or the Self Fracture add-on will appear in the list. So click on the Install button. Let's also close this window. And now to understand how the Self Fracture add-on works in Blender, we'll be adding a torus object in the scene. So first of all, let's delete this cube object. So press X to delete, then press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the torus object. Now click on Add Torus to change the settings of the torus object. Let's first increase the minor radius. Let's also reduce the minor radius like this. And now our object looks perfect. Now we'll be using the Self Fracture add-on on this torus object. And to do this, go to the object settings and in the quick effects, select the last one, which is the Self Fracture. Then this menu will appear where we don't need to change anything. So click on OK. And now you will see that this single torus object is now converted into multiple broken pieces. In fact, if I select any single piece by left clicking on it and try to move it, then you can see here that we are able to separate out any single piece. However, one thing to notice here is that the Self Fracture add-on creates a duplicate of the torus object that we used and then applies the broken pieces effect on it. This means that the original torus object is still present at this location. And to confirm this, go to the scene collection and select the original torus object. Let's move it up in the z-axis, and now you can see that this object at the top is the original torus and this one at the bottom is the torus object, which is made up of separate broken pieces of the torus object. Now if you want, you can even create some amazing animations by using the Self Fracture add-on. And to do this, let's first delete the rest of the objects from the scene. So select the original torus, press X to delete. Let's also select this car and delete it. Select the the lamp and the camera and press X to delete. Now we are only having this torus object in the scene, which is made up of all these separate objects which you can see in the scene collection. So we are having a total of 100 different cells or these broken pieces in this torus. Now if I select any broken piece, then press O to turn on the proportional editing and try to move this piece, then you can see here that because of the proportional editing, the rest of the pieces around the selected one are also showing the movement. As a result, we can also create an animation out of it. So first of all, let's undo this by pressing Ctrl plus Z, then press A to select everything, press I to insert a keyframe, and with this, we now have a keyframe inserted at the frame number 1. Then I'll take the pointer to the frame number 40 or maybe 50, select any random piece, and with the proportional editing turned on, press G to move it in the Z axis. Now since we need to insert a keyframe, not only for the selected object, but also for those who were influenced by moving up of this piece, so we'll be selecting all these pieces by pressing A, then press I to insert a keyframe, and now if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, then you can see here that we have a simple animation created where this torus object is being broken down into separate pieces and they're also moving up in the Z axis. And so this is how the cell fracture add-on works in Blender. Now moving ahead, the next add-on that we have on our list is the Grunge add-on, and this particular add-on allows us to create wear and tear effect to the models in the scene just with a single click. And to download the Grunge add-on, you need to open this website, and I've dropped the link of this website in the description of this video. So this is the Grunge add-on which helps us to add wear and tear to the Blender models. And if I scroll down, then here you can see that this add-on can be downloaded for free on this website. So to download this, go to the fair price, enter 0 if you want to get it for free, and click on add to cart. Now over here it will ask you for your email address and any tip that you want to add. So enter your details over here, and after that click on the get button. Now this download page will appear, and we'll be downloading this zipped file which is made for Blender 4.0 and the newer versions. So click on the download button, and after downloading the zipped folder, we'll return back to our Blender file. Now to install the Grunge add-on in Blender, go to edit, then select preferences, then select the add-ons, click on this drop down arrow and click on the install from disk. Now open that particular folder where you have saved the zipped folder that we downloaded, then select the Grunge folder and click on install from disk. Let's also close this window. Now we'll be using the Grunge add-on in order to add wear and tear to a Suzanne model in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the monkey or the Suzanne model, turn off the proportional editing by pressing O. Let's move the monkey object in the x-axis and place it over here. Let's also go to the render view, and now to use the Grunge add-on, press N to open this side toolbar. Then over here you will have a category known as Grunge, so left click to select it, and in this you have some settings like the resolution, the quality, the scaling of the wear and tear effect. For now we'll be keeping the default values only, and to apply this add-on, click on apply Grunge, then click on OK, and now you can see here that this monkey object is having a completely different look. Previously it was not having any materials, however it is now having a realistic material with some wear and tear effect added to it. Also, if you want to view this material in the shader editor, then to do this, let's go to the timeline editor, click on this icon and select the shader editor. And now you can see here that in the shader editor, we are having a system of different nodes which are combined together by the Grunge add-on in order to create this material for the Suzanne object. The different parameters in the different nodes help you to control the specific things in the applied material. But the most common thing that you might want to do is to change the color of this model. So to do this, you need to select this Grunge node, then in the base color, if I change it to yellow, then you can see in the 3D viewport that the base color of the Suzanne object is also changing. Similarly, you can also try the same with the other objects like a cube or a cylinder and add the wear and tear by using the Grunge add-on. Also, before applying this, you can change the resolution or maybe the quality, and while doing this, do remember that if you set very high quality or very high resolution, then it might take very long period of time to apply this add-on, and in some cases it might even crash. And now moving ahead, the next add-on that we'll be exploring is the Alt-Tab Ocean and Water add-on. By using this particular add-on, we can generate animated ocean scenes of various scales and sizes in our Blender file. And to install this add-on, you need to visit this website whose link is available in the description of this video. And as you can see here that the full version of this add-on is available for $0, so we can download it for free. So click on the purchase button, then click on continue to checkout, and it will ask you to create a new account or log into an existing account. And then after completing all the steps, you need to download this zipped folder which is named as Alt-Tab Water, and after downloading it, we'll return back to the Blender file. Now to install this add-on, go to edit, then in the preferences, go to get extensions, and from this drop down button, click on install from disk. Now open that particular folder where you saved the zip folder, then select it and click on install from disk. Let's also close this window, and now to use the Alt-Tab Ocean add-on, press the N key to open the side toolbar, and over here you will have another option which is the Alt-Tab Ocean. ocean, and in this menu you are having two options. The first one allows you to choose any specific ocean type from this entire range of different styles and sizes of ocean. For now I'll be selecting the ocean one, and then the second thing that you have here is the water material. So you have different kinds of materials which you can use for the ocean to be added. For now I'll be selecting the water small, and now to add the ocean in the scene, simply click on this append button, and with this we have this ocean added in the scene. To view it properly, go to the material preview mode, and now this is how the ocean looks. Also, the best part about using this add-on is that it not only creates the ocean but also animates it. And to view the animation, I'll switch this to the timeline editor, then take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation. And now you can see here that we have this beautiful animated ocean scene created, and that too by simply selecting the ocean and its material and clicking on the append button. Similarly, if I select any other material, then it will get applied to the ocean and the scene will look like this. And so this is how this ocean add-on works in Blender. Now before ending this chapter, we'll try to create this image, and that too by using some of the add-ons that we understood in this chapter. So for this, let's first delete everything by pressing A to select all and press X to delete. Now press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the torus object. Let's zoom in, and in the add torus settings, I'll increase the minor radius to something like 0.4 or 0.5, and now the basic structure of the torus object is ready. Now to add some wear and tear to it, go to the side toolbar and select the Grunge add-on. I'll keep the resolution to 1K and the quality to the high settings. Now click on apply Grunge, then click OK, and within a few seconds, the Grunge add-on will add the wear and tear to the torus object. The reason why it appears like this is that in the render view, we are having this HDRI added. As a result, the lighting effect is also being visible on this object in the scene. As a result, I'll be removing this HDRI, and to do this, go to the world properties, then in the surface, left click on the color, and from here, select the disconnect nodes. Now we have the default Blender layout, and to get some lighting in the scene, we'll be adding a sunlight. So press Shift plus A, go to light and select the sun. Let's move it up in the Z axis and place it over here. To increase its intensity or the power, go to the object data properties, and in the strength, we'll increase it to something like 2 or 3. Press R to rotate the light and move it in the X axis. Let's also create a duplicate of this light by pressing Shift plus D, move it in the X axis and place it over here. Press R to rotate it, and this is how the scene looks. Also, to have some light at the bottom part, we'll be adding the point light. So press Shift plus A, go to light and select the point. Let's move it down in the Z axis and place it over here. To increase the intensity of light, go to the object data properties, and in the power, I will enter 2000 watts. Let's also place it in the Y axis, create a duplicate of it and place it over here. Now our scene is having enough light, and to modify this material on the torus object, we need to open the shader editor. So for this, I'll switch this timeline editor to the shader editor by clicking on this icon, and in the general category, select the shader editor. Now we have this entire node system, and first of all, to increase and decrease this wear and tear effect as a whole, we have to use the randomness parameter. If I increase it, the randomness will increase, and this is how the object looks. Also, if I go to the grunge amount parameter and try to increase it, then the amount of grunge effect will increase, but for now, I'll be keeping this value to something like 0.3. Then the next option that you have is the cracks amount, and by using this one, you can control the amount of cracks in this material. So we'll keep it to the default value of 0.3. Also, to change the base color of the torus object, go to the base color 1, and from here, you can change the base color of the object in the scene. So for now, I'll be choosing the yellow color, and now this is how it looks. Similarly, if I go to the base color 2 and change the color, then you will notice that the base color for the remaining part of the torus is being changed by this parameter. But right now, I'll be selecting the white color only, but you can choose any color that you wish to apply on your object. And now moving ahead, we'll break this torus object into different pieces by using the self fracture add-on. And for this, go to the object settings, and in the quick effects, select the self fracture. Now click on OK, and this add-on will break the torus object into multiple different pieces. And now with all these pieces selected, let's move them up in the Z axis and place them over here. Now I'll select the original torus object and press X to delete, and now to move all these broken pieces down in the Z axis again, we need to select all of them. And the best way to do this is to go to the scene collection, then left click to select the torus cell, then scroll down, and in the end, you will find this torus cell.099. So with the shift key holded, left click on the torus cell.099, and by doing this, all the pieces of the torus object are now selected in the scene. Now let's move them down in the Z axis and place them over here. And if you want, you can also select any single piece, then press O to turn on the proportional editing, and if I move it up in the Z axis, then this is how the torus object looks. But yes, to ensure that you have turned on the proportional editing so that the influence of moving this particular object can also be seen on the other objects objects surrounding it. So in this way, you can create amazing cell fracture effects simply by applying the cell fracture add-on. And with this, we now arrive to the end of the chapter number 61. Today we explored some add-ons that can save a lot of our time. And yes, don't forget about that 10% discount on the Blender Kit full plan, which will help you to take your Blender projects to the next level. In this chapter, we'll be understanding about the fundamentals of particle system in Blender, the different settings and the options available in particles. Now, the first question which arises is that what exactly is the use of the particle systems? So the particle systems are used to simulate effects like fire, dust, clouds, smoke, and also for creating things like hair, grass, fur, and other strand-based objects. Now, to practically understand about the particle systems in Blender, let's first delete this cube by pressing X, then press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and add the UV sphere. Now, to understand about the particles, we first need to open the particle properties. And for this, click on this icon which has the name particle properties, and to create a default particle system for this UV sphere, simply click on this plus button. Now a particle system has been created, and over here you have two types of particles to select from. The first particle type is the emitter, which allows to emit the particles from the vertices or the faces or the volume of a mesh object, and then the second particle type that you have is the hair, and we'll be understanding about this type in the next chapter of this course. Now with the emitter particle type selected, if I try to change the angle, then you will notice that we are able to see a tiny particle in the form of a UV sphere on the surface of a mesh object. And in fact, to view the rest of the particles, you simply need to play the animation by pressing the space bar. And now you can see here that we have a large number of particles which are being emitted from different parts of this UV sphere. So in this way, by adding a particle system, it will create an animation where we'll be able to see the particles being emitted or generated out of the UV sphere. Now the reason why these particles fall downwards is that in Blender, the gravity settings are turned on by default, and to change these settings, you need to open the scene properties, and over here you have the gravity option turned on. And if I turn it off, then the effect of gravity will no longer be seen in the 3D viewport. In fact, if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation, then the particles that are being emitted are no longer moving downwards, and this is because of the absence of gravity. Now if I return back to the particle properties, then the first parameter that we have is the number, and this parameter helps you to control the number of particles that will be generated in the entire animation. By default, this value is set to 1000. However, suppose I change it to something like 150, then in this case, if I play the animation from beginning, then the number of particles which are being emitted is very low as compared to the previous one. So by using the number, you can easily control the total number of particles. Then you have the seed, which basically gives a different result each and every time you change this value and play the animation. So this parameter is only for getting a random result. And then the next thing that you have is the frame start and the frame end, and as the name suggests, these two parameters control from where the particles will start and stop emitting respectively. Since the frame start value is set to 1, as a result, this UV sphere will begin to emit the particles starting from the frame number 1, and since the end value is set to 200, therefore the particles will stop emitting when the animation reaches the frame number 200. In fact, you can even check this by playing the animation. Starting from the frame number 1, the UV sphere will begin to emit a lot of particles, and this will continue till you reach the frame number 200, and after the 200th frame, the UV sphere will no longer emit the particles, and as a result, the number of particles that are being displayed will also reduce. Now the next parameter that you have is the lifetime, and it basically means the number of frames in the animation in which the particles that have been emitted will be displayed in the scene. By default, the lifetime value is set to 50, which means that each of the particle that is emitted from this UV sphere will be displayed in the scene for a total of 50 frames. Then if you want the lifetime to be random, then you can increase the lifetime randomness from here. By default, it is set to 0, meaning that the lifetime will have no randomness, and by increasing it to 1, the lifetime for each particle will be different in the scene. In fact, you can also check this by playing the animation again. Each of these particles is now having a different lifetime. And now moving ahead, the next thing that we have here is the source, and in this menu, the first option that we have is the emit from, and with this option, we can control that from where the particles are emitted. By default, it is set to faces, and as a result, all these particles are being emitted from the different faces of this UV sphere. Similarly, if I change this to vertices and play the animation again, then you can see that in this case, these particles are emerging from the vertices of the object. In fact, to understand this in a much better way, let's add a cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh, and select the cube object. Let's move it in the X-axis and place paste it over here. Now in the particle properties, click on the plus button to create a new particle system, and if you want the same particle system which is applied to the UV sphere, then you can see that this one is saved with the name particle settings. And so if I select the cube again, then click here and select the particle settings, then in this case all the changes in the settings in the particle system for the UV sphere and the cube will be same now. Also in the emit from, if I change it back to faces and play the animation again, then you can see here that the particles are being emitted from the faces of the cube and the UV sphere. But if I change this emit from to the vertices and take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation, then now you can see in this cube that all the particles are being emitted from only its vertices. And now in the emit from, you have one more option which is known as the volume, and by selecting this one, the particles will now emit from the volume of the object or from inside the object. To see it practically, I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, and now you can see here that the particles are emerging from the inside of the object. And now the rest of the settings in the source tab, like the distribution, particles per phase, the jittering amount, all these things are not important because these settings are not changed often while using the particles in Blender. Then you have the cache settings, and again you don't need to make any changes in this one also, and these cache settings basically allow you to free up your memory because each and every time you play a particle simulation, your PC will calculate all the information which is required to be displayed for each and every frame in the animation. And once you save your file, your PC will begin to save all such information related to the particles in the cache instead of saving it in the RAM of the computer, and as a result it helps to free up the memory. And now the next type of settings that we have is the velocity, and by using the settings in the velocity tab, you can easily control the direction and the speed of the particles emitted. The first type of settings that we have is the normal, and this basically controls the initial velocity of a particle normal to the point of origin. To understand it in a better way, I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1, play the animation, and if I try to increase the normal parameter, then it basically gives an initial velocity to the particles that are being emitted from the cube object normal to the point of origin. Now I'll change the normal value back to 1 meter per second. Let's also take the pointer back to the frame number 1. Let's also hide this UV sphere from the scene, so I'll select it and press H to hide. Now with the cube object selected, the next important settings that we have here is the object align, and this parameter allows you to control the direction in which the particles will be aligned. To understand it practically, press the space bar to play the animation, and now if I try to change the object alignment in the x-axis, then you will see that the particles are now being aligned in the positive x-axis. Similarly, if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and this time I'll change the object aligned in the x-axis to 0 and the object aligned value in the z-axis as minus 20 meter per second, then now you can see that all the particles which are being emitted from the cube are moving along the negative z-axis. And now suppose you want that each of these particles should have a random velocity, and for this we have the randomize parameter. With the value set to 0, all of the particles will be having the same speed or the velocity. However, if I try to increase it to its maximum value of 100 and play the animation again, then you can see here that the velocity of each particle is random in this case. To understand it in a better way, let's change the randomized value to something like 20. Let's play the animation again, and now you can easily see that each of the particles which are being emitted from the cube were having a random variation in the starting velocity. Some of them were very fast and the others were slightly slower, and this is because of the randomized parameter. For now, I'll reduce it back to 0, and by doing this, the velocity of each particle is now equal. Now moving ahead, suppose you want that instead of these tiny balls as the particles, there should have been some other object in the scene which can be used as the particles. And for this, let's first add a Suzanne or the monkey object in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the monkey object. Now to use this monkey object for the particles, I will select this cube and in the particle settings, go to the render tab, and in the render as, select the object. By selecting the object in the render as, we are basically telling this particle system that we want an object to replace those tiny balls that were being used for the particles. Now to choose the monkey object, go to the object settings in the render, and in the instance object, click on this eyedropper tool, and with this, select the Suzanne object. And now if I zoom in, then you can see here that we have the Suzanne object added as the particles which are being emitted out of the cube. Then if you want that all of these particles should have the same rotation as the original Suzanne model, then for this, you simply need to turn on the object rotation in the object settings, and now all these particles will have the same rotation which is applied to the Suzanne object. Now the next thing that you can change is the scaling of these particles, and for this, in the render tab, you have the scale option which simply controls the size of these particles. Then if you want each of the particles to have random scaling, then for this you can use the scale randomness. So if I increase it, then there is random variation in the scaling of each particle. So higher the value of the scale randomness, higher will be the variation. However, in most of the cases, it is advised to keep the scale randomness value to something in between 0.1 or 0.2, because in this case, even though each of the particles will have a random scaling, but it won't be like some of the particles are very large in size and others are very small. So it's practical practical to use a scale randomness value of approximately 0.1 to 0.2. Now if you remember, while discussing the source settings in the emission tab, I told you that none of these settings are used often in Blender apart from the emit from. However, we have this one setting over here which is kind of useful in some situations, and this is the random order. By default, this option is turned on in the particle settings, and what it basically does is that it makes the particles of an object to emit randomly from the volume. To understand this concept in a better way, I'll first turn off the random order, then to see the new animation, I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and now instead of playing the animation by pressing the space bar, we'll be using these arrow keys to move to the next frames. So I will press the right arrow key to jump to the next frame, and if I take it to somewhere near frame number 20 or 30, then you can see that all of these particles are being emitted in the same direction only, and this is because we have turned off the random order in the source settings. In fact, if we continue moving to the next frames and reach to the frame number 80, then you can see here that the direction of these particles has now changed from the negative x-axis to the y-axis. Similarly, if we now move to somewhere around frame number 120, then the direction will again change, and this will keep on happening throughout the animation. So with the random order turned off, the direction of the particles will not be random, and when we turn it on, then in this case, all the particles will be emitted in random directions from the cube object. Now moving ahead, in the particle settings, you have another category which is the field weights, and in this one, we have various settings to change like gravity, force, magnetic, wind, etc. But we don't need to understand all of these because they are not useful unless we have added some specific things like the force field or some turbulence in our 3D viewport. However, one of these settings is the most important, which defines the movement of the particles, and that setting is the gravity. By default, its value is equal to 1, and when the gravity is turned on, all these particles will only move in the downward direction, and when this gravity is turned off, then the particles will move in the random directions. However, in this case, you can see that although the gravity is equal to 1, but still the particles are moving in random directions instead of moving down. And the reason behind this is that in the scene properties, we previously turned off the gravity option. And so if I turn it on and then open the particle settings and do ensure that in the field weights, the value of gravity is equal to 1. Now let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and if I play the animation, then now you can see that because of the effect of gravity, all of these particles are falling in the downward direction. So these are all the settings that form the basis of understanding the particle systems in Blender. And to revise what all we have done so far in this chapter, we'll be making this simple scene with the help of particles. So first of all, let's delete this cube object. So press X to delete. Let's also delete the Suzanne model, and in the scene collection, we are having a hidden sphere. So let's delete this also by pressing X. Now we'll be adding a plane in the scene from where the particles will be emitted. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the plane object, tab into the edit mode. Let's scale it up by 4 or 5 times. Let's return back to the object mode and move it up in the Z axis. Now suppose you want that there should be some monkey objects as the particles. Then for this, let's first add a Suzanne or the monkey model in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the monkey object. Let's move it in the X axis and place it over here. Now with the plane selected, go to the particle settings, and to create a new particle system, click on this plus button. Now if I press the space bar to play the animation, then these particles will begin to fall, and to replace them with the Suzanne model, we'll scroll down and in the render tab, change this render as to the object. Then to use the monkey object, go to the object settings, and in the instance object, take this eyedropper tool, and with this, select the Suzanne or the monkey object. To change their size, go to the render tab in the particle settings, and in the scale, let's increase this value to something like 0.2. Let's also increase the randomness, so we'll keep the value of scale randomness to something like 0.15. Let's also go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, and to adjust the camera view, click on this lock button to turn on the lock camera to view. Let's zoom out and adjust the camera like this. Now to fix the rotation of these monkey objects, we need to turn on the object rotation in the object settings. So let's turn it on, and now all these particles are having the same rotation as the original monkey object. And to change this rotation, first of all, let's turn off lock camera to view. Then I'll select the monkey object which is placed over here. Let's rotate it in the Z axis like this. Let's also go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, and now the scene looks perfect. Also, I'll select the plane object again, and I think that we should increase the scale of all these monkey objects so that they're properly visible. And to do this, go to the render tab again, and let's increase the scale to something like 0.3 or 0.35. Let's also increase the scale randomness to 0.2 or maybe 0.25. Let's also reduce the number of these particles. So for this, go to the emission tab, and in the number, we'll reduce it to something like 400. Let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and to move forward in the animation, we'll be using the right arrow key. So keep pressing the right arrow key till you reach somewhere around frame number 100 or 120, and now you can see that we were able to replace the monkey object as the particles. We also reduce its size and their numbers, but in this image you can see that apart from the monkey object, we are also having some other objects like a torus object and a star. And so to have multiple particles in the same particle system, we need to do some changes in the particle particle settings. But before that, let's first add the torus object and also create the star so that they can be used in the particle system. So for this, press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the torus to change its appearance like the inner and the outer radius. Click on this Add Torus menu, and from here, let's increase the minor radius to a value of 0.5, and now it looks perfect to be used as a particle. So let's move it in the x-axis and place it over here. Now to make the star, we'll be using a plane object. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the plane. To focus only on the plane, press the forward slash button. Let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, tab into the edit mode, and to increase the number of vertices, right click and select subdivide. Now I'll select this vertex, let's move it up in the y-axis and place it over here. Then to do the same thing on this side, I'll select these two vertices, then right click and select subdivide, then select this vertex in the middle and move it like this. Let's do the same with this side also. I'll select these two vertices, right click to subdivide, select this middle vertex and move it over here. Now for the bottom part, I'll select this vertex, press G to move it and place it over here. Similarly for this side also, I'll select this vertex and move it down like this. Now to make it look better, let's select this vertex and move it in the x-axis. Let's also move it down in the y-axis, and now it looks perfect. Similarly with this vertex also, let's place it over here. Then I'll select these two vertices and scale them down in order to bring them closer. Then in the end, I'll select this vertex and move it up in the y-axis. And with this, the basic structure of the star is now ready. To give it some thickness, press A to select everything, E to extrude, and this is how the star looks. Also to give it a more realistic look, we'll be applying the bevel modifier to it. So go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the bevel modifier. Let's increase the number of segments to something like 2 or 3. Then if you want, you can even increase the amount from here, but for now I'll be keeping it to the default value. And with this, the star is now ready to be used as the particle. And now to remove the focus from the star object, press the forward slash button again, and let's also move this in the x-axis and place it over here. Now let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, and to use all the three objects, meaning the star, the torus and the monkey object in place of these particles, we first need to create a collection of these three objects. So I'll select all three of them by holding the shift button. Then to create the collection, press M, then click on new collection. Let's keep its name collection 2 and click on the create button. Now to use this entire collection of objects as the particles, I'll select this plane, go to the particle settings, scroll down, and in the render tab, go to this render as option, and from here, select the collection. Now in the instance collection, select the collection 2 where we stored the star, the torus and the monkey object. Now let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1. Let's also go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad and press the space bar to play the animation. And now you can see here that we have all the three objects being used as the particles in the scene. However, we need to fix their rotation, and to do this, let's first select the star object. Let's rotate it in the x-axis by 90 degrees. Let's also rotate it in the z-axis. So press R, Z and rotate it like this. Let's also reduce its size. So press S to scale it down. Similarly, for the torus object, press R, Y to rotate it in the y-axis and rotate it like this. Let's also rotate it in the z-axis and then left click to finalize. Then if you want, you can scale down this torus object by pressing S, and so finally this is how this particle scene is looking. Also, let's increase the number of particles. So go to the emission tab and in the number, enter a higher value like 600 or 800. Let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation by pressing the space bar. And with this, the number of particles has now increased. Now let's also give them some material. So for this, let's first go to the material preview mode. Then first of all, I'll be selecting the monkey object in the scene, and to give it some material, we need to open the shader editor. So for this, we'll change the timeline editor to the shader editor. So click on this icon, and from here, select the shader editor. To create a new material, click on the new button. Now we have the default principle BSDF applied to the monkey object, and suppose you want that all the particles in the scene should have some random colors, then for this we have to use the color ramp node along with the object info node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here, connect the color socket to the base color. Also in the interpolation mode, select constant. Then with the first pointer selected, let's change the color by increasing the brightness, and I'll be selecting the red color. Then for the second color, click on this plus button and change the color to any other color of your choice. For now, I'll be selecting the green color. Let's create another color. So click on the plus button again and change the color to the blue color this time. Let's create one more color. So click on the plus button again and I'll change this one to the yellow color. Now I'll select this pointer at the end, which is white colored, and change it to the pink color. Now to make all these pointers even evenly distributed, click on this icon, and from here select distribute stops evenly. And right now all of these particles are having only the blue color, and that's because to give them some random colors we need to use the object info node. So press shift plus E, go to input and select the object info node. We'll place it over here. Now take the random socket and connect it to the factor. Now you can see here that all of these particles of the Suzanne or the monkey object are now having different colors. Also, if you want, you can create different materials for the eyes and the mouth of the monkey object, and to do this, first tab into the edit mode, press 3 for the face select. Let's deselect everything, and now we'll be selecting the eyes of the monkey object. So let's select all of these faces, then with the shift key holded, select the faces of the other eye, then to select the faces of the mouth, let's zoom in, and with the shift key holded, we'll be selecting all the faces inside the mouth of the monkey object. So let's select both of these faces, and to give them some different material, go to the material properties, click on the plus button, create a new material, and then click on the assign button. Now let's come out of the edit mode. Now for the eyes and the mouth, we'll be changing the emission in the principal BSDF. So go to emission, let's increase the strength to something like 2 or 3. Let's also change the color to the light blue color, and to view the effect of the emission properly in the scene, we need to do some changes in the compositing. So for this, go to the compositing workspace, enable the use nodes. Now press shift plus A, then in the filter, select the glare node. We'll place it over here. Then in the glare type, select the bloom settings, and in the quality, select the high quality. Now let's go back to the layout workspace, and to view the effects of compositing in the 3D viewport, click on this drop down, and here in the compositor, change this from disabled to always. Now we are able to see the emission effect, and let's also reduce the strength of emission to the value of 1, and now the material looks perfect. Also, to make this monkey look slightly more realistic, we'll be applying the subdivision surface modifier to it. So you can either go to the modify properties, then click on add modifier to apply it, but a better way is to use the shortcut, which is to press Ctrl plus 2, and now the subdivision surface modifier with the levels viewport set to 2 is applied to the monkey object. Now let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, and this is how the scene looks. Now we'll do the same with the torus object and the star also. So for this, select the torus from this collection 2, then go to the shader editor, click on this icon, and from here select the first material which we applied to the monkey object. Then if you want to do some changes specifically for the torus objects, then for this you can create a duplicate of this material by clicking on this icon, and now if I do any changes in the material, then they will only get applied to the torus objects in the scene. Similarly, for the stars, I'll select this plane.001 in the collection number 2, then go to the shader editor, click on this icon, and select this first material. Now to do the changes, create a duplicate of this material, and for the star object, we'll be doing some changes in the emission properties. So for the emission color, we'll be using the same color that we have used in the color ramp. So take the color socket and connect it to the emission color. Now let's increase the emission strength to a value of somewhere near 0.9 or 1, and now I think that the scene looks perfect. If you want, you can try to change the number of these particles in the particle settings, or maybe their material, or the emission power, or maybe the metallic strength and the other properties. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we understood about the different settings in the particle system, the effect of gravity on the particles, and in the end, we also created this simple scene with different objects being used as the particles. In this chapter, we'll be understanding some advanced concepts related to the particle systems, like the particle interactions, force effect on particles. Then we'll also be understanding about the hair particles and the different settings available in the hair particles. Now the first topic for today's chapter is the interaction of particles with other objects. And to understand this concept, first of all, I'll delete this cube object. So press X to delete, then press Shift plus A, go to mesh and add a UV sphere. Let's move it up in the Z-axis and place it over here. Now we'll be applying the particle system to this UV sphere in the scene, and for this, go to the particle settings, then click on this plus button in order to create a particle system. Now if I press the space bar to play the animation, then you can see here that the particles are being emitted from the UV sphere and they are falling in the downward direction due to the effect of gravity. But suppose you want that instead of falling downwards, these particles should interact with an object in the scene, for example a plane, and then either bounce back or remain attached to that plane surface. And doing this thing with particles is called a particle interaction. Let's add a plane in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the plane object. Tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up. Now what we basically want is that all these particles emitting from the UV sphere should interact with the plane, and to achieve this result, we need to do some changes in the physics properties of this plane object. So first of all, go to the physics properties by clicking on this icon, and here you have some properties related to physics in Blender which we'll be understanding in the upcoming chapters of this course. But for now, we want that the particles which are being emitted from the UV sphere should collide with this plane, and therefore we'll be applying the collision physics to the plane in the scene. So for this, left click on the collision physics, and now we have this collision applied to the plane object, which means that if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, then now the collision physics will work, and as a result, all the particles falling on the plane will collide with it and bounce back. Now in the collision physics, we have several settings. However, since we are dealing with the particles, so we only need to focus on these settings in the particle category. So the first setting that we have here is the permeability, and it basically means the probability that a particle will pass through a mesh. With its value set to 0, none of these particles would be able to pass through the plane. However, if I increase the permeability value to 0.5, then in this case, almost half of the particles colliding with the plane would be able to pass through it. So if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, then you can see here that some of the particles are colliding with the plane and bouncing back, while the other particles are passing through the plane. So this is the use of the permeability. Also, if I increase its value to the maximum of 1, then in this case, all of the particles will pass through the plane. So let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and if I press the space bar to play the animation, then now you can see that with the permeability value set to 1, all the particles are passing through the plane and not colliding with the plane. For now, I'll change the permeability value to 0, and the next setting that you have is the stickiness, and as the name suggests, it basically defines the amount of stickiness on the collision object. By default, it is set to a value of 0, and as a result, there is no stickiness on the plane object. So if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, then none of the particles will get stick to the plane surface and all of them will bounce back. However, if I increase the stickiness value to the maximum value of 10, then in this case, all of the particles will get stick to the surface of the plane. And to see it practically, let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation again. Now it's clearly visible that none of the particles is bouncing back due to the collision with the plane, but instead of that, they are sticking on the plane surface. For now, I'll reduce the stickiness value back to 0, and then the next option that you have here is the kill particles. And if I turn it on, then now all the particles that will fall on the plane object will get killed, or they will simply disappear. So let's again take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and replay the animation, and now in this case, none of the particles are bouncing back and not even getting stick to the plane surface. They are simply getting disappeared because of enabling the kill particles in the collision setting. Then the next setting that you have is the damping, and it basically controls the amount of damping during the particle collision. It's very similar to the stickiness parameter, because if I increase it to its maximum value of 1 and replay the animation by pressing the space bar, then you will notice that just like the stickiness parameter, this damping parameter is also making the colliding particles to stick to the plane surface. And then the next thing that you have is the friction. However, it is not much useful in this case, so we'll not be taking it up right now. And now, just like the particles interact with the object having the collision settings, they can also be influenced by a simulated force field effect. To understand this in a better way, first I'll delete the plane object in the scene, so press X to delete it. Now to add some force field effect, press Shift plus A, and in this add menu, you have a separate category known as the force field, and in this category, we'll be selecting the wind. And now the function of this wind is that it will apply a force on the particles in a particular direction and with a particular amount of strength. And to modify these things, we need to open the physics properties, and in this we have the force field physics applied and the type is selected as wind. Now to understand all these things practically, I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1, press the space bar to play the animation, and now you can see that all the particles are falling in the downward direction. However, if I select the wind and in the physics settings, if I increase the strength of the wind to something like 4 or 5 and take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation again, then now you can see that because of the strength of wind, the downward movement of the particles is now getting slower. Now let's do this again, but this time with a much higher strength of the wind force. So in the strength, I'll type a number like 25 or 30, and now if I play the animation again, then now you can see here that instead of falling down, the particles are now moving in the upwards direction due to the effect of wind. So in simple words, the particles will get influenced according to the strength of the wind. If it is very low, only the speed of the particles will get reduced. However, if we set a very high number in the strength, then in that case, the direction of the particles will change, and instead of falling downwards, they will begin to move in the upwards direction. So you can try to set different values of strength and get a different result each and every time. If you reduce the strength, the particles will move down, and if you increase it, they will begin to move in the opposite direction. And basically this is how the particles in the scene are influenced by the force field effects. And moving ahead, we'll now be exploring about the second type of particle system, which is the hair particle system. So firstly, I will be deleting this UV sphere and the wind. So let's select both of them and press X to delete. And to understand about the hair particles, we'll be adding a new UV sphere in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the UV sphere. To give it a smooth look, right click and select Shade Smooth. Now to add the hair particle system, go to the particle properties, click on the plus button and change the particle type from emitter to the hair particles. Now we have these long strands of hair which are added added on the surface of the UV sphere, and these hair particles are used to create various things like grass, fur, hair particles of any character. So we can say that the hair particle system is a very useful thing in Blender. Now in the hair particle settings, the first thing that you have in the emission tab is the number, and this value controls the number of hair particles which are added to the surface of the UV sphere. By default, its value is set to 1000. Then you have the seed value, which will give you a random result of the placement of hair particles each and every time. Now to control the length of these hair particles, we have the hair length option. So if I reduce this value, then the length of the hair particles will reduce, and now this is how the UV sphere with the hair particles is looking in our scene. Also, with the reduced hair length, we can now clearly see the actual position of the hair particles on the UV sphere. Now since we'll be understanding about the different settings in the hair particles, and we'll also be creating a simple UV sphere object with some colored hair particles, so we should also increase the number of these hair particles. So go to the number and let's increase it to something like 8000 or 10,000, and with this we have a much higher number of hair particles which are being emitted out of the surface of the UV sphere. Now suppose you want to assign any particular material to these hair particles, then to do this, let's first go to the material preview mode, and with the UV sphere selected, go to the material properties, and we'll be creating a new material. Let's change the base color, and I'll be selecting the red color, and now you can see here that the hair particles are getting the same material which we applied to the UV sphere. But suppose you want that the UV sphere should be red colored, but these hair particles or the fur should be of some other material. Then to do this, we need to create a new material, then go to the base color, and for this one, I'll be selecting the pink color. Now to assign this pink material, which is named as material.001, we need to go to the particle settings, and in the render tab, you have this option of material, and from this list, select the material.001, and now you can see here that the UV sphere is having the red material and the hair particles on it are having the pink material. Now in the particle settings, we also have an option at the top which is the advanced, and if I turn it on, then in this case, it will allow us to control some more settings like the velocity and the physics. So it's always better to keep this on while creating the hair particles. Now if I zoom in, then here we can see that we have some gaps in between the hair particles, and if you want to fill these gaps, then for this we need to use the children settings in the hair particles. So in the children tab, select the interpolated, and now you can see that all the gaps in between the hair particles are now filled with the children hair particles. And to view the hair particles properly in the scene, we'll also switch to the render view. Now these hair particles or this fur on the UV sphere is properly visible in the render view. Now moving ahead, the next important settings in the hair particles is related to the physics. So let's open this physics tab, and in this, the first setting that we have is the physics type, and by default, it is set to Newtonian. And the Newtonian physics type is basically a simulation method which uses the Newton's laws of motion, which we also see in the real life, in order to calculate the behavior of the individual hair strands. So in most of the cases, to get realistic hair particles, we'll be selecting only the Newtonian physics type. However, if I change it to the Boyd's physics type, then you can see here that we are getting a very much complex result. And this is because the Boyd's physics type refers to a technique inspired by the bird flocking behavior. It is used to give a more natural and a dynamic look to the hair simulation, and in most of the cases, you only have to use the Boyd's physics type when you're using some force fields like the wind in the scene. But for now, I'll be changing the physics type back to the Newtonian. Similarly, in the physics tab, we also have some forces where the first one is the Brownian, and if I increase it, then it will make the hair particles exhibit some random movements, and therefore it looks like this. So if you want to give your hair particles a random look, then you can try to increase the value of the Brownian forces. Similarly, when you're making hair particles for animals, then you can use the damp forces in the physics tab. So in this way, you can change the way how your hair particles look in the scene with the help of these forces. Now moving ahead, if I open the source settings in the emission tab, then over here we have an option which is known as the particle per phase, and this basically controls the number of particles on each phase, and when its value is set to 0, it will automatically take a value and assign it as the number of particles per phase. However, if I try to manually increase it to something like 6 or 7, then you can see here that these hair particles are kind of combined together, and this is because with the particles per phase value equal to 6, it is now emitting 6 hair particles from each and every phase. But for now, I'll change it back to 0. Also, I'll reduce the Brownian forces to something like 0.05 or 0.1, and this will give a realistic look to these hair particles. And so basically these are all the settings that are mainly used in order to create the hair particles for any object. And yes, we'll be exploring some more options in the upcoming chapters of this course while understanding about the character creation. Now let's also try to create some duplicates of this UV sphere with all these hair particles, and we'll be assigning different colors to each of them. So first of all, select the UV sphere. Let's also go to the object mode in order to make our work faster. And now to create a duplicate, press Shift plus D. Let's move it in the y-axis and place it over here. Let's create one more duplicate and place it over here. Now let's go back to the render view. Let's also add some lighting on this part. So select the lamp, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and move it in the y-axis. Now we'll be selecting this UV sphere with the hair particles in the middle, and to give it some different color, let's go to the material properties and click on the plus button. Now we'll be creating a new material, and for this material, we'll be choosing the base color as the orange color. However, to apply this material on these hair particles, we need to do some changes in the particle settings. So with this particle system selected, if I scroll down, then in render, I can change the material from here. So from this list of materials, I'll select the material.002, and now we have this orange colored material applied to these hair particles. Similarly, let's select this one, open the material properties, and let's create a new material. So click on the new button, let's change the base color from here, and we'll be choosing the green color in this case. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learnt about the particles interaction, the force field effects, and in the end, we also understood about the hair particles in Blender. In this chapter, we'll be understanding about the basics of physics and simulation in Blender, the various different options available in the rigid body physics, and in the end, we'll also be creating this amazing animation with some candies falling in a glass bowl with the help of rigid body physics. Now, the first question which arises is that what exactly is meant by the term simulation in Blender? So, simulation refers to an animation where the dynamic events which take place in the real world are simulated in an animated sequence. In simpler words, simulation simply means creating animations in the 3D softwares like Blender, where the things interact with each other just like the real world by obeying the laws of physics. To understand all this in a practical way, let's begin this journey of physics and simulation with the concept of rigid body physics. Now to enable the rigid body physics, we need to open the physics properties. So for this, click on this icon with the name physics properties, and over here we have a type of physics known as the rigid body. And if I select it, then now the rigid body physics is applied to the cube object. Now this rigid body physics allows the object on which it is applied to interact with other rigid bodies in the scene, resulting in collisions. Now with all the default options enabled in the rigid body physics, if I press the space bar to play the animation, then you will see that the cube will begin to fall downwards. And this is because, being a rigid body, the effect of gravity is acting on it. Now suppose I want that when I play the animation, this cube will move downwards, but in midway through the animation, it should hit a plane object. And for this, we need to add a plane in the scene, and then we'll be applying the rigid body physics to it. In this way, both of the rigid bodies should be able to collide with each other. So to do this, let's first move this cube in the z-axis and place it over here. Now press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the plane, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up, and we'll scale it up 5 times. Now in the physics properties, if I turn on the rigid body for this plane object also, then now our expectation is that both of these objects, being rigid bodies, they should be able to collide with each other. However, if I play the animation, then now both of these objects are moving downwards due to the effect of gravity. And to solve this problem, we simply need to change the type of rigid body for this plane object. By default, it is set to active, but if I change it to passive, then in this case, the effect of gravity will no longer work on the plane, and as a result, it won't be able to move downwards. So let's play the animation again, and now you will see that the cube object will collide with the plane, and in this way, they interact with each other. Now if I select the cube object again, then in the rigid body physics, we have some more settings like the dynamic and the animated, and these are the two fundamental settings which simply define the movement of your cube in the scene. If the dynamic option is turned on, it means that the rigid body physics will work on the cube, meaning that on playing the animation, it will fall downwards and interact with other rigid bodies. And if I turn it off and replay the animation, then in this case, the laws of rigid body physics will no longer get applied to the cube in the scene. And now the next thing that we have here is the animated, and if I turn it on, then now it will only consider that particular animation which we create by inserting the keyframes in the timeline editor. For example, if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press I to insert a keyframe for this particular location, rotation and scale, then I'll take the pointer to the frame number 40. Let's also move the cube in the y-axis and place it over here. Now to insert a keyframe at the frame number 40, press I, and if I try to play the animation by pressing the space bar, then you will see that we have a simple animation created with the cube moving in the y-axis. However, if I go to the rigid body settings and turn off the animated, then if I replay the animation, then you will notice that the animation that we manually created is no longer getting applied to the cube object. So as a conclusion, the dynamic option controls whether you will see the rigid body physics physics apply to the object or not, and the animated option controls whether you will see the manual animation that you create in the scene or not. For now, I will be turning on the dynamic option. Let's also delete these keyframes that we created. So in the timeline editor, press X and select delete keyframes. Now before moving ahead, do ensure that in the object data properties, you change the value of location in the y-axis back to 0 meters. And now the next thing that we have in the rigid body physics is the collision shape, and by default the convex hull option is selected. Now this collision shape is used to calculate the object boundaries, which help you to change the way the physics will work when the two objects collide. For very simple animations, we mostly use the convex hull option. However, in case of complex objects, or when you are having a large number of objects in the scene that will collide with each other, then you might have to use some other collision shapes depending upon that specific object. For example, with this cube selected, if I go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the bevel modifier. Let's increase the number of segments to something like 3. Let's also increase the amount from here, and now you can see that our object is having a much complex look than before. Previously, it was a simple cube object with no bevel effect applied to it, but now we have applied the bevel modifier with the segment set to 4 and the amount set to 0.35 meters. Now let's return back to the physics properties, and if I go to the collision shape and change it to box, then in this case we are able to see a box boundary around the cube object, and this indicates that the rigid body physics will consider this box boundary when this cube object collides with the plane. But when the collision shape was set to the default convex hull, then in this case there was no such box boundary and it was considering the original geometry of the cube. However, if you have a large number of loop cuts or vertices or maybe subdivision applied to your object, then in that case using the convex hull collision shape will take up slightly larger amount of memory of your PC in order to create the simulation. However, by changing the shape to the box, it will no longer consider the number of vertices or any subdivision or bevel effect on your cube, because now it will only consider this boundary that is created along the cube for the purpose of collisions. So it's completely your choice if you want to select the collision shape as the box or the convex hull. But yes, one thing to notice here is that by selecting the convex hull shape, we have one more option over here which is named as the source. Now by default, the source is set to deform, and this basically means that Blender will only consider the deform modifiers that we have applied to the object in our scene. Apart from this, it will also consider any shape keys that we create for this object. Then the second option that we have in the source is base, and with this base selected as the source, Blender will no longer consider any modifiers that we have added for this object but not yet applied. Then the next option that you have in the source settings is the final, and now this one will ensure that all the modifiers which you have added to your object, whether they are applied or not, will be considered for the collision in the rigid body physics. And now moving ahead, we'll be deleting this plane from the scene, and instead of this we'll add a UV sphere and we'll convert it into a hemisphere. So press X to delete the plane, press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the UV sphere, press 1 to go to the front view. Now tap into the edit mode, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode. Now I'll select these top vertices, and to delete them, press X and select delete vertices. Now we have a hemisphere in the scene, and suppose I want that this cube object should fall into the hollow space of this hemisphere. So for this, I'll first scale up this UV sphere. So tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything and scale it up like this. Now in the physics properties, I'll be adding the rigid body physics. Then I'll change the type to passive, and now if I take the pointer in the timeline editor back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, then you will notice that this cube object will not consider the hollow space inside the sphere, and to solve this problem, we need to change the collision shape. So for any such objects where you have some hollow space and you want it to be considered for the rigid body physics, we need to select the mesh as the shape. So with the mesh selected over here, if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation again, then this time the cube object will consider the hollow space inside the sphere. And now moving ahead, we have two more important options in the surface response menu, which are the friction and the bounciness. To understand these two factors in a better way, we'll again bring back the plane object in the scene. So press X to delete this UV sphere. Now press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the plane. Tab into the edit mode. Let's scale it up 10 times. Let's also apply the rigid body physics to the plane in the scene. So go to the physics properties, select the rigid body, and in the type, change this to passive. Now by default, the bounciness value is set to 0 for both the plane as well as the cube object. As a result, when we play the animation, the cube will simply hit the plane and not show any bouncing animation. However, if I increase this bounciness value to something like 0.5 or 0.6, and we also need to increase the value of bounciness in this plane, so go to the bounciness value and change it to 0.5 or 0.6. And now if we replay the animation by pressing the space bar, and the reason why we don't see much change is that in the rigid body physics of the cube, we have selected the source as the final. As a result, while making the animation of the collision, Blender is considering the modifier that we have added to the cube object. However, for a better animation, we need to change this source back to the deform. Now let's replay the animation one more time, and this time we see that the cube will not only hit the plane but it also topples due to the effect of bounciness. Similarly, if I go to the friction value and reduce it to a much lower number like 0.1 or 0.2 and replay the animation again by pressing the spacebar, then you will notice that this time also the cube will bounce and topple. However, the distance by which it moves due to the toppling has now reduced, and this is because of the friction value. Similarly, if I change the friction value to a very high number like 0.9, and let's also take the pointer back to the frame number 1, let's also change the friction value of this plane object from 0.5 to 0.9 and now press the spacebar to play the animation. Now this time you will notice that the amount of displacement of the cube is much higher due to the higher value of friction. And now moving ahead, in order to revise what all we have done in this chapter, we'll be creating a simulation with the rigid body physics where we'll have a glass bowl and some candies will be falling in it. So first of all, I will be deleting the cube and the plane, so press X to delete both of them. Now for the candies, we'll be creating some very simple shapes in the scene. So first of all, let's add a cylinder. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cylinder. Let's tab into the edit mode, scale it down in the Z axis and left click to finalize. Now press 3 for the face select mode, select the top face, press I to inset. Let's also extrude it down in the Z axis. Now to give it a better look, first of all right click and select shade auto smooth. Let's also apply the bevel modifier to it. So go to the modifier properties, then click on add modifier and in the generate, select the bevel modifier. I will be increasing the number of segments to something like 3 or 4. Then if you want, you can also try to change the amount from here, but for now I'll be keeping it to the default value of 0.1 meters. And finally we have a simple candy ready for our scene. Just like this, let's also create another candy in the shape of a cube. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cube. Let's move it in the Y axis and place it over here. Now go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier and in the generate, select the bevel modifier. Let's increase the number of segments to 3 or 4. Let's also increase the amount from here and we'll be keeping it to a value of somewhere near 0.4 or 0.5, and now it looks perfect. Also right click and select shade auto smooth. Now let's also go to the render view, and to improve the lighting, I'll select the point light. Let's go to the object data properties and let's increase the power from 1000 watt to somewhere near 2500 watts. Now press 7 on the numpad to go to the top view. Let's move this lamp over here, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and move it in the Y axis. Similarly, I'll select both of these lights, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place them on the opposite side also. Now we have enough lighting in the scene, and now to create the glass bowl, we first need to add a UV sphere in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the UV sphere. Now tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up. Now with the vertex select mode, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Let's also go to the solid view, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and now we'll be deleting the top vertices of the UV sphere. So let's select all these vertices on the top, press X to delete and select delete vertices. Now we have a shape like this. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and to give it a better look, I'll be selecting this edge loop at the top. So hold down the Alt button and left click over here. Now press E to extrude it in the Z axis, then left click to finalize, and so this is how it looks. Let's now return back to the object mode, right click and select shade auto smooth. To give it a much better look, let's go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier and in the generate, select the bevel modifier. Let's increase the number of segments to 4, and finally this is how the glass bowl is looking. Now for the material of the glass bowl, let's first go to the render view. Let's also change this window to the shader editor. So click on this icon and from here select the shader editor. Now to create a new material, click on the new button. Let's zoom in and we have the default principle BSDF applied to our object, but to make it look like glass, we'll be adding a mix of glass BSDF and the transparent BSDF. So first of all, select the principal BSDF, press X to delete it. Now press Shift plus A, go to shader and select the glass BSDF. Let's place it over here. Now if I connect the glass BSDF to the surface socket in the material output, you will notice that we are not able to see the glass properly, and to solve this problem, we need to use some HDRI in the scene. So for this, click on this drop down and from here, turn off the scene world. Similarly, if you want to view the HDRI around the scene also, then for this, change the world opacity value from 0 to 1. Let's also reduce the blur, and now we can clearly see that this bowl is now having a glass material applied to it. However, to make it transparent, we also need to use the transparent BSDF. So press Shift plus A, go to shader and select the transparent BSDF. Let's place it over here. Now to connect both of them to the material output, we need to use the mix shader node. So press Shift plus A, go to shader and select the mix shader. We'll place it over here. Now I'll take the BSDF socket in the transparent BSDF and connect it to the mix shader. To make it look even better, go to the render properties and turn on the ray tracing. Also in the material properties, scroll down and in the surface settings, turn on the ray trace transmission. And now you can see here that we have a realistic looking glass material applied to the glass bowl. Also for the base, let's add a plane object at the bottom. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the plane. Tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up 10 times, or maybe let's double it up. Now let's move it down in the Z axis. So press G, Z and place it over here. To change its color, go to the shader editor, click on the new button, and in the base color, I'll be changing this to the blue color. Now we also need to animate the candy. candies by using the rigid body physics. So for this, let's first go to the solid mode, select this candy at the top, let's tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down, and let's do the same with this cube also. To place it near the first candy, press Alt plus G to reset the location, tab into the edit mode, scale it down, let's also move it up in the Z axis. Now it looks like a sphere because we applied the bevel modifier to it, and when we scaled it down, the bevel vertices are making it look like a UV sphere. So let's go to the modifier properties, and in the bevel modifier, I'll reduce the amount from here. So I'll keep it to something like 0.1 or 0.15, and now it looks perfect. Now we'll be having more than one candies in the scene. As a result, let's select both of these candies, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, and move them up in the Z axis. Now instead of repeating the same step again and again, we can use a shortcut, which is to press Shift plus R. This will repeat the last step that we did in the Blender file. You can keep as many candies as you like, but for now, I'll be keeping it to somewhere around 10 or 12 candies. So I'll press Shift plus R one more time, and now it looks perfect. All these candies will fall into the glass bowl with the help of rigid body physics. Now moving ahead, let's also give some material to these candies in the scene. So I have switched to the render view. Let's select this first candy, go to the shader editor, click on the new button, and now we'll be using the same material which is saved with the name material.002 for each of these candies. But to give each of them different colors, we'll be using the color ramp node along with the object info node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter, and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here, connect the color socket to the base color. Let's also change the interpolation mode from linear to constant. Now with the first pointer selected, let's change the color by first increasing the brightness from here, and for the first one, I'll be choosing the red color. Let's select the second pointer, and I'll change this color to the blue color. To create some more colors, click on this plus button, then change the color from here, and I'll be choosing the yellow color. Let's do the same thing 2 more times. So click on the plus button again, change the color from here, choose the green color, and one last time, click on the plus button. Now we'll change the color to the pink color. Now to place all these pointers evenly distributed from each other, click on this icon and select distribute stops from left. Now you can see here that since we have applied the material to only the first candy, as a result, we are not able to see this material with different colors on the other candies. And to solve this problem, we need to select all the candies in the scene. So let's select all these candies except the one which has the material.002 applied. Now with the shift key holded, select this candy which has the material applied. Now press Ctrl plus L, and from here select the link materials. Right now all of them are of the same color, and to give them some random colors, go to the shader editor, press Shift plus A, go to input and select the object info node. Let's place it over here, take the random socket and connect it to the factor. Now each of them are having some different colors. Also, to give them a plastic-like or a reflecting look, I'll go to the principal BSDF and reduce the roughness value to somewhere around 0. And now we are ready to create the animation. So first of all, I'll select this candy which will first reach the glass bowl, and with this selected, I'll go to the physics properties and turn on the rigid body physics. Now to give the candy some bounciness, go to the surface response settings, and in the bounciness value, I'll be entering 0.2. Now we have the rigid body physics applied to only this candy and not the rest of the candies. And instead of applying the rigid body physics separately to each one of these, we can do a very simple thing. So first of all, select all these candies except the one on which we have the rigid body physics applied, and now with the shift key holded, select that particular candy at the end. Now go to the object settings, and in this list, go to rigid body and select copy from active. By doing this, we now have the same rigid body physics applied to each of these candies. Now let's also apply the rigid body physics to this glass bowl. So I'll select it, go to the physics properties and select the rigid body physics. Since we don't want the gravity effect to be applied on this glass bowl, so I'll change the type to passive, and since we want the candies to go inside the hollow space of this glass bowl, so we also need to change the collision shape to the mesh. Also, let's increase the bounciness value to something like 0.2, and now we are ready to view our animation. To ensure that the animation runs smoothly, let's first go to the object mode. Also, I'll change this window to the timeline editor and take the pointer back to the frame number 1. Now let's adjust the view properly and press the space bar to play the animation. And now you will see that all of these candies move in a straight line and fall into the glass bowl. Now to give the animation a much more natural look, we need to do some changes in the location and the rotation of these candies in the starting frame. For example, I'll select this candy at the bottom and we'll move it down in the Z axis. So what we are basically doing is that we'll randomize the distance between each candies and also give them some random rotation. Similarly, I'll select this one also. Let's move it over here. Let's also give it some random rotation, and we'll be doing the same thing with each of these candies. Let's select this one also, rotate it, place it over here. So all these changes are completely random, and it totally depends upon you that exactly what changes you need in the location, rotation and the scaling of different candies. Let's do the same with these candies also. Let's move this one up in the Z axis. Let's select this one, move it over here. Let's scale it up slightly. Let's select this, move it down in the Z axis, and similarly this one also. Let's rotate it like this and move it down in the Z axis. One more thing, all the 3 candies at the top are having the same color, and to solve this problem, let's go to the shader editor and slightly try to change the position of the different pointers. In this way, we can assign different colors to each of these candies. Now let's return back to the timeline editor, and now it's the time to view the final result. So press the space bar to play the animation, and so finally this is how our animation looks. Also, we have this one candy that is falling outside the glass bowl, and it's even passing through the plane object in the scene. And to avoid this, I'll select the plane in the scene, go to the physics settings, turn on the rigid body physics, and change the type to passive. Now let's replay the animation one more time by pressing the space bar, and so this is how this candy animation looks. And in fact, this time that one particular candy managed to get inside the glass bowl, and this is because there is no one such particular animation that it will always follow for a specific number of objects placed at a specific location, rotation, or scale. And the main reason behind all this is that, as I told you in the beginning, the Blender simulations try to give you the same results that you would expect to get in the real life. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we understood about the concept of rigid body physics, and in the end we also created this simple animation with some candies and a glass bowl. And as a homework of this chapter, you can try to create the same scene but with a much higher number of candies. In this way, you will learn about how a much larger number of objects will interact with each other with the rigid body physics. In this chapter, we'll be understanding about how the cloth physics works in Blender. We'll also be using it in order to create some different types of clothes like leather, silk, and in this way, we'll be able to understand about the various settings available in the cloth physics in complete detail. Now before adding a cloth, we first need to add an object in the scene with which the cloth will interact, and so we'll be adding a UV sphere in the scene. So first of all, I'll delete this cube object, so press X to delete. Now press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the UV sphere. Right click and select Shade Auto Smooth. Now to understand the cloth physics, let's add a plane object, and then we'll be applying the cloth physics to it. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the plane. Let's move it up in the Z axis and place it over here. Tab into the edit mode, let's scale it up like this. Now before applying the cloth physics, we also need to understand that applying the cloth physics will make this plane get converted into a cloth, and on playing the animation, it will begin to move in the downward direction, and when it will interact with the UV sphere, it will fall on it and will continue to remain on the UV sphere. But to make this practically happen, we also need to ensure that there are enough number of vertices in this plane which is to be converted into a cloth. So for this, right click and select subdivide, and in the subdivide menu over here, we'll change the number of cuts to something like 20, or maybe let's increase it to 40, and with this we have a large number of vertices in the plane object. So let's come out of the edit mode, and to apply the cloth physics, we'll go to the physics properties, and in this menu, select the cloth physics. Now if I try to play the animation by pressing the space bar, then you will see that the cloth object is not interacting with the UV sphere, and this is because we have not yet applied any collision physics to the UV sphere which will make it interact with the plane. So to fix this, I'll select the UV sphere, go to the physics properties and select the collision physics. Now I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and let's replay the animation by pressing the space bar. And now we'll notice that this plane object is interacting with the UV sphere, and it's also animated like a simple cloth object. Now if I zoom in, then you can see that the quality of this cloth is not very good. In fact, if I select it and right click to apply shade smooth, then it kind of looks better, but it's still not perfect. And to improve its quality, we have this quality steps parameter in the cloth physics. By default, its value is set to 5. However, if I increase it to something like 8 or 10, then in this case two things will happen. First of all, the quality of the cloth will improve, and due to this, the time that it takes to run the simulation in the 3D viewport and also while rendering will increase. So if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and play the animation again, then in this case you can see that the quality of cloth has improved a lot. Similarly, if I increase the quality steps to an even higher number like 16 and play the animation again, then the quality will further increase, but with that, the time that it takes to run the simulation will also get longer. So practically, it's good to keep the quality steps value to somewhere near 10 or 12. Also, you can see here that in some areas, the cloth is not interacting in a proper way with its own surface. Its vertices are kind of intersecting with each other, and as a result, we have these irregular patterns on these areas of the cloth. And to fix this problem, we need to use the self collisions in the cloth physics. So if I scroll down, then you have a category known as the collisions. So I'll open it, and in this, we have two subcategories. The first one is the object collisions, and the second is the self collisions. Right now, let's turn on the self collisions, and now just like the cloth object is interacting properly with the UV sphere, it will also interact in a similar way with its own vertices, and this will give it a much better look. So to practically view this, let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation. And now in this case, we'll observe that the vertices of the cloth will interact with each other in a much better way because of the self collisions. And now just like we had the quality steps option for the quality of the entire cloth, we also have the quality option in the collisions category. This quality will control how well the collisions occur with other objects as well as the self collision. So if I increase the quality to something like 8 and let's replay the animation, so press the space bar, and now in this case the quality of collisions will be much better than before. Also, one more thing that influences the quality of your cloth is the number of vertices, which you can see in the edit mode. Higher the number of vertices, better will be the cloth quality, and also the interaction and the collisions will be much better. But again, if I increase the number of vertices by subdividing, or if I try to increase the quality in the cloth physics, then it will also take much longer time in order to show the simulation, and the render time will also increase. Now moving ahead, suppose you want that some particular vertices of the cloth object should not move in the animation, or in simpler words, they should get pinned at a particular point. Then for this we have the pin group in the shape category. To understand this concept in a better way, we first need to create a vertex group with some random vertices. So let's select some random vertices over here, and to create a vertex group with these vertices, go to the object data properties, and here we have the vertex groups. So to create a new one, click on this plus button, and to assign these vertices, click on the assign button. Now we'll go to the physics properties, scroll down, and in the shape category, click here in the pin group and select this group which we just created as the vertex group. And now if I press the space bar to play the animation, then you will notice that first of all, the speed with which the simulation is getting displayed is very slow due to the high quality settings that we have applied in the physics properties. And one more thing to notice is that all the vertices that we assigned in the vertex group are pinned at their respective locations, and they have not moved even on playing the animation. So this is the use of pin group in the shape category. It allows you to pin any number of vertices at a particular location. So you can use the pin group if you want to create a cloth hanging from a particular point, or if you simply want that some particular part of the cloth should remain fixed throughout the animation. Now moving ahead, another important thing that we have in the cloth physics is the cache settings. It's a very useful tool that helps to save a lot of memory if you want to create a particular simulation again and again in your file, but the only condition is that whatever changes you will do to the cloth object will not get applied to the animation that is saved in the cache settings. To understand this concept in a better way, I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and now in the cache settings, we have the option to select the simulation start and the simulation end, meaning that from which frame the simulation will start and on which frame it will end, and the entire simulation will get saved in your memory on clicking the bake option. So for now, I'll keep the simulation end to 50 frames, and now if I click on the bake option, then it will take some time in order to calculate the physics for each and every frame, and once the entire baking is done, it will show 50 frames saved in memory. Now if I press the space bar to play the animation, then you will see that unlike before, it's no longer taking a large amount of time to play the animation because the entire simulation is now saved in the cache memory. But if you wish to make any changes in the cloth object, like the number of vertices, its size, or the pinned vertices, then first of all you need to delete the bake by clicking on delete bake, and then you need to click on the bake option again to recreate the entire simulation. Now moving ahead, suppose you want to create different types of cloth in Blender like cotton, leather, silk, etc. And to do this, we basically need to change the different properties like the tension, bending, vertex mass in the cloth physics. Now the reason why we can't change them right now is that we have baked the entire animation. So to change any of these values, we first need to delete the bake. So go to the cache settings and click on delete bake. Now let's scroll up, and now here we have several properties which are used to change the way how different clothes look in Blender. But the most important ones are the vertex mass, tension in the stiffness, the shear parameter in the stiffness, and the bending value in the stiffness category. By changing these 4 parameters, we can create different types of clothes. And since it is not possible to memorize the value of each of these parameters for different cloth fabrics, I have this table for you where I have written the different parameter values for different types of fabrics. For example, cotton, leather, rubber, denim, and silk fabric. This table can help you to create a variety of cloth fabrics just by assigning these values in the cloth properties. Now coming back to the scene, we also have some default values in all these parameters, and the resulting fabric that it creates is the cotton fabric. You can also check these values in that cloth fabric table. But now suppose you want to create the leather fabric in your scene, and to do this, let's first go back to the frame number 1. Now with this plane selected, I'll select the UV sphere also, and we'll be creating their duplicate and we'll place them in the x-axis. Now for the first plane object, we have the cotton fabric, and for the second, let's try to create the leather fabric. So for this, I'll select this plane, and in this table, you can see that the vertex mass value for leather fabric is 0.4. So I'll go to the vertex mass and change this to 0.4. Then in the stiffness tension, the value is equal to 80. So let's enter 80. Then the stiffness shear is 25. So let's enter 25 here. And the last value is the stiffness bending, which is 150. So I'll change this value in the stiffness bending parameter to 150. And now we are ready to view the simulation. So for this, let's first bake the simulation. So go to the cache settings and click on bake, and then it will take some time to bake the entire simulation. Let's also select this plane where we have the cotton fabric, and let's bake this one also. And once the baking is done, let's play the animation by pressing the space bar. Now both the clothes cloth objects will fall on the UV sphere, and you can clearly see the difference between the fabric of both the clothes. This cloth with the cotton fabric looks very thin, however, the one with the leather fabric looks thicker, and the way both of them collide with the UV sphere is also very different. The overlapping is more for this cloth object, but being the leather fabric, we don't see much overlapping in the fabric in the second case. Also, one more thing to notice here is that in both the cloth objects, we have the group of vertices over here pinned at their respective locations, and this is because we created a duplicate of the plane, and as a result, the group of vertices is still selected in the pin group option. So if you want, you can delete the baking and remove this vertex group if you don't want these vertices to be pinned. And now moving ahead, let's also try to create one more cloth object, but this time with the silk fabric. So for this, let's first go to the frame number 1. Now with this plane selected, let's also select the UV sphere, press Shift+D to create a duplicate and move it in the X-axis. Now let's select the plane, and to create the silk fabric, we need to input the values according to this table. So in the vertex mass, the value is 0.15. So let's change this value over here to 0.15. Then in the stiffness tension, the value is equal to 5. So let's enter 5 here. Then for the stiffness shear, we have the value equal to 0. So let's enter 0 here. And the last one is the stiffness bending, which is equal to 0.05. So let's enter 0.05. And now we are ready to bake the simulation. So scroll down, and in the cache settings, click on bake. And since the baking is now done, so let's play the animation. And with this, you can see that we have 3 different types of cloth fabrics that we created just by modifying the properties. The first one is the cotton fabric. The second looks like leather. And the last one is the silk fabric. You can see here that the silk fabric is kind of very thin as well as smooth, which makes it different from the other two. And so this is how you can create different types of clothes in Blender. Moving ahead, let's also try to assign some material to these cloth fabric. So for this, let's go to the material preview mode. Now I'll select the first cloth, which is the cotton fabric. Now go to the material properties and let's create a new material. Right now, we'll be creating a material with only a simple base color. However, if you want to understand about creating a cloth material in complete detail, then you can watch this particular chapter where we covered the creation of a cloth shader. So let's go to the base color, and for the cotton fabric, I will be choosing the yellow color. Similarly, let's select the leather fabric and create a new material. Let's change the base color from here. Let's assign the red color to it. Similarly, for the silk fabric, click on the new material button, and for the base color, I'll be choosing the purple color. So in this way, you can create different types of cloth fabrics simply by changing the parameters in the physics properties, and you can assign them any material directly from the material properties. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learnt about the cloth physics in Blender. We used it to create different types of clothes. Then we also learnt about pinning a specific group of vertices at a particular location, and most importantly, we also saw this table where you have different parameter values for some important cloth fabrics. In this chapter, we'll be understanding about how the soft body simulation works in Blender, the various options available in the soft body physics, and to revise everything, we'll also be creating a simple jelly scene with the help of soft body physics in the end of this chapter. Now the first question which arises is that what exactly is meant by the term soft body physics? So the soft body physics makes an object to act like a clay or dough or anything which is soft in nature. Now to view it practically in Blender, let's go to the physics properties, and from here select the soft body physics. Now we have applied this soft body physics, and in the 3D viewport, if I press the space bar to play the animation, then you will notice that nothing major is happening apart from the cube moving up and down by a small distance. Now the reason why it stays only at this position even after playing the animation is that the goal option in the soft body physics is turned on by default. However, if I turn it off and again play the animation by pressing the space bar, then in this case, the effect of gravity will get applied to the soft body, and as a result, it moves downwards. Now let's try to make it interact with a plane object. So for this, let's add a plane. So press Shift+A, go to mesh and select the plane, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up, and we'll be scaling it up 5 times. Now let's select the cube and move it up in the Z axis, and to make sure that this cube with the soft body physics interacts with the plane, we also need to apply the collision physics to the plane. So go to the physics properties and select the collision physics. Now let's select the cube, and for a better animation, press R to rotate it like this. And now if I press the space bar to play the animation, then the cube or the soft body will interact with the plane, and it gets folded into a flat surface or a flat plane. Now to fix this problem, we need to open the edges category in the soft body physics, and over here you have an option called stiffness. So if I turn it on, it will make the cube stiff, and so if I take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, then now in this case you can see that the cube will not turn into a plane object, but instead it interacted with the plane just like a soft body or a jelly like object. Now in the edges category, we have some more important settings like plasticity, plasticity and bending, but to understand these, we need to have a complex model with a much larger number of vertices. And therefore, let's go to the edit mode of this cube, right click and select subdivide, and in this way, this cube is now having a greater number of vertices. Now the first important thing that we have here is the bending, and with its value set to 0 and also with the subdivided vertices, if I try to play the animation, then you will notice that when the cube collides with the plane, we see a kind of crumbling effect on the faces of the cube, and this effect can be influenced by the bending parameter. So we can keep its value anywhere between 0 and 10, but for now I'll be entering 2 as the bending value, and let's try to play the animation again. And this time you can notice that the amount of that crumbling effect on the faces of the cube has now reduced, and this is because as we increase the bending, the amount of bending stiffness on the object will increase, and as a result the crumbling effect will reduce. Now one more time I'll change the bending value to 0.5 and let's try to play the animation again. Now this time also on collision with the plane, the faces of the cube show the same effect but with a slightly lesser intensity as compared to when the bending value was equal to 0. Also, if I again tab into the edit mode and subdivide the vertices one more time, then now the complexity of the shape has increased, and with this, if I go to the bending parameter and enter 2 and play the animation one more time, then now you will see that the crumbling effect is still visible on the faces of the cube. So it completely depends upon the geometry that how much bending stiffness will be added because of the bending parameter. And for now, I'll be keeping the bending value at 0.5, and moving ahead, we have one more important setting in the edges category, which is the plasticity, and it basically controls the deformation of the object on colliding with some other object. By default, its value is set to 0, and therefore throughout the animation, we were not able to see any major deformation in the structure of the cube. However, if I increase the value of plasticity to 20 and try to play the animation again by pressing the space bar, then in this case you will notice that when the cube collides with the plane, it has major deformations in its structure, and this is because of the plasticity parameter. It kinds of create a dent whenever the object collides with some other object. You can also understand it in this way that whenever you hit a plastic object with a hammer or a similar tool, it kind of creates a dent on its surface. Similarly, in this case also, when the soft body will collide with the plane, the plasticity parameter will create a deformation or a dent on that particular area. Now to see the plasticity effect in a much better way, let's return back to the frame number 1, go to the edit mode, and let's subdivide the vertices one more time. So right click and select subdivide, and now if I play the animation again, then in this case, the soft body of the cube will collide with the plane, and if I zoom in, then you can clearly see the deformation in the structure on this part of the cube due to the plasticity parameter. And also if I continue to play the animation, then you will notice that the deformation effect due to the plasticity is now applied permanently on the cube. Now to get the results which look realistic, let's reduce the plasticity value to somewhere near 5. Let's also increase the bending, and I'll keep it to a value of 2. Now let's replay the animation one more time, and this time you will notice that when the cube object collides with the plane, the entire animation gives a much more realistic look than before. Now to revise what all we have done till now, we'll be creating this simple jelly scene with the help of soft body physics. So for this, let's go to the frame number 1. Now I'll select the plane, tab into the edit mode, and let's increase its size, and then left click to finalize. Now we have this plane with the collision physics applied, but we need to create some more jellies in the scene that will collide with each other. And for this, let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, select this cube, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, and place it over here. Let's create one more duplicate, let's place it over here, and in a similar way, we'll be keeping about 5 to 6 cubes in our scene. So let's select one more, place it over here, and yes, to ensure that they kind of intersect with each other, because in this way, when they fall down, they will collide with one another and form an interesting simulation. Now let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and we'll be giving some different heights to the different jellies in the scene. So I'll select this one, place it over here. Similarly, let's select this one at the back and move it up in the Z axis. Now we have a simple system of jellies in the scene, and right now if I try to play the animation by pressing the space bar, then you will notice that when the cubes will fall down, they are not interacting properly with each other. In fact, some of the cubes are even intersecting with one another, and this is because we have not yet applied the collision physics to each of these cubes. So to solve this problem, let's go back to the frame number 1, and with this cube selected, go to the physics properties and apply the collision physics. Similarly, let's do the same with this one also, add collision to it. Now let's select the third cube, go to the physics properties and apply the collision physics. Now with this one, we'll apply the collision to it, and finally the last cube, go to the physics properties and click on the collision. Now if I play the animation, then you will see that the cube objects will collide with each other like they just did around the frame number 30. Like here they were touching each other, but on playing the animation further, they collided, and finally this is how the animation looks. Let's replay the entire animation one more time. Also, to give these cubes a smooth look, you can simply select them, then right click and select Shade Auto Smooth. Let's do the same with the others also. So I'll select this cube, then right click, select Shade Auto Smooth. Similarly with this one, let's do the same with this one also. Right click, select Shade Auto Smooth, and in the end, I'll select this one, then right click and select the Shade Auto Smooth. And in this way, we have a simple animation of some jellies. And now let's work on giving some material to these jellies. So for this, let's first go to the material preview mode, and with this cube selected, go to the material properties, and first of all, I'll go to the base color and let's assign the red color to it. And right now, all of these cubes are having the same material because they are the duplicates of the one specific cube in the scene. Now to make it look like a real jelly, let's reduce the value of roughness to 0, then go to transmission and increase the value to 1. And with this you will notice that we have the material which looks like a real jelly. Now to assign different colors to the different cubes, I'll simply select the other cube, go to the material properties, and we need to create a duplicate of this material. So for this, click on this icon, and now the name of this material is saved as material.001. As a result, whatever changes I'll do in the base color will only get applied to this particular cube. Similarly, let's select this one, create a duplicate, and let's change the base color to the blue color this time. Now I'll select this one, create a duplicate, and change the base color to the yellow color. And in the end, I'll select this cube, create a duplicate of the material, and change the base color to the pink color. And with this, we have 5 different jellies having different colors in the scene. Let's also select this plane, and to give it a material, go to the material properties and create a new material. Let's change the base color, and I'll be assigning the dark blue color to it. Let's also reduce the brightness from here, and finally this is how the jelly scene is looking now. And with this, we are now ready to play the animation. I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation. And so this is the final result. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learnt about the soft body physics in Blender, and we used it to create a simple jelly scene of different colors which collide with each other. In this chapter, we'll be understanding about the various concepts of fluid simulations, and we'll be using them to create a simple animation of a cup with some juice falling into it. Now the first question is, what exactly is meant by the fluid simulations? So in Blender, fluid simulation replicates the way how the fluids behave in the real world. It also takes into consideration the physical obstacles and also the physical forces like gravity and pressure in the Blender scene throughout the simulation. Now to create a fluid simulation in the scene, we basically need to have two objects. One will be the flow and the other will act as a domain. To understand this practically, we'll be making this default cube as the domain for the fluid simulation. So let's also increase its size. So tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up. Now let's come out of the edit mode, and with this we have the domain for the fluid simulation ready. But as I told you before, we need one more object which will act as the flow. As a result, I'll be creating a duplicate of this cube by pressing Shift plus B, then right click, and to view both the objects properly, let's turn on the wireframe display. Now with the second cube selected, let's scale it down like this, and now we have two cubes in the scene. The bigger cube will act as the domain and the smaller cube as the flow, which in terms of fluid simulation means that the fluid will flow from the flow object, which is the smaller cube, and the volume in which it will flow will be according to this domain, which is the bigger cube. To understand this in a better way, let's apply the fluid simulation. So with the smaller cube selected, let's go to the physics properties and turn on the fluid simulation. Now in the type, select the flow, and after this you will have a lot of different settings in the fluid simulations, and the most important one is the flow type. So if I select this, it will give you various options like smoke, fire plus smoke, fire, and liquid. And since we want the liquid, so I'll be selecting the liquid, and with this we have the selected cube object assign the flow type in the fluid simulation. Now let's do the same for the bigger cube. So I'll select this, go to the physics properties and turn on the fluid simulations. Now in the type, select the domain, and in the domain type, select the liquid. And now you will notice that we are not able to see the domain in the 3D scene. And also this little cube that we added as the flow type is also looking slightly different. So now if I press the space bar to play the animation, then you will see that some kind of fluid is falling down from the smaller cube, and this is the basic fluid simulation. As you can see, there was a simple flow of fluid from the small cube according to the domain object. To put it in even simpler words, you can understand it in this way, that the object on which the flow type is applied in the fluid simulation will act as the source of fluid, and the other object, which will be the domain, will basically act as the volume in which the fluid will flow. Now moving ahead, in the recent example, we saw that there was a very little amount of fluid emerging out of this cube. However, to get a continuous supply of fluid throughout the simulation, we need to do some changes in the physics physics settings. So with the small cube selected, go to the physics settings and in the flow behavior, change this to the inflow. And now if I press the spacebar to play the animation, then this time you will notice that there is a continuous supply of fluid from the selected cube with the flow type, and also the volume which the fluid is occupying is the volume of the bigger cube or the domain object. Now to understand about some more settings in the fluid simulation, we need to select the domain object. So for this, let's take the pointer back to the frame number 0 and now this domain object will appear. Also, if I take the pointer to the frame number 1 instead of the frame number 0, then the fluid simulation will begin and as a result, the domain object will disappear. So do ensure that you have the frame number 0 selected in the timeline editor, and now I'll select the domain object, and in the fluid settings, we have one more important option, which is the resolution to be used for the fluid domain. So this resolution division setting basically controls the quality of the fluid simulation. Higher the value of the resolution, better will be the quality, but with that, it will also take much more time to render. So practically, it's advised to keep the resolution division value to somewhere near 64, but yes, if you have a high-end PC, then you can increase this value further to somewhere around 128, but in most of the cases, a value of around 64 will work the best for the fluid simulations. Now if I scroll down, and here you have a category which is called the liquid, and if this is turned on, it means that Blender is using a particle system in order to create the fluid simulation. You can also check this by opening the particle settings, and over here you have an active particle system which is named as liquid. So in the fluid simulation, the fluid or the liquid is made up of the particles in the particle system. Now another important setting that we have in the fluid simulation is the initial velocity and the direction of the fluid. To understand these settings, select the smaller cube, and over here you have the option of initial velocity. So if I turn it on, then now you can control the initial velocity of the fluid in any of the 3 axes. By default, all the 3 values are 0 meter per second, and as a result, if I try to play the animation, then you can see here the fluid is flowing simply in the downward direction due to the effect of gravity. However, if I go to the initial velocity in the y-axis and change this to 10 meter per second, then in this case, the direction of the flow of the fluid will be more in the y-axis. And to practically see this, let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation. Then now the direction of the flow is in the y-axis with a much higher speed. Let's take one more example of the initial velocity. So in the y-axis, I'll change this to 0 meter per second, and in the x-axis, let's keep a value of around 4 meter per second. Now let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and now press the space bar to play the animation. And so in this way, you can give a direction to the flow of fluid and also control the speed of the flow with the help of initial velocity parameter. Now moving ahead, one thing to notice here is that currently we are in the wireframe display mode, but if I switch to the solid mode and take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and try to replay the animation, then this is how the animation will look. We have this beautiful looking fluid simulation that we simply created by adding 2 objects in the scene, the domain and the flow object. And yes, it might also be possible that in some particular cases, it won't be displaying this fluid simulation in the solid mode or the final rendered mode, and if you have this problem, then for this, you need to do some changes in the cache settings of the fluid simulation. To understand this in a better way, I'll again take the pointer back to the frame number 1, or maybe let's go to the frame number 0. Now I'll select the domain object, and in the physics properties, if I scroll down, then here we have a category which is called the cache, and by using this, you can temporarily store a fluid simulation in the cache memory, and in this way, that particular fluid simulation will get saved in your Blender file until and unless you need to do any changes in the fluid properties. Now to do this, go to the type option in the cache settings and change this to modular. Now turn on the is resumable, and now if I scroll up, then over here in the fluid settings, you have this option to bake the fluid data, and what it basically does is that it will create a memory with the entire fluid simulation, and the advantage of doing this is that you can smoothly play the fluid simulation any number of times, as it won't use your memory to calculate the fluid simulation again and again each time. So if I click on the bake data, then it will take some few seconds in order to bake the fluid data. Now once the baking is done, the bake data option will disappear from here, and it will show the option to free or delete the baking data. Now if I go to the 3D viewport and press the space bar to play the animation, then in this case, we are not able to see the fluid simulation, and this is because till now we have only baked the data for the fluid but not for this mesh. And to bake the data for this mesh, go to the physics settings, scroll down, and over here you have a category known as the mesh. Let's open this, and from here click on the bake mesh. Now it will take some time to bake the mesh. Now once the baking is done, you will be able to see the fluid simulation in your scene. In fact, if I take the pointer to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation, then you can see here that the entire animation is being played without much lagging. And see, this is the advantage of using the baked data in the fluid simulations. So whenever you're working with the fluids and you have finalized the simulation, like the properties, the initial velocity, do ensure to bake the data and also bake the mesh in order to view the entire animation in a much simpler way. Now moving ahead, if I go to the material preview mode, then you can see that this fluid is having using the same default material that is applied to the domain cube. And to give it some different material, let's go to the material properties, and now to make it look like water, let's go to the base color and let's change the color to the light blue color. Now to give it a slight transparent look, go to the transmission and increase the weight to something like 0.9 or 1. Now scroll down and in the surface settings, turn on the ray trace transmission. Also to improve the quality, go to the render properties and turn on the ray tracing. Also, let's open the material properties again, and in the base color, let's make the blue color even more lighter. And now we are ready to view the animation. So let's go to the first frame and press the space bar to play the animation. And with this we have this final fluid simulation ready, where we have this basic water-like fluid with a simple blue color, and the source of this fluid is that tiny cube which has the flow type, and the volume of its flow is the cube with the domain type. And now moving ahead, in order to revise what all we have done in this chapter so far, let's try to create a simple scene with a cup and some juice flowing into it with the help of fluid simulation. So for this, let's select the domain, press X to delete it. Let's also select the small cube and press X to delete it. Now to model a simple cup, let's add a cylinder in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the cylinder. Now tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up, press 3 for the face select mode, select the top face, and to delete this face, press X and select delete faces. Now press 1 for the vertex select mode, and to select the entire edge loop at the top, hold down Alt and left click on the edge loop. Now let's slightly scale it up and left click to finalize. Now to give it some thickness, let's return back to the object mode, right click and select shade auto smooth. Now go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the solidify modifier. Now to get some outer thickness, go to the thickness parameter and try to reduce this, and we'll keep it to something like minus 0.3 and minus 0.35, and now it looks perfect. Also I think that we should make it slightly longer, so tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything and scale it up in the Z axis like this. Now to make the handle of the cup, we'll be using a Bezier curve. So press Shift plus A, go to curve and select the Bezier curve. Let's move it in the X axis and place it over here. Now to give it the shape of a handle, let's first go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, tab into the edit mode. Let's also zoom in. Now select this point of the Bezier curve and press R to rotate it like this. Now left click to finalize. Also to scale it up, press A to select everything and let's scale it up in the X axis. Let's also slightly scale it up in the Y axis like this, and now let's return back to the object mode. Now to make this curve look like the cup handle, we first need to convert it into mesh. So for this, go to the object settings, and over here you have a category known as convert, and from this menu we'll be selecting the mesh. Now if I tab into the edit mode, then you can see that instead of the endpoints, we are now having the vertices which we have when the selected object is a mesh. To give it some thickness, press A to select everything, E to extrude it in the Z axis like this. Let's also scale it up properly. So go to the top view again by pressing 7 on the numpad, press A to select everything and S to scale it up. Now to give it some thickness in this direction also, we need to extrude these faces along the normals. So press Alt plus E and select extrude faces along normals. Now if I move my cursor, you will notice that the faces of the handle are being extruded like this. Now left click to finalize the extrusion, and with this we have a simple handle ready for our cup. Now let's return back to the object mode, press 1 for the front view. Now to rotate this handle, press R, X and type 90. Let's also rotate it by 90 degrees in the Y axis, press G to move it and place it over here. Now tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything. Let's scale it up in the Z axis like this. Let's also scale it up in the X axis. Also I think that its shape is not regular, so to solve this problem, let's first go to the solid mode, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode. Let's deselect the vertices, and now I'll be selecting these vertices in the middle and will move them in the X axis. So press O to turn on the proportional editing. Now press G and X and let's move these vertices. Also to increase the size of the circle of influence, you can use your scroll wheel. So if I scroll down, the size of the circle of influence will increase, and in this way we can make the shape of the handle look much better. Now let's also fix the ends of this handle. So for this, press 3 for the face select mode. Now I'll be selecting this top face. Let's go to the front view again, and if I zoom in, then you can see that this end is passing through the plane. So to solve this problem, let's rotate this face by pressing R. I think that we have selected the wrong face, so let's change the angle, turn off the X-ray mode, and we'll be selecting this face again. Let's go back to the front view, turn on the X-ray mode again. Let's also turn off the proportional editing tool by pressing O, and now if I press R to rotate this face, then you can see here that now this face is not passing through the inside boundary of the cup. Let's also ensure this by turning off the X-ray mode, and now the handle looks perfect. Let's do the same thing with this other end also. So I'll select this face at the bottom, go to the front view again, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, press R to rotate the face, and now it looks perfect. Also let's reduce its thickness in the Y axis. So press A to select everything and let's scale it down in the Y axis like this. Now let's return back to the object mode, and finally this is how the cup is looking in the scene. Now we should also align this handle properly with the cup, and to do this, let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and with this handle selected, press G, Y and move it in the Y axis like this. Now if I change the angle, then you can see that this handle is now perfectly aligned with the cup. Now right click and select shade it auto smooth, let's also apply the bevel modifier to it. So go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the bevel modifier. Let's increase the number of segments to something like 3 or 4. Let's also increase the amount from here, and we'll be keeping it to something like 0.25 or 0.3, and now it looks perfect. Now to create the fluid simulation, we need two objects in the scene. One of them will be the domain and the other will be a flow object. So for this, let's first add a cube in the scene which will act as the domain. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cube, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up like this. Now let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Let's also go to the wireframe display. Let's scale this cube up in the Z axis like this. Now press G, Z and move it up like this, and we'll make sure that the base of the cube is touching with the cup base. Let's also go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, and from this angle also the size of the cube is looking perfect. So now we have the domain ready, and for the flow object you can choose any object like the cube or a UV sphere, and in this case I'll be choosing the UV sphere. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the UV sphere, tab into the edit mode. Let's scale it down slightly. Now let's return back to the object mode, press G, Z and move it up in the Z axis. Now to add the fluid simulation, let's go to the physics properties and turn on the fluid simulation. In the type, select the flow, and in the flow type, select the liquid. Also, to ensure a continuous supply of fluid, change the flow behavior to the inflow. Now I'll select this cube, go to the physics properties and select the fluid, then in the type, select the domain, and in the domain type, select the liquid. Let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and now if I press the space bar to play the animation, then you can see that we have the fluid emerging from the UV sphere, but since the domain is set to the cube, as a result, it is taking the volume of the cube into consideration and not the volume of the cup. So what we basically want is that the fluid should collide with the cup in the scene. So for this, select the cup, go to the physics properties and turn on fluid. Now in the type, we have one more option apart from the domain and the flow, and this is the effector. And if I turn it on, then now the fluid that flows from the UV sphere will take the domain cube into consideration. However, it will also collide with the cup in the scene. But right now if I press the space bar to play the animation, the fluid that flows from the UV sphere will still pass through the cup. And the reason behind this is that the cup that we have in our scene has some surface thickness which the fluid simulation is not taking into consideration. And to solve this problem, with this cup selected, go to the fluid simulation settings, and over here you have an option which is called the surface thickness. By default its value is set to 0, and that is why we were getting this error. But if I increase this value to 0.5, now let's replay the animation one more time by pressing the space bar, and now you will notice that the fluid that is flowing from the UV sphere will collide with the cup this time instead of passing through it. And in this way we are able to create a simple animation of some fluid flowing into a cup. Now let's go to the solid mode, and to complete our final animation we need to change some minor settings. So first of all, I will be joining this cup and the handle together into a single object. So for this, first I'll select the handle, then with the shift key hold it, select the cup. Now to join them together, press Ctrl plus J. Now to hide this domain object, let's press the space bar to play the animation and then immediately stop the animation. Now let's select the UV sphere, and we'll be moving it in the X axis, and we'll also give it some initial velocity so that the direction of flow is not completely straight. So for this, press G, X and move it in the X axis. Now go to the physics properties and turn on the initial velocity, and in the initial X value, I'll be entering 3 meters per second. Now let's check the animation. So take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar, and we can see here that the direction of the flow is opposite and also the velocity is very low. So let's go to the initial X velocity again, and this time we'll be entering -5 meter per second. Now let's replay the animation one more time, and finally this is how the fluid animation is looking in the scene. Now moving ahead, we'll be working on improving the quality of the fluid, and for this, let's go back to the frame number 0, select the domain object, and in the physics settings, change the resolution division value to 64, and now to view the animation, scroll down, and in the cache settings, change the type to modular and turn on the is resumable. Now scroll up, and from here, click on the bake data, and once the baking is done, scroll down, and in the mesh settings, click on the bake mesh. And after this, if I press the space bar to play the animation, then this is how our final animation looks. We have created a simple yet interesting fluid simulation where the fluid is flowing into this cup in the scene. To make it look even better, right click and select shade smooth, and now we are ready to give some material to both the cup as well as the fluid. So for this, let's go to the material preview mode. Now with the fluid selected, let's go to the material properties. Let's also change the frame to somewhere near 130 or 140. Now let's create a new material. Let's change the base color from here, and I'll be choosing the orange color. Now let's reduce the roughness to somewhere near 0. Now go to the transmission and increase the weight to a value of anywhere between 0.9 and 1. Now scroll down and turn on the ray trace transmission. Also in the render properties, do ensure that you have turned on the ray tracing. Also, since we are making the juice, so I think that we should reduce the transmission value. So go to the material properties, and in the transmission weight, let's reduce it to something like 0.3 or 0.4, and now it looks perfect. If you want, you can change the base color from here and assign any color that you want. But for now, I'll be choosing the mix of orange and yellow Then for the cup, let's create a kind of plastic material for it. So I'll select the cup, click on the new button. Let's change the base color from here and I'll be assigning the blue color. Let's also reduce the roughness to somewhere near 0 and now we are ready to view the animation. So let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation. And finally this is how our final animation is looking. We have this fluid flowing from a UV sphere into a plastic cup which has the effector type selected in the fluid simulation. Also, you can make the animation look even more interesting by selecting the UV sphere, and in the physics properties, you can try to change the value of initial velocity. Like if you want, you can move this UV sphere in the positive x-axis and then give a value to the initial x velocity as something around -7 or -10 meter per second, and in this way, you can give your animations a completely different look. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learnt about the fluid simulations in Blender and the different types of settings in the fluid simulation. Then we also created a simple scene with a cup and some juice flowing into it with the help of fluid simulation. In today's chapter, we'll be understanding about another concept in the physics and simulation which is known as the fire simulation. We'll be understanding about the various types of settings and the controls available in the fire simulation, and in the end of this chapter, we'll also be creating a simple scene of some burning wood with some fire on it. Now to create a fire simulation in Blender, we basically need two different objects. One of them will be the domain and the other will be a flow object. The domain basically means the region or the volume in which the fire that is created will be flowing, and the flow object is simply the source of the fire. So in our scene, we'll be using this cube as the domain object for the fire, and for the flow object, you can add any type of mesh. So if I press Shift plus A, then go to mesh, then I can select any mesh object from this list. But for now, I'll be selecting the UV sphere, which is now located at the world origin. Now I'll select this cube, let's tab into the edit mode, and since this will be the domain, or basically the volume in which the fire will flow, so let's also increase its size to see the simulation properly. So let's scale it up in the Z axis like this. Also, press Alt plus Z in order to turn on the X-ray mode. Let's scale it up slightly more, and now it looks fine. Also, I'll go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and let's move this cube or the domain in the Z axis. Let's place it over here, and now we are ready to create the fire simulation. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and now with the cube selected, we'll go to the physics properties, and from this list, select the fluid simulation. Now in the type, select the domain, and by default, the domain type is selected as the gas. So in case of fire simulation, we have to use the gas domain type, and in case of the liquid simulations, we have to use the liquid domain type. And yes, if you want to learn about the fluid simulations in liquid, then you can watch this particular chapter where we discussed about this concept in complete detail. Now with the gas domain type selected, we also have to create the source of fire. So for this, I will be selecting this UV sphere. Now go to the physics properties and turn on the fluid simulation. Now in the type, select the flow, and you will notice in the scene that we have some smoke emerging out of the UV sphere. And this is because in the flow type, the smoke is selected. Similarly, you also have some other options like fire plus smoke, which will add both the fire and the smoke, and you have one more option which is the fire, and this one will add the fire individually without any smoke. For now, we'll be selecting the fire plus smoke in the flow type so that we can understand both of them simultaneously. And once I select the fire plus smoke flow type, you can see here that we can see some simple fire in the scene. Also, if I press the space bar to play the animation, then we have this simple animation created where the fire coming out of the UV sphere will turn into smoke. But what if you need a continuous supply of fire? And to achieve such a result, we need to change the flow behavior. By default, the geometry is selected, meaning that the amount of fire that will emerge out of the mesh will depend upon the geometry of the object. And in order to get a continuous supply, we need to change the flow behavior from the geometry to the inflow. Now I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation. And this time you will notice that we have a continuous supply of the fire and the smoke coming out of the UV sphere, and the region in which it flows is the volume of this cube, which is the domain object. Now suppose you want to improve the quality of fire and smoke, and to do this, we have to change the fluid settings of the domain object. So let's select this cube, which is the domain, and in the fluid settings, the most important thing is the resolution divisions, and by default, this value is set at 32. But to improve the quality of the fire and the smoke, we need to increase this value. So if I increase it to something like 64, then in this case, the quality of the animation will be improved, but with that, it will also take a much longer time to show the simulation in the 3D viewport as well as when you render the final animation. But to skip this problem, we have another setting in the fluid simulation, which is the cache menu. This will allow you to bake the animation, or in simpler words, it will create a temporary memory where it will save all the details of the simulation between any 2 frames, and the benefit of using this is that after baking the entire animation in the cache, we'll be able to run the animation smoothly without any issues. So to bake the animation, we first need to change the type from replay to the modular and also turn on is resumable. Now to bake the animation, scroll up and in the settings category, here you have an option to bake the data. So I'll left click on it and now it will take some time to bake the entire simulation. Now once the baking is done, the bake data button will get replaced by the free data, which you can use if you want to make any changes in the fluid properties, because in that case you will first have to remove the data by clicking on the free data option, then you will change the properties and then you will have to rebake the entire data by clicking on the bake data button. But now let's go back to the frame number 1, and now if I press the space bar to play the animation, then this time you can see that the fire and the smoke in the simulation look much more realistic and detailed than before. And the best part is that even after improving the quality, it is still running smoothly since we use the bake data. So to get realistic fire and the smoke, it's advisable to use the resolution division value of around 64. But yes, if you want much more realism or detailing added to the fire, then you can increase the resolution division value to somewhere around 128 or maybe 256. And yes, one more method to add some detailing or some noise to the fire is to use the noise option in the fluid settings. So if I turn it on and let's also open this menu, then from here you can control the strength of the noise. But for now, we'll be going with the default values. And now to view the effect of noise, you simply need to click on the bake noise. This will take a few seconds to bake the noise for the entire animation. And once the baking is done, if I try to play the animation, then now you will be able to see that how realistic and detailed this fire is looking because of adding the noise to it. Now moving ahead, I will be removing this noise for now. So I'll uncheck this box and now we have the fire without the noise effect. Now one thing to notice here is that we are able to see the fire along with the smoke in the solid mode. However, if I switch to the material preview mode, then we are not able to see any fire or smoke in our scene. Similarly, this is true for the render view also. The fire and the smoke is still not visible in our scene. And the reason behind this is that we need to apply some material to the fire and the smoke in order to view them in the render view. Now a very important thing to understand is that the material of the fire and the smoke will exactly be the same as the domain object. Therefore, to create the material for the fire and the smoke, you have to select this domain object or the cube, and with this selected, go to the material properties. Now we have this default material applied, which is saved with the name material. And since we want this material to be applied to the smoke and the fire, we'll have to use the principal volume node. And to do all this stuff, we also need to open the shader editor. For this, I'll be changing this window of the timeline editor into the shader editor. So click on this icon and select the shader editor. Now I'll be deleting the default principal BSDF. So left click to select it and press X to delete. Now press Shift plus A, go to shader and select the principal volume shader. Let's place it over here. Now I'll take the volume output socket and connect it to the volume input in the material output node. Now that both of them are connected, the domain object or the cube will disappear, and this is because it is a mesh object but we applied the principal volume to it. Also, we are able to see some smoke emerging out of the UV sphere due to the principal volume node. Also, if you want to change the color of the smoke, then you can go to the color parameter and change the color from here. But for now, I'll be choosing the default white color. Then you have the density option, and if I try to change it, the density of the smoke will increase or decrease. Now we also need to view the fire in our scene, and for this we'll be using the same principal volume node which is currently changing the material properties of the smoke. Now to do this, you have to go to the color attribute option and in this type temperature. Now if I press enter, you will notice some slight changes in the scene, but before that, let's also understand why we entered the temperature in the color attribute. So the reason for using the temperature in the color attribute is that we want to control the color of the volume based on the temperatures. By doing this, we are telling the Blender software to use a temperature map in order to determine the color of the volume at each point. Now you must be knowing that the region around the fire will obviously have a higher temperature than the region around the smoke. As a result, the higher temperature areas will get assigned the colors associated with heat like orange, red, yellow, and lower areas will be assigned the colors like the grey color or slightly blue color. And to view this color change based on the temperatures, you have to increase the value of the black body intensity. By default it is set to 0, but if I change it to 1, then now you will begin to notice slight orange color for the fire in the scene. Also, to get realistic results, it's advisable to use the cycles render engine. So let's change it from EB to cycles, and this is how it looks. If you want to add more glow or heat to the fire, then you can try to increase the values of the black body intensity and the temperature. So in the black body intensity, if I enter 4, then now this is how the fire is looking. Similarly, if I go to the temperature value and change it from 1000 to 1200, then because of the increase in temperature, the color will also change. Also, if you want to change the color of your fire, then for this you can use the black body tint. By using this, we can easily change the color of fire to any color of our choice. But to get realistic results, it is advisable to keep the black body tint color to either the white color or some light shade of yellow or orange. And so finally this is how the fire simulation works in Blender. Let's also change this window back to the timeline editor and let's play the animation to view it in the render view, and now it looks like this. Obviously it won't run smoothly because we have the cycles render engine turned on, but you can run the animation properly when you finally render it by clicking on render and selecting the render animation. And now moving ahead, let's try to revise what all we have done in this chapter by creating a simple scene with some wood and some fire coming out of them. So for this, let's go to the solid mode and we'll be deleting the cube as well as the UV sphere. So with the shift key hold it, I'll select the UV sphere. Now press X to delete, and now to make the wooden pieces, let's add a cube object. So press shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cube, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down. Let's also scale it up in the Y axis like this. Now let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad. Let's come out of the edit mode and we'll place it over here. Also, to make it inclined, let's rotate it in the X axis like this. Let's also go back to the edit mode, press 3 for the face select this bottom face, and let's scale it up like this. Now we have one piece of the wood ready, and to create the rest of them, let's first go to the top view, press shift plus D to create a duplicate, then right click and let's rotate it in the Z axis by 180 degrees. Let's move it in the Y axis and place it over here. Let's create two more pieces. So with the shift key hold it, I'll select the other one also. Now press shift plus D to create a duplicate of both of the pieces and right click to cancel the movement. Now let's rotate the duplicate pieces in the Z axis by 90 degrees. And with this we have 4 simple wooden pieces added in our scene. If you want to increase their number, simply select them, press shift plus D to create a duplicate, right click and rotate them in the Z axis. Now we have enough wood in the scene, and to create the fire, we need to have a flow object in the center. For this, let's use a UV sphere. So press shift plus A, go to mesh and select the UV sphere. Let's move it up in the Z axis and place it over here. Also, let's create a domain object. So press shift plus A, go to mesh and select a cube, tab into the edit mode. Let's scale it up like this. Let's also scale it up in the Z axis like this. Now go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and let's move this cube up in the Z axis. Now left click to finalize. Now let's return back to the object mode. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and now we'll be making this cube that we added as the domain for the fire simulation. So for this, let's go to the physics properties, select the fluid simulation, and in the type, select the domain. Then for the flow object, I'll be selecting the UV sphere. So in the physics properties, select the fluid simulation, and in the type, select the flow. Now change the flow type from the smoke to fire plus smoke. Let's also change the flow behavior from geometry to inflow. Now I'll take the pointer to the frame number 1 and press the space bar to play the animation. So with this we have a simple fire simulation ready, where we have some wood pieces and a UV sphere in the center from where the fire is emerging. Then if you want to increase the quality of fire, you can select the domain, change the value of resolution divisions to 64. Let's also bake the animation. So in the cache category, change the type to modular. Let's also turn on the is resumable, and to bake the data, scroll up and click on the bake data. Now once the baking is done, we can see the improved quality of the fire and the smoke. But again, if I go to the render view, then we'll not be able to view the animation. To solve this problem, with the domain object selected, go to the material properties, click here, and from this list, select this first material which we used to create the fire previously in this chapter. And with this, the fire is properly visible in the scene, and now we'll be working on creating the wood material for these pieces. So for this, let's select one of them, and to focus only on the object, press the forward slash button. For some lighting, click on this drop down, and from here, turn off the scene world. Now to create the wood material, let's change this window to the shader editor. Now click on the new button, and for the wood texture, we'll be adding the noise texture. So press shift plus A, go to texture and select the noise texture. Let's place it over here, connect the factor to the base color in the principal BSDF, and to add the texture coordinate and the mapping node, select the noise texture and press Ctrl plus T. Now connect the object socket to the vector in the mapping node, and to get a texture which looks like wood, we need to change the scaling of this texture with the help of mapping node. So let's try to change the scale in the X axis. Let's also change it in the Y axis, and let's keep it to something like 5 or 6. Let's also change the scale in the Z axis. So by changing these values, you can change the way how the texture looks on your object. For now, I'll be changing the scaling in the X axis to something like 0.5 or 0.6. Let's also slightly increase the value of scaling in the Z axis. So we'll keep it to something like 4 or 4.5, and now it looks perfect. To give it some colors, let's add the color ramp node. So press shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here in between the noise texture and the principal BSDF. Now for the first pointer, we'll be using the black color only, but for the second pointer, I'll change this color to something like brown. So let's reduce the brightness from here and change the color to the brown color. Also, to give it a more realistic look, let's add some bump effect to the texture. So for this, press shift plus A, go to vector and select the bump node. Let's place it over here, connect the factor socket in the noise texture to the height and the normal socket in the bump node to the normal in the principal BSDF. Also, if you want to increase the amount of black color in the texture, then for this, select the first pointer with the black color and move it like this. This will increase the amount of black color in the texture. So for now, let's place it somewhere over here. Also, you can use the scale parameter in the noise texture in order to control the overall scaling of the texture applied. But for now, I'll be keeping the default value of 5, and now the wood material looks perfect. So to remove the focus from this wood piece, press the forward slash button again. Let's also turn off the scene world from here. And now to apply this wood material on the other pieces also, let's first go to the object mode. Then we need to select all the pieces except the one on which the material is applied. So let's select all of them by holding the shift key like this, and in the end we have to select that particular object on which the wood material was applied. So with the shift key holded, I'll be selecting this one in the end. Now press Ctrl plus L and select the linked materials. Now if I go back to the render view, then you can see here that we have the wood material applied to all the wood pieces. Also, to finalize our scene, let's add a plane at the bottom. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the plane, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it up 10 times. Now go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and let's move this down in the Z axis. Now if I go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, let's also turn on the lock camera to view and then zoom out, and finally this is how the scene looks. Let's also change the color of this plane at the bottom. So go to the material properties or in the shader editor and click on the new button. Now let's change the base color, and for now I will be assigning the blue color. Also, if you want to get some more light in the scene, then you can select this lamp, go to the object data properties and increase the power to something like 2500 watts. Let's also create a duplicate and move it in the y-axis. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learned about the fire simulation in Blender and also used it to create a simple scene with some wooden pieces and some fire coming out of it. In this chapter, we'll be understanding about the 4 types of quick effects that are used in Blender in order to create basic simulation scenes or effects and get instant results. Now to begin with, the first question is that what exactly is meant by quick effects and what is its use? So the quick effects allow you to set up a basic simulation scene or effect including the selected objects, and it allows you to add essential objects like domains or the particle systems with the predefined settings so that you can easily get instant results. And to access the quick effects, you need to open this object menu, and in this list here you have the quick effects, and these are the 4 basic quick effects that are mainly used in Blender. The first one is the quick fur, the second is quick explode, the third is the quick smoke, and the last is the quick liquid. So let's begin with understanding the usage of each of these 4 quick effects. And for this, first I'll be deleting this cube, so press X to delete, and now we'll be adding a Suzanne or the monkey model. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the monkey object, and with this monkey selected, we'll be applying the first quick effect to it, which is the quick fur. And to add this effect, go to the object menu, then in the quick effects, select the quick fur, and on applying this effect, you can see that we have some fur added on the Suzanne or the monkey object. However, if I select the Suzanne object from the scene collection and go to the particle settings, then you can see here that we don't have any hair particle added, but still we are able to see these hair particles or the fur applied on the Suzanne object. And this is because by using the quick fur effect, we made Blender to add a geometry node setup built with the hair node groups. To check this thing, you can go to the geometry nodes workspace, and with the fur selected, you can see here that we have this entire node system created automatically by Blender, and due to this node system, Blender managed to produce this fur effect on the Suzanne object. Also, in the scene collection, if I click on this drop down, then you can see here that we have this object named as curves, and this is representing these hair particles or the fur particles. So if I selected the curves in the scene collection, it means that we have selected the fur, but if I select the Suzanne, then in this case, we have selected the original Suzanne object. For now, let's return back to the layout workspace, then I'll select this fur either from the 3D viewport or from the scene collection by clicking here and selecting the curves. Now press X to delete it, and the next type of quick effect that we'll be exploring is the quick explode. So for this, I'll be selecting the Suzanne object, then go to the object menu, and in the quick effects, select the quick explode. Now what this basically does is that it creates an explosion effect which you can view by playing the animation. So if I press the space bar, then the Suzanne object will explode. So whenever you have to create a simple explosion effect for your object, then for this, you can simply use the quick explode in the quick effects. Also, if I go to the modify properties, then here you can see that because of adding the quick explode, it has created a particle system which you can also see in the particle properties. And also, this explode modifier is added, due to which the explosion effect was being created. Also, if you want, you can apply this modifier directly in the modifier properties by clicking on add modifier, and in the physics, here you have the explode modifier, but with the help of quick effects, it will directly make the setup of the modifiers in your Blender file. Also, if you want that the number of these pieces in the explosion should increase or decrease, then for this, you can go to the particle settings and increase the number from here. By default, this value is set to 100. However, if I increase the number to something like 2000, 1000, and let's play the animation one more time, and now you will notice that the Suzanne object is being broken into a much larger number of pieces. Similarly, if I change the number value to a value of 2, and let's play the animation one more time, and now you can see that the explosion effect is still being applied, but this time the monkey object is broken into 2 separate pieces. So with the number value in the particle settings, you can control the number of pieces which will be there when the explosion occurs. Now moving ahead, I don't think it's right to break or explode this innocent Suzanne like the way we just did. So right now we'll be removing this effect, and for this let's go to the modify properties, and with my cursor over the explode modifier, press X to delete. Let's do the same with the particle system also, and press X to delete. Now we have our innocent Suzanne object back in the scene, and now the next type of quick effect that we have is the quick smoke. And to access this, go to the object menu, and in the quick effects, select the quick smoke. Now what this quick smoke does is that it automatically creates a smoke simulation by adding a domain object around it. Also, to understand about the simulation in smoke and fire in complete detail, you can watch this particular chapter where we understood about how the fire and the smoke simulations work in Blender. Now returning back to the scene, we have this domain object around the Suzanne model, and if I go to the physics properties, then here you can see that we have the fluid simulation selected with the domain selected here, and in the domain type we have the gas selected. Also, if I select the Suzanne or the monkey object, then here in the physics properties we have the fluid simulation selected, and in the type the flow type is selected, meaning that the smoke will be emitted from the Suzanne object and it will flow according to the volume of the domain object. So to view the smoke, simply take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar, and now we can see the smoke emerging out of the monkey object. Also, if you want to add some fire, then for this, with the monkey object selected, go to the physics properties, and in the flow type select fire plus smoke. Now let's take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar, and with this we now have both the fire as well as the smoke coming out of the monkey object. So whenever you have to get some fire or some smoke emerging from an object, then you simply need to select that object, then go to the object menu, and in the quick effects you simply need to apply the quick smoke. And now moving ahead, the fourth and the last type of quick effect that we have on our list is the quick liquid. So to understand this, I'll be deleting the monkey object, so press X to delete. Let's also select the domain and delete it as well. Let's also take the pointer back to the frame number 1, and now let's add a simple cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select a cube. Now with this cube selected, go to the object menu, then in the quick effects select the quick liquid. Now what the quick liquid does is that it simply creates a liquid simulation in the scene where the selected object, which is the cube, will get the fluid simulation applied with the flow type selected, meaning that the liquid will emerge or flow from that object, and it will also add a liquid domain which you can select from the scene collection. And with this selected, if I go to the physics properties, then here you have the fluid simulation selected and the type set as domain. Also in the domain type, we are having the liquid selected, which will allow us to create a liquid simulation. So if I go to the 3D viewport and press the space bar to play the animation, then you can see here that we have this simple liquid simulation created simply by using the quick liquid effect. So in this way, whenever you want the liquid simulation to be applied on any object in the scene, then you can simply use the quick liquid from the quick effects. And with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learned about the 4 simple yet time-saving quick effects that are available in Blender. Now before beginning with the character modeling, we first need to understand that what exactly will be the type of character that we'll be creating. So from this particular chapter, we'll be creating this particular character where we'll be focusing on modeling the character's body, making the hair of the character, then we'll make the clothes of character. So by following all these steps, we'll be completing the creation of character model. Now to begin with modeling the head of character, we need a simple object to start with. It can either be a cube or a UV sphere or maybe a cylinder, and in this particular chapter, we'll be making the character's head with a cylinder. So first of all, press X to delete the cube. Now press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cylinder. Now in the add cylinder menu, we have several settings to change, and the one that we'll be changing will be the vertices parameter. By default, its value is set to 32, but we need the character's head to be much more simpler. As a result, I'll change the vertices value from 32 to a value of 16. Now we have lesser vertices, and this will give the head of the character a very simple look. Now let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and we'll be keeping this x-axis as the base of the character. So we'll be moving the cylinder up in the z-axis by 4 meters, and that's because we'll be keeping the character's height of somewhere around 4 meters. Now let's also reduce the size of head, and right now if I select the measure tool from here, then you can see that for a height of about 4 meters, we have to keep the head of cylinder somewhere around this point. Also, we'll be keeping the length of the character's head of around 1/4 the height of character, which is approximately equal to 1 meters. But right now, the length of this cylinder, which will be used as a head, is around 2 meters. So to solve this problem, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down, and type 0.5. Also, return back to the object mode, move the cylinder down in the z-axis by 0.5 meters. So for this, press G, then Z and enter minus 0.5. Now to make this cylinder look like the character's head, go to the edit mode, and now we'll be applying the bevel tool to the edges of the cylinder. So for this, press 2 for the edge select mode. Now left click anywhere in the screen to deselect all the edges, and now we need to select only the top edge loop and the bottom edge loop. So for this, with the Alt key holded, left click on the top edge loop, and similarly with the Alt and the Shift key holded, select the bottom edge loop. Let's go back to the front view, and to apply the bevel tool, press Ctrl plus B. This will help us to form the basic structure of the character's head. Also, to improve the number of segments, you can use the scroll wheel. So if I scroll up, the number of segments in the bevel will increase, and once you have finalized, simply click the left mouse button. Also, to make the head of character slightly thinner, press A to select everything, and we need to scale it down in the X and Y axis simultaneously. So for this, press S and press Shift plus Z. Now let's scale it down like this, and left click to finalize. Now one of the most important things while modeling anything is to take care of the fact that each face of the geometry should be made from 4 vertices as far as possible. But in this case, you can see that the top face as well as the bottom are made up of more than 4 vertices. And to solve this problem, simply go to the face select mode by pressing 3. Now select the top face, press X to delete, and select delete faces. And now we need to fill this face such that all the faces in the geometry will have exact 4 vertices. So for this, press 2 for the edge select mode. Now with the Alt key holded, select this edge loop at the top. Now if I press Ctrl plus F, then it will show the menu for the face settings like the extrude faces, inset faces, filling the faces, and for this particular case, we'll be selecting the grid fill. This will help to fill the empty space in between the selected vertices by adding multiple faces in the grid form. Also, if I go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, then here we need to ensure that the pattern of these grid faces should be such that the vertices of these faces should be aligned with the X and the Y axis. But in this case, we are not having that alignment. And to solve this problem, in the grid fill settings over here, you can try to change the offset value, and by doing this, we'll reach a result where these vertices or the edges are properly aligned with both the X and the Y axis. Now let's do the same with this bottom face also. So for this, press 3 for the face select mode. Now select the bottom face, press X to delete, and select delete faces. Now press 2 for the edge select mode, and with the Alt key holded, select this edge loop. Now press Ctrl plus F for the face menu and select the grid fill. Now for the bottom view, press Ctrl plus 7, and to align the vertices and the edges with the X and Y axis, go to the grid fill settings and change the offset from here. And at the offset value of 2, I'm getting the desired results. Now with this, we have the basic structure of the head ready in our scene. Now moving ahead, if I go to the side view, then we need to make the face slightly more upwards from this right side, and for this, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode. Now press 1 for the vertex select mode and select these bottom edges. Now first of all, press S and Z and slightly scale it down in the Z axis. Now press R to rotate it like this, and left click to finalize. Also press G to move it in the Y axis and move it slightly towards the right. Also, if you want, you can rotate it even more by pressing R, so it completely depends upon you that how much angle you want to keep for the head of character. Now moving ahead, we'll be creating the mouth of our character. So for this, let's first add some loop cuts in order to increase the number of vertices. So press Ctrl plus R, then left click and drag it down like this. Let's add one more loop cut below the first one. So press Ctrl plus R again, and let's add a loop cut over here. Now left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. For a better geometry, let's add one more loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus R, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Now let's go back to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Press Alt plus Z to turn off the X-ray mode. Now for creating the mouth, we'll be selecting some faces on this lower side and will then inset the faces. So for this, press 3 to enable the face select mode, and now we'll be selecting these 8 vertices over here. Now to inset them, press I and then left click to finalize. Now to create a hollow space for the mouth part, press X and select delete faces. Now moving ahead, in order to ensure a proper symmetry of the face on both the sides, it's advisable to use the mirror modifier. So for this, first enable the X-ray mode by pressing Alt plus Z. Now select the second half of faces, press X and select delete faces. Let's turn off the X-ray mode, and with this half, go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the mirror modifier. Now whatever changes I'll do on this right hand side to any of the vertices, edges or the faces will automatically get applied to the other symmetrical side. For example, if I select this face and press G to move it, then you can see here that the same effect is being applied to the other side of the face as well. However, if I press 1 for the vertex select mode and select a vertex anywhere in the middle and try to move it, then now you will notice that the middle vertices of both sides of the symmetry are not connected to each other. And to connect them together, simply go to the mirror modifier and turn on the clipping. And with this, if I again try to move this vertex by pressing G, then the geometry is no longer getting ripped apart. Now let's go to the front view, and now let's place place these vertices around the mouth properly for the character. So for this, I'll select this top vertex. Let's slightly move it down in the z-axis. Let's select this one also and move it up in the z-axis like this. In this way, we'll reduce the hollow space that we have created for the mouth. Now select this vertex over here, press G to move it and place it over here. Now I'll select this one. Let's move it slightly upwards. Now I'll select this vertex. Let's move it over here. Similarly with this one, let's place it over here. And now this particular vertex, we'll place it over here. Now let's zoom in, and you need to ensure that the space between the top and the bottom vertices is almost equal for all these vertices around the mouth. So let's properly fix this. So first of all, let's move the selected vertex slightly upwards in the z-axis like this. Let's select this one and move it slightly downwards in the z-axis. Let's also select this one and move it slightly in the x-axis like this, and now it looks perfect. Also, let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad. Now over here, we'll be selecting this vertex and press G to move it in the y-axis. Then I'll also select this one and let's move it over here. Let's also move this particular vertex slightly upwards in the z-axis. Let's also move this one slightly upwards in the z-axis. And guess it depends on your model and the placement of different vertices that what changes you should do here. In simple words, you need to ensure that all of these vertices of the mouth are kind of symmetrical on both the top as well as the bottom. Also, I'll select this vertex which is not connected to the mouth and will slightly move it in the y-axis. The reason for doing this is that when the mouth of the character will move, it will also show the stretching effect. As a result, we had to move this vertex slightly apart in order to increase the area around the mouth for stretching. Also, for a better geometry, we'll be adding a loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus R, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Now it's completely up to you if you want to change the position of any vertices, and the effect of these changes will basically be visible when we work on the facial expressions. So if you want, you can try to move some of these vertices as per your own choice. But for now, I think that the mouth area looks almost perfect. And now moving ahead, we'll be creating a nose for our character. So for this, let's first go back to the object mode, and now to make a simple cartoon-like nose for this character, which will be kind of circular, you can add a UV sphere on an icosphere, but in this chapter, I'll be using a cube and will apply subdivision surface modifier to it. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the cube. Now go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the subdivision surface modifier. Now with the levels viewport set to 1, let's apply this modifier. So click on this drop down and select apply. Now go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down like this. Now let's return back to the object mode, press G to move it and place it over here. Now let's zoom in, and we still need to make it smaller in size. So tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down again, and now it looks perfect. Also, let's return back to the object mode, press G to move the nose, and let's move it in the y-axis and place it over here. Now moving ahead, let's also model the eyes of the character, and for this, we'll be using the same cube with the subdivision surface applied. So for this, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and place it over here. Now tab into the edit mode, and instead of round, we'll be making it slightly oval. So for this, press S to scale it up in the Z-axis. Now left click to finalize. Now let's go to the side view, get back to the object mode, let's move it in the y-axis and place it over here. Also, let's slightly scale it down in the y-axis in order to make it thinner, and now it looks perfect. Now to get a better view of the eyes position, let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, tab into the edit mode. Now with all the vertices selected, let's rotate it in the Z-axis like this. Now come out of the edit mode, press G to move it and place it over here. Now let's go to the front view again, and once this eye is ready, we'll now be creating the eyebrows of the character. So for this, press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select a cube, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down, let's zoom in, come out of the edit mode and let's place it over here. Also, go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad and let's move it forward in the y-axis. Now to convert it into an eyebrow, we need to do some changes in the geometry of this cube. So tab into the edit mode, let's scale it down in the Z-axis in order to reduce its height. Also, let's scale it down in the y-axis in order to reduce the depth. Now let's go to the front view in order to see it properly. Now let's come out of the edit mode and move it down in the Z-axis. I think that we should reduce the size in the x-axis also. So tab into the edit mode again and scale it down in the x-axis like this. Now to align the eyebrow properly with the face, go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, press R and Z to rotate it in the Z-axis. Now come out of the edit mode and move it over here. And now this is how the simple eyebrow of the character is looking. In order to make it curved, tab into the edit mode, and now we need to add some loop cuts in order to make the eyebrow curved. So press Ctrl plus R, and to increase the number of loop cuts, you can use the scroll wheel. So let's keep around 3 loop cuts, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Now turn on the proportional editing tool by pressing O, and now we'll move the selected vertices upwards in the Z-axis. So for this, press G, and since the proportional editing tool is turned on, as a result, if I try to move these vertices, the effect will also be seen on the neighboring vertices. And to solve this problem, we need to reduce the size of the circle of influence of proportional editing tool. And for this, after pressing the G key, simply scroll up, and this will reduce the size of the circle of influence. Let's keep the size to something like this, so that when we move up the selected vertices in the Z-axis, the surrounding vertices vertices will also show some movement. Now left click to finalize. Now while being in the edit mode, press A to select everything, O to turn off the proportional editing, and let's move it down again in the Z axis like this. And now we have the curved eyebrows in the scene. Now let's return back to the object mode, and now the next thing that we're gonna do is to complete this other side of the face as well. And for this, we'll be joining the nose, eyes, the eyebrows, and the head together as a single object. But before that, let's also make this nose cut into half so that we can properly join it with the remaining parts of the face and then apply the mirror modifier. So let's tab into the edit mode, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode. Now select this half of vertices, press X to delete, and select delete faces. Now let's come out of the edit mode, press Alt plus Z to turn off the X-ray mode, and with this nose selected, hold the shift button, then select this eye, then with the shift key still hold it, select this eyebrow, and in the end select the head. Now to join them together, press Ctrl plus J, and now because of the mirror modifier, we are having the nose, eyes, and the eyebrows on both the sides of the face. And now one thing that you might have noticed is that currently the face of our character is looking somewhat like a robot, and that is because we are not having enough vertices to give it a human-like look. And to solve this problem, we'll be applying the subdivision surface modifier to it. So with the head selected, go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the subdivision surface modifier. And with this, the face is now looking much more realistic than before. Similarly, if I go to the subdivision surface modifier and increase the levels viewport to a value of 2, then the character will look much better. But for now, I will be keeping the levels viewport value to 1. Also, I think that we should try to increase the thickness of the eyebrows. So for this, tab into the edit mode, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and to select only the eyebrows, one of the ways is to select the eyebrows like this, but in this method, you might exclude some of the vertices or include some vertices of the surrounding objects. So a better way to do this is to first deselect everything by left clicking in the 3D viewport. Now with my cursor over the eyebrow, press L, and now you can see here that we have all the vertices of the eyebrow selected. Now let's scale it up in the Z axis like this. Also, let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, and let's scale it up in the Y axis. Also, if I zoom in, then you can see here that because of the subdivision effect, the distance between the nose and the face has slightly increased. And to bring it closer, first ensure that nothing is selected, then take the cursor over the nose, press L, and now let's move it in the Y axis. Let's place it over here and left click to finalize. And now moving ahead, we'll now be creating the ears of the character. So for this, we'll be adding a cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select a cube. Let's move it and place it over here. Now tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down, and left click to finalize. Now come out of the edit mode, press G to move it and place it over here. Now let's return back to the edit mode and let's slightly scale it down. Now let's go to the side view. Let's scale it down in the Y axis also, and now it looks perfect. Now to make its shape look more like an ear, we need to add some loop cuts. So press Ctrl plus R and add one loop cut over here. Then press Ctrl plus R again and add another loop cut over here. Now turn on the X-ray mode and select these vertices. Let's scale them up in the Z axis slightly. Then I'll select this vertex and with the shift key hold it, select this one, and we'll be moving them slightly inwards. So press G and move them in like this. Let's also scale them down in the Z axis, and now it looks perfect. Now let's turn off the X-ray mode, press 3 for the face select mode, and now we'll be selecting these 4 faces of the ear. Press I to insert, then left click to finalize, and to create the hollow space, we'll be extruding in these faces. So press E to extrude it inwards and left click to finalize. Let's also scale them slightly downwards by pressing S and left click to finalize. Now let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, press A to select everything, and let's slightly rotate them in the Z axis. Now left click to finalize, and now moving ahead, we'll be joining this ear with the head of the character. So return back to the object mode, and with the ear selected, hold on the shift key and select the head. Now press Ctrl plus J, and with this, we'll observe 2 changes. One is the mirroring, which is due to the mirror modifier, and the second effect is the application of the subdivision modifier. Now moving ahead, if I go to the mirror modifier and click on this third icon, then now we'll be able to see only the original right half of the head. And if I change the angle, then you can clearly see that our mesh is not having any kind of thickness. Currently it looks thin as a paper, and to give it some thickness, we'll be adding the solidify modifier. So go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the solidify modifier. Also, to ensure that you move the solidify modifier up in the order before the subdivision surface modifier. And to do this, left click over here and drag the solidify modifier above the subdivision surface modifier. Now in the thickness value, keep it to somewhere around 0.01 or 0.02, and this will give a slightly thick look to the mesh of head. Now moving ahead, let's work on creating the interior part of the mouth. So for this, we'll basically be making a curved object to be placed in here, and for this, we'll be adding a cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cube. Now go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the subdivision surface modifier. With the levels viewport set to 1, we'll be applying this modifier wire from here. Now let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad. Now press G, Z and move it up in the Z axis. Now go to the wireframe display mode, and to modify this cube, tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down and left click to finalize. Now we have to ensure that the position of this object which we'll be using for the interior of mouth must be placed somewhere at this position. So for this, come out of the edit mode, press G to move it and place it over here. Now tab into the edit mode again, press 1 for the vertex select mode, select everything by pressing A and let's scale it down again. Now left click to finalize. Now let's go to the front view and we'll be deleting this left half of the object. So for this, I'll select these vertices, press X to delete and select delete faces. Also, let's return back to the object mode, press 3 to go to the side view, or maybe let's press Ctrl plus 3 to view the other side. Now press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and now we'll also be deleting these vertices that are coming out of the face. So press X and select delete vertices. Now we'll be selecting this front edge loop of this object, so hold down the Alt button and left click. Now press E to extrude it in the Y-axis, then left click to finalize. Let's also go to the side view in order to see everything properly. So press Ctrl plus 3, and I think that we should move all the vertices slightly backwards. So press A to select everything and let's move it in the Y-axis. Also, let's slightly scale it up in the Y-axis like this and left click to finalize. Now select this vertex over here, and also with the shift key hold it, select this vertex and let's move them forward in the Y-axis. Now left click to finalize, and with this we now have the interior of the mouth almost ready for our character. Now let's return back to the object mode, and just like the other body parts, we'll also be connecting this interior of the mouth with the face of character. So for this, with the mouth interior selected, hold down the shift button and select the face, and to join them together, press Ctrl plus J. And because of this, we now have both the solidify as well as the subdivision surface modifier applied to the entire face along with the mouth interior. Also, to view the effect of the mirror modifier again, you simply need to turn on the real-time display by clicking on this icon. Now before moving ahead in the solidify modifier, to ensure that you have turned on the only rim option, the benefit of enabling this is that now the solidify modifier will affect only the open edges of the model, and as a result, it won't add any thickness or the solidify effect to those areas which don't have an open edge. So it's better to keep this option on. Now moving ahead, we'll now be creating the teeth for our character, and for this, we'll be adding a cylinder in our scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select the cylinder. Now in the Add Cylinder menu, change the number of vertices to 16. Now tab into the edit mode, and with all the vertices selected, let's scale it down in the Z axis. Now to model the teeth, we'll be using these front faces and we'll extrude them in order to give them some thickness. So first of all, press 3 for the face select mode, select the top face, and with the shift key hold it, select this bottom face. Now press X to delete and select delete faces. Now as I told you earlier, we only need these front faces, and therefore I'll go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, press 1 for the vertex select mode, then press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and we'll be selecting all these vertices. Now press X to delete and select delete faces, and with this we have only the front faces of the cylinder in our scene. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, press A to select everything, and to reduce its width, let's slightly scale it down in the Y axis. So press S, Y and scale it down like this. And now to add some thickness to these faces, press 3 for the face select mode, and now we'll be extruding these faces along the normals. So for this, press Alt plus E and select extrude faces along normals. Now if I move my cursor, then the faces will get extruded, and to finalize the extrusion, simply click the left mouse button. Now we'll be using this teeth part for the upper teeth that will get attached to the upper jaw. As a result, we don't need to have all these faces on the top and also on the sides. So to delete them, first I'll select this face, then with the control key hold it, select this last face. Also with the shift key hold it, select this face, and similarly select this face also. Now press X to delete and select delete faces, and with this we have all the selected faces deleted. Also to give it a realistic look, let's return back to the object mode, and now we'll be using the subdivision surface modifier. So go to the modifier properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the subdivision surface modifier. Also let's tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, and let's scale this up, and I'll scale it up in the Z axis. Also to make this lower part slightly less rounded, let's add a loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus R, then left click and move it down, and with this we now have the teeth ready for our scene. And so now it's the time to place the teeth inside the mouth of character, and to do this, let's first select the head of character, and I'll disable the real-time display of the mirror modifier. Let's go to the side view by pressing Ctrl and 3 on the numpad. Now select the teeth, press G to move it and place it over here. Now tap into the edit mode, press A to select everything and scale it down, and then left click to finalize. Now go to the front view, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and let's scale this down in the X axis. Also let's go back to the side view, let's also scale it down in the Z axis slightly, turn off the X-ray mode, and let's also return back to the object mode. Now to move the teeth, press G and move it over here. Let's go to the front view also, so press 1 on the numpad, let's move them slightly upwards in the Z axis and place them over here. Similarly for the lower teeth, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, then right click to cancel the movement, let's move it down in the Z axis and place it it over here. But if I change the angle, then you can see here that for the lower teeth also, we have the hollow space on the top and the filled faces on the bottom part. But to get the reverse result, we need to rotate this object in the y-axis by 180 degrees. So press R, Y and enter 180. Let's go back to the front view and move it down in the z-axis. Now left click to finalize. Also, let's go to the side view, tab into the edit mode, and let's slightly scale it down so that the upper teeth have a slightly higher size as compared to the lower teeth. Also, I will be joining both the upper teeth as well as the lower teeth together. So for this, with the lower teeth selected, hold on the shift key and select the upper teeth. Now press Ctrl plus J to join them together, and with this, the teeth are now completely ready. Also, I'll change their name in the scene collection. So instead of cylinder.001, I'll double click and change its name to teeth. Similarly, for the head also, I'll select it, go to the scene collection, double click to rename and change its name to head. Let's also go to the mirror modifier and turn on the real-time display. And with this, we have the basic structure of the head along with the teeth ready in our scene. Also, let's go back to the front view. With the head selected, tab into the edit mode, deselect everything, press 1 for the vertex select mode, and I'm planning to make the lower part of the face slightly scaled down. So for this, let's select this edge loop. So with the Alt key holded, select the edge loop, and to increase the selection, we'll be using the shortcut to press Ctrl with the plus button. Also, turn on the proportional editing tool to get better results. Now press S and X and slightly scale it down. Let's reduce the circle of influence and left click to finalize. Before moving ahead, I can also notice that this interior part of the mouth is intersecting with the teeth. So let's turn off the real-time display. In the mirror modifier, let's change the angle, and now we need to select this interior part of the mouth and move it slightly backwards in the y-axis. So for this, let's first deselect everything. Now I'll take my cursor over the mouth interior part, then press L. Let's also turn off the proportional editing and let's move it back in the y-axis. Then left click to finalize, and with this we have the head of our character completely ready. And now moving ahead, we'll be creating the hair for our character. For this, tab into the edit mode, and now we need to select all those faces where the hair will be added. So for this, first of all, I will be selecting these top faces. So let's select all of these. Then to increase the selection, press Ctrl and the numpad plus. Let's do this one more time. Now we have some of the faces selected. Also, let's deselect all these faces on the bottom which might have been accidentally selected. So for this, hold on the Ctrl button and select all these faces. Also, let's select these side faces. So with the shift key holded, select all these faces. Now let's change the angle, select these faces at the back, and I think that these will be the faces where we'll be adding the hair particles. So now I'll press 1 for the vertex select mode, and we need to increase these vertices in order to create the hair particles. So right click and select subdivide, and we need to repeat this step 3 to 4 times. So let's do it one more time, and now we have a high number of vertices added on these faces. Also, let's assign all these vertices to a vertex group. So for this, let's go to the object data properties. Then to create a new vertex group, click on this plus button, and to change its name, double click here, and we'll rename the vertex group to hair. Now to assign these vertices to the hair vertex group, click on the assign button, and now we are ready to create the hair. So let's come out of the edit mode, and now we'll be opening the particle properties. To create a new particle system, click on the plus button and change the particle type to hair. Now we have the hair particles added all over the character's face on this left hand side. However, to get the hair particles only on the vertex group that we selected, go to the vertex group settings, and in the density, select the hair vertex group. Also, it's advisable to select the hair vertex group for all of these parameters. So let's do the same with the fourth one, then with the roughness 1 parameter, similarly the roughness 2 parameter, the roughness n parameter, and at last I'll do the same with the twist parameter. Now first of all, let's increase the number of hair particles. So let's change the number to something like 3000. Then to reduce their length, let's go to the hair length and change it to something like 0.1 meters or maybe 0.08 meters. Now in the segments, we have to input a very high number in order to give a realistic look to the hair. So in the segments, I'll be entering a value of 20, then go to the source settings, and in the emit from, select vertices. This will make the hair particles emit from the vertices that we have selected rather than the faces. Also in the render settings, scroll down, and in the path category, increase the number of steps to something like 8. This will again give a much more realistic look to the hair particles. Similarly, in the viewport display, change the strand steps to 7 or 8, and now we have the most important setting, which is the children settings. Also, before moving forward, if you don't know anything about the hair particles, then I'll first advise you to watch this particular chapter where we understood about the hair particles in complete detail. Now returning back to the concept, in the children, select the simple type and change the display amount and the render amount both to a value of 8. Also, let's reduce the radius value to something like 0.1, and now we have the setting called the clumping that will completely change the way how the hair particles are looking. So first of all, let's add some clumping to the hair by changing this value to 1. Also, let's increase the value of the shape of clumping to a maximum of 1. And now the next parameter that we have is the most important one, and this is the twist parameter. This value will control the number of turns around the parent hair along the strand. To understand it in a better away, let's try to increase the twist value. So let's change it to something like 2, and now you will begin to notice that the hair of character is actually looking better. It has this twisting effect in the hair particles, which is due to the twist parameter. Let's further increase this value of the twist parameter to something like 4 or 5, or maybe let's keep it to 6, and now the hair particles look perfect. We have created realistic looking hair particles with the help of the hair particles in Blender. Also, if you want, you can try to change the values of parameters like the number of hair particles or the hair length or maybe the amount of clumping or the twisting effect according to what you think will look the best for your character. But for now, I'll be going with only this particle system. Also, one more thing that you can see here is that we have the hair particles only on this one side of the character's head, and this is because we have not yet applied the mirror modifier. So if I click on this drop down and apply, then you will notice that we now have the hair particles added on both the sides. But it might be possible that we may want to edit something in the mirror modifier, and therefore we'll not be applying it right now. So let's undo this by pressing Ctrl+Z, and now we have the mirror modifier back in the modifier properties. Also, one more thing that you can see here is that some of the hair particles are covering the ears of character, and to solve this problem, let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, tab into the edit mode, and now we'll be selecting all those vertices that are around the character's ear. For this, let's first turn on the X-ray mode, and now we'll be selecting all these vertices over here. With these selected, go to the object data properties, and with the hair vertex group selected, click on the remove button. Now this will remove all the vertices that were previously the part of the vertex group but are now selected over here. So let's return back to the object mode. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and now you can see here that we have slightly lesser number of hair particles around the ear. To reduce the number further, let's again go to the side view, tab into the edit mode, and let's try to increase the selection by pressing Ctrl and the plus icon in the numpad. Let's repeat this step one more time, and now again I'll click on the remove button. Let's return back to the object mode, and now this is how the result is looking. We are only having a few hair particles in front of the ear, and this is because we still have not selected these vertices over here. So if you want to reduce the number of hair particles further, you can press Ctrl and the plus icon again and click on the remove button. But for now, I won't be doing this step because I think the character's hair is looking better in this case. Also, one more thing that I should explain you in the edit mode is that you might be thinking that while removing the vertices, we have selected all these unwanted vertices which are not related to the hair particles. But as I told you before, when you are removing the vertices in a vertex group, it will not consider these vertices which were already not part of the vertex group. It will only consider those selected vertices that were already there in the vertex group. Now let's return back to the object mode again, and with this, we now have the head of the character ready. And now before ending this chapter, we'll also be creating some materials for the character's head. So first of all, let's right click and apply shade smooth. And now to create the material, let's go to the material properties. Let's also go to the material preview mode, and now we'll be creating the material for the skin. So in the material properties, let's create a new material, and for the base color, we'll be selecting the skin color. And for this, we'll be using the HEX code of skin color, which is E7AE80. So let's go to the HEX code and we'll type E7AE80 and press enter to confirm. Now we have the skin color applied to the entire head along with the hair particles. So we'll be assigning different material for the hair, the eyebrows, and the eyes of character. But for now, let's first work on the skin material. So let's also increase the roughness value slightly. So we'll keep it to something around 0.6 or 0.7. Then go to the sheen category, and in the weight, let's increase it to 1. Let's also increase the roughness value to something like 0.6 or 0.7. Who don't know the usage of sheen in the material properties, it is simply subsurface scattering, which simulates the way light interacts with translucent objects like skin, wax, marble. So in simple words, it helps to create a soft or a glowing effect beneath the surface of material, giving it a much more realistic appearance. Now since we are making the skin color, so in the sheen tint, we'll change it to something like orange or red, and so with this, the material for the skin is completely ready. Now moving ahead, we'll be creating the material for the hair particles, and for this, let's create a new material, and in this one, we'll simply change the base color to something like black or dark blue. So let's reduce the brightness from here, and to apply this material, go to the particle settings, and in the render category, change the material to the material.001, and by doing this, the color and the material of the hair particles will now change. Let's go to the material properties again, and we'll rename the material.001 to hair. Similarly, let's also change the first material's name to skin. Now in this hair material, it's completely up to you if you want complete black color or slightly grayish. Also, you can also make it slightly dark blue or any other color of your choice by changing the color from here. You can also keep the hair dark brown colored, but for now, I will be choosing the dark blue color and will further reduce the brightness. And yes, if you want to apply apply the same color for the hair of your character also, then you can enter this HEX code value, which is 121327 in your base color. Now moving ahead, let's also create the material for the eyebrows and the eyes, and for this, let's first go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, tab into the edit mode, let's zoom in, now deselect everything, and before applying the colors, let's also do a few things in order to make our character appear much better. So first of all, with everything deselected, I'll take my cursor over the eye and press L. Now I'll scale it down slightly. Also, I will select this outer edge loop, and for this, I'll first select this vertex, then press Ctrl and the plus icon to increase the selection, and let's scale it down like this. Now we'll be using the faces of all these selected vertices in order to give the eyes the black color. So for this, let's go to the material properties, click on the plus icon and create a new material. Let's change the base color and we'll be assigning the black color. Now to apply this material on the selected faces, click on the assign button. Let's also move these faces slightly in the x-axis. Also, for the white color of the eye, let's first deselect everything. Then with my cursor over the eye, I'll press L, and now I will deselect this middle vertex, and now we'll be applying a white colored material to the rest of the faces. So for this, go to the material properties, click on the plus button and create a new material. It will have the white base color, and to assign this material, we'll click on the assign button. And with this, we now have a perfect material created for the eyes. Now moving to the eyebrows, press L to select them. Let's also move them down in the z-axis. Let's also slightly scale it up in the x-axis, and now it looks perfect. Now I'll go to the material properties, select this black material and click on the assign button. And with this, we have now applied all the materials for the character's head. Let's do one more thing in the edit mode. First deselect everything, then I'll select this edge loop around the mouth and I'll scale it down in the x-axis. Let's come out of the edit mode, and to get a final look, let's go to the modify properties, then click here and select apply. And so finally, this is how the character's head is looking. And so with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we created a simple character's head, then we also created realistic looking hair particles, the eyes of character, the eyebrows, the nose, the mouth interior and the teeth, and also applied the material to all these. But yes, before ending this chapter, I'll press Ctrl plus Z in order to undo the applying of the mirror modifier, because as I told you before, it might be possible that we would need to make some changes in the character's head, and in that case, the unapplied mirror modifier will be a useful thing. In the previous chapter, we finished the creation of the character's head, then we even created realistic looking hair particles and other things like eyes, nose, the interior of mouth and the teeth of character. And in this particular chapter, we'll be modeling the character's body like the torso, the legs, arms, fingers and the hands, and in this way, we'll be completing the basic modeling of our character apart from the clothes. So in the previous chapter, we created the face of character along with the hair particles, and to see the hair particles on both the sides, you can go to the mirror modifier and click on the apply button. But for now, I will undo this because we might need to edit some vertices in the edit mode, which will be better to do if we have not applied the mirror modifier. And now to create the torso, or basically the upper body, first I'll go to the solid mode. I will be adding a cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cube. Let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad and let's place it over here. Now tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down in the x-axis and left click to finalize. We'll be keeping the width of the torso in the x-axis of approximately equal to the width of the face without the ears. So let's scale it down further in the x-axis like this and left click to finalize. Now let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad and let's scale it down in the y-axis. So press S and Y and scale it down like this. Also, let's move it in the y-axis and place it over here. And the reason for doing this is that we'll be making the neck of character slightly inclined with the torso. Let's further scale this down in the y-axis like this. Let's also slightly move it in the y-axis. Now coming to the height of the torso, we'll keep it to somewhere around 1.2 meters or 1.1 meters. So for this, let's select this measurement tool, then left click and drag your cursor like this. Since we need the torso's height to be somewhere around 1.1 or 1.2 meters, so we'll finalize this. And to achieve this, let's scale down the cube in the z-axis. Let's also move it upwards and place it over here. Now let's check the height of the torso. So left click and drag the cursor like this. And now you can see here that the height of a character is approximately equal to 1.2 meters. Now let's go to the select tool again. Now to add the other details to the torso, we'll be adding some loop cuts. So for this, press Ctrl plus R. Now use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Similarly, press Ctrl plus R again and let's add some loop cuts over here. Let's use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts, and we'll be keeping a total of 5 loop cuts. Now left click and then right click to cancel the movement. Similarly, let's also add one loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus R and with your cursor over here, left click and right click to cancel the movement. Now to give the torso slightly rounded shape, we need to select these outer edges. For this, first deselect everything, then with the Alt key hold it, select these edges, then with the Alt and Shift key hold it, select these outer edges. Similarly, let's do the same with this side also. With the Alt and Shift key hold it, select these vertices, and in the end, we'll also be selecting these vertices. Now let's scale them down in the X-axis and left click to finalize. Similarly, let's also scale them down slightly in the Y-axis and left click to finalize. Now let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode, and now we'll be making the torso or the upper body look slightly more realistic. So for this, let's select these two vertices, and with the Shift key hold it, select these two, and let's move them down in the Z-axis. Now left click to finalize. Similarly, for the vertices at the bottom also, let's select these two, and with the Shift key hold it, let's select these as well. Now let's move them up in the Z-axis and left click to finalize. Now moving ahead, we'll be creating the neck of the character. For this, let's turn off the X-ray mode, press 3 for the face select mode, and with this, we'll be selecting these 4 faces at the top. Now press I to insert them and left click to finalize. To see the faces properly, let's come out of the edit mode, and we'll now be hiding the head of the character. So I'll select it and press H to hide. Let's also hide the teeth of character by pressing H, and now I'll select the torso, tab into the edit mode, and we'll be using these faces by extruding them in the upwards direction in order to create the neck. But for that, let's first make it slightly rounded, and for this, press 1 for the vertex select mode, and now we'll be selecting all these corner vertices. To give it a rounded look, press S to scale it down and left click to finalize. Now moving ahead, let's also make all these 4 faces completely flat, and for this, press 3 for the face select mode, then select these 4 faces, and to make them flat, press S, then Z, and enter 0. Now to extrude the neck, press 3 for the side view. Let's move the faces up in the Z axis. Let's also rotate it slightly and left click to finalize. Now let's unhide the head in the scene collection, and with the faces selected, press E to extrude the neck. Now left click to finalize, and with this, we now have the neck of the character completely ready. For a better topology, let's add some loop cuts over here. So press Ctrl plus R and use the scroll wheel to increase the number of loop cuts. Then left click and right click to cancel the movement. Also, let's make the back area slightly more upwards, and for this, press 1 for the vertex select mode, and I'll be selecting these 3 vertices. Let's move them up in the Z axis and left click to finalize. Also, I'll select this one, and with the Shift key hold it, select this one, and let's move it slightly up in the Z axis. Now moving ahead, we'll now be modeling the legs of our character, and for this, we'll be extruding the bottom faces of the torso. But before that, in order to ensure a proper symmetry of the character on both the sides, we'll be deleting one half, and then we'll apply the mirror modifier. So for this, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, select all these vertices on the left half, press X to delete, and select delete faces. Now let's return back to the object mode. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and now to apply the mirror modifier, go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the mirror modifier. Now let's return back to the edit mode, and to model the legs, we'll be adding a loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus 7 for the bottom view. Now press Ctrl plus R and add a loop cut over here. Also, I'll select this vertex and let's move it in the X axis. Similarly this one, press G and X and move it over here. Also, one more thing to notice here is that if I select this vertex in the middle and try to move it, the geometry of the object will rip apart. And to prevent this, go to the mirror modifier and turn on the clipping. Also, I will be selecting these 4 vertices and let's scale them down like this. Similarly, let's also select these vertices over here and slightly scale them down. Now to extrude the legs, press 3 for the face select mode, select these 4 faces. Let's also go to the front view and now press the E key to start the extrusion. Now left click over here, and in order to make all these 4 faces completely flat, press S, Z and enter 0. Now let's go back to the front view, and now we'll be keeping the length of the legs to somewhere around 1.4 or 1.5 meters. So for this, let's go to the measurement tool, and with this, let's take a measurement from here until we reach 1.4 meters. So for a length of about 1.4 meters, we need to extrude the legs to around this point. But before that, let's slightly scale down the faces and now press E to extrude. We'll extrude it till this point and left click to finalize. Let's again scale it down slightly. Let's also add some loop cuts over here so that when you animate the character, the movement of the legs will be proper. So for this, press Ctrl plus R to add the loop cuts, and to increase their number, you can use the scroll wheel. So we'll keep the number of loop cuts to somewhere around 8 or 9, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Now moving ahead, we'll be creating the feet of our character, and for this, press 3 for the face select mode. Let's zoom in and we'll be selecting these 4 faces. So let's go to the select tool and let's select these 4 faces. Now press 3 for the side view, and to make the feet, let's extrude these faces down like this. Let's also add some loop cuts over here. So press Ctrl plus R, and by using the scroll wheel, we'll increase the number of loop cuts to 3. Now left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Now to make the feet, let's turn on the X-ray mode by pressing Alt plus Z. Let's also zoom in and press 1 for the vertex select mode. mode. Now I will be selecting these 3 vertices and let's move them forward in the y-axis. Similarly, let's select these vertices, let's also move them ahead in the y-axis and left click to finalize. Now I'll select these vertices over here, press G to move them and let's place them over here. Now to align the bottom vertices according to these, let's move them ahead in the y-axis and left click to finalize. Also, I think that we should move these vertices slightly downwards in the z-axis, so let's place them over here. And now to make the feet, we'll basically be extruding these front faces, but for that we also need to increase their width. So let's scale them up in the x-axis like this, and also to make them flat, press S, Y and enter 0. Also, let's go to the vertex select mode, select these 2 vertices over here and let's scale them up in the x-axis like this. Now press 3 for the face select mode, select these 4 faces, let's go to the side view and press E to extrude. Now left click to finalize, and to change their structure, press Ctrl plus R to add the loop cuts. Let's increase the number to 2 with the help of scroll wheel. Now left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Now we won't be going into too much detail in modeling the feet, and that's because we'll later on be creating the shoes of character, and as a result the feet will get covered by the shoes. Therefore, we simply need to make its shape to look somewhat similar to a shoe. So for this, let's turn on the X-ray mode, press 1 for the vertex select mode. Now select the vertices over here, let's move them down in the Z-axis like this. Then I'll select the vertices over here and let's move them down like this. So with this, we have a simple structure of the shoes ready. To view them properly and to make some changes, let's turn off the X-ray mode. Now to make the shape look much better, I will be selecting these corner vertices and will move them down. Let's also select the ones over here. So with these 4 vertices selected on both the sides, I'll move them down in the Z-axis and left click to finalize. Also, to make the base of the foot wider, press 3 for the face select mode, and by holding the Alt key, select this face loop. Let's scale it up in the X-axis like this. Also, to make the foot look more rounded, press 1 for the vertex select mode. Now I'll select these 2 vertices and let's move them in the X-axis. Similarly, select this one also and move it slightly in the X-axis like this. Let's do the same on the other side also. I'll select these 2 vertices, let's move them in the X-axis like this and left click to finalize. Now coming to the front of the shoe, I'll select these vertices over here. Let's also select these and now scale them down in the X-axis. And so with this, we have created a basic structure of the feet, which we'll be covering with shoes in the next chapter of this course. And now moving ahead, we'll be creating the hands of our character. So for this, let's first go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and now there can be 2 types of hands which can be created in 3D animation. The first type is the 3-finger and 1-thumb hand, which you commonly see in the cartoons, for example Simpsons, SpongeBob, and then there is second type of hand having 4 fingers and 1 thumb, for example Teen Titans Go, Steven Universe, etc. In fact, for most of the 3D animated characters, the animators use 4 fingers instead of 5, and the reason behind this is that fewer fingers makes the character design simpler, which helps in the animation because it reduces the complexity of hand movements. And for our character also, we'll be creating a hand with a total of 4 fingers, or to be more particular, 3 fingers and 1 thumb. Now to make the fingers of the character, we'll be using a cylinder object. So let's return back to the object mode. Now press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and select a cylinder. Then in the Add Cylinder menu, let's change the number of vertices from 32 to 8. Also, press G to move it and place it over here. Tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down like this. Let's also rotate it in the y-axis by 90 degrees. Now let's zoom in and we'll be focusing on the cylinder that we'll be using to make the fingers of our character. So first of all, let's scale it down even further. Also, let's scale it up in the x-axis like this. Now for a better geometry, let's add some loop cuts over here. So press Ctrl plus R, and to increase the number of loop cuts, simply scroll up and let's keep the number of loop cuts to somewhere around 6 or 7. Then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Also, from the side view, we can see here that this face is made up of more than 4 vertices. But as I told you in the previous chapter, that it's always ideal to have almost all the faces in the character made up of exactly 4 vertices. So to fix this, we'll be selecting this vertex and with the Shift key holded, select the one which is opposite to it. Now press J to connect them together, and with this, we are having an edge connecting the 2 vertices. Similarly, I'll select this vertex and with the Shift key holded, I'll be selecting this one. Now press J to connect both of them, and with this, we are now having all these faces made up of exactly 4 vertices. Moving ahead, I'll be selecting this middle vertex. Let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad and slightly move it forward in the x-axis. Now to give the finger a more realistic look, we'll be selecting some vertices near the end of the finger. So first of all, turn on the X-ray mode by pressing Alt plus Z Now select these vertices over here and let's scale them down slightly. And so with this, we now have the basic structure of the finger completely ready. And we'll be using this finger as the middle finger of the character. To create the remaining ones, press A to select everything, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, right click to cancel the movement, let's slightly rotate it like this, press G to move it and place it over here. Now this will be the index finger, let's rotate it slightly more like this. And now to create the thumb, let's create one more duplicate. So press Shift plus D and right click to cancel the movement, let's rotate it like this, press G to move it and place it over here. Also, let's scale it down in the Z axis in order to make the thumb shorter in length. Let's move it slightly down in the Z axis like this, and in the end, we'll be creating one more finger which will be the little finger of the character. So for this, with the thumb selected, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, right click to cancel the movement, press R to rotate it like this and place it over here. And so with this, we now have all the fingers ready for the character. To make the rest of the hand, let's return back to the object mode, and now we'll be adding a cube in the scene. So press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select a cube, press G to move it and place it over here. Tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down and left click to finalize. Let's zoom in properly. Also, let's place it over here and let's again enter the edit mode. Press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, select these vertices, press G to move them, and we'll be placing them near the index finger. Similarly, I'll select the vertices over here, press G to move them, and we'll be placing them near the little finger. Then I'll select these vertices, let's scale them down slightly, and now it looks perfect. Also, press 7 to go to the top view, press A to select everything, and we'll scale it down in the Y axis to reduce the width of hand. So let's scale it down like this. Now let's again go to the front view, and to make the shape of hand better, let's add some loop cuts. So press Ctrl plus R, and with the scroll wheel, we'll be adding 2 loop cuts, then left click to finalize, and right click to cancel the movement. Press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and now we'll be placing these 2 vertices on the right hand side according to the gaps in between the fingers. So I'll select the vertices over here, press G to move them, and let's place them here. Similarly, I'll select these, press G to move them, and we'll place them over here. Also, I'll select these vertices and let's move them slightly away from the little finger. Now to make this part of the hand slightly curved, I'll select these vertices over here and we'll move them in the X-axis. Similarly, for the thumb also, let's add 2 loop cuts. So press Ctrl plus R, then left click and add a loop cut over here. And for another one, press Ctrl plus R, then left click and add the second loop cut over here. Now as you can clearly see, we need to fix the size of these fingers and the thumb so that they can be properly attached with the vertices of the hand. So for this, let's come out of the edit mode of the hand, select the fingers, tab into the edit mode. Now deselect everything. With my cursor over here, I'll press L to select this finger and let's move it over here. Similarly, I'll deselect everything, and with my cursor over the little finger, press L, and let's also move this one slightly in the upward direction. Also, I'll select the thumb, press G to move it and place it over here. Let's slightly rotate it like this, and now it looks perfect. Let's again go back to the object mode, then select the hand and tab into the edit mode. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and now we'll be adding a loop cut on this part of the hand. So press Ctrl plus R and add a loop cut over here. Also, to make the hand look slightly curved or rounded from the sides, I'll select these vertices over here. Let's also select this one, and similarly, let's also select these 4 vertices. And with these selected, we'll move them down in the Z axis. Now let's do the same with the bottom part also. We'll select these 4 vertices over here, and similarly, let's select these as well. And with this, let's move them up in the Z axis. Now left click to finalize. Now let's again go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and now we'll be creating the wrist for the hand. So for this, let's return back to the object mode, press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select a cylinder, and do ensure that the number of vertices are selected as 8. Now press G to move it and place it over here. Tab into the edit mode, press S to scale it down like this. Let's also rotate it in the Y axis by 90 degrees. Let's scale it down further by pressing S. Also, let's place it over here. And now to connect the wrist with the hand, we will be joining both the objects. So for this, with the wrist selected, hold down the Shift button and select the hand, then press Ctrl plus J to join them together. Now let's enter the edit mode, and the first thing that we'll be doing to join them together will be to delete these faces on this side of the hand. So for this, press T for the face select mode. Now we'll select these faces over here. Let's also select these bottom 2 faces, and to delete them, press X and select delete faces. Now let's again go to the front view, and with everything deselected, I will be selecting only the wrist. So for this, with my cursor over the wrist, I'll press L and let's scale it up slightly. Now to join both of them together, we simply have to merge the vertices of the wrist and the hand together. And to do this, I will first select the hand by pressing L, and let's scale it up slightly in the Y axis like this. And now we'll be aligning these outer vertices of the hand as per the vertices of the wrist object. So for this, go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad. Now turn on the X-ray mode and select the vertices over here. Press G to move them in the Y axis, and we'll align them according to the corresponding vertices of the wrist object. Similarly, let's select the vertices over here and move them in the Y axis. Let's again change the angle to view everything properly. Now just like we aligned the vertices of the hand as per the vertices of the wrist, we'll also be doing the same for the fingers. And for this, press 3 for the face select mode. Now we'll select these two faces which are just below the thumb finger. Press 1 to go to the front view and we'll extrude them up in the Z axis. So press E to extrude in the Z axis like this. Also, to make this thumb perfectly aligned with the face, let's return back to the object mode and we'll enter the edit mode of the fingers. Now press A to select everything and let's scale them up slightly. Also, I'll select the little finger by pressing L with my cursor over it and let's align it properly according to the hand. Now let's return back to the edit mode of the hands and we'll be now deleting these two selected faces that we just extruded. So press X and delete faces. Then we'll do the same thing for the other fingers also. So for this, select these two faces over here. Let's go to the front view and we'll extrude them by pressing E and press X to delete the faces. Similarly, I'll select these two faces and we'll extrude them like this. Let's also scale them down. Also, to get some more space in between the fingers and the hands, let's enter the edit mode of the fingers. Now I'll select this finger and we'll move it in the X axis. Similarly, I'll select this finger also and move it over here. Now let's again return to the edit mode and with these two faces selected, let's move them in the X axis. Now press X to delete the faces. Similarly, for the last finger, I'll select these two faces and we'll extrude them like this. Let's also rotate it slightly and press X to delete and select delete faces. Now if we want to join together the wrist, hand and the fingers, we need to go to the object mode. Then we'll select the fingers and the hand and press Ctrl plus J to join them together. Now if I go to the edit mode, then you can see here that we are able to see the vertices of all the three parts together in our scene. Now suppose I want to join the thumb along with the hand. So for this, we'll basically be merging the corresponding vertices together. But for this to happen, we need to ensure that the two faces whose vertices will be connected together should be having the same number of vertices. But here you can see that this edge loop connected to the hand is having a total of 6 vertices. However, this particular edge loop of the thumb is having a total of 8 vertices. As a result, we need to add loop cut over here in order to increase the number of vertices. So press Ctrl plus R and add a loop cut over here. Similarly, this is also true for all the other fingers. So to add some loop cuts for all the fingers, press Ctrl plus R. Let's add a loop cut over here. Similarly, press Ctrl plus R and add one more loop cut for this finger, and in the end, we'll be adding one more loop cut for the little finger. But because of doing this, the number of vertices on this part of the hand which will connect with the wrist has also increased. And this will create a problem when we'll try to connect the wrist and hand together. So to solve this problem, we basically need to dissolve some edges. So for this, press 2 for the edge select mode. Now select these edges over here which are further connecting to the middle finger part of the hand. Similarly, let's also select these 3 edges over here, and with a total of 6 edges selected, I'll right click and from here select dissolve edges, and with this the edges will get dissolved. Now moving ahead, let's do the same with the other side of the hand. So for this, press Ctrl plus 1 for the back view. Now first of all, we'll add some loop cuts. So press Ctrl plus R to add a loop cut for the index finger. Then we'll add a loop cut for the middle finger, and in the end, we'll be adding one more loop cut for the little finger. Now we'll select the edges which will further connect to the middle finger part. So we'll be selecting a total of 6 edges, then right click and select dissolve edges. And now finally, we'll be merging the vertices together of the wrist with the hand. So for this, let's go to the front view, press 1 for the vertex select mode, and now we'll select this vertex of the hand first, and then with the shift key holded, select this vertex of the wrist part. Now to merge them together into a single vertex, press M, and this will give you a list of some options which will define the way how the vertices are merged. If I select add center, then in this case, the vertices will get merged at the center. Similarly, there are other options also, like to merge at cursor, merge at first, merge at last, and in this case, I'll be selecting merge at last option. This will basically merge the vertices on that point that we selected at last. Similarly, if I select this vertex and then with the shift key holded, if I select this one at last, then press M and select merge at last. And in this case also, the vertices will get merged together but at the position of the last selected vertex. Now let's repeat the same procedure for these vertices also. Similarly, let's go to the back of model by pressing Ctrl plus 1. Now I'll select this vertex and with the shift key holded, select this one, press M and select merge at last. We'll repeat the same for these two vertices also, and also let's do the same with these two. And now you can see here that we have one vertex along the wrist side and 3 vertices along the hand side. So instead of merging them together, we'll be dividing this total area into 2 equal parts. And to do this, first we'll be selecting these 4 vertices over here, and then we'll be creating a face. So for this, press F and this will fill the face between these 4 vertices. Similarly, I'll now select these 4 vertices and press F to fill the face. Now let's do the same with this bottom side also. So I'll select these 4 vertices over here, press F to fill the face, and at last I'll be selecting these 4 vertices, and to fill them, press F. And so with this, we now have the hand completely connected to the wrist. To view it properly, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. And now before moving ahead, there's one small mistake that we have done in the geometry or the topology of this hand model, which is that for this particular face, we are having a total of 5 vertices surrounding it. This is also true for this face, where we again have a total of 5 vertices. But as I already told you, it's ideal to have all the faces made up of 4 vertices. And to solve this problem, we'll be using the knife tool. So to activate the knife tool, press K, and with this, I'll first select this vertex over here, then I'll take my cursor over here and left click, then a vertex will get created over here and we'll connect it to this edge, then we'll create one more vertex over here and we'll connect it to this vertex. And to confirm this, simply press the enter button. And now you can see here that by using the knife tool, we are able to make these 4-sided faces, but because of doing this, these 2 faces are now having a total of 6 vertices. And to convert them into faces with 4 vertices, we'll be dividing them into 2 parts each. So for this, let's again activate the knife tool by pressing K. Now select this vertex by left clicking and we'll connect it to this vertex. Now to confirm, press enter, and now they are joined together. Also because of this, all the faces on this side are now made up of 4 vertices. Similarly, let's do the same for this one also. So press K to activate the knife tool. Select this vertex, then we'll connect it to this vertex over here and press enter to confirm. So with this, the front side of the hand is completely ready. Now let's go to the back part of the hand and we'll repeat the same procedure on this side also. So press K to turn on the knife tool, select this vertex, then we'll create a vertex over here by left clicking, then we'll connect it to this edge, then we'll create one more vertex over here, and at the end, we'll be connecting it to this particular vertex. Then to confirm, press enter, and now to divide these 2 faces into 2 equal parts each, we'll again press K to turn on the knife tool. Now select this vertex and connect it over here, then press enter to confirm, and in the end, press K one more time for the knife tool, select this vertex and connect it to this one, and then press enter to confirm. And now moving ahead, just like we merged the wrist and hand together, we'll now be merging the fingers with the hand. So for this, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and we'll be deleting the faces of the fingers and the thumb, which will connect with the hand. So for this, let's turn on the X-ray mode, then press 3 for the face select mode, and we'll be selecting this bottom face of the thumb. Then with the shift key holded, we'll select the bottom face of the index finger. Similarly, we'll do the same with the middle finger also. And in the end, we'll also be selecting the bottom face of the little finger. Now with all these selected, press X to delete and select delete faces. Now let's turn off the X-ray mode. Also, press 1 for the vertex select mode. And now we'll be merging together the vertices of the fingers with the hand. But before merging them together, let's first align these vertices properly according to the vertices of the thumb and fingers. So for this, let's go to the front view by pressing 7 on the numpad. Let's zoom in. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode. Now I'll select this vertex over here. Let's move it and place it over here. Similarly, I'll select this vertex, and from the top view, let's align it with the thumb. Similarly, for this vertex also, we'll be aligning it according to the vertex of the thumb. Then I'll select this one, and from the top view, let's zoom in and let's slightly move it in the X-axis. So our main purpose is basically to align these vertices according to the position of the corresponding vertices of the thumb base. Now in the end, I will be selecting this vertex over here and place it over here. Let's also select this vertex and move it in the X-axis, and now let's turn off the X-ray mode. Now press 1 to go to the front view, and we are now ready to merge these faces together. So for this, with this vertex selected, I'll hold the shift button and select this one, press M and select merge at last. Similarly, let's select these 2 vertices and merge them together. Also, let's select these 2, press M to merge them together and select merge at last. Let's do the same with these 2 also. Similarly, I'll select these 2 vertices and merge them together at last. And now the set of 3 vertices is left, and so let's merge them together. So I'll select these 2 vertices, press M to merge them together at last. Similarly, with these 2 also, and in the end, I'll select these 2 vertices, press M to merge them together at last. Also, for a better geometry, let's add a loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus R, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. And with this, the thumb is now connected properly with the hand. Let's now repeat this step for the fingers also. So with the index finger, I will be selecting these 2 vertices together, press M to merge at last. Then we'll go to the second pair of vertices, we'll select both of them and merge them at last. Let's do the same with the third pair of corresponding vertices, press M and select merge at last. Moving ahead, let's also do the same with the fourth set. So I'll select this vertex and then with the shift key holded select this one, press M to merge them together at last. Let's do the same with this one also. Similarly with this one. Now let's change the angle, select these 2 vertices and merge them together, and in the end I will be selecting these 2 vertices, press M to merge them together and select merge at last. Also let's add a loop cut over here, so press Ctrl plus R, and now we'll move to the middle finger. So in this case also we will be selecting the corresponding vertices together. For example, I'll select these 2, press M to merge them together and select merge at last. Then I'll select these 2 vertices over here, press M and select at last. Similarly with these two also. Then with the fourth pair, I'll select both of them, press M to merge at last. Then with the fifth pair also. Similarly with the sixth pair, let's merge them together. Moving ahead, let's do the same with the seventh pair also. Press M and select merge at last. And finally, to finish this finger, I'll select the last pair, press M to merge and select merge at last. Also, let's add a loop cut over here by pressing Ctrl plus R, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Moving ahead, let's repeat the same procedure for the little finger also. So first of all, I'll select these two vertices together, press M and merge them at last. Then I'll select these two and we'll merge them together. Then for the third pair, I'll select these two vertices, press M to merge and select at last. Similarly, for the fourth pair also, let's do the same thing. Also for the fifth pair, now let's change the angle. For the sixth pair, now I'll select these two vertices, press M to merge and select merge at last. Now we are close to the end, so we'll select these two, press M to merge at last, and finally, we'll select the last pair, press M to merge and select merge at last. Finally, let's also add a loop cut over here, and with this, the geometry of our hand is now completely ready. Moving ahead, let's also give it a proper shape. So for this, I'll select some vertex in the middle, press O to turn on the proportional editing, and let's move this in the y-axis like this. This will increase the width of the character's hand. Similarly, let's do the same with this side also. So with the proportional editing turned on, we'll move it in the y-axis like this and left click to finalize. And now the next thing that we're gonna do today will be to model the arm of the character. So for this, let's return back to the object mode. Let's first move it in the x-axis and place it over here. Also, we'll be rotating this hand by 90 degrees in the x-axis. So for this, tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, turn off the proportional editing tool by pressing O, and let's now rotate it in the x-axis by 90 degrees. Now to model the arm, we'll be selecting this edge loop of the wrist and we'll extrude it to join with the body. So for this, let's switch to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, press E to extrude it like this. Also, to make it properly aligned with the body, let's return back to the object mode and move it down in the z-axis. Now to merge the arm with the body, we first need to join both of them. So with the arm selected, hold on the shift button and select the body. Now press Ctrl plus J to join them together. Now tap into the edit mode and let's now work on combining or basically merging the arm with the body. But you can clearly see here that this face of the arm is having a total of 8 vertices. However, these two faces of the body which will connect with the arm are having a total of 6 vertices. So to solve this problem, we'll be adding a loop cut. So press Ctrl plus R and add a loop cut over here. Now press 3 for the face select mode. Then we'll be selecting the 4 faces of the body which will connect with the arm. So once they are selected, press X to delete and select delete faces. And now this time, instead of merging the vertices together, we'll be filling the faces in between the selected edges. To understand this in a better way, I'll first press 2 for the edge select mode, then I'll select this edge and with the shift key hold it, select this one. Now to fill the faces in between these two edges, or basically to connect them together, press F, and now we have a face created in between the two selected edges. Now before moving forward, if I notice closely, then the alignment of this arm is not properly with the body. So to solve this problem, let's go to the bottom view by pressing Ctrl plus 7 on the numpad. Now we need to select all the faces of the arm and the hand, and to do this, press 3 for the face select mode. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode, and now we'll be selecting all these faces. Now go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad and let's move the arm in the y-axis. And with this, we now have the arm perfectly aligned with the rest of the body. Also, I'll select this face which is at the end of the arm and we'll delete it. So press X and select delete faces. Now let's continue filling the faces over here. So for this, I'll press 2 for the edge select mode, then we'll select these two faces and press F to fill the face. And if you want, you can similarly fill all the remaining faces by selecting the corresponding edges and then pressing F to fill them. But a better way will be to select that edge which was last created when we used the fill option, and with this edge selected, if I press F, then it will automatically complete the next segment. Similarly, let's press F one more time and this will fill the next face, and now we have 4 remaining faces. So I will press F 4 times, and with this we have now connected the arms with the body. Now we'll also add some loop cuts in the arm of the character so that it will be easy to move it when we finally rig and animate the character. So for this, press Ctrl plus R and let's add some loop cuts over here. To increase the number, I'll simply scroll up and we'll keep the number of cuts to 10, then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Now the body is almost ready, but let's fix a few things to make it look more natural. So first of all, I'll select an edge of the hand, then press O to turn off the proportional editing, and we'll move it up in the z-axis. Let's do the same with the bottom part also. So I'll move it down in the z-axis like this. Also, if you feel that in your model you can modify some body parts to make them look more natural or organic, you can definitely try to do that in order to make your character look better. And so with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we modeled the complete body of our 3D character. In the previous two chapters, we created the character's face, the hair of character, then we even created the torso, arms, legs and the hands of character. And in this particular chapter, we'll be modeling the clothes of our character like a simple t-shirt, a pant and a pair of shoes. Now in the previous chapter, we created this body of the character, and to give it a realistic look, let's apply the subdivision surface modifier. So go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the subdivision surface modifier. With this, the character's body is now having a much more natural look. Also, the reason why we can't see the hair particles on both sides of the face currently is that we have not yet applied the mirror modifier. If I click here and apply it, we'll get the hair particle system on both sides of the face. But for now, I will undo this because we might require the use of the unapplied mirror modifier if we want to edit something in the face of character easily. Now before modeling the clothes and the shoes of the character, let's first go to the material preview mode, and we will be applying the same material to the body that we applied to the face. So for this, let's go to the material preview mode and click here, and from this list of materials, select the skin material. Now the first thing that we're going to do today is to model the pants of character. So for this, let's first go to the front view, tab into the edit mode, press 1 for the vertex select mode, and now we have to select all those vertices of the character's body where we'll be having the character's pants. So first of all, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and now I'll be selecting all these vertices over here. Let's also add a loop cut over here, and then we'll be selecting these vertices also. Now let's turn off the X-ray mode, and to create the character's pants, simply press Shift plus Z to create a duplicate and right click to cancel the movement. Now currently, we are in the edit mode of the body, and as a result, the duplicate that we created is not a separate object. And to convert it into a separate object, press P for the separate menu and select selection. Now let's come out of the edit mode, and by doing this, we have now separated the body and the duplicate, which is saved with the name cube.001 that we'll be using as the character's pants. Let's also rename this particular object to pants. Similarly, I will also change the name of this cube to body. Now with the pants selected, if I go to the edit mode, then you can see here that all the vertices are exactly at the same position as that of the original body, and as a result, the pants are overlapping with the body. To prevent this from happening, press A to select everything, and now we'll be using the shrink flatten tool. To access this tool, simply press Alt plus S, and if I move my cursor in the upward direction, then you can see that this tool is basically moving the vertices along the normals. So right now, we won't be increasing this value too much, so let's keep it in such a way that it's not completely overlapping but is still away from the body. Now press 1 on the numpad for the front view, and we'll be extruding the bottom vertices to make the pants longer. So for this, select this bottom edge loop, press E to extrude it in the Z axis. Also, press 3 for the face select mode, select this bottom edge loop, and we'll slightly extrude it along the normals in order to make the pants look folded from the bottom. So press Alt plus E and select extrude faces along normals, and if I move my cursor, then you can see here that the face loop that we selected is now getting extruded along the normals. To give the fold a much natural look, let's add a loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus R, left click and right click to cancel the movement. Now with the shift key holded, we need to select this edge loop, and for this, along with the shift key, we'll also hold the Alt key. Then I'll select an edge over here, and with both of the edge loops selected, we'll move them up in the Z axis. Now we have completely modeled the pants of our character, and now before applying the material to it, first right click and select shade smooth. Now to create a material, let's go to the material preview mode, let's expand the timeline editor, and we'll then convert it into the shader editor. So click on this icon and select the shader editor. To remove the skin material from the pants, simply go to the material properties and click on the minus icon. Let's create a new material, and we'll first work on the color of this material. For this, let's add a color ramp node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp. Let's place it over here, connect it to the base color in the principal BSDF. Now in the color ramp, we'll be using a mix of black and blue color in order to give it a jeans-like appearance. So with the first pointer selected, we are having the black color. Now let's create one more pointer by clicking on this plus icon. Also, let's move it over here, and we'll change its color to the dark blue. Let's also reduce the brightness from here in order to make it look more darker. To give it some texture, we'll be connecting the color ramp node with the Warner texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the Warner texture. Let's place it over here. Now connect the distance socket to the factor in the color ramp. Let's also turn on the normalize in the Warner texture, and with this we have this simple material created for the pants which are having the Warner texture, and as the colors, we use the color ramp with a mix of blue and black. But to give it a 3D look, we'll be adding the bump node. So press Shift plus A, go to vector and select the bump. We'll place it over here, connect the normal to the normal in the principal BSDF, and for the input, we'll be using a mix of noise texture and the magic texture. So press Shift plus A, go to texture, and first of all, we'll be adding the magic texture. So let's place it over here. Now press Shift plus A again, go to texture and add the noise texture. We'll place it over here. Now to combine both of them together, we'll be using the mix color node. So press Shift plus A, go to color and select the mix color. We'll place it over here. Now I'll take the result socket of the mix color node and connect it to the height of the bump node. Now for the texture part, we'll first connect the factor socket of the noise texture to the mix color node. So I'll take the factor socket and connect it to the socket A. Then in the socket for the color B, I will take the magic texture by using the color socket and will connect it to the socket B. Now to give it a realistic look, let's first go to the noise texture and we'll increase the scale value to something very high like 1000. Also in the magic texture, let's increase the scale value and we'll keep it to something like 500 or 600 in order to give it a fabric like look. Moreover, if you want, you can try to change the various parameters over here in the noise texture if you want to change the way how your current material is looking. But for now, I won't be doing much changes except for the scaling values which we have entered for both of these textures. And with this, the pant or the jeans for a character is completely ready. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we'll do is to model the shoes of our character. So for this, I'll again select the body. Let's also apply the shade smooth to it, tab into the edit mode. Now we need to select all those vertices or the edges or the faces where we want to model the shoe. And to do this properly, let's first turn off the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. And to do this, simply click on this real-time display button in the modify properties. Now press 3 for the side view, then press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and we'll be selecting all these edges. Now we'll repeat the same steps that we did while creating the pants. So first of all, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and right click to cancel the movement. Then to separate the shoes, press P and separate by selection. Let's come out of the edit mode, then select the shoes and we'll rename it in the scene collection. So let's change their name to shoes. Now tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, and to use the shrink and flatten tool, press Alt plus S and I'll move my cursor slightly upwards. Now left click to finalize. Now to add some detailing to the shoe, let's add a loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus R and add a loop cut. Press 3 for the face select mode and select this bottom face loop. Now press Alt plus E to extrude and select extrude along normals. And if I move my cursor, then the face loop will get extruded along the normals. Let's return back to the object mode and also enable the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. Right now, we can clearly see that the shoes and the feet are still overlapping. So tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, press Alt plus S again and increase the offset by moving up the cursor slightly. Now left click to finalize, and with this, the shoes are now completely ready. Also, I'll select the body and enable the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. Now moving ahead, we'll create the material for the shoes in our scene. So let's go to the material preview mode, and to create the material, let's go to the shader editor, click here, and for now I'll be selecting the same material that we applied to the pants. We'll be modifying it in order to create the material for the shoes. So for this, let's first create a duplicate of this material. So click on this icon to create the duplicate. Then in the color ramp, I'll select this blue pointer and we'll change its color to the brown color. Let's also reduce the brightness, and with this, the material for the shoes is now ready. If you want, you can make any changes in the texture to modify the way how the material looks. For example, the scaling, the detailing, roughness, or colors. But for now, I have selected the brown color for the shoe material. And now moving ahead, we'll now be creating the t-shirt for our character. For this, let's first enable the solid mode, then press 1 for the front view, select the body, tab into the edit mode. Now press 1 for the vertex select mode, press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode. Let's also disable the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. And now we'll be selecting all the vertices that we want for modeling the t-shirt. Now with these vertices selected, let's turn off the X-ray mode, and we'll now check if we want to select or deselect any particular vertices. So first of all, I will deselect these vertices around the character's neck by holding the control button and selecting them like this. So let's deselect all of these. Also, to include any vertices, you simply need to hold the shift key, and with the shift key holded, I will be selecting this edge loop on the arm. Now to create a t-shirt, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, right click to cancel the movement, and to separate it from the body object, press P and select separation by selection. Let's return back to the object mode. Now let's rename the body.001 to t-shirt. Now tab into the edit mode. Now press A to select everything, Alt plus S to turn on the shrink and flatten tool. Then I'll move my cursor and then left click to finalize. Now to make the neck look rounded, I'll select this vertex, press G to move it and place it over here. Similarly, I will select the remaining vertices in this edge loop and will move them in the x-axis like this for a better geometry. Now let's adjust the same from the back also. So for this, I will select this edge loop and will move it in the x-axis, and now it looks perfect. Now to make the t-shirt look folded, from this side, press 3 for the face select mode, select this face loop, press Alt plus E and select extrude faces along normals. Now I'll move my cursor up and left click to finalize. Now let's return back to the object mode, and let's also turn on the real-time display in the subdivision surface modifier. Also, I'll select the body and turn on the real-time display in the subdivision surface modifier. Now before creating the material for the t-shirt, let's first select the t-shirt and tab into the edit mode. and we'll be adding a loop cut around the folded region. So press Ctrl plus R and add a loop cut over here. Let's return back to the object mode, and now we are ready to create the material for the t-shirt. So let's go to the material preview mode. Let's also go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad and zoom out. Now we'll be using the same material that we use for the pants, but we'll modify it to give the t-shirt's material a different look. So in the shader editor, click here and select the material.002. Now to create a duplicate of this material, click on this icon, and to change the way how the texture looks, we'll go to the color ramp, and with this blue pointer selected, I'll change the color by increasing the brightness, and I will be assigning the purple color. Let's also increase the brightness. Also, I'll select the black pointer and move it over here. Similarly, let's also move this pointer in order to give the texture a completely different look. Then if you want to change the color, then you can choose any color in the color wheel and assign that particular color as the material for the t-shirt. Now to complete the model, I'll select the face, then in the modify properties, we'll be applying the mirror modifier. And with this, we have now completed the modeling of the entire character. First of all, we begin with modeling the face of character and its hair. Then we also added things like eyes, the eyebrows, nose, and even the teeth, which we'll unhide by clicking on this icon. Then we created the body of the character, like the torso, arms, hands, legs, and in the end, we modeled the clothes of the character, like the t-shirt, the pants or the jeans, and also the shoes. And so with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. In this one and the last two chapters, we discussed about all concepts related to modeling the character and the clothes, and from the upcoming chapters, we'll be starting with the character rigging. In the previous 3 chapters, we completed the modeling of our character, including its face, the hair, and the rest of the body. Then we also created the clothes for our character. And in this chapter, we'll begin with understanding the basic concepts related to rigging, including armatures and bones. Now the first question which arises is that what exactly is the meaning of character rigging? So character rigging is the process of creating an armature to suit the model of a character, and it involves associating the bones in the armature with the parts of the model, or basically the body parts of our character. Now in this definition, we also have words like armature, and for those of you who don't know what an armature is, it is used to control the movement of objects or components of an object in an animation. Armatures are made up of parts which are called bones, and it may consist of a single bone or multiple bones linked together in a child-parent relationship. Now to understand this concept practically, we will be using this cube. So let's tab into the edit mode and we'll scale up the cube in the x-axis. Also, let's add some loop cuts. So press Ctrl plus R and we'll increase the number of loop cuts with the help of scroll wheel. So we'll keep the number of loop cuts to around 4 or 5, and then left click to finalize and right click to cancel the movement. Now let's return back to the object mode, and now we'll be creating an armature object. So press Shift plus A, and in this add menu, here you have the armature object. So I'll select this, and by doing this, we now have an armature object added at the world origin. To view it, I'll first hide this cube. So press H to hide it, and here we have a single bone created which is saved with the name armature in the scene collection. And now if I tab into the edit mode, then we'll be able to see the different parts of the bone. So first of all, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and if I zoom in, then you can see here that this bone is made up of 3 parts. The first part is this UV sphere, which is the tail of the bone. Then we have another UV sphere which is called the head of bone, and in the middle we have this main part of the bone. By moving the head or the tail of the bone, we can basically control the shape and the size of our bone. Now to understand this in more detail, let's return back to the object mode, and let's also unhide the cube from the scene collection. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode. Now our main purpose is to add some bones to the cube that we created in order to understand about how the rigging works. So for this, we'll go to the front view, and with the bone selected, let's first move it in the X-axis and place it over here. Now tab into the edit mode, and with this tail selected, press G to move it, and we'll place our first bone like this. In this way, we have set up a single bone inside the cube which will allow us to rig our character. Now to create new bones, with the tail selected, simply press E to extrude, and by doing this, a new bone will get created. Let's do the same thing one more time, and with this we now have 3 bones which we have added inside the cube object. Now if I press Ctrl plus Tab and keep holding it, then it will show that the armature or the bone is having 3 different modes. The first is the default object mode, then the second is the edit mode where we just extruded a single bone to create multiple bones in the armature, and the third that we have is the pose mode, and in this mode Blender allows us to animate the armature or the bones, and in that animation whatever changes we'll do to the bones, like the rotation or the scaling, will also be followed by the main object, which will be the cube in this case. But right now the cube is not following the armature because we have not yet created any connection between the cube and the armature. So to solve this problem, let's first return back to the object mode by pressing Ctrl plus Tab. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode. Now I'll select this cube, and before creating a connection in between the cube and the armature, I'll first apply the subdivision surface modifier to it. So go to the modifier properties, then click on add modifier, and in the generate, select the subdivision surface modifier. With the levels viewport set to 1, I'll also apply this modifier, and by doing this, we now have the subdivided geometry, that is having a larger number of vertices added to our cube. Now with the cube selected, hold down the shift button and then select the armature, and yes, do ensure that you have selected the cube first and then the armature. Now with both of them selected, go to the object menu, then in the parent settings, here you have the option of armature deform, and in this we have three different types: empty groups, automatic weights and envelope weights. In this case, we'll be selecting the automatic weights in the armature deform. And now in the scene collection over here, you can see that we no longer have the cube object name separately. Also, if I click on this drop down arrow of the armature, then inside this we have the cube stored, meaning that the cube and the armature are now having a parent-child relationship, which in simple words means that the armature will now control the structure of our cube. To understand this practically, I'll select the armature, then press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode, and now with one of the bones selected, if I press R to rotate it, then you will see that the cube is also following the rotation of the bone. This is also true for all the other bones in the armature. So in simple words, we created a connection in between the armature, which is made up of bones, and the cube object, and in a similar way, the characters are also rigged in Blender. But obviously, for complex characters, it is not practically possible to create each and every bone for separate parts of the body. And so to make the character rigging easy, Blender provides us with the Rigify add-on. And to access the Rigify add-on, go to Edit and select Preferences. Then in the add-ons, go to the search bar and type Rigify, and then this add-on will appear having the name Rigify add-on. So let's turn it on. Now let's close this window, and with this in the 3D viewport, if I press Shift plus A, then go to Armature, then it gives us the option of Rigify Metarigs, and in this we have the option to add the human armature. So if I select this, then now Blender has added this entire skeleton of the bones, which can be used for rigging of any human character. It is saved with the name Metarig in the scene collection, and the benefit of using this human Metarig is that we don't need to create this entire skeleton system or the armature manually by extruding the bones. And so with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learnt about the basics of rigging and also learned to create this human Metarig with the help of Rigify add-on. And in the next chapter, we'll be creating the Metarig for the 3D character that we created in the previous chapters. In the previous chapter, we begin with the basics of rigging in Blender, and in this chapter, we'll try to create and attach a simple Metarig for our character that we created from the chapter number 70 to the chapter number 72 of this course. So we are done with the modeling of the character's body and the clothes, and so now it's the time to create a Metarig, or basically a skeleton for this character. So for this, let's first go to the solid mode. Now press Shift plus A, then go to Armature, and in the Rigify Metarigs, select Human. Also, one more thing to note here is that you might not be able to see the Rigify Metarigs option if you have not turned on the Rigify add-on in Blender, about which we learned in the previous chapter of this course. Now coming back to our scene, we need to scale up the skeleton, or basically this armature, according to the height of our character. So for this, with this Metarig selected, tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, and let's scale it up. But right now, it's being scaled up according to the median point. To fix this, simply click on this icon, which is the transform pivot point, and select the 3D cursor. Now let's scale it up again, and we need to ensure that the height of the shoulders of the character are matching with the shoulder bones of the Metarig. Now to focus only on the skeleton, simply press the forward slash button, and now we can see here that the skeleton, or basically the Metarig or the armature, is made up of a lot of bones, and all these bones together allow the movement of a character. On the top, we have the bones related to the face, then we have the spine in the middle, which will basically be for the back, then we have the character's arm bones, the hands, and in the lower part, we have the bones for the character's legs and the feet. Also, if we want, we can select any particular bone by left clicking on it, and we can modify the Metarig by deleting a bone, and to do this, simply press X and select delete bones. Now this particular bone that we had here is now deleted, and to get it back, simply press Ctrl plus Z. One more thing, with this bone selected, if I click on this icon, which is the bone properties, then here you can see the name of this bone, which is shoulder.L, representing the bone for the left shoulder. Similarly, if I select this one, then this is named as shoulder.R, representing the bone for the right shoulder. Now in this chapter, we need to delete all those bones that we'll not require for a character. So first of all, we'll be deleting these face bones, because we'll be working on the manual face rigging in one of the upcoming chapters of this course. But if I try to select each one individually and delete them, then it would take us a lot of time. And a better way to do this is to first go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, then press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode. And now over here, you will see this bone in the X-ray mode, where this larger one is the spine.006, but inside it we have this smaller bone which is named as the face. and this bone is basically the parent of all the bones which are available for the face rigging. In fact, we can also select all the children bones for the selected parent bone by simply pressing Shift plus G, and in the select similar menu, select children. With this, we now have all the children bones selected for this parent bone. Now to delete all of them, simply press X and select delete bones. So in this way, we easily deleted all the bones related to the face of the character. Also, for our 3D model, we created the hand with 1 thumb and 3 fingers, meaning that we should be deleting all the bones of this little finger. So let's select all 4 of these bones, then press X to delete and select delete bones. Similarly, for the other side also, we'll be selecting these 4 bones of the little finger, and to delete them, press X and select delete bones. Now moving ahead, in order to create the final rigged skeleton along with the controls, first of all, go to the object mode. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and to view the rest of the things, or basically to remove the focus from the Metarig, simply press the / button. Now to generate the rig, go to the object data properties, then scroll down, and in the Rigify category, select generate rig. And with this, we now have this final rig skeleton created along with the controls that we'll be using while animating our character. But for now, we'll be adjusting the Metarig according to the character's body. But before that, do ensure that you have the mirror modifier applied in the modify properties for the head of the character and also for the body. So for the body of character, we have added the mirror modifier but have not applied it yet. So to fix this, click on this icon and select apply. Also, we'll be hiding the clothes of the character in order to adjust the skeleton or this Metarig properly for the character. So press H to hide the t-shirt. Similarly, I'll select the pant of the character and press H to hide. Also, I will be selecting the shoes of the character and hide them as well. Moving ahead, let's now work on adjusting the Metarig and the bones according to the character's model. So for this, let's first hide this final rig that we created. So press H to hide. Now select the Metarig in the scene collection and tap to enter the edit mode. Now press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode. Also, to hide these hair particles, let's go back to the object mode, select the head, then open the particle properties and turn off the real-time display. Now select the Metarig again and tab into the edit mode. Now in the edit mode, on the top right corner, we have this option of applying the mirroring effect, and if I turn it on in the X-axis, then whatever changes I'll do in the edit mode will get applied on both the sides according to the symmetry with respect to the X-axis. So do ensure that you have turned on the mirroring effect in the X-axis. And now to begin with adjusting the Metarig, let's first go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, then select the bones of the arms and the fingers and press H to hide them. Similarly, let's also hide the bones for the arms and the fingers on this side also by pressing H, and then go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad. Now the first bone that we have for the skeleton is named as spine.006. You can also view its name by going to the bone properties, and then over here you can see the bone name, which is spine.006. Now we need to place this bone in such a position that the top, or basically the head of the bone, is somewhere near the top of the character's head. So for this, with this top part of the bone selected, press G to move it and we'll place it over here. Then we'll select the tail of the bone and we'll place it somewhere in the middle of the neck. Similarly, the next bone that we have here is the spine.005, and we need to select the base of this bone and place it over here in somewhere around the region of the neck. Then we have this bone which is named as spine.004, so I'll select its tail, which is this tiny circle at the bottom, press G to move it and place it over here. Also, let's zoom out and we'll be selecting all the bones except for the ones that we have already adjusted and move them in the y-axis. Now left click to finalize, let's zoom in again, and with this, most of the bones in the Metarig are now properly placed. Moving ahead, I will be hiding this particular bone, which is the bone for the left thigh, by pressing H. Similarly, let's also select this one, which is the right thigh bone, and press H to hide. Now we'll be selecting the bottom of the pelvis bones, press G to move them and place them somewhere in between the region where the upper body and the lower body is connecting. Also, one more thing to notice here is that there are two types of pelvis bones. One is the pelvis left, and to view the other one, let's go to the front view, and now over here, this one is the right pelvis bone, and this one, as we discussed earlier, is the left pelvis bone. And while moving, we selected both of them in order to place them properly in the Metarig. Moving ahead, let's also make all these bones in the upper body a bit more straight in order to increase the accuracy of the character rigging. Now press 1 on the numpad to go to the front view, select the head of the pelvis bone, press G to move it and place it over here. Now over here, we also have the shoulder bones, and to adjust them properly, I'll first select this part of the bone, press G to move it downwards in the Z axis like this. Let's also move it away in the X axis like this. Similarly, select this part and place it somewhere near the shoulders of the character. Then over here, we have the breast bones, and we'll place them slightly in the X axis like this and left click to finalize. And so with this, we have now completed the rigging for the upper body of the character. Now moving to the lower part, first of all, let's unhide unhide the thigh bones by pressing Alt plus H of the legs. Now first of all, we'll be selecting all the bones of the legs and the foot by holding the shift button, and we'll move them in the x-axis like this, and we basically need to ensure that they are placed somewhere near the center of the legs. Now I'll select this bone, which is named as the left thigh, and we need to move it downwards in the z-axis. So for this, we'll select its head, press G to move it in the z-axis, place it over here, and left click to finalize. Now go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, then select this part and move it slightly upwards like this, then select this one, press G to move it and place it in the middle of the foot. Then I'll select this part of the left toe bone and move it in such a way that it touches the front tip of the foot. Also, if I zoom in, then over here we have the heel bones, and so with both of these selected, we'll press G to move them and place them at the back part of the foot. Also, one more thing to notice here in the legs bones is that these two bones, which is the thigh bone and the shin bone, are not completely straight, and this is because we'll be having the knee joint at this place. As a result, for a better movement, it's recommended to have a small angle in between the two bones. Now moving ahead, we'll now be working on adjusting the Metarig, or basically these bones that are for the arm and the hands of character. So for this, first of all, I'll select this part connecting the two bones of the arm, press G to move it and place it over here. Then select this part, press G to move it and place it over here. Let's move it slightly in the x-axis like this and left click to finalize. Similarly, we'll be selecting all the bones of the hand of character, press G to move them, and we'll place them over here. In order to rotate them properly, first of all, in the transform pivot point, select the median point, press R to rotate it and left click to finalize. Let's place it properly again. Now press 7 on the numpad to go to the top view, zoom in, and we'll be scaling up all these bones which we have created for the hands of character. Now let's place them properly like this. Similarly, I'll select this bone and place it over here. Also, I'll select this part of the upper arm bone and we'll move it slightly in the y-axis. Now left click to finalize, and now we'll be working on placing the bones of the hand properly in the Metarig. But before that, one more thing to notice here is that the joints in between the two ending bones of any finger are not connected to each other. If I try to move one of them, then it will get disconnected with the other part. However, for a proper rigging, we need to ensure that both of them remain connected even when we move their position. So for this, first of all, press Ctrl plus Z to undo, then deselect everything, and now before moving them, we'll first select both of them together by left clicking and dragging like this, then press G to move them and place them over here. Now I'll be selecting this particular part of the bone and we'll move it in such a way that it is placed at the 1/3 position of the finger. Similarly, I'll select this part and place it over here. Then in the end, I'll be selecting this one and will place it at the tip of the finger. Similarly, let's do the same thing with the other fingers also. So let's place all these parts properly according to the position of fingers. So now I'll select this part, place it over here, and in the end, we'll be placing this last part at the tip of the finger. Also, to ensure that there's a little gap in between this joint part and the beginning of fingers. Let's do the same for the middle finger also, and now it looks perfect. Moving ahead, I will be selecting this joint part first for the index finger, press G to move it and place it over here. Then I'll select this part of the bone and move it over here. Moving ahead, I'll select this one, press G to move it and place it over here. And then in the end, I will select this last part and will place it at the tip of the index finger. Now for the thumb, we are having these three bones which we'll be placing properly according to the position of thumb. So first of all, with this end part selected, press G to move it and place it over here. Then select this one, press G to move it and we'll place it over here. Similarly, I'll select this one and place it somewhere near the middle of the thumb, and at last I will select this particular part of the bone and place it at the tip of the thumb. So in this way, we are having these three bones for the thumb which we have placed like this. Now over here, you can also see that we are having three palm bones. This one is the first palm bone for the left hand since it is named as palm.01L. Similarly, this one is the second bone for the left palm, and this one is the third bone for the left palm. And we basically need to place them in such a way that their ends are located somewhere near the wrist of the hand. So let's adjust their position slightly, and now they look perfect. Now moving ahead, we have one more bone over here which is named as hand.L, meaning that this one is the bone for the left hand, and we need to place its head somewhere near the joint of the middle finger and the tail part at somewhere around the wrist of the hand. Also, if I zoom out, then one more thing that we need to take care of is that just like the bones in the legs, by having a slight angle in between both of them, similarly for the arms also we need to have a slight angle in between the upper arm and the forearm. So for this, we'll select this joint connecting both of them and we'll move it slightly in the y-axis, and now it looks perfect. And so with this, we have now created the rig and even adjusted it according to the character's body. However, there are still a few things that we can fix in order to make it perfect. For example, these bones for the finger are not yet properly placed. So to solve this problem, we need to select all the bones for the hand. So for this, let's first go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, then zoom in, let's select all these bones, let's change the angle, and now to make them straight, let's scale them down in the Z axis. Now left click to finalize, and now to view everything properly, press 1 to go to the front view, let's slightly move it up in the Z axis, like this. Let's also check it from the other views, so go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, and from this view, all the bones of the hand are looking perfectly placed. Similarly, let's also check the same by going to the top view, and from this view also, the hand that we rigged is looking completely perfect. Now moving ahead, if I select any particular bone of any finger, then in the bone properties, you can see here that we have a parameter known as the roll, and this one controls the rotation of the bone around the head and the tail axis. In most of the cases, this roll value will be somewhere close to minus 180 degrees for all the bones of the fingers. However, in order to make them exact minus 180 degrees, we'll simply select one of the bones, go to the roll value and enter minus 180. Then to input the same roll value for all the other bones in the fingers, we need to select the bones individually first, and then at last we'll be selecting that bone in which we have entered the correct roll value. So we have now selected all the finger bones except this one. So with the shift key holded, I will be selecting this one at last, which is having the roll value equal to minus 180 degrees, and to assign the same roll value to all the other bones, simply go to the armature menu, then in the bone roll, go to recalculate roll and select active bone. And now if I select any particular bone, then in the bone properties, you can see that the roll value will either be minus 180 degrees or positive 180 degrees. So for this selected bone, the roll value is positive 180 degrees. However, if I select this one, then the roll value is equal to minus 180 degrees. Now the reason why some of these bones are having a roll value equal to minus 180 degrees, whereas for some others the value is equal to 180 degrees, is that between the values of minus 180 degrees and positive 180 degrees, there is a difference of 360 degrees. And we all know that the object will return to its original state if we rotate it by 360 degrees. You can also check this by going to the roll parameter. So with this particular bone selected, if I begin to change the roll value from positive 180 degrees and begin to reduce it and will bring it to minus 180 degrees, then you will notice that the rotation of the bone will again be in the same state. So you can check this thing on your own, that if I increase the roll value by 360 degrees, then it will again return back to the same position. Also, if I go to the top view again, then it might be possible that even after selecting some particular bones, the roll value is still not equal to plus or minus 180 degrees. So in such cases, we don't need to change the value of roll manually, and we'll keep them fixed at only that value that we got by using the recalculate roll. Now moving ahead, we'll be doing the same procedure for the right hand also. So for this, let's zoom into the right hand. Now we'll select any particular bone, and in the roll value, ensure that minus 180 degrees is entered, and now we'll be selecting all the bones apart from the one that we have selected right now. So for this, first I'll be selecting the thumb bones, then we'll move to the index finger, then the middle finger of the hand, and then we'll be selecting the little finger, and at last make sure to select that particular finger whose roll value was equal to minus 180 degrees. Now go to the armature menu, then in the bone roll, go to recalculate roll and select the active bone. And so with this, the roll value will now change to either positive 180 degrees or negative 180 degrees. But in this case also, the roll value for some of the bones will still not be exactly minus or positive 180 degrees. But as I told you earlier, we don't need to worry about that. Now moving ahead, we'll now be adjusting the bone rotation axis for the fingers. In this part, we'll basically select all the first bones of the fingers, then we'll press Ctrl plus Tab and switch to the pose mode. Then in the bone properties, we'll go to the Rigify type, and in the bend rotation axis, we'll change this from automatic to the X manual. Similarly, I'll select this bone, go to the Rigify type, and in the bend rotation axis, we'll change this to the X manual as well. Now let's do the same for this bone also. Similarly, for the thumb also, we'll change the bend rotation axis to the X manual. Now let's do the same thing for the right hand also. So for this, we'll be selecting the first bone of the finger, then we'll go to the bend rotation axis and we'll change this to the X manual. Similarly, let's do the same for this finger also. So we'll change this to the X manual. Just like this, we'll select this bone, and in the bend rotation axis, select the X manual, and let's do the same thing for the bone in the thumb also. And now with this, we now have the complete Metarig ready for our character. So with this, let's now enter the object mode. Also, go to the scene collection and unhide the rig, and now you can see here that all the adjustment that we made in the edit mode of the Metarig are not automatically changed for the rig that we generated. And to solve this problem, select the Metarig again, then go to the object data properties, scroll down, and in the Rigify category, click on the regenerate rig. However, you can see here that it shows us the Rigify error, and it states that this particular bone named as spine.004 is not properly placed since the bone position is disjoint. Now it might be possible that for your character this particular error was not generated, but in most of the cases it's certainly possible to see such kind of errors. So now let's work on understanding about why we see that particular error and how we can fix this. So first of all, tab into the edit mode, go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, let's zoom in, and now you can see here that if I select this particular bone and go to the bone properties, then its name is saved as spine.004, and this is that particular bone about which Blender told us while giving the Rigify error. So what basically happened was that the tail end of this spine.004 bone had to be connected or basically joined properly with the head of the spine.003. So in some particular cases, it is important that while adjusting the Metarig, we need to ensure that both of them are selected together and then moved around. However, in this case, we did not take care of this fact, and as a result, we received this error. So to solve this problem, return back to the object mode, then go to the scene collection, and with the rig selected, press X to delete it. Now after deleting the rig, select the Metarig in the scene collection, tab into the edit mode, let's zoom in, and now first of all, we need to select the head of the spine.003, and then with the shift key holded, select the tail of the spine.004, then right click, select snap, and in this list, we'll be selecting the selection to active. And now if we return back to the object mode, let's also zoom out. Now with the Metarig selected, go to the object data properties, then scroll down, and then we have the Rigify category, and from here, click on the regenerate rig. And now you will notice that Blender will successfully generate the rig after we have done the changes in the spine bone of the Metarig. Now the reason for generating this rig is that we actually use this particular rig in order to animate our character and not the Metarig. We basically use the Metarig to edit the bones and place them properly according to the character's body. Then we generate the final rig, which is to be used in the animation, and this is named as the rig in the scene collection. So for now, we'll be hiding the Metarig from our scene. Now moving ahead, we'll now work on connecting this rig that we generated to the character's body. Right now, we have only generated the rig, but we can't use it in order to modify or animate the character. So for this, let's first turn off the X-ray mode, then I'll select the head of the character first, and we'll join it with the character's body. So press Ctrl plus J to join them together. Now with the body selected, hold down the shift button and select the rig. And now to define a relationship between the character's body and the rig, go to the object menu. Then in the parent, we have this option of armature deform, and in this, we'll be selecting armature deform with automatic weights. Now it might take some time to define the relationship of parent and child in between the rig and the character's body. And once it is done, if I select the rig, then press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode, then all of these are the different controls that you can use to animate your character. And collectively, these are known as the Rigify controls. To understand this with the help of an example, if I select this box in the middle and press G to move it, then you will notice that the character's body is also moving along with the cube. Similarly, if I select this hand control and press R to rotate it, then you will notice that the specific part of the hand is also rotating because of it. Also, if you make any changes in the pose mode and want to reset the pose, then for this, simply go to the pose menu, then in the clear transform, select all, and this will clear the transform for that particular control that you have selected in the pose mode. Currently, I selected only the cube, and as a result, the changes that we did to the cube have now disappeared. However, to make this happen, for all the controls, press A to select everything, then go to the pose menu, select clear transform, and in this list, select all. So in this way, you can reset the controls in the pose mode. Now let's return back to the object mode, and one more thing is that if I select the character's body and go to the modify properties, then for better deformations while creating the animation, it is suggested to place the armature modifier above the subdivision surface modifier. So to do this, left click over here and drag it above the subdivision surface modifier. And so now we have learnt about connecting the rig and the character's body together by using the parenting option, and we'll also be learning about the different types of Rigify controls that are available in the pose mode in the upcoming chapters of this course. And so with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today, we created this meta rig which we used to generate this final rig that we'll be using for the animation purposes. We also learnt about fixing the error that you might see while generating the rig. In the previous chapter, we created a final rig for a character and even created a connection or a relationship between the final rig and the character. And in this particular chapter, we'll be understanding about the various things that we can do with the help of Rigify controls in Blender. So we begin to model this character from the chapter number 70 of this course, and if you wish to download the 3D model of this character, then you can join the Patreon, whose link is available in the description of this video. Now returning back to our topic, let's first switch to the solid mode and currently we are having this final rig that we created for this 3D character. Also, I will be hiding the clothes of our character along with the hair in order to understand about the Rigify controls in a better way. So first of all, I'll select the body, then go to the particle settings, and to hide the hair particles, turn off the real-time display from here. Then I'll select the t-shirt and press H to hide it. Similarly with the pants also, and at last I'll also select the shoes of the character and press H to hide them. Then in the scene collection, let's also hide the Metarig and the teeth of the character. The reason for doing all this is that currently we want only the final body and the rig in order to see how the Rigify controls work. Now by default, all the rig layers in the final rig of the character are visible in the scene. However, suppose you want to see only some specific layers like the ones for the torso or maybe only to control the hands, and to do this with the rig selected, go to the object data properties, and in the bone collections you can control the specific bones or the layers of rig to be shown in the scene. For example, if I begin to click on this eye button for some specific bone collections, you will notice that they will begin to disappear from the scene. Also, to disappear all of them, simply hold the left mouse button on any one of the eye buttons and drag your cursor like this. Now all the bone connections have been hidden from the scene, and so in this way it will be better to only view some specific bones and understand about them. So first of all, we'll be understanding about the torso bones. So go to the bone collections, and in this list we'll unhide the torso. Also, to view everything properly in the scene, let's turn on the X-ray mode by pressing Alt+Z, and this will display even those rigging controls which are present inside of the body of character. Now to make any changes in the character on the basis of these Rigify controls, we have to first enter the pose mode, because if I try to change anything in the object mode, for example if I try to move it, then you will notice that the character and the rigging is moving together as a whole and we are not able to control individual things in the character. So to enter the pose mode, press Ctrl+Tab, or else you can also click here and from this menu select the pose mode. Now all the controls that we have here can be moved by pressing G, or they can be rotated by pressing R, and in a similar way we can also scale them up by pressing S. And as you can see here, that whatever changes I'll make to any of the Rigify controls will automatically get applied to the character's body also. Now the first Rigify control that you have here is for the head, and if I move it, then you will notice that the head of the character will begin to move. Also, to rotate the head, simply press R to rotate it like this, but a much better way of rotation is to press R twice, and now if I move my cursor, then you will notice that the rotation of the head gets a much more natural look. Then over here, you have the controls for the shoulders of the character, and to see everything properly, I'll first enter the object mode and let's turn off the X-ray mode. Now in the pose mode, with the controls for the right shoulder selected, if I press G to move it, then you will notice that this control is helping us to change the location of the shoulder part of this 3D character. Similarly, if I press R to rotate it, then the shoulder part will get rotated like this. Then if I change the angle, then this particular control is for the neck, and if I try to move it by pressing G, then you will notice that we are able to control the neck of the character, and along with it, the character's head is also moving. Similarly, if I press R to rotate it, then the part of the 3D character related to the neck and the head will begin to rotate. Then over here, we have the Rigify controls for the chest, and by moving it, we can basically control the entire upper body of the character apart from the hands. Similarly, if I try to rotate it, then the upper body will get rotated like this. Moving ahead, this box over here controls the entire torso, because if I try to move it, then you will notice that the changes are being applied to almost the entire body except for the hands and the feet. In the previous one, which specifically controlled the chest, so when we moved it, it only controlled the upper body, but in this case, we are able to control not only the upper body but also the lower body of the character. Then over here, we have the Rigify control for the hips of character, and in most of the cases, we only use it to rotate the hip part by pressing R. So in this way, you can use the various Rigify controls available in the torso bone collection. Now suppose you do any changes using any of the Rigify controls to the character in the pose mode, and then you want to reset it, then for this, simply go to the pose menu, then in the clear transform, select all, and with this, the object will return back to its original state. Now moving ahead, we'll be understanding about the Rigify controls available for the fingers. So for this, go to the bone collection in the object data properties, and we'll unhide the fingers controls. Now in the Rigify controls for the fingers, we first have these 4 controls which we can use to rotate or bend the fingers of character. For example, if I select any one of them and press R to rotate it, then you will notice that we are able to rotate the finger around its base. But suppose you want to bend the fingers, then for this, with the control selected, press S, and you will notice that the finger will now begin to show the bending effect. Similarly, we can also try the same with the other fingers. So if I press S, then the bending of fingers will occur, and if I press R to rotate them, then they will begin to rotate around the base of the finger. Also, by holding the shift key, we can select all of these controls for the fingers, and to use them together, first go to the transform pivot point and select individual origins, and now if I press S to scale them down, then you can see here that we are able to bend all the fingers of the character at the same time. Now moving ahead, in the fingers rigging, we also have this control which is for the palm of character, and if I try to move it, then you will notice that it's causing the deformation of the palm. So whenever you want to change the way how your palm looks or to basically deform it, then you can use the palm controls in the character's rig. Moving ahead, in the bone collections, we also have the fingers detail, and if I turn it on and go to the X-ray mode, then in this case, we'll be having some more controls available in the fingers of the character, which will allow us to add some more detailing to the finger rigging. For example, if I select this particular control in the index finger and try to rotate it, then you will notice that we are now able to control this upper part individually of the index finger. Similarly, if I select this part on the tip of the finger and try to move it by pressing G, then you will notice that we are now able to control the tip of the finger individually. And similar is the case with all the other controls of the remaining fingers. Now moving ahead, let's also explore the Rigify controls available for the arm. And for this, go to the bone collections and we'll unhide this arm.L, which is the left arm, and in brackets, IK is mentioned, meaning inverse kinematics. So we'll unhide this, and now you will notice that we are having these red colored controls added in the rig, which we'll be using to control the arm of the character. So first of all, we have this control which is for the left hand of the character. However, if I try to move it by pressing G, then you will notice that it's not only controlling the movement of the hand, but along with it, it also controls the movement of the entire arm. To understand this in a much better way, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Let's zoom out, and now with this hand control selected, if I try to rotate it, then in this particular case, the rotation will get applied only to the hands. However, if I try to move it, then unlike the rotation, this effect will be visible on the entire arm of the character. And so this is how the Rigify controls for the arm works in our scene. Now just like the left hand, we can also turn on the Rigify controls for the arm for the right side of the character. And for this, go to the bone collection again and unhide this arm.R, and in brackets, IK will be mentioned. So let's unhide this, and now just like the left hand, if I try to do the same with the right hand also, then you will notice that we are able to see same changes for this one also. Moving ahead, in the arms control, we also have these red colored arrows, and these can be used to control the arms of the character individually. So basically, the hands will control both the arms and the hands together. However, if you want to control only the arms of the character, then for this purpose, you can use these upper arm controls. Similarly, on the right side also, we are having these arrow controls which are there to individually control the movement of the arms. However, in general cases, you will be using the hands control for most of the animations. Now before moving to the Rigify controls available for the legs, we'll first clear the transform of all the controls that we have applied on our character. So for this, press A to select everything, then go to the pose menu, and in the clear transform, select all. Now for the legs, go to the bone collection and we'll unhide this leg.L, and in brackets, IK, which is for the inverse kinematic. So let's unhide this, and in a similar way for the right leg also, we'll unhide this leg.R and IK in the brackets. Now just like we were able to control the entire arm of the character just by moving the hand, in a similar way, the legs of the character can also be controlled by using this particular control, which is for the foot of character. So with this selected, if I press G to move it, then you will notice that we are now able to control not only the movement of the feet of character, but with that, we are also controlling the movement of the legs. Similarly, if I press R to rotate, then in this case, the rotation will get applied only to the feet and not to the entire leg. Also, if I click on this arrow, which is for controlling the thighs, and try to move it, then you will notice that we are now controlling the leg of the character individually. But just like the arms, the more general way to control the legs is to use the foot control. One more thing to notice here is that if I select the arrows and press R to rotate them, then in this case, we are able to control the rotation of the thigh, or basically the leg of our character. Now moving ahead, for the feet of the character, we are also having some more controls, and to understand them, let's first reset all the changes that we have applied in the pose mode. So press A to select all, then go to the pose menu, and in the clear transform, select all. Now let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, and for the foot, the first control that we have is this one, which is for controlling the toes of the foot. So with this selected, if I press R to rotate, then you will notice that we are able to control the rotation of the front part of the feet, or basically the toes of the feet. Then over here, we have one more control which is named as foot spin, and if I try to rotate it by pressing R, then you will notice that it kind of rotates the foot around this point, and along with the foot, we'll also see the movement or the rotation in the legs of the character. And this thing is useful while creating an animation of showing the walking of the character. And now moving ahead, the next control that we have here is named as the foot heel. and if I try to rotate it, then you will notice that its main area of control is basically the heel or the back part of the foot. And so with this, we have now learnt about using the Rigify controls for all the parts of the body. However, there are still a few adjustments in order to make the rigging and the animation process perfect. For example, if I select this control for the chest and try to rotate it, then you will notice that the eyes, the eyebrows and the nose are not rotating properly with respect to the character's body, and so we'll be making all such adjustments in the next chapter of this course. But before ending, I'll press A to select all, then go to the pose menu and in the clear transform select all. In this chapter, we'll finally complete the entire rigging of the character, since we'll be making some final adjustments that need to be done for a proper rigging and animation, and apart from that, we'll also learn about rigging the clothes along with the body of character. So starting from the chapter number 70, we created this 3D character, then we even created a final rig for this character that we'll use for character rigging and the animation. And if you wish to download the 3D model of this character, then you can join the Patreon, whose link is available in the description of this video. In order to complete understanding about the character rigging, we also need to make some adjustments in the rig and the character in order to make it perfect. So starting with the first one, if with the rig selected, if I press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode and select this Rigify control for the head of character and try to rotate it by pressing R, then you will notice that the eyes, eyebrows, the nose and the teeth of the character are not rotating. And this is because we need to make some adjustments in the weight paint of this character model, and since teeth are a separate object in the scene collection, so we need to create a parent-child relationship of the teeth and the bone. So to do all this, let's first come out of the pose mode, and for now, we'll be hiding the clothes and the hair of the character. So for this, I'll first select the character, then in the particle settings, turn off the real-time display by clicking on this icon. Then I'll go to the scene collection. We'll be hiding the t-shirt, the shoes of the character, and also the pants. Let's also hide the Metarig, and now we are ready to make the adjustments. So with the character selected, if I hold on Ctrl plus Tab and take my cursor to the weight paint, then basically this is where we need to make the changes for the rigging adjustments. To understand this in more detail, let's open the object data properties, and in the vertex group, you will notice that we are having a large number of vertices, and for each one of these, we have a certain area assigned, which you can also see as green and yellow colored on this character. And this painted region simply represents that the selected vertex group will be controlling the painted region. Now the reason behind having so many vertex groups for this character, we have not created them ourselves, is that whenever we do the rigging of any character or any object, then in that case, each of the deformation bones will have a specific area of some vertex group assigned to it, which it will control while rigging the character. To understand this in even more detail, we have opened the edit mode, and let's also turn on the X-ray mode, and now in the bone collections, we have this DEF, which stands for deformation bones. So if I unhide this, then you will notice that all these bones that we can see inside the character are basically the deformation bones, and all of them have some specific region defined that will be controlled by the controls that we can view in the pose mode. For example, this particular bone, which is the spine node 006, is there to control the character's head, and for the controlling purpose, we have this head control, and if I rotate this, then you will notice that the character's head along with the bone will rotate like this. And now to set the region where this effect of the control will be applied, we have to use the weight paints. So first of all, let's return back to the object mode, then with the rig selected, hold on the shift button and we'll select the character. Now to enter the weight paint mode, hold on Ctrl and Tab and take the cursor to the weight paint. Now in the weight paint mode, if you want to select any bone, then for this, simply hold the Alt button, and if I left click on a bone, then it will get selected and we'll be able to see that specific region which will be controlled by that bone. Just like this, if I hold the Alt button and select this bone inside the chest, then you will see that this particular bone is controlling this entire region which is shaded as green and yellow. Similarly, with the Alt key holded, if I select this bone at the top, then this entire shaded region, which is red in color, is being controlled by this particular bone. And as you can see here, that only the head of the character is shaded and not the eyes, the eyebrows and the nose of character. So to solve this problem, we need to shade all of these with the same red color as the head of the character. But before that, let's also turn on the mirroring in the x-axis from here, and now if I left click my cursor on this unshaded region, you will notice that it's creating a painting like effect as the area is being shaded on both the sides. Now let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Let's zoom in properly, and now we'll be doing the same with the eyes and the nose of the character. Also, a faster way to do this is to hold down the left click mouse button and if I drag my cursor, then the entire area around the cursor will get shaded like this. So do make sure that you have shaded the entire area of the eye with the red color, and similarly let's do the same for this upper part of the eyebrows also, like this. Now let's change the angle and let's shade this particular area also. On the side of the eyebrow, let's also shade this region. And so basically we need to shade each and every region of the eyes and the eyebrows because we want them to be affected by the character rigging. Let's fix some more areas like this, and now it looks perfect. Now it might seem that we have shaded the entire region of the eye and the eyebrows. However, this is not true because we still need to shade the area of the eyes which is inside the character's head. And to view it, we need to zoom into the character's head, and let's try to change the angle, zoom in again, and at some specific angle you will notice that you are able to see this green and the yellow region of one of the eyes. Now to shade them into the red color, simply left click and drag your cursor like this. And so with this, we have now shaded the entire region of the eyes with the red color in the weight paint. Now let's do the same with the nose also. So for this, simply left click and drag your cursor like this around the nose of the character. Now let's change the angle slightly, and we'll be doing the same step for this back part of the nose also. So let's shade this region also. Let's also do the same for the bottom part of the nose. And so with this, we have now completed the weight painting for the character's head completely. So now if I hold Ctrl plus Tab and go to the object mode, let's also turn off the X-ray mode, and now let's enter the pose mode of this character rig. Finally, with this head control selected, if I press R to rotate it, then you will notice that this time the eyes of the character are being influenced by the rotation of the head control. However, the rotation or basically the alignment is not correct. And to solve this problem, let's return back to the object mode. Then with the rig selected, hold down the shift button and select the body of the character. Now hold on Ctrl and Tab, and we'll again enter the weight paint mode. Now to avoid the issue that we were just facing, we have to use a very simple tool which is known as the auto normalize tool. To access this, go to this menu of options, and from here turn on the auto normalize. And now with this turned on, we simply have to zoom in, and we now need to reapply the weights on the eyes of character. But a better way to do this is to first select this head control on the top by holding the Alt button and left clicking to select it, and then we'll rotate it by pressing R like this. Now to apply the weights again to the character's eyes, we'll be selecting this bone by holding the Alt button and left clicking on it. Let's also turn off the X-ray mode in order to get a better view. Now to apply the paint again, simply left click and drag your cursor like this, and you will begin to notice that the eyes will begin to move towards their original position and will get attached to the head of the character. So we have to do this from all the angles in order to give the eyes a completely perfect look. And so with this, we have now fixed the error of the improper rotation of the eyes for this head control. Now let's return back to the object mode. Then I'll select this rig, press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode, and with this head control selected, if I try to rotate it, then now finally we are able to rotate the head of the character, including its eyes and the nose and also the eyebrows, in a perfect manner. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we'll do today is to create a relationship between the teeth and the character rig, because currently even when we rotate the head control, we are not able to see any changes on the teeth of character. So for this, let's first go to the pose menu and clear the transform by selecting all. Now let's return back to the object mode. Now select the teeth from the scene collection, and then with the shift key holded, we'll be selecting the character's rig. Let's also turn on the X-ray mode in order to view everything properly. And now with both of these selected, press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode. Now what we basically need to do is that we want to create a parent-child relationship between the teeth that we have selected and this spine.006 bone, because this is that particular bone which is controlling the entire transformation and the rotation of the character's head. So to do this, with this bone selected, go to pose menu, and from here you will have a parent option, and in this one we have several categories, but since we want the teeth object to be parented with a particular bone, so we'll be selecting the bone option. And with this, if I select this head control again and try to rotate it, then now you can see here that the teeth of the character, which are outlined with the orange color, are also rotating along with the head. To see this in a much better way, let's return back to the object mode and we'll turn off the X-ray mode. And so in this way, we were able to add both the eyes and the teeth together with the head object for a proper rotation while rigging the character. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we're going to do today is to transform the weights from the body to the clothes of character, or to be more specific, we'll be applying the rigging to the clothes just like we did to the body of character. So for this, let's first unhide the t-shirt, shoes and the pants of character. And with this, if I press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode and try to move this torso control, then you will notice that the effect of rigging is only being applied to the character's body but not to the clothes of the character. And to solve this problem, let's first enter the object mode. Now I'll be selecting the t-shirt of the character, then I'll go to the modify properties, and first of all, we need to ensure that we have applied the mirror modifier to all the clothes in the scene. Also, we need to turn off the real-time display of any other modifier that we have added and not yet applied. So let's turn off the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier of this t-shirt. Similarly, I'll select the pants of the character. Then we'll go to the modify properties and we'll be applying the mirror modifier. And we'll also turn off the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. Similarly with the shoes also, we'll apply the mirror modifier from here and we'll turn off the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. Now what we basically have to do is that we need to transfer the body weight to the clothes so that we can see the effect of rigging on the clothes of the character. And to do this, you simply need to select the character's body first and then with the shift key holded, select the cloth which will be the target object in this case. And now to transfer the weights of the body to the t-shirt, we need to enter the weight paint mode. So hold down Ctrl plus Tab and select the weight paint. Now in the weights menu, here you have the option to transfer the weights. So we'll select this and now over here, we have a menu which is the transfer mesh data menu and we need to change some settings in order to achieve our result. So first of all, in the vertex mapping, change this to the nearest face interpolated. Then in the source layer selection, select by name and in the ray radius, we'll be entering a value of 5 meters. Also, to connect this t-shirt to the rig that we created, we also need to add the armature modifier. So go to the modify properties, click on add modifier, then in the deform, select the armature modifier. Now in the object, select this rig that we created for the character's body. Also, do ensure that the armature modifier is placed above all the remaining modifiers in the modify properties. And to do this, simply left click over here and drag the armature modifier above the subdivision surface modifier. And so with this, we have now successfully transferred the weights of the body to the t-shirt object. In fact, we can even check this. So first of all, let's return back to the object mode, then select the rig, press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode. And if I select this hand control and try to move it, then you will notice that it's not only controlling the body of the character, but also the character's clothes. So in this way, we can easily transfer the weights of the body to the cloth object and also apply the rigging effect to the character's clothes. Also, let's come out of the pose mode, select the t-shirt object and we'll also turn on the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. Now moving ahead, we'll be doing the same thing for the pants and the shoes of the character. So for this, first of all, we'll be selecting the character's body and then with the shift key holded, select the character's pants. Now press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the weight paint, then go to weights and click on the transfer weights. Then in this menu of the transfer mesh data, change the vertex mapping to the nearest face interpolated, increase the ray radius to a value of 5 meters and the source layer selection to the by name. Also, go to the modify properties and we'll be adding the armature modifier. Then in the object, select the rig and we'll also place it above the subdivision surface modifier. Now let's return back to the object mode and now to confirm that the body weights is transferred to the pants of the character, I'll select the rig, press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode. Now I'll select the feet of the character and if I try to move it by pressing G, then now you can see that the effect of rigging is also being applied to the pant object. So in this way, we successfully transferred the weight of the body to the pants of the character. Similarly, we'll also be doing the same thing for the shoes of the character, and for this, we'll first clear the transform. So with this foot control selected, we'll also select the one on the left side, then go to the pose menu and in the clear transform select all. Now press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the object mode again. Now I'll select the body first, then with the shift key holded select the shoes, hold on Ctrl plus Tab and select the weight paint mode. Now to transfer the weights, go to the weights menu and select transfer weights. Now in the transfer mesh data menu, to ensure that in the vertex mapping, nearest face interpolated is selected, then in the ray radius, 5 meters should be the value and in the source layer selected, by name should be the option. Now in the modify properties, we'll be adding the armature modifier and in the object, we'll select the rig. Let's also place it above the subdivision surface modifier and now let's return back to the object mode. To check everything, let's select the rig, press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode and now I'll select one of the foot controls and if I move them, then now you can see here that the shoes are also following the same movement and the rotation as the character's body. Also, let's return back to the object mode, then I'll select this pant and in the modify properties, let's turn on the subdivision surface modifier's real-time display. Let's also do the same thing for the character's shoes, and so with this, we have now completed the entire rigging of the character's body. In today's chapter, we discussed about some final adjustments that we needed to make in order to make this body of the character ready for rigging. And also, from the next chapter onwards, we'll be starting a journey of understanding the concept of face rigging in Blender. In the previous chapters of this course, we first modeled the character's face and the body along with the hair particles and the clothes. Then we worked on the character rigging part and created the final rig for our 3D character. And so now it's the time to understand about the concept of face rigging in Blender. And basically in today's chapter, we'll be covering the basics of this concept by creating the shape keys for the face rigging, and in the end, we'll also add some bones to the face rig. So we created this 3D model, and if you want to download the Blender file with this character's body along with the rigging, then you can join join my Patreon, whose link is added in the description of this video. Now to begin with the face rigging, let's first return back to the solid mode, and we'll also be clearing all these transformations that we did in the last chapter of this course. So with the rig selected, press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode, then press A to select everything, and to clear the transforms, go to the pose menu, then in the clear transform, select all. Now let's return back to the object mode, and now moving to the topic of face rigging. This face rigging is basically done to create the facial expressions. For example, a happy face or a sad face, and similarly the closing and the opening of mouth. And to create such facial rigs or the controls, we'll be using the shape keys feature available in Blender. And so before beginning with the process of face rigging, I would advise you to watch this particular chapter of the shape keys if you want to brush up on the basics of the shape keys feature. So to begin with, we'll first hide all the objects apart from the character's body and the teeth of character. So go to the scene collection, and first of all, I'll hide the pants of character. Let's also hide the rig, the shoes, and the t-shirt of character. Now I'll select the body, and the first type of facial expression that we'll be creating will be the neutral facial expression. So for this, let's first enter the edit mode by pressing tab. Let's also go to the front view. Let's zoom in, and to make the face neutral, we need to ensure that the mouth of the character is properly closed. So to ensure this, press 1 for the vertex select mode, and let's also turn off the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. Also, to view the geometry in a much better way, let's return back to the object mode, and now we'll be applying the shade flat. So right click and select shade flat. This will simply remove the effect of shade smooth that we previously applied. Now tab into the edit mode, and with this loop of vertices selected, we'll scale them down in the Z axis. Also, let's slightly scale it down in the X axis like this. Let's again scale it down in the Z axis in order to properly close the character's mouth. Now go back to the object mode, right click and apply shade smooth again, and with this, we now have a neutral expression for the character's face. However, there are still a few things that we can fix to give the face of character a much more natural look. So first of all, let's add a loop cut over here. So press Ctrl plus R, then left click to finalize, and right click to cancel the movement. Let's go to the side view. Let's also disable the subdivision surface modifier real-time display from here, and now we'll be adjusting the vertices of the face in order to give it a much more natural look. Let's do the same from the front view also. So I'll select this vertex and we'll move it over here in the X axis like this. So we basically need to ensure that there's enough spacing between each of the vertices and they are placed in a uniform manner. Let's again go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad. Now I'll select this vertex over here and we'll slightly move it in the Y axis like this. Let's do the same for this one also. So we'll move it in the Y axis, and yes, it's not mandatory to follow each and everything about what I am doing in the edit mode, because it might be possible that for your character, the placement of vertices or their position can be very different from my 3D character. So after doing all these things, we'll return back to the object mode. Let's also turn on the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier, and now we'll be creating a shape key in order to save this neutral facial expression. So to do this, let's first go to the object data properties, and in the shape keys, click on this plus icon, and this will create the basis shape key, and this one will be used for the neutral expression. Now moving ahead, we'll also be creating another facial expression with the mouth of the character opened, and for this, we'll be creating one more shape key, and to change its name, double click on the key 1 and we'll type open mouth. Press enter to confirm, and now with the shape key selected, we have to create the open mouth expression. So for this, let's first right click and select shade flat, and also we'll disable the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. Now press tab to enter the edit mode, and to create the open mouth expression, press 3 for the face select mode, and now we have to select all these faces present at the bottom part of the face. Now if I press G to move them in the Z axis, then the faces will move down. However, to give them a much more natural look, we'll be using the proportional editing tool. So press O to turn on the proportional editing, and now if I press G to move these faces down, then you will notice that along with these selected faces, the other faces on the upper part are also moving. And to prevent this from happening, click on this option in the proportional editing tool and turn on the connected only. This will allow the proportional editing tool to only be applied to those faces connected to the ones that we selected. So now if I try to move it in the downward direction, then we are no longer facing the problem of the unwanted vertices moving in the downward direction. Now left click to finalize, and with this we have created a basic expression for the opening mouth. However, to give it a much more natural look, we'll be fixing some vertices or some edges of the character's face. So for this, let's first go to the front view, press 2 for the edge select mode, and I will be selecting this particular face and we'll move it up. But before that, let's also turn off the proportional editing tool by pressing O, and now I'll move it up in the Z axis. In this way, we'll be making the structure, or basically the geometry of the character's face, a much more natural and a better look. Let's also do the same thing from the side view. So I'll select this edge and we'll move it over here. Similarly, I'll select this one, press G to move it and place it over here. So it will depend upon your model that what changes you need to make in order to give it a natural looking expression. Now let's change the angle, and after all this, the character's face and the expressions are almost looking perfect. So let's finalize this, and also if you want that the opening of the mouth should be more wider, slider, then for this, select this edge loop and simply scale it up in the Z axis. You can also do the same thing with the proportional editing tool turned on. So after pressing O, if I try to scale it up in the Z axis, then the vertices or the edges around the selected ones will also show the movement. Now we'll finalize this by left clicking, and let's now return back to the object mode. Also, we'll turn on the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier and also apply the shade smooth. And now to view the result, I'll go to the object data properties, and with the open mouth shape key selected, if I try to increase the value from 0 to 1, then you will notice that the mouth of the character will begin to open. Now moving ahead, let's also adjust the teeth of the character according to this open mouth. So for this, select the teeth, then in the object data properties, we'll create a basis shape key which will carry the information about the original placement of the teeth. Then we'll create a new shape key and we'll change its name to open teeth. Now tab into the edit mode. Let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. First deselect everything, and now we'll be selecting the lower teeth, and for this I'll place my cursor over them, then press L, and we'll now move them in the downward direction. So first of all, turn off the proportional editing tool by pressing O, then press G and Z and move them down in the Z axis. Now left click to finalize, and now if I go to the object mode again and with the open teeth selected, if I try to increase this value, then you will notice that we are able to move the lower teeth of the character with the help of shape keys. And now moving ahead, we'll be creating another shape key which will show the mouth being expanded in the outward direction, or basically the X axis. So to do this, I'll first change the value in the open teeth shape key to 0, then I'll select the character's body and will also change the open mouth value back to 0. Now let's create another shape key. So click on this plus icon and we'll rename it to out mouth. Now to create the expression, first right click and select shade flat. Now tab into the edit mode. Now press 1 for the vertex select mode, and let's also disable the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier. Now we have to select the entire vertex loop around the mouth of the character. So with the Alt key holded, select this entire vertex loop, and to create the expression of the mouth expanding in the outward direction, we'll scale this up in the X axis, but let's also turn on the proportional editing tool by pressing O, and now press S and X and scale it up like this. Now once the scaling is done, left click to finalize, and now to view how the expression looks, let's return back to the object mode, go to the object data properties and increase the value with the out mouth shape key selected. So if I increase it, you will notice that the mouth of the character is expanding in the outward direction, or basically the x-axis. In fact, if you want, you can see more than one expression at a time, and to do this, over here in the out mouth, we have entered a value of 1. Similarly, if I select the open mouth also and enter the value equal to 1, then now you will notice that we are able to see both the expressions. The mouth is expanded in the outward direction, and also the mouth is showing the opened expression. Similarly, if I select the teeth also, and in the open teeth, if I enter the value equal to 1, then now we are able to see the effect of all the 3 shape keys together applied to our character. Moving ahead, if I zoom in, you will notice that because of scaling up these vertices around the character's mouth, we are able to see these edges of the inner part of the mouth that we created while modeling the character. You can also check this by going to the X-ray mode, and to view everything in a much better way, click here and turn on the wireframe display in the geometry category. And now you can see here that this particular part of the mouth which we modeled as the interior of the mouth is being visible on scaling up the vertices around the character's mouth in the X-axis. So to solve this problem, I'll first select the out mouth shape key and tap to enter the edit mode. Now I'll deselect everything, and with my cursor over this interior part of the mouth, I will press L, and this will select all the vertices which are present in the mouth interior. Now we'll scale it up in the X-axis like this and left click to finalize. Let's return back to the object mode, and now you will notice that if I try to reduce this value in the out mouth shape key to 0, then not only the expression is changing, but also the scaling of the mouth interior part is also changing. Now moving ahead, we'll now be creating an expression where all these vertices around the character's mouth will move in the inward direction. So for this, let's create one more shape key and we'll rename it to in mouth. Now before creating the expression, let's first reduce the value of all the other shape keys. So for the out mouth, I'll enter 0 as the value. Similarly, I'll select the teeth. Then in the shape keys, with the open teeth selected, I'll change the value to 0, and in the end, I will select the open mouth shape key and will reduce its value down to 0. Now to create the expression of the in mouth, I will select this shape key. Now tab into the edit mode. Now first deselect everything, and with the Alt key holded, we'll be selecting this vertex loop around the character's mouth. Now let's scale it down in the X-axis like this and left click to finalize. Now let's return back to the object mode, and with the in mouth shape key selected, if I try to increase the value from here, you will notice that this expression is created where the vertices around the mouth of the character are moving in the inward direction. Now moving ahead, we'll be creating one more facial expression which will be the happy face expression. So for this, let's first reduce the value of the in mouth shape key to 0, and we'll be creating a new shape key. Let's rename it to happy mouth and press enter to confirm. Now in this expression, expression, we'll be creating a simple smile on the character's mouth. So for this, press tab to enter the edit mode. First deselect everything, and now I'll select this particular vertex surrounding the mouth and present at the ending part. Now with the proportion editing tool turned on, we'll move it up like this and left click to finalize. To make it look better, let's turn off the proportion editing tool, and now I'll select some random vertices and move them up in the Z axis. So let's do the same thing with all of these vertices surrounding the mouth, and in this way we'll be giving the face, or basically the expression, a much more natural look. Now I'll select these 4 vertices and we'll move them in the downward direction like this. So you basically need to ensure that the placement of all these vertices is uniformly distributed from the ones which are surrounding them. And once all this is done, the expression will be finalized, and if you want, you can even try to change the angles and try to move some vertices in a particular direction to give the face a uniform and natural look. Now let's return back to the object mode. Let's also go to the front view, and now with the happy mouth shape key selected, if I try to increase the value from here, you will notice that we are having an expression which shows a simple smiling face on the character's mouth. And now moving ahead, we'll be creating one last expression for the character, which will be the sad mouth. So for this, let's first reduce the value in the happy mouth back to 0, and we'll be creating a new shape key. So let's rename it to sad mouth and press enter to confirm. Now tab into the edit mode, and now with this vertex selected around the character's mouth, we'll first turn on the proportion editing tool and we'll move them down in the Z axis. Now left click to finalize, and we again need to fix the positions of the different vertices. So we'll fix all of them in order to give the character's face a natural look. So let's turn off the proportion editing tool, then I'll select this vertex and we'll move it ahead in the Y axis. Similarly, I'll select this one also and we'll move it forward in the Y axis like this. Now let's select this one and move it like this, and so in this way we'll be modifying the positions of the different vertices around the character's face in order to give it a natural appearance. Let's fix this one also, and once all this is done, the character's expressions will be finalized. Now let's return back to the object mode, and to test the expression, I'll go to the object data properties, and with the sad mouth shape key selected, I'll try to increase the value, and finally this is how the sad expression is looking. In fact, we can even go to the modify properties and turn on the real-time display of the subdivision surface modifier to see the expressions in a much better way. Let's also turn off the wireframe display by using this menu. Let's also apply the shade smooth, and so with this we can now test all the expressions individually as well as by combining them together simply by selecting each one and increasing its value one by one. For example, right now I have entered the value of 1 for 2 shape keys. One of them is the out mouth and the other is the happy mouth, and as a result the expression that we see on the character's face is having the mouth expanded in the outward direction, and along with it there is also a smile on the character's face because of the happy mouth shape key. Now once we have created all the shape keys for the facial expressions, we'll begin the journey of rigging the parts of the face so that we can use these expressions in the character animation. So for this, we basically need to create the bones for the character's face that we'll use for the face rigging, and also to create the controls that will easily allow us to change the character's expressions. So for this, go to the scene collection, and first we'll unhide the rig that we created for the character. Now I'll select the rig, and to create the bones for the face, press tab to enter the edit mode. But before that, in the object data properties of the character's rig, we have to select the face bone collections so that whatever bones we add in the edit mode now will be categorized in the face bone collections. Also, to view all the bones that we add, let's unhide the face collections by clicking on this icon. And now to create a new bone, the shortcut is to press Shift plus A. By doing this, a new bone will get created at the position of the 3D cursor. Now we'll be using this bone for the character's mouth. So for this, I'll first select it, then go to the side view, press G to move it and place it over here. Now let's change the angle. Let's also zoom in, and we'll scale it down like this and place it near the mouth of the character. Let's move it slightly more upwards, and we'll also scale it down like this. Now moving ahead, we need to create another bone which will control the opening of the mouth. So for this, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate of this bone, and we'll move it in the downward direction. So we'll place it over here. Let's also scale it up further, and so we'll be using this particular bone for controlling the downward movement of the face. Also, we need to create one more bone for controlling the movement of the teeth. So with this bone selected, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, right click to cancel the movement, and we'll scale it down like this so that we can view both the bones placed at the same position. Now moving ahead, we'll also be creating the bones to control the movement of the character's eyes. So for this, with one of the bones selected, we'll create a duplicate by pressing Shift plus D, and we'll place it somewhere near the eyes of the character. To bring them forward in the Y axis, let's go to the side view. Now press G and Y and move it forward like this. Let's again go to the front view. So we basically need to ensure that the base of the bone is aligning with the center of the eye. Similarly, let's create one more duplicate by pressing Shift plus D, and we'll place it in front of the eyebrows because we'll be using them in order to rig and animate the character's eyebrows. So in this case also, you have to ensure that the base, or basically the tail of the bone, is somewhere near the middle of the eyebrow. Now to create the bones for the other side of the eyes and the eyebrows also, we'll first select both the bones together by holding the shift button, and we'll create the duplicates by pressing shift plus D. Now right click to cancel the movement and to place them accurately at the same position of the eyes. On the other side also, we'll be using the mirroring tool. So for this, first we'll change the transform pivot point to the 3D cursor. Now go to armature and in the mirror, select X global, and now you will notice that the two duplicate bones will accurately get placed on the other side. Now moving ahead, one last thing to notice here is that if I select any particular bone and go to the object data properties, then you can see here that the name of this bone is not defining its function. Similarly, this is true for all the other bones as well. So to fix this problem, I'll first select this bone and will change its name from bone to bone.mouth. Similarly, I'll select this bone and will change its name from bone.001 to bone.mouth.open, because we'll be using this bone to open and close the character's mouth to create the expressions. Similarly, I'll select this small bone, and since it will be controlling the movement of the teeth, so we'll change this from bone.002 to bone.teeth.open. Similarly, for this left eye, we'll rename this to bone.i.l. Similarly, for the right eye, we'll rename the bone to bone.i.r. Now let's do the same thing with the eyebrows also. So for this left eyebrow, we'll rename it to bone.eyebrow.l, and in the end, I will select this right eyebrow and we'll rename it to bone.eyebrow.r. Now moving ahead, we need to parent all these bones to that bone which is present inside the character's head. So to do this, let's first deselect everything. Now press Alt plus Z to turn on the X-ray mode, and we first need to select only those bones which we have created for the character's face. So we'll select all of them, and then in the end, with the shift key holded, we'll be selecting this particular bone present inside the character's head. Now to parent all these bones to the head bone, go to the armature menu, then in the parent, select make, and in this menu, select keep offset. And by doing this, if we now enter the pose mode and select only the head control and try to rotate the head by first changing the transform pivot point back to individual origin and then press R to rotate it, then you will notice that all these face bones that we just created are following its movement, and this is because we parented these face bones to the head bone of the character. And so with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we created various facial expressions with the help of shape keys, and then we also created the face bones on which we'll be working in the upcoming chapters of this course for the purpose of rigging an animation. In the previous chapter, we begin with the understanding of the basic concepts of face rigging for a 3D character. There we created the facial expressions for the character, and we also created some bones for the face rigging. And in this particular chapter, we'll be moving a step ahead as we'll learn about using a custom shape in place of the bones, and we'll also be adding some bone constraints in order to restrict the transformation and the rotation of the bones. So we have created this 3D model of the character, and we have also created the final rig for the character and some facial expressions also. And if you want to download the Blender file with the 3D model of this character with the rigging, then you can join the Patreon of this channel by clicking on the link given in the description of this video. Now to continue with the face rigging, we'll switch to the solid mode, and in the last chapter, we created these 7 facial bones. And in this particular chapter, we'll be learning about replacing these bones with a custom shape. So to create a custom shape, first press Shift plus A, go to curve and add circle. Let's zoom out, and here we have the Bezier circle added in our scene. Now to change its shape, tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, and to give it a square or a rectangular shape, we'll first scale it down in the x-axis and then we'll scale it up in the y-axis. If you want, you can try to change the scale values in the different axes in order to give the shape of this curve a different look. Now let's return back to the object mode, and we'll now work on replacing these facial bones with this Bezier circle that we have just added. So to do this, first of all select the rig. Now press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode, and we need to select that particular bone that we want to replace with the Bezier circle. So first of all, I will select this particular bone which is for the left eyebrow. Then I'll open the bone properties, and in the viewport display, here we have the option to select a custom object. In this, I'll be selecting the Bezier circle, and after this, you will notice that the bone is now replaced with the Bezier circle. In fact, you can even change the location or the scaling of this shape in different axes by using these settings. Also, one more thing to consider here is that the X, Y and the Z axis in the custom shape settings is based on the local axis of the original Bezier curve. You can also understand it in this way that the rotation of the original Bezier curve and the one that replaces the bone is not the same. We can clearly see that the one which replaces the bone is rotated by an angle of 90 degrees. Now moving ahead, we'll go to the front view and we'll be changing the scaling of this custom shape. So go to the scaling in the y-axis and we'll reduce it to something like 0.7. And with this, we are having a perfect custom shape in place of the bone. Also, it completely depends upon you that which particular shape you want to add in place of the bones. We are doing this procedure of replacing the bones with the shapes so that we can easily use the controls of the face rigging. Moving ahead, we'll do the same procedure with the other bones also. So I'll select this one, which is for the right eyebrow. Then in the bone properties, go to custom object and we'll select the Bezier curve. Let's change the scaling in the y-axis to 0.7, or maybe let's reduce it to something like 0.4 or 0.5. Let's do the same for this one also. So we'll reduce the scaling in the y-axis to 0.4 and now it looks perfect. Moving ahead, I will select this bone for the right eye, and in the custom object, I'll again select the Bezier circle. Let's scale it down in the x and y axis to something like 0.7. Let's also move it slightly upwards. So in the translation of the y axis, I'll enter a value of 0.01 meters. Now let's repeat the same step for this particular bone also. So I'll go to the custom object, select the Bezier curve, then in the scaling, I will enter 0.7 in both the x and the y axis. Then for the translation, we'll be entering 0.01 in the y axis. Similarly, let's also add the custom shapes for the mouth bone. So I'll select this particular bone, go to custom object and select the Bezier circle. Now first of all, I'll reduce the scale value in the y axis to something like 0.7. Let's also move it slightly upwards. So I'll go to the translation in the y axis and keep it to something like 0.05, and now it looks perfect. Moving ahead, I'll select this particular bone, which is for the open mouth. Then I'll go to the custom object and select the Bezier circle. Let's reduce the scaling in the y-axis to somewhere around 0.6 or 0.7, and let's also move it up by going to the translation in the y-axis and increasing it to something like 0.05. And now we'll select the last bone on the face, which is to control the opening of the teeth. Now go to the custom object, select the Bezier circle. Let's reduce the scaling in the y-axis to 0.6 or 0.7, and we'll also move it up by going to the translation in the y-axis and changing it to somewhere around 0.05 meters. And with this, we have successfully created the custom shapes in place of the facial bones. Now moving ahead, if I select any particular control for the face, for example this left eye, and press G to move it, then you will notice that we are able to freely move it in any direction and by any value. Similarly, we can also scale it up by pressing S or scale it down to any extent. However, for a proper face rigging, it is mandatory to set a restriction on the values within which all these facial controls will transform, rotate and scale. And for this particular purpose, we'll be using the bone constraints. So for this, I'll first select this control, which is for the mouth of the character, and to add a bone constraint to restrict its movement, first we'll open the bone constraints properties by clicking on this icon, then go to the add menu, and since we want to control or basically restrict the movement of the control or the bone, so we'll be adding the limit location constraint. So we'll select it from here. And yes, if you want to understand about all the important constraints in complete detail, then you can watch these 3 chapters where we understood about the constraints in Blender. Now coming back to our scene, if I go to the limit location constraint and turn on all these options in the minimum and the maximum values, then you will notice that the control will suddenly disappear from the scene. And this is because currently Blender has selected the world space by default, meaning that it will only consider the world axis and not the local axis of the control, meaning that the location of that control is now restricted to these values, which is 0 in all the 3 axes for the minimum range, and similarly 0 meters for all the 3 axes in the maximum also. In simple words, the object's location is now constrained to only one specific location, which is 0 meters in all the 3 axes, or basically the world origin, where we also have the 3D cursor. Like over here, you can see that at the center of the world, we are having this control for the mouth placed over here because of adding the limit location constraint. In fact, if I try to move it by pressing G, then you will notice that nothing will happen. But suppose I want that instead of considering the world origin, it should rather consider the local axis of the control. So to do this, go to the owner option in the limit location constraint and change this from the world space to the local space. And now you will notice that the mouth control is again placed at its default location. And since we have selected the local space, then now it will consider the local axis of the control and not the global axis. And to see those axes in the 3D viewport, first of all, in the transform orientations, select local, and in this tool menu, we'll turn on the move control. And now over here, you can see that the local x-axis for this control is in this direction, which is also aligning with the global x-axis. However, the local y-axis of the control is in the upward direction, which for the global axis means the positive z-axis. But as I told you earlier, we have selected the local space in the limit location constraint, and as a result, we'll only be considering the local axis of the control. So right now, if I try to move this control, then you will notice that the location of the control is not changing. However, if I go to the maximum x value and increase it to 0.1 meters, and then if I try to move it by pressing G, then you will notice that we are able to move it, but but only up to a small distance, and that too only in the x-axis. Now if you want that, we should also be able to move it up and down. Then for this, we'll go to the maximum y value and change it to a very small number like 0.1 meters only. And now if I try to move it in the upward direction, then you will notice that it is now moving both in the x-axis and also in the y-axis. Similarly, if you want to move the control in the negative axis also, then for this, we'll go to the minimum x and y values and change them to minus 0.1 meters. And now if I try to move the control by pressing G, then you will notice that the control is now moving in the positive axis and also the negative axis. Also, it's not mandatory that you have to assign exactly these values in the limit location constraint. If you want, you can change the values depending upon the size of the controls. So for now, I'll be entering the value in the x-axis to minus 0.15 for the minimum and positive 0.15 in the maximum. Now moving ahead, let's reset the position of this control. So for this, go to the pose menu, then in the clear transform, select all. Now the next control that I'll select is this one, which we have added to control the opening and the closing of the mouth. As a result, we need to apply the limit location constraint to restrict the movement of this constraint only in the downward direction. So for this, in the bone constraint properties, click on add bone constraint and select the limit location. Now in the owner, select the local space, and we'll also turn on all these options for the minimum and the maximum values in all the three axes. Also, it's advisable to turn on the effect transform in the limit location constraint for all the controls. So in the last one also, we'll turn on the effect transform. And now coming back to this control, which we have to move only in the downward direction, we simply need to set the minimum value in the local y-axis to something around negative 0.1 meters. And now if I try to move this control by pressing G, then you will notice that it is only moving in the downward direction. And yes, the reason why we are seeing a lag in the performance is that I have not hidden the characters here in the scene. So I'll go to the object mode first, then I'll select the character's body, and in the particle properties, I'll turn off the real-time display of the particle system. Now select the rig again, press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode, and now if I try to move the control, then now there will be no lag. Moving ahead, the next control on which we'll apply the bone constraint will be this one, which is for controlling the movement of the teeth of character. And just like the control for the movement of the mouth, we need to restrict the movement of this control also only in the downward direction or the negative y-axis. So for this, with this control selected, I'll hold the shift button and select the control which is for the mouth opening and closing. Then to apply the same bone constraint, go to the bone constraint properties, and in the limit location constraint, click on this icon and click on copy to selected. Now if I deselect everything and select only the control for the teeth, then this limit location constraint is now added to this control, meaning that if I press G to move it, then its location will get restricted only to the negative y-axis for the downward movement. Now moving ahead, if I select any of the controls and press S to scale it down or R to rotate it, then you will notice that we can easily change the rotation or the scaling of any of the controls. And to avoid any mistakes due to accidental rotating or scaling, we'll be locking the rotation and scale of all these controls. So to do this, first press N to open the side toolbar, and in the item category, we have the option to control the rotation and the scaling. And to restrict the rotation and the scaling, we simply need to click on these lock buttons along these values. And now if I try to rotate or scale the control, you will notice that we are not able to do it. Let's do the same with the other controls also. So I'll select this one and I'll click on the locks in the rotation and the scaling values. Similarly for this one also, click on the lock buttons for the rotation and the scaling values. And now moving ahead, we'll be working on the controls for the eyes and the eyebrows of the character. So first of all, I've selected the left eye of the character, and in this particular case, we need to limit the rotation of the eye. To understand this concept in more detail, I'll go to the object mode, then with the body of the character selected, press tab to enter the edit mode. Let's also open the material preview mode, and now with everything deselected, if I keep my cursor over the left eye of the character and press L to select it and try to rotate it in the x-axis, then you will notice that the eyes are rotating properly in the x-axis. Similarly, if I try to rotate it in the z-axis, then the rotation looks like this. And also while rotating, you can see on the top left corner that it shows the specific value of rotation. So for the rotation of the eyes, we'll be limiting it to a value of 45 degrees in all the three axes. So let's return back to the object mode, then go to the solid mode also, and with the rig selected, press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode. Now with this control selected for the left eye, go to the bone constraint properties, click on add bone constraint, and in this case, we'll be selecting the limit rotation constraint. Now in the owner, select the local space and we'll turn on the limit X, limit Y, and the limit Z. Let's also turn on the effect transform, and to set the values, I'll first go to the limit X and enter minus 45 degrees for the minimum value. Then in the maximum, I'll enter positive 45 degrees, and we repeat the same step for the remaining axis. So let's enter 45 here. Then in the Z axis, minimum will be minus 45 and maximum will be positive 45 degrees. Now to apply the same bone constraint to the right eye also, also. Then for this, first I'll select the right eye, then with the shift key hold it, select the left eye on which we already used the limit rotation constraint. Now click on this icon and click on copy to selected, and with this we have now applied the limit rotation constraint to both the eye controls. Moving ahead, we'll now select the left eyebrow, and for this one we'll be using both the limit location and the limit rotation constraint. So with this control selected, go to the bone constraint properties, click on add bone constraint, and first I'll be selecting the limit location. Then in the owner, select the local space and we'll turn on all these options. Now in the minimum x and the y, I will enter a value of somewhere around minus 0.05 meters, and in the maximum for the x and y axis, we'll be entering a value of somewhere near positive 0.05 meters. And now if I go to the 3D viewport and press G to move it, then you can see here that the movement of the eyebrow is now constrained. Similarly, let's also apply the constraint for the rotation of this eyebrow control, because if I try to rotate it in the x-axis, then it will rotate like this. However, in this particular case, we want the rotation to only exist in the local z-axis. So for this, click on add bone constraint and we'll be selecting the limit rotation. Then we'll first enable the limit for all the three axes, and in the owner, select the local space. Also turn on the effect transform, and now to set the values, I'll go to the limitation in the z-axis and change the minimum to minus 30 degrees and the maximum to positive 30 degrees. And now if I press R to rotate the constraint, then you will notice that the rotation of the control is now restricted. Similarly, to apply the same constraint for this control also, for the right eyebrow, I'll first select this, then with the shift key hold it, select the control for the left eyebrow, and first of all, in the limit location, click on copy to select it, and then in the limit rotation, again click on the copy to select it, and with this the same constraint is now applied to the right eyebrow also. And so with this we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we learnt about the creation of some custom shapes for the rigging bones, and we also added the bone constraints to limit their location and the rotation. And in the next chapter we'll be finishing with the face rigging, since we'll be creating the drivers for the face controls. We started with the modeling of a 3D character in Blender from the chapter number 70 of this course, where we modeled the body of character, the hair particles, the clothes of character, and finally we even understood about the concepts of character rigging. And then in the last two chapters, we also started to understand the facial rigging in Blender. And in today's chapter, we'll be finalizing the complete facial rig, since we'll be first creating some drivers for a better application of face rigging, and then we'll also be learning about connecting the mouth and the eyes to the facial rig. So we have modeled this character, and if you want to download the Blender file containing this 3D rigged character, then you can join the Patreon of this channel by using the link given in the description. And now to begin with, let's first go to the solid mode, and we'll also hide the character's hair by disabling the real-time display of this particle system. Now the first thing that we're going to do today is to connect these facial rigs to the shape keys that we created for the character's body. So for this, first of all, we need to ensure that the value of all the shape keys that we created for the mouth expressions is set to 0. And yes, since we'll be working on the creation of drivers for these shape keys, it is suggested to watch this particular chapter in order to understand the fundamentals of drivers. Now returning back to our scene, we'll first select the open mouth shape key with the character's body selected. Now I'll take my cursor over this value option, and if I right click, then here we have the option to add the driver. So I'll click on this, and this menu will appear where we have to select the rig and the bone by using this object settings. So I'll click on this object, and from the list we'll first select the rig, and then from the bone option we need to select that particular bone or the control which will move the mouth of the character up and down. So for this, click on the bone option, and we'll start typing bone, and this list will appear from which we'll be selecting the bone.mouth.open which we created in the character rig. Now since its motion will be up and down, so in the space we'll be selecting local space, and as we discussed in the last chapter, the up and down movement in terms of the local space was in the y-axis. So in the type, I'll select the y location, and once everything is finalized, I simply need to take my cursor away from this menu and it will disappear. Also, it might be possible that by mistake also you might accidentally take your cursor away, causing the removal of the driver menu. And if that happens, you simply need to right click on this value again and go to edit driver, and then you will be able to make any changes in the driver settings. Now in the 3D viewport, if I select the character's rig and go to the pose mode by pressing Ctrl plus Tab, then select this control with the name bone.mouse.open and try to move it in the local y-axis by pressing G, then you will notice that nothing is happening right now. Also, do ensure that in the transform orientations, the local is selected and not the global. Now the reason why we are not able to see any changes in the opening and the closing of mouth is that we have to move this control in the downward direction. However, if I return back to the object mode and select the character's body again, then in the open mouth shape key, if I right click over here and go to edit driver, then the expression in the driver, which is variable plus 0, is positive by default, and to make it negative, we simply need to add a minus sign before the variable in the expression. With this, I'll press enter to confirm, and we'll again select the the rig, then press Ctrl plus tab to go to the pose mode, and with this control selected, if I try to move it in the downward direction, then you will notice that we are able to see some slight movement in the upward and the downward direction of the character's mouth. But to increase this effect, we'll again return back to the object mode, select the character's body, then go to the edit driver for the open mouth shape key, and in the expression, we'll change this from minus variable plus 0 to negative of variable multiplied by 10. Now press enter to confirm, then select the character's rig, press Ctrl plus tab to enter the pose mode, and with the control selected, I'll move it down in the downward direction by pressing G and Y, and you can now notice that we are able to use this particular control for the opening and the closing of mouth. Now moving ahead, we'll be using the same driver for this control, which is named as bone.teeth.open, which is for controlling the upward and the downward movement of the teeth. So for this, we'll again return back to the object mode, then I'll select the character's body, and to copy this driver, simply right click over here and click on copy driver. Now to select the character's teeth, we'll first enable the X-ray mode by pressing Alt plus Z, then select the teeth from here, and yes, another way to do this is to go to the scene collection, then in the rig object, you can select the teeth from here. Now to use the same driver for the open teeth shape key also, simply right click over here and select paste driver. Now to edit the driver, in order to connect this shape key with the particular control that we created for the teeth, simply right click over here, then go to the edit driver, and in the bone, I'll type bone dot and select this bone.teeth.open. Now to see the effect, I'll select the rig, then go to the pose mode by pressing Ctrl plus tab, and I'll first select this control, which is for the opening of mouth, and we'll first move it in the downward direction, then I'll select the control for the character's teeth, and if I move it down in the downward direction, then you will notice that by moving the controls, the character's teeth are also moving. Now moving ahead, we'll now be adding a driver for this control, which is named as bone.mouth. So let's go to the object mode again, select the character's body, and in the shape keys, we'll be selecting the out mouth. Now right click here and click on add driver, then in the object, select the rig, and in the bone, we'll type bone and select this bone.mouth. Now in the type, we'll keep the X location selected, but in the space, we'll be selecting the local space. Also to increase the effect, I'll change the expression value from variable plus 0 to variable multiplied by 10. Now to see the effect, I'll select the character's rig, then press Ctrl plus tab to enter the pose mode, and with this control selected, if I try to move it in the X axis, then now we are able to use the expression showing the outward movement of the mouth by using the shape keys. Now just like the out mouth shape key, we'll be repeating the same procedure for the in mouth shape key also. So for this, let's again go to the object mode, select the character's body, then in the shape keys, we'll first copy the driver that we created for the out mouth. So right click here and select copy driver, and to paste this, I'll select the in mouth shape key, then right click and select paste driver. And also, since it will be for the inward movement of the mouth, as a result, we need to change the expression value from positive to negative. So go to the edit driver from here, then in the expression, we'll be adding a minus sign before the variable multiplied by 10. Now select the character's rig again, press Ctrl plus tab, and with this control selected, if I move it in the negative X axis, then now we are able to see the inward movement of the mouth. So by moving it in the negative X axis, it shows the in mouth effect, and by moving it towards the positive X axis, it will show the out mouth effect. Now moving ahead, let's also create the drivers for the remaining two shape keys, which are for the happy mouth and the sad mouth. So for this, with the previous driver copied, I'll go to the happy mouth, then right click here and select paste driver. Then to edit the properties, right click and select edit driver, and we just need to change the type from the X location to the Y location. This is because we'll be moving this particular control in the upward direction, or basically the local Y axis, to see the effect of the happy mouth shape key. Similarly, I'll select the sad mouth, then right click and select paste driver, and to edit the properties, I'll go to the edit driver, and first of all, I'll change the type to Y location, and in this particular case, we'll be moving the control in the downward direction, and as a result, I'll change the value of expression by adding a minus sign in front of the variable. Now to see the effect, select the rig again, then press Ctrl plus tab to enter the pose mode, and with this control selected, if I try to move it in the upward direction by pressing G and Y, then we are able to see the smiling mouth, and if I move it in the downward direction, then we are able to see the sad mouth. So in this way, we have connected all the shape keys to the different controls that we created for the mouth and the teeth of character. And now moving ahead, we'll be connecting the eyes and the eyebrows of the character to these controls that we created in the character's rig. However, while being in the edit mode, if I select this control, which is for the head of character, and try to rotate it, then you will notice that by default, the movement of the eyes and the eyebrows is being controlled by this rig control, which is named as the head. Also, this particular control is because of this bone inside the character's head, which is named as DEF spine.006. So first, we need to remove the influence of this particular bone from the eyes and the eyebrows, and to do this, let's first go to the object mode, select the character's body, press tab to enter the edit mode, and do ensure that everything is deselected. Now to select the eyebrows and the eyes of character, I'll take my cursor first over this eye and press L to select it. Similarly, let's do the same thing for the eyebrow and for the other side also. Now with both the eyes and the eyebrows selected, go to the object data properties and in the vertex group, do ensure that this DEF spine.006 is selected. Now to remove the eyes and the eyebrows from this vertex group, simply click on the remove button, and now we need to create individual vertex group for both the eyes and the eyebrows. So first of all, deselect everything, then we'll be selecting the left eye first, and to create a vertex group, click on this plus icon. Now I'll change its name by double clicking here and we'll rename it to I.L. Press enter to confirm, and to assign these vertices to this vertex group, click on the assign button. Now we'll do the same thing with the right eye also. So with my cursor over it, I will press L to select it, then go to the vertex group, click on the plus icon and rename it to I.R. Press enter to confirm and click on the assign button. Let's repeat the same procedure for the eyebrows also. So with my cursor over the eyebrow, I will press L, go to the vertex groups, create a new one and we'll rename it to eyebrow.L. Now press enter to confirm and click on the assign button. At last, I'll select this eyebrow by keeping the cursor over it, then press L and we'll again create a new vertex group and we'll rename it to eyebrow.R. Click on the assign button. Now we need to ensure that the name of these vertex groups should exactly be the same as the name of these individual controls. And to see their name, you simply need to select one of them, and then over here, the name of the control will be displayed. So this selected one is named as bone.eyebrow.L. Similarly, this one is named as bone.eyebrow.R, and the eyes also are named as bone.eye.L and bone.eye.R for the right eye. So to rename the vertex groups, let's again go to the object mode, select the character's body, then in the vertex groups, simply double click to rename, and I'll be adding the word bone dot before each of these 4 vertex groups. So we are done with the first one. Now select this one, let's rename it, and I'll be adding bone dot before eyebrow.L. Similarly for this one also, I will type bone dot and press enter to confirm. Then in the end, I'll select the vertex group for the left eye and will add bone dot before its name. And now to see the effect, I'll select the character's rig, press Ctrl plus Tab to go to the pose mode, and with any of these controls selected for the eyes or the eyebrows, if I press R to rotate it, then you will notice that the same changes are being applied to the respective objects. Also by using these controls, you can create different types of expressions for the character's face. And so with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we understood about adding the drivers for the shape keys, and then we also connected these 4 controls to the eyes and the eyebrows of the character. In the previous 10 chapters, we learned to model the character's body, its hair particles, the clothes of the character, and then we also learned about all the concepts related to character rigging in Blender. Then later on, we discussed about the face rigging tools, and in this particular chapter, we'll understand about creating character animations, since we'll be making an animation sequence where the character will be doing some pull-ups, and then in the end, we'll also be rendering it in order to create a final animation. So we created this character, and if you want to download the file containing this character, then you can join the Patreon of this channel from the link available in the description of this video. And now to begin with the animation, we'll first go to the solid mode, and also let's hide the Metarig from the scene collection, and we'll also be hiding the character's hair particles in the 3D viewport. So I'll select the character's body, then in the particle system, turn off the real-time display of this hair particle system. Now to create any kind of character animation, we first have to select the character's rig and go to the pose mode by pressing Ctrl plus Tab. Then suppose I want to create an animation showing the arm and the hand of character moving in the downward direction. Then for this, first I'll deselect everything, then we have to select this particular control which is red in color and has the name handIK.L. Now to save this position of this control at the frame number 1, we simply need to press the I key. So if I press I, you will notice that a keyframe has been inserted at the frame number 1. Now I'll take the pointer to somewhere near frame number 60, then go to the 3D viewport, and to move it down, we'll first change the transform orientations to global, then in 3D viewport, press G, Z and move it down like this. And with this, we have moved the character's hand and the arm in the downward direction. Now to save this position for the frame number 60, simply press the I key to insert the keyframe. And now if I take my pointer to the frame number 1 and press the space bar, then you will notice that we have a simple animation created showing the downward movement of the hand. Now moving ahead, we'll be understanding about the character animation in complete detail by creating a simple animation sequence showing the character doing some pull-ups. So for this, let's first clear the transform for the selected control. So go to the pose menu, then in the clear transform, select all. Also go to the timeline editor, press A to select all the keyframes and press X to delete them, and select delete keyframes. Now first of all, we'll return back to the object mode, and we'll be adding a cylindrical rod in the scene which the character will be holding while doing the pull-ups. So for this, press Shift plus A, go to mesh and select the cylinder. Now tab into the edit mode, press A to select everything, and we'll rotate it in the Y axis by 90 degrees. Now let's scale it down like this, and then we'll scale it up in the X axis. And once we have done the scaling of this rod, we'll return back to the object mode, and to place it properly, let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, press G to move it and place it over here. We'll be placing it somewhere near the tip of the character's head on the front side. Now to begin with creating the animation, we'll select the character's rig, then press Ctrl plus Tab to enter the pose mode, and we'll also take the pointer back to the frame number 1. Now the first thing that we'll be doing in order to create the animation of the character doing the pull-ups will be to animate the lower body of the character with the help of the foot controls. And to ensure that whatever changes I'll make on the left side also get applied to the right, we simply need to turn on the mirroring effect in the x-axis by clicking on this icon. Now press 1 on the numpad to go to the front view, and with the foot control selected, we'll move it up like this. And yes, our main objective is to create an animation where initially at the frame number 1, the character's body will be in the default position, then at somewhere around frame number 40, the character's legs and the arm will move in the upward direction, and the fingers of the character's hand will be holding this rod, and then from the frame number 40, the character's body will move in the up and down position in order to show the pull-up animation by the character's body. But for now, returning back to the feet, we'll go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, and we'll move them in the y-axis like this. Let's also rotate them properly, and you can adjust the character's feet in any way depending upon the character's body and your personal preference. Now once we have finalized the position of the feet controls, or basically the lower body of the character, we need to insert the keyframes in the timeline editor. So for this, I'll keep the pointer to the frame number 40, and now we need to select both of these controls together, meaning the control for the left and also the one for the right foot. So to do this, with the left one selected, hold down the shift button and we'll select the right foot control. Now press I to insert a keyframe at the frame number 40. However, if I try to move my pointer in the timeline editor, then you will see that the legs are not moving in the upward direction, and this is because we need to insert a keyframe at the frame number 1 showing the default position of the character's lower body. So I'll take the pointer to the frame number 1, and to get the default position with both of these controls selected, I'll go to the pose menu, then in the clear transform, select all. Now press I to insert a keyframe, and with this, if I press the space bar to play the animation, then now you will see that the feet of the character will begin to move. Similarly, let's also animate the arms and the hands of character, and for this, we have to select the hand controls which will be used for moving the character's hands and the arms. So first of all, we'll insert a keyframe at the frame number 1 for the default position of both the hand controls. So with the left one selected, I'll hold the shift button to select the right hand control, and with both of them selected, press I to insert a keyframe. Now I'll take the pointer to the frame number 40, and now it's the time to move the character's hands in the upward direction. So let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and with both the controls selected, I will press G to move the hands and the arms like this. And we have to keep it in such a way that the character's hands are located on the top of this rod. Now let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, and let's also move the hands slightly forward in the y-axis like this. Now to insert a keyframe, with both the controls selected for the hands, press the I key, and now you will notice that as I change the frames in the timeline editor, we have a simple animation created showing the upward movement of both the legs and the feet, and also the character's arms and the hands. Now moving ahead, we'll also create the animation showing the rotation of the character's hands, and for this, let's first hide all the other controls in the scene apart from these two hand controls. So for this, we simply need to press Ctrl plus I to invert the selection, and this will deselect both the hand controls from the rig, and the remaining controls will get selected. Now press H to hide them, and in this way, we'll be having only the hand controls in the scene. Now with both of them selected, I'll take the pointer to somewhere near frame number 35, and will insert a keyframe at this position. Now I'll take the pointer to the frame number 45, and to rotate the hands, press R and Z and rotate it in the Z axis like this. After this, press the I key to insert a keyframe at the frame number 45. So in this way, we have created a simple animation in which first the character's legs and the arms will move up, and then the character's hands will show the rotation. Also, if you want, you can select this keyframe at the frame number 40 and press X to delete it. Moving ahead, we'll also be showing the fingers of the character's hand holding this rod, and for this, we first need to unhide all the remaining controls. So press Alt plus H, and now we need to select only those particular controls that are available for the character's fingers. So we'll select all these controls over here by holding the shift button. Let's also select it for the left hand, and after this, press Ctrl plus I to invert the selection and press H to hide. With this, we are only having the finger controls in the scene. Now press A to select everything, and at the frame number 45, press I to insert a keyframe. Then I'll take the pointer to somewhere near the frame number 55, and to create the holding animation by using the finger controls, we first need to ensure that in the transform pivot point, individual origins is selected. After this, with all the controls selected, press S to scale down, and yes, in some cases, it might be possible that a particular finger would still not show the bending because of incorrect calculation calculation of the bone roll. So to solve this problem, let's first unhide all the remaining controls by pressing Alt plus H, then deselect everything, and you can see here that this little finger is not bending properly, and as a result, I'll select this control for this little finger which is in the middle and press R to rotate the finger in the x-axis. Also, to insert the keyframes for the fingers, we have to select all the controls where we made the changes. So with this one selected for the little finger, we'll be selecting all the other controls for the remaining fingers that we previously selected. So let's select all of these on the left side also, and now press I to insert the keyframe at the frame number 55. Also, if I take the pointer to the frame number 45, then we can see here that all the fingers are showing the default position apart from this little finger, and this is because we have not created a separate keyframe at the frame number 45 for the specific control that we use for the rotation. So for this, with the X-ray mode turned on, I'll first deselect everything, and then we have to select that particular control which we used for the fingers rotation. With this selected, I'll go to the pose menu and clear the transform by selecting all, then press the I key to insert the keyframe. And so with this, if I begin to move the pointer forward in the timeline editor, then you will see that we have created a beautiful animation of the bending fingers. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we are going to do is to move the character's body up in the Z axis. So for this, let's go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, and I'll keep the pointer to somewhere near frame number 50. Now to move the character's body in the upward direction, we'll be selecting this torso control. Now press I to insert a keyframe at the default position, and we'll take the pointer to somewhere near frame number 90. Now move the control up in the Z axis like this and left click to finalize. Now press I to insert a keyframe, and it might be possible that due to excessive increase in height, the character's legs will get stretched up. So to solve this problem, we'll be selecting both of these controls for the character's feet. Then I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 40 and we'll move them up in the Z axis. Now left click to finalize and press I to insert the keyframe again. Now to view the animation, I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar. And so with this, we have created an animation showing the movement of different body parts of the character. Also, I will be rotating these feet, so press R to rotate them like this and left click to finalize. Now moving ahead, the next thing that we're going to do is to convert this one-time animation into a loop animation. And to do this, we'll first select this torso control, and with both of these keyframes selected, we'll create their duplicates by pressing Shift and D, and we'll move them in such a way that the first keyframe of the duplicates is exactly 40 frames away from the last animation keyframe. So basically for the duplicate, the first keyframe should be at the frame number 130 and the last should be at the frame number 170. And in this way, you will notice that the character's body will continue to show the animation in a complete loop. If you want the animation to further continue, then for this, we can again create a duplicate by pressing Shift plus D, and we'll move them at somewhere near the frame number 210 and the frame number 250 respectively. Now moving ahead, we'll be making some final adjustments before finally rendering this animation. So for this, I'll go to the frame number 1 and we'll see the entire animation again from the different angles. So I'll press the space bar. And now one thing that I can notice here is that the distance between the character's body and the rod is too much around those regions where the character's body goes down and again goes up. So to solve this problem, I'll take my pointer to somewhere near the frame number 70, that is around the midpoint of the first pair of keyframes. Then with the torso selected, we'll also be selecting both the controls for the feet and we'll move them slightly in the y-axis. Now left click to finalize and press I to insert the keyframe. Similarly, we also need to use the same keyframe in between all the other pairs of keyframes that we have created for the loop animation. So for this, I will left click to select this keyframe, then press Shift plus D to create a duplicate and will place it somewhere near the frame number 110. Similarly, to repeat the same process again for the remaining pairs, I will use the shortcut which is to press Shift plus R, and this will automatically create a duplicate of the keyframe and place it at the same distance away according to the distance of the previous one. And now to view the final animation, I'll take the pointer back to the frame number 1 and press the space bar. And finally, we have created this animation where first of all, the character's body will move up, then after holding the rod, the character will be doing the pull-ups. Now moving ahead, we'll also be creating a simple animation showing the change of expressions of the character's face. So for this, we'll be selecting this particular control which is named as bone.mouth, and with this, I'll first move it down in the Z axis in order to create a slightly sad face. Then press I to insert the keyframe at the frame number 1, then I'll take the pointer to somewhere near the frame number 40 and press I to insert another keyframe with the same expression. Then I'll take the pointer to somewhere near the frame number 70 or frame number 60 and we'll move the control up in the Z axis to show the smiling face. Now press I to insert a keyframe at this frame number, and in this way, we'll be able to create an animation showing the change of expressions on the character's face. Now after doing all this, we can finally render the animation, and for this, let's go to the rendered view. Let's also turn on the real-time display of the hair particles. So for this, let's first come back to the object mode by pressing Ctrl and Tab, then select the character's body, and in the particle settings, turn on the real-time display. Also, do ensure that you have turned on the cycles render engine, and right now, for a better performance, I have reduced the maximum samples in the viewport from 1024 to a value of 32. Also, to ensure that you have a proper lighting in the scene, you have to open this menu, and in the lighting, turn on the scene lights and turn off the scene world. Moving ahead, I'll select this rod, right click and apply Shade Auto Smooth, and to give it some material, let's go to the material properties, create new material. Now to make the rod look like a metal, I'll increase the metallic value to something like 0.8. Let's also change the base color from here, and you can choose any color of your choice, but for now, I will be using the dark green color. Also, let's add a plane at the bottom. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and add a plane, press Tab to go to the edit mode, and we'll scale it up 10 times. Now let's come out of the edit mode, and let's also create a simple background for a scene. So press Shift plus A, go to Mesh and add another plane. Let's rotate it in the X axis by 90 degrees. Also, to adjust its position, I'll first go to the solid mode. Now go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, press G to move the plane and place it over here. Let's scale it up. So go to the edit mode, press S to scale it up 10 times. Now come out of the edit mode, and to create the material, we'll open the material preview mode. Now with the plane selected, we'll be creating a new material. So go to the material properties, click on the new button, and in this particular case, we'll be giving some texture to the plane's material. So for this, let's open the shader editor. So click on this icon, and from here, select the shader editor. Now we'll be adding the magic texture in the shader editor. So press Shift plus A, go to texture and select the magic texture. Let's place it over here, connect the color socket to the base color, and now you will begin to notice a simple and a random texture applied to the background. To change its appearance, we'll first increase the depth to a value of 3 or 4, then we'll increase the scale value from here, and I'll keep it to somewhere around 14. Let's also increase the distortion from here, and I'll be keeping it to a value of somewhere close to 3. To add some colors to it, we'll be using the color ramp node. So press Shift plus A, go to converter and select the color ramp, and we'll place it in between the magic texture and the principal BSDF. Now for the first color, I will be selecting the red color. So let's increase the brightness from here and change this to the red color. Then for the second pointer, let's move it over here, and I'll change this to light blue color. Also, by changing the position of these pointers, you can change the way how the texture looks on the plain background. Moving ahead, if you want to give a 3D appearance to the background that we created, then you can use the bump node in the shader editor. So press Shift plus A, go to vector and select the bump. We'll place it over here. Now take the color socket in the magic texture and connect it to the height in the bump node. Then for the output, I'll take the normal socket of the bump node and connect it to the normal in the principal BSDF. To see how it looks in the final version, we'll switch to the rendered view, and finally this is how the texture is looking. If you want, you can set the same texture for this plane also by clicking on this icon, and from here select that specific material. However, in this case, I'll be creating a simple material with a dark base color for the plane to be used as the base. So I've set the color to dark green. I'll also increase the roughness value to somewhere around 0.8 or 0.9, and now it looks perfect. So to render it, let's first go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, and to adjust it properly, we'll go to the solid mode, and to move the camera, we'll click on this lock button, which is the lock camera to view. Now let's change the angle and the positioning of the camera in order to get a perfect view. Also, if you want, you can change the resolution of your camera by going to the output properties, and by default, this resolution is entered, which is 1920 pixels in the X and 1080 pixels in the Y, which also gives the camera the landscape resolution. However, if you want to change this to the vertical or the portrait resolution, then you can go to the resolution values, and we simply need to interchange these values. So in the X, we'll enter 1080, and in the Y, we'll be entering 1920. Now to adjust the camera properly, let's first disable the lock camera to view. Now zoom out, and we'll again enable the lock camera to view. Now I'll zoom out. Now let's adjust the camera properly in order to get a perfect rendered video. And once all this is done, we'll be finally ready to render the animation. So for this, we first need to change the file format from PNG to this FFmpeg video format, and in this output path, you basically need to enter that specific location where the video will be saved. So you can click on this folder icon and choose that specific location, and after all this is done, we'll go to the render properties, and you can set the maximum samples to any value that you like. However, higher the value of maximum samples, better will be the quality, but with that, it will also take much more time to render. In fact, in most of the cases, it is suggested to have a value of a maximum of 128 samples for general usage. So in this particular case also, I'll be changing this maximum sample value in the render category to 128, and after this, we are now ready to render the final animation. So click on this render option, and from here, select the render animation. After this, the rendering will start. However, we can see in the final render that the lighting is not not perfect. So to solve this problem, we'll cancel the render by clicking on the escape button, and I'll now close this render window. Now we are back in the scene, and to adjust the lights properly, I'll first turn off the lock camera to view, and let's switch to the rendered view. Now to see that version, which we'll also be seeing when we finally render the animation, we'll click on this icon, and from here, turn on the scene world. Now to add some lighting, let's go to the top view by pressing 7 on the numpad, and I'll select this light, which is by default added in the scene. Now press G to move it and place it over here. To change its properties, let's go to the object data properties, and if you want, you can try to increase the power from here, and in fact change the color of light by using this color wheel. But for now, I will select the default values, and after this, in the 3D viewport with this lamp selected, we'll create its duplicate by pressing Shift plus D, and we'll place it in the x-axis like this. Now I'll select both of these lights together, press Shift plus D to create more duplicates, and we'll move them in the y-axis. To see how it looks, let's go to the camera view by pressing 0 on the numpad, and now the lighting almost looks perfect. However, we still need to adjust it around the region in between the rod and the face of character. Also, the reason why we are seeing a slower performance is that we have turned on the cycles render engine. So for now, I'll switch this to the EV. Now I'll select this lamp, go to the front view by pressing 1 on the numpad, let's zoom out, and with this lamp selected, press Shift plus D to create a duplicate, and we'll place it over here, close to the character's face. To adjust it properly, let's go to the side view by pressing 3 on the numpad, and let's move it slightly forward in the y-axis. Also, to reduce its influence or the power, we'll go to the object data properties, and we reduce the power to somewhere around 50 watts. And with this, we are now having a much better lighting in the scene. And now we are also ready to render the final animation. So go to the render properties and change the render engine from EV to cycles, then click on render and select render animation. After this, Blender will take some time to render the entire animation frame by frame. And once this is done, you can view the final animation by opening that particular folder which you saved in the output path. And this is the final rendered video that I created after making a few adjustments. And so with this, we now arrive to the end of this chapter. Today we understood about the concepts of character animation by creating this simple scene of the character's body moving up and down during the pull-ups. In fact, in a similar way, you can also create your own animations with your 3D character just by inserting the keyframes for the particular rig control.